This is a type of job transfer talent that is recognized worldwide as the most useless, and everyone avoids it. But when I saw it for the first time, I chose it as my professional talent without hesitation. My relatives and friends all said I was crazy. After all, I was the top student in all subjects in the school and had high hopes for my studies. But I chose the one that only a fool would choose, the Department of Therapy. But they didn't know that I had already been reborn and knew the future very well. This seemingly ordinary healing talent had already been completely polluted and alienated by the blood of the ancient gods that I brought back and eventually transformed into a new hidden profession, restoration warlock. Now, I can not only heal, but also copy any talents of others. What's even more outrageous is that as long as I heal others, I can enhance my own recovery ability. And when my healing amount exceeds the enemy's health bar, treatment will become the most deadly killing move. I can kill all bosses instantly. After awakening, I prepare to head to the dungeon hall, planning to form a temporary team to kill monsters and level up, and also adapt to the new identity of Recovery Warlock. Just as I took a step forward and prepared to blend into the bustling crowd, Chunfeng, a crisp and familiar female voice, came from behind me. Although it was not loud, it was particularly clear in the noisy environment. I subconsciously stopped and looked back. A graceful figure stood not far away, familiar yet somewhat strange. She stood there, her bright eyes full of hesitation and concern, as if she wanted to get closer, but hesitated to move forward. I was stunned for a moment and finally recognized her, Su Jiner, the most dazzling genius girl in Yangcheng. With a talent value of 120 points, she became the first SS-level professional in history at this job transfer ceremony, the Flame Soul Warlock. At that moment, she stood in the center of everyone's attention, shining brightly. In my previous life, she had appeared like this before and tried to team up with me. But at that time, I had awakened to a support profession and my mentality was completely broken. Amidst everyone's laughter, I mistakenly thought that she was there to laugh at me and wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate me. So I spoke without thinking and scolded her. Looking back, it was so stupid. That was an active invitation from an SS-level professional, an opportunity that many people dream of. But I threw into the quagmire with my own hands and missed her kindness. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but laugh at myself. "Are you okay?" She took a few steps closer and asked softly. I opened my mouth, but was speechless for a moment. Don't listen to what they say. Even if you're a support type, you have an irreplaceable role in the team. She thought I was still sad about the ridicule and hurried to comfort me. I smiled, this time with genuine relief. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. A few sarcastic remarks won't break me. I looked into her eyes seriously and said sincerely, "Thank you, Jiner. Thank you for coming to see me." She breathed a sigh of relief, a light blush appearing on her cheeks. Her tone suddenly softened. "Are you going to the Novice Secret Realm too later?" I nodded. "Yeah, that's exactly what I meant." "That's great." She seemed to have mustered up her courage. "I have formed a team, and we just happen to be short of a healer. Would you like to join us?" Sure enough, she took the initiative again. With her SS-level status, she had no shortage of people around her, so there was no need for her to look for a support professional who was just laughed at as a waste. But she still came. At that moment, I felt a little warm in my heart. Miss Su personally invited me, so how can I refuse? I said half-jokingly, "But I'm just a small assistant now, so don't think I'm holding you back." She immediately waved her hands and said hurriedly, "You are not a waste. You are a genius with a talent value of 200. Even if you're a support, you are the strongest support." I laughed. Whether I was a genius or not, that's all in the past. Now I'm just an ordinary assistant. But I changed my tone. From now on, I'll have to trouble you, the great genius, to protect a nobody like me. She finally smiled, with a beautiful arc at the corner of her mouth. "Okay, then see you at the entrance of the secret realm in half an hour." "Okay, see you at the entrance of the secret realm." Looking at her back as she happily left, I smiled gently, shook my head, and put all the distracting thoughts behind me. I'm an orphan. I don't have anything to prepare. Equipment? Forget it. I'll just be thankful if I don't starve. Fortunately, healing magic can be used without equipment. So, I didn't hesitate and walked toward the dungeon hall. Today's blue planet is no longer as peaceful as it once was. Space cracks are everywhere, and monsters may emerge at any time. For humans, the only remaining main city is the last Pure Land. The mission of the professionals is to kill the enemies and protect the city. Of course, the cracks are too dangerous, so real newcomers will first accumulate experience in the dungeon and improve their strength. I came here not only to level up, but more importantly to make some extra money. Healing warlocks are very popular in the team. Who can kill monsters without losing blood? Who doesn't want to live a few more seconds? In my previous life, I relied on this to earn money for my first piece of equipment. And if my memory serves me correctly, a young master will be injured today, and the opportunity lies in this hall. Sure enough, just when I thought of this, is there a healer? Quick, save my young master. A cry with a crying voice suddenly rang out, causing ripples in the crowd. My eyes lit up and I looked over immediately. I saw several people hurriedly carrying a bloody boy out of the portal. His face was as pale as paper, with only a trace of health left, and his whole body was covered with negative status, such as poisoned, bleeding, and weakness. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. I raised my hand without hesitation. Green light burst out from my fingertips and instantly penetrated into the boy's body. Healing technique activated. Instantly, a strong green light shone from his body, and his health quickly recovered. But just as I was about to step forward, a reminder sound rang in my mind, freezing me in place. Ding! The healing hero effect is triggered. The talent level, a dual casting, has been copied successfully. Congratulations on getting 6 more spirit points. A series of system prompt sounds exploded in my mind like thunder, making my eardrums buzz. I froze in place, my mind going blank. What's going on? A healer can actually copy other people's talents. This completely overturned my understanding. It was like a bolt of lightning that made me freeze in place. I subconsciously took a deep breath, forced myself to calm down, and opened the system log with trembling fingers. The 4 words, double casting, were clearly visible. Those lines of cold black characters were like red-hot irons, deeply imprinted in my eyes and burning my nerves. This is real. I actually copied someone else's talent. I clicked on the talent description again in disbelief, and what I saw almost suffocated me. Healing hero. You are a hero chosen by the ancient gods with the ultimate talent. All treatments/assistances have a critical hit chance, causing 500% of treatment. Each time the treatment is successful, there's a 25% chance to copy the target's strongest talent, upgraded to level 2 if it already exists. There's a 40% chance to copy the skill. If the skill already exists, it will be upgraded to level 2. There's a 60% chance to gain 1-3 attribute points. If the target is dying, it will be increased by 2. If the critical hit of the treatment exceeds the upper limit of health, it will trigger Afterglow Shock, causing 50% of true damage. When a critical hit occurs, the copy probability is doubled. Each time a target is treated, 1 healing point is obtained. I opened my eyes wide and stared at the lines of words. My fingertips trembled slightly and my head felt hot. Copy talents? Copy skills? Add attribute points? This is called a support profession. This is simply amazing. It's a cheat. It's God's correction of my destiny. My heart was beating like a drum, and a sentence was stirring in my mind. This is not an aid. It is a God descending to earth. In my previous life, I was ridiculed and trampled upon. I lived a humble and depressed life, just because my awakening career was insignificant. But now, I finally have the trump card to turn the tables. Those who have humiliated me in the past don't even think about having an easy life. I clench my fists tightly, my nails digging deep into my palms, trying hard to suppress the emotions that were about to burst out. But soon, I noticed the word healing point in the description, but there was no explanation. I frowned and glanced at the description, but still couldn't find the answer. But I didn't care too much, as long as it wasn't a bad thing. At this moment, there was a sudden noise in my ears, and I came back to my senses. I saw that the young master who had just been healed by me was actually helped to stand up. The health bar was full, the injuries were healed, and even the poisoning, bleeding, and weakness were all cleared. The boy's skin was smooth as new, as if he had never been injured at all. Perfect recovery. I was stunned. This is just a basic healing technique, but the effect is too exaggerated, right? While I was wondering, the group of people had already come up to me, surrounding the young master. The sturdy man who had been frantically looking for a healer in the hall before now whispered respectfully, "Master, this is the one who saved you." The boy looked up at me, with an instinctive arrogance and a bit of doubt in his eyes. "It was you who saved me." He spoke, his voice clear but full of doubt. I nodded calmly and introduced myself briefly. "My name is Chun Fong, and my occupation is a healing wizard." Chun Fong? Is he the useless guy who has a talent value of 200 but has only awakened as a healing warlock? The follower beside the young man exclaimed in a low voice. Although the voice was soft, it was loud enough for everyone in the audience to hear clearly. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Sarcasm and contempt fell into my ears like needles. But I remained calm, only slightly raised my eyebrows, and a hint of coldness flashed across my eyes. I have heard the word waste so many times that I have become numb to it. So it's that laughingstock with a talent value of 200. What a waste of talent, a disgrace to Yangchum. Ha ha ha, what a waste. They actually gave him a healing warlock. Discussions arose, and the ridicule became louder and louder. I stood still as a mountain, as if everyone's words were just dust. The young man, who had originally shown a hint of gratitude, suddenly became cold after hearing the comments from the person next to him. "I didn't expect. It was you who saved me." His tone was cold, with a smile on the corners of his lips, but full of disgust. "It's really disgusting." The young man looked at me with disgust and sneered. "You are lucky. I'm in a good mood today. Come here, give him some money, and send him away." The attendant responded, took out a purse from his pocket, and threw it at my feet. "Take it. This is a reward for my young master," he said in a condescending tone. I looked down at the purse on the ground, a hint of self-mockery appearing at the corners of my lips. Familiar contempt, familiar humiliation. This scene is too similar to the previous life. I slowly squatted down and picked up the heavy purse with a cold look. Unfortunately, times have changed. These people don't know that the person they just offended is a madman who has awakened a god-level talent. With this purse, I can not only buy a set of blank equipment, but also have some leftover, plus the copy double casting. This wave, I'm making a huge profit. As for the clamor of these jumping clowns, ants are just ants after all, and dragons don't care about the ridicule on the ground. Wait, one day in the future, I will get it back with interest. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. However, I have never been a gentleman. I raised my head, my eyes were as calm as the abyss, and turned to walk towards the professional square, ready to buy equipment and improve my strength. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the dungeon hall like an arrow and rushed towards the Su family. Su family. The figure that rushed out of the dungeon hall like a cheetah was now standing respectfully in front of a young girl. The girl was dressed in a fiery red robe, with a graceful figure and long hair that fell casually on her shoulders like a waterfall, making her skin look as white as cream, like a snow lotus blooming in flames. "You mean he saved a dying professional with just the most basic healing technique?" Su Jiner's voice was cold, but there was an imperceptible ups and downs in her tone. The figure lowered his head and spoke in a more respectful tone. "Yes, Mississippi. I saw it with my own eyes, and I am not lying." Su Jiner's eyes flashed with a strange light. Her beautiful eyes moved slightly, and the corners of her lips curled up into an imperceptible smile, with a hint of pride and joy. It seemed that the excellence was just what she deserved. But this smile was fleeting. The next second, her eyes were cold and her tone suddenly turned icy. "Go check which family the guy who spoke so arrogantly belongs to. I want him to understand that there are some people he should never mess with in his life." The man was shocked and immediately bowed and replied, "Yes, miss." Then he stepped back and disappeared out the door. Su Jiner looked at his back, but an unspeakable worry appeared in her eyes. She sighed softly and said to herself, "You always take care of everything by yourself. What should I do so that I can help you without hurting your self-esteem?" She frowned slightly and fell in a deep thought. About half an hour later, I had already put on a complete set of white equipment that I had just bought. The rough leather armor was faintly shiny, and the wooden staff in my hand was plain, but made me feel a sense of steadiness that I had not felt for a long time. I took a deep breath, suppressed my excitement, and began to check out the new talent I had just acquired. The consciousness sank into his mind, and the system panel popped up instantly. Dual casting, level A after activation. Each skill will be cast twice in a row, and the second cost is reduced by 50%. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. My eyes lit up and my blood boiled. It's really powerful. Even if it was just a continuous firing of skills, it was enough to sweep away the same level. Not to mention the critical hit bonus of Healing Hero. Once a critical hit was triggered, the healing effect would be directly multiplied tenfold. Thinking of my past life, the me who was trampled upon by others, eventually betrayed by teammates, and died on the edge of the battlefield, an unprecedented sense of confidence suddenly rose in my heart. I was immersed in excitement when suddenly a soft and pleasant voice interrupted my thoughts. Chun Feng, have you been waiting for a long time? I looked up and saw Su Jiner walking towards me in a fiery red robe. The sunlight fell on her long hair, which was shining and breathtakingly beautiful. Today, she was more dazzling than ever before. Behind her, there were 3 young professionals, 2 girls and 1 boy, who looked childish and a little reserved. Obviously, Su Jiner is a new team formed temporarily. Their eyes would occasionally fall on me, full of curiosity and fear. Obviously, they had heard about my deeds today. Of course, the name Waste. Su Jiner walked up to me. Her eyes swept over the equipment I had put on. Her eyes moved slightly, and she said with a cheerful smile, "Looking at the way you are dressed, are you not going to let me sponsor your equipment?" I shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. It's just a whiteboard, but it's better than nothing. Then he changed the subject and looked at her with a half smile. "But if the young lady is kind enough to give me some good equipment, I don't mind eating some free food." She was stunned, her eyes slightly widened, as if she had not expected me to make such a joke. After all, I used to be too proud to accept help from anyone. But now, I'm like a different person. Su Jiner blinked and chuckled. "That's what you said. So, you're not allowed to refuse anything I give you in the future." Haha, that's only if you're willing to give it to me. I waved my hand and turned the topic to business. Let's find a way to clear the novice secret realm first. It's just a secret realm for novice. With me here, how can you make a big difference? Su Jiner smiled confidently. The 3 people behind her immediately echoed her, praising her in their words. Sister Jiner is an SS-level professional. The novice secret realm is not worth mentioning. The one who spoke was a pretty girl with a ponytail and a short bow in her hand. She must be an elf archer. With Sister Jiner leading the team, we're safe. Another petite girl answered, wearing a tight leather jacket and carrying 2 daggers on her back. She was an assassin-type character. Finally, the tall young man, wearing heavy armor, holding a huge sword and a heavy shield, scratched his head and smiled innocently. As long as Sister Su is here, we will definitely not fail. I raised my eyebrows and looked at the 3 people. Who are these 3? They also quickly introduced themselves. Lu Yi, B-level professional, elf archer, Yangqing number 3 middle school. Wang Wei, A-level, shadow killer, Yangqing number 2 middle school. My name is Wang Teng. I'm A-level, a sword and shield warrior, and I'm also from Yangqing number 2 middle school. When I heard the word Wang Teng, my eyes jumped and I blurted out, "Oh my God, Wang Teng, the appearance of an emperor." Seeing his confused expression, I quickly laughed dryly and said, "Hey, it was just a joke." I cleared my throat, looked at them, and said seriously, "You should know who I am. I'm a B-class professional, a healing magician, and I'm for number 1 middle school like Jiner. From now on, please take care of me." After a few brief greetings, the atmosphere in the team gradually became harmonious. After the team was formed, Su Jiner smiled and said, "Let's go and take a look at the novice secret realm first." After saying that, she took the lead and led everyone towards the depths of the dungeon hall with familiarity. The dungeon hall was extremely spacious, magnificent, and endless. Ancient and mysterious runes were carved on the walls, glowing faintly, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daytime. The place was bustling with people and all kinds of noise mixed together, making it almost impossible to hear each other's conversations. This is one of the core areas of Yangsheng, the dungeon hall. It connects countless secret realms and dungeons, and is a key place for all professionals to practice and grow. The novice secret realm is particularly special. Unlike those naturally generated secret realms, the novice secret realms are opened up by the joint efforts of human sages, aiming to provide a safe and controllable combat environment for new professionals. Every main city has such a secret realm as its infrastructure. It has moderate difficulty and stable rewards, making it an ideal place for novices to level up and become familiar with combat mechanisms. Of course, this moderate is only relative. For those who are not strong enough, the novice secret realm is still full of challenges. At this time, although the job transfer ceremony had just ended, many players had already gathered in front of the secret realm entrance. They gathered in groups, some discussing strategies in low voices, some recruiting members from each other, their faces full of eager expressions. Under the guidance of Su Jiner, we soon arrived at the entrance. It was a huge light door with a soft halo, and intricate runes were engraved on the door, as if it contained some mysterious power. Su Jiner stopped and looked towards the light gate, her eyes flashing with excitement and anticipation. "Are you ready?" Her clear voice sounded, as if encouraging everyone. The teammates nodded one after another, their eyes filled with excitement and fighting spirit. I glanced at them and couldn't help but smile in my heart. It's just a novice secret realm. Why are they so excited? In my previous life, I had been through this kind of situation so many times that I was used to it. But I kept my expression calm and nodded slightly to show that I was ready. Su Jiner glanced at everyone with satisfaction and said with a slight smile, "Let's go." Before she finished her words, she was the first to step into the portal. A ray of light flashed by, as if passing through an invisible film, and the scene before my eyes changed instantly. The original hustle and bustle was left behind, replaced by a forest full of vitality. The sun shines through the dense leaves, casting mottled shadows. The breeze blows by, making the branches rustle. The air is mixed with the fragrance of soil and grass, as if you have stepped into a real paradise. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in my ears. "Ding, you have successfully entered the ordinary secret realm, Sanlong Forest." "Wow, is this the secret realm?" Lu Yi exclaimed, her clear eyes filled with curiosity and excitement as she looked around. "So beautiful." Even the usually calm Wang Wei exclaimed in a low voice, a rare, gentle smile appearing on her face. Although Wang Teng didn't say anything, his eyes were wide open and his face was full of honest surprise. Although they had already learned about the secret realm in textbooks, this was the first time they actually set foot in this unknown wilderness. Everything seemed so new and shocking. I stood at the back of the team, looking around, but my expression was as calm as ever. In my previous life, I was already used to exploring secret realms, so this elementary secret realm was just a piece of cake. The Wolf Forest is just the most basic novice dungeon. It is not difficult, but the benefits are limited. With Su Jiner's strength, plus my cheat level existence, even the most difficult novice secret realm can be easily crushed. However, considering that Lu Yi and the others have zero practical experience, it is reasonable for them to start from the most basic. I smiled slightly, took out the wooden staff from my backpack, tapped the ground, and reminded with a smile, "Don't just focus on the scenery. The monsters are about to spawn. Stay alert." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly regained their composure, drew their weapons, and became nervous. Su Jiner also quickly stood beside me. A gorgeous red staff appeared in her hand, and her aura instantly increased. Just when several people were ready for battle, a faint light suddenly appeared in the woods ahead. Two gray shadows flashed by, and two sturdy gray wolves covered with gray hair suddenly appeared. They had fierce eyes, bared fangs, and kept growling, with their limbs slightly bent, ready to attack. Without hesitation, I cast detection on one of them. A light blue light penetrated into the wolf's body, and a line of attribute information appeared before his eyes. Then I quickly synced the data to the team channel. Name, Gray Wolf. Rank, blank. Level, LV1 HP, 100, MP, 60, Strength 5, Agility, 12, Spirit, 6, Constitution, to Skill, Bite, Talent, Swift Steps. When a monster's information panel suddenly popped up in front of everyone, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect me to react so quickly and even share the monster's attributes immediately. I didn't give them a chance to ask questions and directly said, "These two wolves are not very strong. Their only threat is their speed." I turned my gaze to Wang Teng and said firmly, "Wang Teng, you start to defend yourself and hold off one of them." Then I looked at Lu Yi and Wang Wei again. "Don't be in a hurry to use your skills. Just use normal attacks to focus your fire and kill one first." With a hint of confidence on my lips, I added, "Don't worry. With me, as your babysitter, you don't have to worry about losing blood." After listening to my clear and organized arrangements, several people were a little surprised. Su Jiner was slightly startled, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. But the situation was urgent, and they didn't have time to think too much. They all started to act according to my instructions. Wang Teng took a deep breath, suppressed his inner tension, and let out a low shout. Suddenly, A circle of pale golden light appeared around him. He tightly grasped the heavy shield, stood firmly, and took a defensive stance. The warrior skill, parry, was activated. A faint protective light covered his whole body, and Wang Tung was like a golden iron fortress. Lu Yi and Wang Wei quickly separated. One was drawing her bow, an arrow, her expression focused. The other was holding a dagger tightly, her figure erratic, ready to strike. Su Jiner retreated to my side, holding a fiery red staff in her hand, with magical power glowing, ready to attack at any time. But the wolf won't wait for us to be ready. With a low growl, two gray shadows suddenly pounced out, their limbs like arrows, rushing towards us like tearing through the air. Bang! A gray wolf crashed into Wang Tung, making a dull sound. Wang Tung's body shook, and a damage number, -3, floated above his head. It's just this little bit. His eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. His nervousness was gone. It turned out that this little bit of attack didn't hurt at all. At the same time, Lu Yi's arrow flew out of the air and hit another wolf with a whoosh. -12. Wang Wei followed closely behind. Her body flashed, and she suddenly appeared beside Song Long, with her dagger emitting a cold light, piercing straight into his vital point. -18. The damage floats up, and the blood volume of the wolf is greatly reduced instantly. Su Jiner raised her staff slightly. The fireball spell had been condensed but not yet released, and she was waiting for the most appropriate moment. I stood in the back row, looking calm, my eyes fixed on Wang Tung's health bar. If there is any danger, I am ready to treat him at any time. But now it seems that he can handle it. Everyone cooperated well, and the blood volume of the wolf dropped rapidly. Soon, one of them was already in a state of low blood volume. Now, a cold light flashed in Su Jiner's eyes, and she waved her staff. The fireball that had already condensed suddenly flew out. Boom! The fireball hit Song Long accurately. Flames rose up with a loud bang, and hot air waves swept around. The high damage of -66 instantly destroyed the last health bar of the Song Long. The wolf howled and disappeared in a streak of white light. Ding! Your teammate Su Jiner killed the wolf. Experience points increased by 10. The system prompt sounded in my ears. The other wolf had also been beaten to a low health level. I immediately reminded Wang Tung, prepare to finish off the enemy. Wang Tung did not hesitate. He suddenly swung the broadsword in his hand and slashed down with a roar. Crack! With a cracking sound, the wolf's body was split into two. Ding! Your teammate Wang Tung killed the wolf, and the experience value increased by 10. Seeing everyone working together to kill the wolf, with excitement all over their faces, I smiled and joked, "Not bad, this efficiency is enough to form a team to race." I praised her generously, my eyes falling on Su Jiner, especially you, Jiner. You used a very basic fireball spell and managed to achieve the effect of a finishing move. Your profession is too strong. She smiled even more, looking at me with curved eyes, and said in a light tone with a bit of seriousness, "How can I be as good as you? I'm more surprised that you can command so calmly in your first dungeon." After a pause, she suddenly had an idea and turned to look at everyone, then let him take charge of the next step. "What do you think?" Lu Yi was the first to nod, and said cheerfully, "I have no objection." Wang Wei also smiled and agreed. "I think so too." Wang Ting scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "Me too. My brother is very reliable." There was a little more recognition in their eyes. My calm response in the face of danger just now really made them look at me with new eyes. After all, they were all newcomers, and I was the only one who controlled the rhythm like an old player. I smiled softly, half teasing and half agreeing. Since everyone trusts me so much, I will reluctantly take on the title of commander. Then I changed my tone and said with a self-deprecating joke, "But we have a deal. If I fail to direct the car, don't say I'm kidding." "How could it be?" Several people said in unison, their tones sincere. Seeing this, I chuckled and raised the simple wooden staff in my hand. A soft green light was released from the tip of the staff and landed accurately on Wang Tung. After all, in the previous battle, he was the only meat shield who took several waves of damage. The next second, a huge green number slowly floated up from above Wang Tung's head. At 255. This amount of milk is too terrifying. Louis exclaimed subconsciously. Wang Wei was stunned for a second, and said incredulously, "The health points of the three of us combined are not that much." Sue Jenner couldn't help but look at me in surprise, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a strange light. You are really level 1? I was also stunned, and the system prompt sound suddenly rang in my ears. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. The skill repair technique has been copied successfully. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. You gain 2 more strength. I was shocked. Isn't the chance of this skill being triggered less than half? Why do I feel like the system is cheating today? But copied to repair skills? Did Wang Tung learn a skill to repair equipment? Repair, used outside of combat, can restore equipment's durability by 30 points. Consumption, 100 MP, no cooldown. There were a few question marks in my mind, but my face quickly returned to calm. Noticing everyone's shocked expressions, I coughed twice and pretended to be helpless. Ahem. This is the benefit of having more skill points. When a skill is upgraded, the effect will naturally become a little stronger. Everyone nodded as they realized something. Everyone knew that skill points were as rare as gold in the early stages, and they could only be dropped by killing elite monsters. It's just that I was too extravagant, and I actually spent too much on basic skills. But when they thought that my profession was so ordinary, I really needed to rely on skills to make up for it, so they were relieved. But Sue Jenner still looked at me calmly, and there seemed to be some inquiry in her beautiful eyes. But she didn't ask further. Instead, she restrained her expression and said softly, "Keep going." She took the first step, and I quickly followed. Under my command, the team continued to go deeper into the Songlong forest. The cooperation became more and more tacit, and the speed of advancement was astonishing. I encountered many wolves on the way, but they were all easily dealt with. In order to better trigger my talent, I deliberately mistaken a few times, causing Lu Yi and Wang Wei to suffer a little loss, and then treated them. But this time, I was unlucky and only copied 1 point of agility and 1 point of strength, with no trace of skills and talents at all. As for Sue Jenner, I naturally had some thoughts on her, but her profession was too strong, and even if I slipped and let the 3 wolves bypass Wang Tung and rush straight to her, they were all killed instantly by her waving her hand. Her fireball spell seemed to have no mana. She could throw it at will, almost locking down the entire map, and the explosion damage was comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. I even doubt that she can clear this secret realm by herself. With a smooth journey ahead, we soon arrived at the depths of the Songlong forest. Right in the depths of the forest, Sue Jenner swung out her last fireball, which streaked across the sky and hit the target with a bang. Accompanied by a muffled sound, dazzling golden light burst out from the 5 people almost at the same time. Bite! Your teammate Sue Jenner killed the wolf leader, and the experience value increased by 50. Bite! Congratulations on your upgrade. HP and MP increased by 50, and 15 free attribute points were obtained. Current level, LV3. Hearing the familiar system prompt tone, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In less than half an hour, it reached level 3. Sure enough, with an SS-level professional leading the team, the efficiency is different. Compared to my previous life when I had to follow an ordinary team and slowly kill monsters, is a world of difference. The golden light gradually faded, and everyone's faces showed excited smiles, but this joy had not yet fully blossomed. A low but oppressive wolf howl suddenly sounded, echoing in the dense forest like thunder. The sound waves rolled, as if rushing straight into the eardrums, making people's hearts tighten and their smiles freeze in an instant. My face changed slightly, and I whispered, "Be careful." Before he finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly descended from the air. Bang! The ground shook violently, dust flew, and a huge wolf fell to the ground. That body was a full circle larger than an ordinary wolf. Its dark fur was cold, and its blood-red eyes were full of murderous intent. Above its head, the words "boss" appeared clearly, making one's heart tremble. I narrowed my eyes and instantly activated my detection technique. Name, Grey Wolf King Boss. Rank, Black Iron. Level, LV5. HP, 800. MP, 200 Strength, 25. Agility, 30. Spirit, 15. Physique, 35. Skills, Bite, Pounce, Wolf Pack Charge, Deafening Howl. Talent, Swift Steps, Bloodthirsty Instinct. The information popped up in my mind one by one, and my expression froze slightly. This Wolf King was far superior to the previous leader in terms of strength, agility, and physique. Especially the ferocious aura that came towards him should not be underestimated. Boss, Wang Tung whispered, his tone revealing undisguised panic. Lu Yi and Wang Wei's faces turned pale. They clenched their weapons, and their fingers trembled slightly. Su Jiner's eyes narrowed as she stared at the giant wolf, her expression calm, but with a hint of excitement. As for me, I just stared at the boss silently with a calm expression, as if I was lost in some distant memories. Everyone be careful. I spoke in a low voice, quickly scanning the team, and reminded in a serious tone. This is the Black Iron level boss, Tsong Wolf King, level 5. The air suddenly became tense, and the relaxed atmosphere of killing the wolf leader was instantly replaced by a heavy pressure. I quickly arranged the tactics. Wang Tung, you'll be the main tank. Keeping the aggro is your top priority. Lu Yi and Wang Wei go all out. Prioritize attacking weak points and don't hold back on firepower. Finally, I looked at Su Jiner and said in a slightly slower tone, but without questioning, Jiner, focus on free output, but be sure to keep your distance. Safety comes first. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone's expressions suddenly became serious, and they immediately prepared for battle. Lu Yi and Wang Wei moved apart to find the best output point. Su Jiner approached me quietly. The relaxed smile on her face had long since faded, leaving only concentration and solemnity. The fiery red staff in her hand shone again, and fire elements gathered around her like a tide, and the air was slightly distorted by the high temperature. Roar! The sudden roar was like thunder, completely interrupting the tactics I had not yet finished talking about. The sound waves came overwhelmingly, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt and their hearts to tremble. Immediately afterwards, the earth shook violently. The Wolf King suddenly kicked his limbs and soared into the sky like an arrow. His huge body pounced forward with a terrifying aura, and his speed was so fast that people were caught off guard. Fuck! Wang Tung's pupils shrank sharply, and his reaction was obviously a step too late. He tried to raise a shield to block, but found that his body could not keep up with his mind, and he had no time to release his parrying skills. Bang! The dull impact sound was like a war drum hitting people's hearts, and the Wolf King crashed into Wang Tung like a giant chariot. Ah! Wang Tung groaned, his chest hurting like a volcano erupting, as if he was hit head-on by a sledgehammer. He flew out and fell heavily to the ground. -160. A bright red damage number appeared, and his HP instantly evaporated by more than half. If he had not just reached level 3, this collision would have killed him instantly. Almost at the same time, when Wang Tung was knocked away, Su Jiner's fireball technique had already been released, and the flames broke through the air and went straight to the Wolf King. But something unexpected happened. The Wolf King, who was running fast, suddenly twisted his body and avoided the fireball attack in a strange way. The fireball missed and hit the ground, bursting into a ball of flames. What? Su Jiner's eyes widened in disbelief. Her instant spell was dodged by this boss. Just as she was still in doubt, the Wolf King seemed to be completely enraged. He howled toward the sky with murderous intent in his eyes. After a low roar, it gathered its strength and activated its skill pounce. A black shadow cut through the air and instantly crossed several meters. The target was not Wang Tung, but Su Jiner. Su Jiner did not panic. The staff in her hand shone brightly, and the flame shield opened with a boom, protecting her tightly. The next moment, the sharp claws came. Bang! The flame shield shattered like glass, and Su Jiner's delicate body was directly thrown away and hit heavily on a tree trunk not far away. -90. Although the shield blocked most of the damage, it was still a heavy blow to the mage. My pupils suddenly contracted, and alarm bells rang in my heart. Before I could think too much, my body reacted on its own. Double casting activated. The green healing light bloomed on my staff, and 2 rays of light blasted out almost at the same time, accurately hitting Wang Tung and Su Jiner. At 275, Wang Tung felt a shock all over his body, and the pain was swept away. At 1375, Su Jiner was enveloped in a dazzling green light, and her injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ding! Afterglow shock triggered. The system prompt sounded suddenly, and a green shock wave exploded with Su Jiner as the center, sweeping in all directions. The air made a tearing sound, and the shock wave hit the Wolf King, freezing it in place. -688. The blood volume of the Grey Wolf King dropped instantly, and only a thin line remained. It howled miserably, and its huge body flew backwards, hitting the ground heavily, stirring up a large amount of dust. The system prompts sounded repeatedly. Ding. The healing hero is triggered. The SS-level talent, Heart of the God of Magic, has been copied successfully. Congratulations on getting a spirit value increase of 6. Ding. The healing hero is triggered. The A-level talent block is copied successfully. Congratulations on getting a strength value increase of 3. Heart of the God of Magic. Each point of mental power is equal to 200 points of magic power. Block. Block the attack at the perfect time and become immune to 100% damage. Several people were stunned on the spot. Their eyes opened wider than copper bells, and their faces were full of disbelief. Did they see it right? That green light just now, no matter how you look at it, it looks like my healing magic. But here comes the question. I'm a nurse, so it is fine if I can heal a lot, but when will the healing spell be able to deal damage? And this damage isn't a bit outrageous? It almost killed the boss in 1 second. The 4 of them were all stunned for a moment. Even Sue Jenner felt that her worldview was overturned and her cognition was shattered. I was also at a loss. However, I was not surprised by the terrifying healing amount or the exaggerated damage number. But the 2 talents I just copied. SS-level talent, Heart of the God of Magic. This is the ultimate talent that all mages dream of. Once awakened, the magic value will soar by more than 2,000 points. There is also an A-level talent, Block. It may be useless to ordinary novices, but in the eyes of a veteran like me who fought in the past life, it is a life-saving skill. Even though I was a support warlock in my previous life, I had already practiced the skill of blocking into my bones. Countless life and death trials had already made blocking an instinct for me. Now, with the blessing of talent, this time I completely took off. I was secretly excited when suddenly, oh whoa, an extremely angry wolf howl exploded in the secret realm, making our eardrums hurt and bringing us all back to reality. I suddenly came back to my senses. The Grey Wolf King was twitching violently, his muscles spasming, as if something was about to break out of his body. His body was expanding inch by inch, and his breath was becoming more and more violent. My face suddenly changed. Retreat, I shouted without hesitation, with urgency and solemnity in my voice. This Wolf King is about to mutate. I stared at the frenzied boss, my heart sinking. The word mutation hit everyone's heart heavily. This situation is extremely rare. It can only be triggered when the boss's health drops below 15%. This is the first time you play a secret realm, and this happens? Is this good luck or bad luck? I cursed in my heart, but I didn't have time to think about it. No one knows what the boss will become after the mutation, but one thing is certain. We will never be able to stop it. Once the mutation is complete, the end will only be a total annihilation. Everyone finally reacted. Their faces turned pale, and their blood seemed to freeze instantly. Even though they didn't understand what mutation was, looking at the Wolf King's swollen body and the sense of oppression it exuded, they knew it was a fatal signal. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Sue Jenner gritted her teeth and made a prompt decision. There was an imperceptible tremor in her cold voice. Even though she was extremely talented, she had no chance of winning against the mutant boss. She knew that if she continued to show off, she would be courting death. But just as she finished her words, a green light flew out from my hand and hit the Wolf King without any warning. Buzz! Immediately afterwards, a familiar scene reappeared. At 1375, a big green number popped up above the Wolf King's head, and its health bar instantly filled up. It was brought back by my healing. Everyone who was about to run away was instantly petrified. Their feet froze in midair as if they were under a spell, and they were as dumb as a chicken. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths were open as far as they could, and their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Are you crazy? The boss is about to mutate, and you actually gave it blood? Are you dissatisfied that we are not dying fast enough? Everyone was almost devastated, and they all complained crazily. Are you here to kill monsters, or to save monsters? Sue Jenner was also stunned and confused, with doubts and puzzlement written all over her beautiful eyes. She really couldn't figure out, why did I do this? However, the Wolf King's ever-expanding body actually slowly calmed down, and the terrifying aura also dissipated. Ding! Alienation effect triggered. Healing alienation when a healing spell critically strikes. All buffs on the target will be cleared. The system prompt sounded at the right time, revealing the answer. It turns out that mutation is also a buff. I was stunned. The decision I made just now was a desperate one, hoping that if it succeeded, it would save my life. But it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. In fact, the reason why I dared to take action was because I had heard of a theory in my previous life. If you fill up the monster's health before it completely mutates, there is a small chance that the mutation can be stopped. Since I was ready to run away, I might as well take a gamble. Now it seems that I won the gamble. Seeing the Grey Wolf King calm down, the few people looked at each other in a daze. Just now they thought they were dead, but now it seems like they have found a life. Everything is so unreal that it seems like a dream. What's going on? Wang Tung was the first to break the silence, his voice still trembling. The mutation has really stopped. Lu Yi widened her eyes and murmured to herself. It seems, right? Wang Wei was still confused, her mouth slightly open, and it was obvious that her brain was at a standstill. At this moment, ding, afterglow shock triggered. A green light wave burst out with the Wolf King as the center, and then a striking snow-white number appeared above its head. -688. True damage, coming again. When everyone saw this, their eyes almost popped out. This is too outrageous, right? Did you get in through a bug? Ding. The healing hero is triggered. The B-level talent Furious Strike has been successfully copied. Furious Strike. The next skill will definitely be a critical hit. Consumption, 100 MP. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. I heard the system prompt sound ringing in my ears, but I didn't react for a moment, and I just stood there in a daze. It is not surprising that the copying is successful. After all, a critical hit can increase the probability of copying, which I can understand. But the problem is, this Grey Wolf King doesn't seem to have the talent of Raging Blow. Where did this come from? Could it be that I copied its ability after it mutated? I opened my eyes wide, and my heart was filled with shock. So I could use my talent like this. I could even copy the mutated skills. At this moment, I seemed to see a door to a new world slowly opening. What on earth happened? Su Jiner's voice was full of doubt, pulling me back from my shock. She looked confused and obviously didn't understand the current situation. The few people who had been waiting for death and despair were also stunned. They were like wooden chickens and seemed to have forgotten to breathe. I grinned and slowly explained, my awakened talent is a bit special. All my support and healing skills can trigger critical hits. And my healing skill is different from ordinary ones. As long as it hits a critical hit, it can not only heal, but also remove all buffs on the enemy. Its so-called mutation ability is also a buff. So I killed it. Chapter 10. Does repairing equipment count as healing? Listening to Chun Feng's explanation, Wang Tung, Lu Yi, and Wang Wei felt their heads buzzing, and they completely lost the ability to think. Can treatment crit? Can also clear all buffs? This was completely beyond their understanding of the profession of healer. Even those top SSS-level healing professions probably can't do this, right? Su Jiner stood quietly by the side, not showing excessive surprise like the others. She just looked at Chun Feng deeply with her clear eyes. It seemed as if she wanted to see through all the secrets in him. Then, what about the true damage? Su Jiner's voice broke the brief silence. She pointed to the shocking wound on the Wolf King's body and continued to ask. Healing warlocks shouldn't have any attack skills before level 5, right? Moreover, the damage is too high, almost as high as 3 or 4 fireballs from me. Chun Feng felt a little uncomfortable when Su Jiner looked at him. He touched his nose, his eyes flickering, trying to avoid the question. Well, he hesitated, not knowing how to explain. Seeing Chun Feng's appearance, Su Jiner became more certain of her guess. There must be some secret hidden in Chun Feng. Moreover, this secret is likely related to his unique talent. Well, this is also an ability that comes with my talent. Chun Feng finally chose to confess. He took a deep breath and said slowly, my talent allows my healing spell to deal true damage to the enemy equal to half of the healing amount when it critically strikes. True damage. Wang Tung exclaimed, his eyes almost popping out of his head. That's damage that ignores defense. Chun Feng, your talent is too incredible. Lu Yi and Wang Wei also looked envious and jealous. Why haven't they awakened such a powerful talent? Is this really a B-level talent? Lu Yi's voice trembled a little. She really couldn't believe that a B-level talent could have such a terrifying effect. It's even more abnormal than SSS-level talent. Wang Wei murmured to herself, her eyes filled with shock. The corners of Su Jiner's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. She knew that Chen Feng was definitely not an ordinary healer. There must be more surprises in him waiting for her to discover. If Chen Feng knew what Su Jiner was thinking at this moment, he would definitely feel helpless. Because in his previous life, he really just changed his job and became an extremely ordinary healer, just as several people were discussing and admiring Chen Feng's talent. Ouch! A sharp wolf howl broke the brief noise. Everyone's heart tightened as they saw the Wolf King rise into the air again, like a silver lightning, carrying a fierce, murderous aura and rushing straight towards Chen Feng. Those scarlet animal eyes were filled with anger and madness, as if they wanted to tear Chen Feng into pieces. Careful! Su Jiner screamed and subconsciously wanted to stand in front of Chen Feng. But Chen Feng reacted faster. He pulled Su Jiner behind him. Almost at the same time, the sharp claws of the Grey Wolf King were already in front of him. The sharp wolf claws, accompanied by strong wind, were about to tear Chen Feng's chest apart. At the critical moment, Chen Feng's staff was incredibly horizontal in front of him, accurately blocking the Wolf King's fatal blow. The harsh sound of metal colliding echoed in the empty forest. Ding! Perfect block triggered. Chen Feng only felt a huge force coming, and his arm felt slightly numb. He snorted lightly. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said in a low voice, "Focus your fire. Kill it instantly." Su Jiner reacted very quickly. Almost at the moment when Chen Feng finished speaking, a blazing fireball whizzed out from the top of her staff. With the momentum to burn everything, he hit the Wolf King accurately. Boom! The fireball exploded and flames splashed everywhere. -300. Critical hit. A huge damage number floated above the head of the Wolf King. The Wolf King, who was already low on health, had his health instantly emptied. Ouch! It let out an unwilling wail, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Completely lost the breath of life. Ding! Your teammate Su Jiner killed the Wolf King boss. Experience points increased by 100. The system prompt sounded in Chen Feng's ears. Chen Feng let out a long breath, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. He turned to look at Su Jiner with a hint of admiration in his eyes. This girl not only has amazing talent, but also has a terrifyingly strong fighting awareness. The cooperation at that moment, just now, was absolutely perfect. If Su Jiner hadn't come to the rescue in time, it would have been more difficult for me. Su Jiner's cheeks flushed slightly. Being looked at by Chen Feng like this, she looked away feeling a little uncomfortable. But in her heart, there was an indescribable joy. It feels so good to fight side by side. Wang Teng, Lu Yi, and Wang Wei only came back to their senses from their shock at this moment. They looked at the body of the Songlong King lying on the ground, then looked at Chen Feng and Su Jiner, their eyes full of disbelief. Is this the end? Wang Teng's voice was trembling a little, and he felt like he was dreaming. Lu Yi and Wang Wei also nodded vigorously to show their agreement. Everything that happened just now happened so fast and so suddenly that their brains could not react. From Chen Feng's healing critical hit that cleared the Wolf King's mutation, to the Wolf King's furious attack, to Chen Feng's blocking and Su Jiner's finishing blow, everything happened in a flash. The battle was over before they even had a chance to make a move. This is too incredible. The way several people looked at Chen Feng had completely changed. If before, they only regarded Chen Feng as an ordinary healer, then now, in their eyes, Chen Feng has become an unfathomable monster. A super monster that can fight, resist, and heal. Ding! Congratulations on your level up. HP and MP increased by 50, and you gain 15 free attribute points. Your current level is LV4. Another burst of golden light flashed, and everyone present was promoted to level 4. The feeling of surviving a disaster made everyone breathe a sigh of relief, and their tense nerves could finally relax a little. Call! Wang Teng sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Lu Yi and Wang Wei also looked frightened and pale, and it was obvious that they had not fully recovered from the danger just now. Only Su Jiner still maintained her coldness, but the slightly raised corners of her mouth betrayed her mood at the moment. Chen Feng looked down at the staff in his hand. The durability is only a pitiful 1 point left. The perfect block just now blocked the fatal blow of the Wolf King, but also almost exhausted all the durability of the staff. If it happens again, this staff will probably be completely scrapped. Although it's just a blank weapon, I really don't have money right now. Just then, Chen Feng suddenly remembered something, and his eyes lit up. By the way, didn't I just copy a repair spell? I can give it a try now. He remembered that when he was treating Wang Tong before, he triggered the talent effect of Healing Brave and copied one of his skills. Thinking of this, Chen Feng immediately concentrated his mind and communicated the magic power in his body. His mind moved, and a warm energy flowed out from his fingertips, slowly wrapping the dead with healing staff in his hand. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. The healing effect of the equipment is increased by 5% and has been permanently copied. The system prompt sounded in Chen Feng's mind. What is that? Chen Feng was stunned. Can this also trigger the healing hero? Could it be that repairing equipment is also considered a healing behavior? He was a little confused. No, what is this copying? Equipment special effects? Chen Feng was even more confused. He was a human. Could the special effects of equipment also be given to humans? He had never expected that the repair technique could actually trigger the talent of the Healing Brave and also copy an inexplicable equipment special effect. Just when Chen Feng was confused, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. Do you want to consume 5 healing points to upgrade your equipment? Healing points? Upgraded equipment? Chen Feng's heart moved. This sounds like it can make the equipment stronger. Without any hesitation, Chen Feng immediately chose to agree. Yes. Ding. The healing hero is triggered. The Deadwood healing staff, blank, has been upgraded. Congratulations on obtaining the Living Wood healing staff, Black Iron. Chapter 11. Post-war rest and freeloading. Just as Chen Feng was looking at the staff in his hand that had been sublimated into black iron quality and secretly pondering the more possibilities of the talent Healing Brave, Su Jiner had already walked to his side. Her cold gaze fell on Chen Feng, with a hint of barely perceptible concern. What's wrong? The voice was still cold, but with a hint of warmth than usual. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously put the staff into his backpack. This action was accompanied by a hint of barely perceptible panic. He turned around and looked at Su Jiner with a nonchalant smile on his face. Nothing, I just blocked the boss's attack, and the durability of my staff seems to be gone. Chen Feng said lightly. Su Jiner's delicate brows relaxed slightly. I thought something was wrong. Her tone lightened a little, as if she was relieved. It's just a blank staff. When we get out of the secret realm, I'll give you a better one. Su Jiner's tone was very natural, as if she was just saying something that was a matter of course. Chen Feng was stunned. No need. He subconsciously wanted to refuse. After all, no reward without merit. Dust wind. However, before Chen Feng could finish his words, Su Jiner interrupted him. Her cold eyes looked at Chen Feng steadily. Have you forgotten what you promised me before? Su Jiner's voice was very soft, but it carried an inexplicable pressure. If I want to give you something, you are not allowed to refuse. She paused slightly, as if giving Chen Feng time to think. Besides, you made the greatest contribution in this instance. Su Jiner's tone turned serious. Just the healing spell you just used would cost only 300 gold coins if it were put on the mercenary market. Chen Feng looked at Su Jiner's serious expression and finally swallowed back his words of rejection. He knew that Su Jiner was not being polite. She really believed that she deserved this reward. Moreover, as Su Jiner said, he really needed a new staff now. Although my talent can improve the quality of my equipment, the quality of my blank weapons is too poor. Even if it is upgraded to black iron level, it is only barely usable. What's more, I am short of money now, so it is impossible for me to buy equipment. Thinking of this, Chen Feng showed a helpless smile on his face. Then thank you in advance, Miss Jiner. He accepted Su Jiner's kindness. Seeing that Chen Feng agreed, Su Jiner's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. You're welcome. You deserve it, Su Jiner said softly, with a barely perceptible hint of joy in her voice. Chen Feng looked at Su Jiner's smile, and his heart moved slightly. In my previous life, there were many misunderstandings and estrangements between me and Su Jiner. It was not until the end that he realized what he had missed. That is an irreparable regret. He doesn't want to make the same mistakes again if he lives his life over again. He should cherish the people around him. Let's go. Let's leave here first, Chun Feng said softly, breaking the slightly quiet atmosphere. He took the first step. Su Jiner responded. Her voice was very soft, but with a hint of excitement. She turned around and motioned Wang Tung and others to follow her. Then, she quickly caught up with Chun Feng's pace. Leave. Su Jiner's cold voice came, interrupting their thoughts. Wang Tung, Lu Yi, and Wang Wei only recovered from their shock at this moment. He quickly stood up and followed. The joy of surviving the disaster and the excitement of upgrading diluted the previous tension and fatigue. The atmosphere in the team became relaxed again. Chun Feng and Su Jiner walked side by side, chatting idly. Wang Tung and others followed behind them, interjecting a few words from time to time. Soon, they arrived at the portal that appeared after the boss fell to the ground. It was a vortex emitting a faint white light, rotating slowly, as if connecting to another world. Chun Feng took the lead and stepped into the portal. There was a flash of light before my eyes. The surrounding scene changed instantly and returned to the magnificent dungeon hall. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully passed the ordinary secret realm, Songlong Forest. Time, 57 minutes. Rating S. Ding! Congratulations on getting the wolf treasure box multiplied by 1 and experience points increased by 150. The system's prompt sounded in their ears, announcing that they had successfully passed the secret realm of the wolf forest. I don't know if it's because Su Jiner is not familiar with the other people, but when the team was formed this time, the drops were set to be distributed by the captain. This is also the reason why I didn't see any drop prompts along the way. As soon as they left the secret realm portal and returned to the magnificent hall, Su Jiner began to distribute the spoils. Although Chun Feng refused in his heart, after all, Su Jiner had already said that she would give him a staff. If he asked for the spoils of war, it would seem a bit greedy. However, he could not resist Su Jiner's insistence and finally accepted the dozen gold coins. The spoils have been divided. Now let's go. Su Jiner turned around, and her cold eyes swept over Wang Tung and the others behind her. With a barely perceptible smile on her lips, she asked softly, "Are you interested in joining me in challenging the Hell-level novice secret realm?" Her voice was still cold, but with a hint of expectation. Wang Tung, Lu Yi, and Wang Wei froze in place instantly. Their eyes widened, their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets, and disbelief was written all over their faces. Hell level. Wang Tung's voice had changed its pitch with an obvious tremor. They were almost wiped out in just the ordinary level of the wolf forest. If Chun Feng hadn't turned the tide in the end and performed his miraculous healing skills, they would probably be dead now. Now Su Jiner actually proposed to challenge the Hell-level secret realm? This is not a joke, it's a joke with life. Sister Jiner, are you serious? Lu Yi couldn't help but ask, her voice as thin as a mosquito, with a hint of worry and fear that was difficult to conceal. Wang Wei also hurriedly agreed, obviously disagreeing with this proposal. Sister Jiner, let's just forget it. Hell level. With our strength, Goither's really no different from committing suicide. They don't want to experience again the horrific feeling of struggling frantically on the brink of death and being torn to pieces by the wolf's claws at any time. The feeling of being on the verge of death is enough to make people remember it once and never forget it. Su Jiner looked at the horrified expressions on their faces, and a hint of disappointment flashed across her eyes. She also understood that with her combat power and equipment, she might be able to give it a try. But with Wang Tung and the others' current strength, it would be a bit difficult for them to challenge the Hell-level secret realm. It seems that I have no choice but to give up in the end. Su Jiner sighed slightly in her heart, and a trace of loneliness flashed across her delicate face. Just as she was about to say something to dispel this idea, a calm and indifferent voice suddenly sounded. I'm Phoenix. Chapter 12, Hell-level secret realm. New skill Wolf Light Shield. I'm Phoenix. Chun Feng had a faint smile on his face, and he looked at Su Jiner calmly and said softly, "If they're scared, then we can just go alone." Chun Feng added another sentence, with a barely perceptible teasing in his tone, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, forming a confident arc. Who is scared? When Wang Tung heard this, he immediately became like a cat whose tail was stepped on and his fur stood up. He stiffened his neck, blushed, and said with all his might, I just think there's no need to take that risk. Yes, we have just changed our job, and our level is only level 4, so it is better to be safe. Louis also hurriedly tried to make amends, fearing that she would be mistaken for being timid. There will be plenty of opportunities to challenge the hell-level dungeon in the future, so there is no need to rush. Wang Wei also hurriedly expressed her attitude. The three of them seemed to have found a common excuse, and their tone became firm. Chun Feng looked at their slightly funny appearance. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He shook his head gently and said nothing more. He knew that they just needed a way out. Su Jiner also understood this. She turned her cold eyes to Chun Feng again, with a hint of inquiry in her eyes, as if asking for his opinion. Then, the two of us shall go. Okay. Chun Feng chuckled, his tone relaxed and casual. I'm free anyway, so there's nothing wrong with going to see the Hell-level secret realm. He said it lightly, as if the Hell-level secret realm was just an ordinary outing spot. Even if it is a Hell-level novice secret realm, it is just a novice secret realm. With the strength of our professions, there will definitely be no problem. Su Jiner looked at the confident expression on Chun Feng's face, and an inexplicable joy surged in her heart, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Good. Su Jiner nodded heavily, with a hint of joy in her cold voice. Then let's go now. She turned around and looked at Wang Tung and the others. Her tone returned to calm, and there was an unquestionable firmness in her eyes. You guys go back first. Chun Feng and I are going to challenge the Hell-level novice secret realm. Sister Su. Wang Tung wanted to say something else to dissuade Su Jiner, but was interrupted by Su Jiner. No need to say more. With your current strength, you will only be a drag if you go. Su Jiner's tone was very direct, without the slightest bit of politeness, as if she was stating a fact. Wang Tung opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but facing Su Jiner's cold eyes, he finally swallowed his words back. He knew that Su Jiner was telling the truth, which was cruel but true. Then, Sister Jiner, be careful. Lu Yi said softly, with a hint of worry in her eyes and her tone full of complicated emotions. Well, don't worry. Su Jiner nodded, signaling them not to worry. After watching them leave the dungeon hall, she turned to look at Chun Feng, her tone filled with a hint of impatience. Shall we go now? Chun Feng heard this. A hint of knowing whether to laugh or cry flashed in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. At least let me rest for a while. I just came out of the dungeon, and I haven't opened the Songlong treasure chest yet. Besides, Miss Su, have you forgotten that my main weapon has been gloriously sacrificed in the battle and completely shattered into slag? That's right. When Su Jiner heard this, she realized that she seemed a little anxious. A faint blush appeared on her pretty face, and she stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly. Then you take a rest first. I'll have someone bring the staff over. Having said that, Su Jiner stood up and walked to the side, making a communication request. Chun Feng looked at Su Jiner's slightly flustered back. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and a smile flashed in his eyes. It seems that the eldest daughter of the Su family is not as cold and aloof as she appears. Chun Feng chuckled, sat down on the sofa not far away, and took out the Songlong treasure chest given as a gift for the novice who passed the secret realm. The surface of the metal box was carved with a rough wolf head, emitting a cold luster in the dim room. Chun Feng stroked the cold lines of the box with his fingers and silently said to open it in his heart. Ding! You opened the Songlong treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the skill book, Songlong Light Shield, Black Iron. A soft light burst out from the gap in the treasure chest, dispelling the shadows in the room. An ancient scroll lay quietly in the treasure chest. The scroll is a deep ink blue, with a wolf head pattern delicately outlined with silver lines on the edge, which is mysterious and powerful. Chun Feng picked up the scroll. A faint magical wave came from his fingertips. He unfolded the scroll, and the information about the skills came into view. Songlong Light Shield, Black Iron level skill. After using on a target, it can add a shield with 150% of the target's spiritual value. Lasts for 60 seconds. Consumption, 100 MP/CD, 10 minutes. Black Iron level shield skill. Chun Feng muttered in a low voice, his eyes quickly scanning the description of the skill. The effect of this skill is average, and it is a good defensive measure for him at this stage, especially the shield bonus of 150% of spirit value. Considering his current spirit attribute of 110 points, it can provide 165 points of shield value and last for 1 minute, which may be useful at the critical moment. Not bad, better than nothing. Chen Feng muttered to himself, and with a thought, the scroll turned into a stream of light and poured into Chen's body. Ding! Congratulations on writing the skill, Songlong Light Shield. Seeing that Su Jiner had not come back yet, he closed his eyes and checked his current condition. Character, Chen Feng. Occupation, healer. Level, LV4. HP, 290/290. MP 25150/25150. Strength, 17. Agility, 14. Spirit, 125. Constitution, 14. Special effect. Healing effect increased by 5%. Skills, detection, healing, repair, wolf light shield. Talents, healing brave, heart of the god of magic, SS, block, A, furious blow, B. Skill points, 200. Not bad, but I need to think about where to put my 200 skill points. At this time, Su Jiner hung up the phone, turned around, and saw Chen Feng leaning on the soft sofa with his eyes closed. The sunlight filtered through the huge, floor-to-ceiling windows and shone onto his body, giving him a faint golden glow and making his already handsome profile even more three-dimensional. She walked lightly to Chen Feng and looked at him quietly. A few strands of hair fell in front of his forehead, trembling slightly with his breathing, adding a bit of laziness and casualness to him. Cough! As if he had noticed Su Jiner's gaze, Chen Feng coughed lightly and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Chen Feng open his eyes, Su Jiner smiled slightly. What did the treasure chest reveal? Chapter 13, Star Staff, Silver to Gold. Chen Feng said truthfully, not bad. I got a black iron-level shield skill, the Songlong Light Shield. Songlong Light Shield? Su Jiner's eyes lit up when she heard this, and a beautiful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then our next trip to the Hell-level secret realm will surely be safer. Her voice was clear and pleasant, with a hint of barely perceptible joy. Chen Feng shrugged without comment. After all, who would dislike a support who can both fight and resist? At this moment, Su Jiner suddenly took out a magic wand from her backpack and handed it to Chen Feng. The staff was a deep dark blue in color, with intricate magical patterns carved on it, and a star-shining gem inlaid on the top, emitting faint magical fluctuations. This is for you. Su Jiner's tone carried a hint of unwillingness to refuse. From now on, this is your staff. You are not allowed to refuse. My! Chen Feng was a little surprised. He subconsciously took the staff. It was cold to the touch and felt great. Before he could refuse, Su Jiner added, Take it. This is what you promised me. You will definitely accept what I give you. Besides, this staff should be of great help to you. Looking at Su Jiner's unquestionable look, Chen Feng had no choice but to give up. I swallowed back the words of rejection in my heart. Okay, then thank you, Miss Su. Chen Feng shrugged helplessly. He thought about it. The detection spell was activated, and the information about the staff instantly appeared before his eyes. The next moment, Chen Feng was stunned, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Star Staff. Rank, Silver. Level, LV4. Spirit, +20. Durability, 200/200. Skill, Star Power. Active consumes 50 MP. Condenses the power of the stars. Causes 150% of the target's spiritual value and magic damage, and has a 10% chance of stunning the target for 2 seconds. CD, 30 seconds. Equipment effect, Magic Power Amplification. The magic power consumption of all skills is reduced by 10%. It turned out to be a silver-level equipment. For newcomers who are still using blank equipment, this is simply a dream piece of top-grade equipment. You know, the quality of equipment varies greatly. A piece of silver equipment is enough to increase a player's strength several times. Chen Feng took a deep breath. His eyes, when he looked at Su Jiner, were filled with complicated emotions. How about it? Are you satisfied? Su Jiner looked at Chen Feng's shocked expression, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a smug smile. There's also a hint of playfulness on a cold face. It seemed as if giving away this valuable equipment was a trivial matter for her. Satisfied, of course I am satisfied. Chen Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. Miss Su's move is indeed extraordinary. He exclaimed with sincere admiration. This is no longer extraordinary. It's simply inhumane. After all, low-level, high-quality equipment is more expensive than high-level ones. That's good. Su Jiner snorted lightly and seemed very satisfied with Chun Feng's reaction. The smile on her delicate face became even wider. However, this equipment is too valuable. I can't take it for free. Chun Feng frowned and said seriously. Although he needed this equipment, he didn't want to accept Su Jiner's kindness for no reason. After all, he is not someone who likes to owe favors to others. Especially, it's Su Jiner's favor, who said I'll give it to you for free. Su Jiner rolled her eyes at Chun Feng and said unhappily, just consider it as your reward for protecting me next time. How about that? Protect you? Chun Feng was stunned for a moment and looked at Su Jiner with some confusion. With Su Jiner's strength and background, does she need my protection? What's the matter? That's right. Su Jiner nodded and said as a matter of course. The secret realm of hell is not a good place. It is full of dangers. I need a reliable partner to protect me, and you are my best choice. There was a hint of trust and dependence in Su Jiner's tone. After hearing Su Jiner's words, Chun Feng also fell silent. He knew that Su Jiner was giving him a reason to accept this equipment. She didn't want to feel like she owed her anything, so she said that on purpose. Don't worry, Miss Su. Chun Feng raised a confident smile. I'm here, and I will never let you get hurt. Hearing this, Su Jiner smiled slightly and nodded. I trust you. Chun Feng smiled slightly, picked up the star staff. Since Su Jiner trusts him so much, he must not let her down. I'm flattered that Miss Su trusts me so much. Chun Feng chuckled, his tone hinting with joking. Su Jiner raised her delicate chin slightly when she heard this, with a hint of pride in her expression. Of course, my vision is not wrong. After she finished speaking, she stretched, revealing her graceful figure, her movements natural and casual. She sat down next to Chun Feng without any hesitation, and a faint fragrance from the girl drifted into Chun Feng's nose. Then he said lazily, Okay, let's take a break first, and then we'll go try the hell-level secret realm. Yeah. Chun Feng subconsciously distanced himself from Su Jiner, not caring about her reaction. He once again set his eyes on the star staff. The fingertips gently stroked the cold patterns on the surface of the staff, and a strange touch came from the fingertips. At this moment, a system prompt sound that only he could hear suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Do you want to use 100 healing points to upgrade this equipment? Chun Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Sublimation? It takes 100 healing points to upgrade from silver to gold? That would require using the healing spell 100 times. I only have 20 healing points at most now, what a joke. Chun Feng decisively chose to refuse. Can't afford it, can't afford it. Let's talk about it later. He shook his head, put aside the idea of upgrading the equipment, and turned his attention to repair techniques. He thought about it, and tried to use the repair technique. However, the skill did not respond at all, as if it had fallen into oblivion. System prompt. Durability value is full, no need to repair. As expected, the repair skill cannot be used when the durability is full. Chun Feng sighed helplessly. It seemed that he couldn't directly copy the effect of the equipment for the time being. He put away the star staff and looked at his skill points. 200 skill points lay quietly in the skill bar, as if silently tempting him. These 200 skill points must be put to good use. You can't really wait until the later skills are available before making plans, right? After thinking it over again and again, Chun Feng gritted his teeth and decided that since his healing technique had an alienating effect, he might as well add all of it to the healing technique in one go. This way you can have a greater advantage in the early stages. Without saying anything, Chun Feng's mind moved, and he silently said in his heart, Deep Blue, add some more. Chapter 14 Level 5 Healing Technique. As Chun Feng's mind moved, 200 skill points disappeared instantly. A warm current surged into the body and quickly gathered in the mind. He felt that his understanding of healing techniques had instantly risen to a whole new level. Countless insights emerged in my mind. It was like an epiphany. His understanding of healing techniques instantly reached a whole new level. The information on the skill panel changes accordingly. Healing, LV5. After use, the target's health will be restored immediately, 300% of the spirit value, plus 500 fixed points. Alienation effect. 1. When your healing spell hits a critical hit, all buffs on the target will be cleared. 2. If the health of the target being treated is lower than your treatment amount, the excess treatment amount will be converted into magic damage, causing magic damage equal to the excess value to all enemies within the range. CD, 5 seconds. Cost, 150 MP. Chinfeng looked at the skill description in front of him, and his breathing paused slightly. Level 5 Healing Technique. The effect is so terrifying. Base healing amount greatly increased. The spirit value bonus also increased from 200% to 300%. The fixed value has directly increased tenfold. It soared from 50 points to 500 points. This is just a superficial improvement. The enhancement of the alienation effect was what truly shocked Chinfeng. Originally, it was just the alienation effect of clearing the buff, but now a new effect has been added. Excess healing converted to magic damage. Moreover, it is area magic damage. This is simply transforming a purely healing skill into a super skill that is both offensive and defensive. Cooldown time cut in half. The consumption has increased several times. However, for Chinfeng now, this consumption can be completely ignored. After all, he now has a terrifying mana of 25,000 points. Just sprinkle some water on this little bit of consumption. Chinfeng's mouth corners slightly raised, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. This is the top healing profession. Can breastfeed and fight. Who says that support can only play from behind? He will prove it with actions. The healing warlock can also become the most dazzling presence on the battlefield, or even the strongest presence. Su Jiner, who was standing next to him, looked at the unpredictable expression on Chinfeng's face and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you thinking about? Why are you so absorbed in it?" Chinfeng came back to his senses after hearing this. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled confidently. "Nothing. I just think that this hell-level secret realm should be very interesting." Su Jiner's beautiful eyes moved, and she looked at Chinfeng deeply, as if she wanted to see through his inner thoughts. "That's good," Su Jiner said softly, with a faint smile on her lips. "It's almost time. We should set off." Chinfeng nodded and stood up as well. The two walked side by side towards the portal to the secret realm. The dungeon hall of Inaba's secret realm was still bustling with people. Various shouts and conversations mixed together, making it very noisy. Soon, the two arrived at the secret realm portal again. The portal to the secret realm emitted a faint light, as if waiting for their arrival. Su Jiner turned to look at Chinfeng, with a questioning look in her eyes. "We are about to set off. Are you ready?" Chinfeng smiled slightly and nodded. "We can start any time." Just as the two were about to step into the secret realm's portal, a sharp voice suddenly sounded beside them, filled with undisguised sarcasm and disdain. "Hey, isn't this our great genius, Chun? Why, you just changed your job and you're ready to die." The voice was sarcastic and full of provocation. Chinfeng and Su Jiner frowned at the same time when they heard the voice and turned to look in the direction of the sound. They saw a young man wearing a slightly exaggerated wizard robe and holding a staff inlaid with cheap gems, looking at them with a mocking expression. His face was sickly pale, his eyes were sinister, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, outlining a malicious arc. Chinfeng and Su Jiner both knew this person. Third on Yangqing talent list, Li Wei. At the same time, he is also a person who has always disliked Chinfeng. Especially after learning that Su Jiner and Chinfeng had a good relationship, Li Wei became even more jealous and hostile towards Chinfeng. He has always claimed to be the best of the younger generation in Yangqing and believes that only he is worthy of Su Jiner. Somehow he got to know the news that Chinfeng and Su Jiner were preparing to challenge the hell-level secret realm. Naturally, he would not miss this great opportunity to mock. "I'll try every possible means to disgust Chinfeng." Li Wei walked in front of Chinfeng and Su Jiner with a slightly frivolous pace. He glanced at Chinfeng with contempt, and his tone became more sarcastic. "Chinfeng, you really don't know how to live or die. You are a B-level assistant, but you dare to dream of challenging the hell-level secret realm? You are really not afraid of death. Or do you want to drag Miss Su down with you to death?" Li Wei spoke very loudly, deliberately letting everyone around him hear it. Many players around heard his words and turned their eyes over here with looks of anticipation on their faces. In their opinion, although Chinfeng was once number one on the talent list, after his job change, no matter how talented he was, he only became a mediocre B-level auxiliary, while Li Wei was an A-level genius mage who was ranked third on the talent list. The gap between the two is as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. It seemed natural for Li Wei to mock Chinfeng. Chen Feng looked at Li Wei's malicious face without any fluctuation in his heart. Having lived 2 lives, he has long since become indifferent to these boring provocations and ridicules. In his previous life, he had experienced ridicule and suppression countless times worse than this, and had long since developed a heart of steel. In his eyes, this level of provocation from Li Wei was like a clown's behavior. He didn't even have the interest to pay attention to Li Wei and simply ignored his existence. He turned to look at Su Jiner and asked softly, "Shall we go?" Chen Feng's attitude was completely beyond Li Wei's expectations. He originally thought that Chen Feng would be angry, would refute, or even get angry out of shame. But he never expected that Chen Feng would be so calm and even ignored him directly. This kind of disregard made him more uncomfortable and angry than any ridicule. Li Wei's face turned pale in an instant, and he stared at Chen Feng viciously, his tone becoming even more vicious. "Why? Are you scared because of what I said? Chen Feng, you are such a loser. You don't even dare to say a word. You are such a coward." Li Wei's mocking voice became even more unscrupulous. The players around also joined in the fun and laughed. "Ha! It seems Chen Feng is really scared and doesn't even dare to fart. A B-level support is a B-level support. He is indeed a hopeless person. He even wants to challenge the Hell-level secret realm. It's really ridiculous. Miss Su is so pitiful. How could she team up with such a loser? I'm afraid she will be in great danger in this Hell-level secret realm." Various mocking sounds were heard everywhere. When Su Jiner heard these mocking voices, her expression instantly turned extremely cold, and her delicate face was covered with frost. Her beautiful eyes flashed with coldness as she glared at Li Wei, her voice suddenly rising. "Li Wei, that's enough." Chapter 15, Gambling? The noisy laughter around stopped abruptly as if the pause button was pressed. Everyone was shocked by Su Jiner's sudden anger. They had never seen Su Jiner so angry. In my impression, the eldest daughter of the Su family always looks cold and indifferent, as if nothing in the world can stir up any waves in her heart. At this moment, her delicate face was slightly distorted by anger, and her beautiful eyes were burning with rage that seemed tangible. Li Wei was also shocked by Su Jiner's reaction. The smug smile on his face froze instantly, replaced by a hint of panic and surprise. He never expected that Su Jiner would reprimand him so harshly for Chen Feng. You know, he has always regarded Su Jiner as his goddess and dreamed of winning her favor. In his opinion, he was the one who was most worthy of Su Jiner, and no matter how talented Chen Feng was, he was still directly transferred to a useless belevel auxiliary, not worth mentioning at all. But now, the goddess glared at him for this piece of trash, which made the jealousy and anger in his heart erupt like a volcano. "Su Jiner, is it worth it for you to do this for such a loser?" Li Wei's voice was a little harsh, but it still couldn't hide the resentment in it. He is just a B-level auxiliary. If he goes to the Hell-level secret realm, he will only drag you down. You actually yelled at me for this kind of trash? Who the hell is he? A B-rank support, not even worthy of carrying your shoes. Li Wei's chest heaved violently. His fingers trembled as he pointed at Chen Feng, the jealousy in his eyes almost overflowing. The surrounding players were in an uproar again. No one expected that Su Jiner would be so disrespectful to Li Wei for Chen Feng. You have to know that Li Wei is the 3rd most talented wizard on Yangqing's talent list, and he has been pursuing Su Jiner for a long time. Although Chen Feng was once number 1 on the talent list, he is now just a B-level healing waste and cannot be compared with Li Wei at all. "Li Wei, I'll say it again, that's enough." Su Jiner's voice became even colder. Her delicate face was covered with frost, and anger rose in her beautiful eyes. Su Jiner was really angry. "Su Jiner, you..." Li Wei was shocked by Su Jiner's aura. He was speechless for a moment, and his face turned red like pig liver. He wanted to refute and curse, but under Su Jiner's cold gaze, it was as if his throat was strangled and he couldn't utter a word. He couldn't afford to offend Su Jiner because of her strength and background. He bullies the weak and fears the strong, and is arrogant and domineering, but only to those who are not as good as him. When he really faced someone like Su Jiner, he instantly became timid. Li Wei looked fierce on the outside, but was actually weak on the inside. His eyes flickered, and he didn't dare to look at Su Jiner again. He could only transfer all his anger to Chen Feng again. Trash is trash. He can only hide behind a woman. Li Wei roared at Chen Feng, trying to save some face. Chen Feng, are you still a man? What's the point of just hiding behind a woman? Li Wei's voice was full of provocation and disdain. He was sure that Chen Feng would not dare to accept the challenge. Li Wei wanted to use words to anger Chen Feng and make Chen Feng look bad, in order to prove that he was stronger than Chen Feng and more worthy of Su Jiner than Chen Feng. The players around also looked at Chen Feng again, with different expressions in their eyes, some mocking, some gloating, and some looking forward to a good show. In their opinion, Chen Feng might be embarrassed this time. Facing Li Wei's provocation, Chen Feng remained calm, as if he had not heard it. He just turned his head slightly and looked at Su Jiner beside him. Anger burned in Su Jiner's beautiful eyes. The magical elements around her began to become restless. The star staff in her hand glowed faintly. A powerful magical wave began to gather around her. Su Jiner is really going to take action. Seeing this, Chen Feng sighed helplessly. He knew that Su Jiner was standing up for him, but he didn't want Su Jiner to make a big deal out of it because of him. After all, there was really no point in him getting angry with a clown like Li Wei. Chen Feng gently grabbed Su Jiner's wrist, stopping her from releasing magic. Su Jiner looked at Chen Feng puzzledly, with questioning in her beautiful eyes. Chen Feng shook his head slightly at her, indicating that she need not be angry. Afterwards, Chen Feng stood in front of Su Jiner and faced Li Wei. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile on his face, his eyes calm and indifferent, as if he was looking at a clown. I'm talking about Li Wei. Chen Feng spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. I told you to eat less shit, but look at you, your mouth still stinks. Chen Feng said in a calm tone with a hint of sarcasm. Besides talking shit, what else can you do? As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, the surroundings instantly became quiet. Everyone was stunned, including Su Jiner. No one expected that Chen Feng would respond like this. Instead of being angry, he laughs, he taunts with calmness, he makes light of the situation, yet it is full of lethality. Li Wei was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Chen Feng with trembling fingers and kept saying you for a long time, but couldn't utter a word. What do you mean? Chen Feng chuckled, his tone more casual. Am I wrong? Take a piss and look at your face. Do you look like a clown? Chen Feng's words were merciless and hit Li Wei's sore spot. Chen Feng, you're looking for death. Li Wei finally got mad and no longer cared about anything else, roaring at Chen Feng. He waved the staff in his hand and was about to rush towards Chen Feng. What's the matter? Are you angry and want to fight? Chen Feng still looked calm, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. What a pity. You're probably not qualified yet. Chen Feng said with contempt and full of disdain. Li Wei was so angry at Chen Feng that he was fuming. He was so furious that he wanted to rush up and tear Chen Feng into pieces. But he still had some sanity left, knowing that this was the dungeon hall for the novice secret realm, and private fighting between players was prohibited. Moreover, Su Jiner was watching him closely. If he really took action, he would probably be the only one who would suffer. Li Wei gritted his teeth, suppressed the anger in his heart, and glared at Chen Feng fiercely. Chen Feng, don't be so complacent. Li Wei's voice was hoarse, like the growl of a wild beast. If you have the guts, don't hide behind a woman. Let's fight one-on-one. Li Wei knew that he was no match for Su Jiner, but he still had confidence in dealing with Chen Feng. One-on-one. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a playful smile. Are you sure you want to fight me one-on-one? Chen Feng asked back, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Of course, Li Wei answered without hesitation. He wanted to teach Chen Feng a lesson in front of everyone and let him know the consequences of offending him. Okay, let's have a one-on-one duel. Chen Feng chuckled and said casually, but a one-on-one duel is too boring. How about we make a bet? Bet? Li Wei was stunned for a moment and looked at Chen Feng with some confusion, not understanding what Chen Feng was up to. That's right, let's make a bet. Chen Feng nodded, a meaningful smile on his face. Since you think I can't do it, let's take a big gamble. Chen Feng said calmly. Jiner and I are on the same team to enter the hell-level secret realm. I won't take advantage of you. Jiner's strength is equivalent to 10 people. So you can form a team of 10 people and enter the hell-level secret realm. Chen Feng pointed to the secret realm portal behind him and looked at Li Wei with burning eyes. How about we compete to see who can clear the level first? Chapter 16 2v10, Hell-Level Secret Realm. Bet. Li Wei's pupils suddenly contracted, as if they were pricked by a needle. His eyes flickered, a fleeting trace of panic, but he concealed it skillfully. Li Wei stared at Chun Feng, his mind racing like a storm, weighing the pros and cons. Hell-level secret realm? Is this guy crazy? He is a recognized B-level auxiliary, but he actually wants to challenge the hell-level secret realm together with Su Jiner? This is simply courting death. Li Wei sneered in his heart, but pretended to be puzzled on his face, as if he had heard some huge joke. Chun Feng, are you sure? Li Wei's voice was filled with obvious sarcasm and doubt. He deliberately raised his voice, trying to use words to shake Chun Feng and make him retreat. The hell-level secret realm is a forbidden place that even a 10-man elite team dare not easily try. Are you sure you want to bet with me on this? He paused deliberately and spoke in a stronger tone, emphasizing the danger of the hell-level secret realm. Why are you scared? Chun Feng looked at Li Wei, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a playful smile, like a cat playing with a mouse. He shook his head gently, with a hint of disappointment in his tone, as if he was looking at a clown. I thought you were so capable, but it turns out you're just a coward. Chun Feng's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by every player around, like an invisible slap in the face, hitting Li Wei hard. He only hides under the protection of his family and shows off his power to the weak. Every word of Chun Feng was like a sharp knife, stabbing hard at Li Wei's self-esteem. After hearing this, many of the players around showed contempt. The way they looked at Li Wei also became somewhat disdainful, and whispers broke out one after another. Li Wei's face instantly turned ashen, then red and white. He felt his cheeks burning, as if he had been slapped dozens of times and lost all face. Who said I was scared? Li Wei suddenly raised his head, the veins on his neck bulged, and roared at Chun Feng, his voice a little hoarse. He was like an enraged beast, his eyes were red, and he stared at Chun Feng. I just think you are overestimating yourself. How can a loser like you challenge a hell-level secret realm? Li Wei spoke with gritted teeth, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, full of resentment and anger. Since you insist on seeking death, I will grant your wish. He had been completely enraged by Chun Feng and had lost his mind. He just wanted to teach Chun Feng a lesson and make him pay the price. Oh! Chun Feng raised his eyebrows, with a hint of teasing in his tone, as if he was looking at a dying prey. So you agree? Certainly, Li Wei answered without hesitation and in a decisive tone. He just couldn't believe that a well-equipped team of 10 people could not be defeated by Chun Feng and Su Jiner. It's simply a fantasy. Okay, since you agree, let's set a bet. Chun Feng nodded, and the smile on his face became even wider, as if everything was under control. The prize? Li Wei was stunned for a moment and looked at Chun Feng with some confusion. He didn't understand what kind of medicine Chun Feng was selling in his gourd. That's right. Since it's a bet, there must be a prize. That would make it more interesting, wouldn't it? Chun Feng spoke slowly, with a hint of temptation in his voice, like a demon leading people to fall. The loser has to kowtow to the other party to apologize and give the other party his best set of equipment. How about that? Chun Feng's voice was not loud, but it was like thunder, exploding in the dungeon hall. When the players around heard this, they all gasped and were shocked by Chun Feng's crazy behavior. The stakes are huge. Kneeling down to apologize is a huge insult, especially in public, which is even more painful than killing the other person. Giving your best equipment to the other person is even more heartbreaking, like cutting off one's own flesh. You know, a good piece of equipment is crucial to a player and can even be said to be a second life. What's more, it's a complete set that is priceless, enough to make an ordinary player rise instantly and become a master. Li Wei's pupils suddenly contracted, and a barely perceptible panic flashed in his eyes. But he immediately suppressed it and replaced it with an even more sinister sneer. He stared at Chun Feng, his mind racing like a storm, weighing the pros and cons, calculating the gains and losses. Li Wei sneered in his heart. He didn't believe that Chun Feng could win at all. Chun Feng, are you sure? Li Wei's face also turned a little ugly. He didn't expect Chun Feng to make such a fierce bet. He hesitated a little, his heart began to beat, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. He was well aware of the difficulty of the hell-level secret realm. Why, you don't dare? Chun Feng looked at Li Wei, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a sarcastic smile, as if mocking his cowardice. Or do you have no confidence in yourself at all? Chun Feng pressed on step by step, ruthlessly exposing Li Wei's hypocrisy. Who said I don't dare? Li Wei was irritated by Chun Feng's words. He slapped his chest hard, making a muffled bang sound. I just think you're too arrogant to even dare to propose such a bet, Li Wei said loudly, trying to hide his inner uneasiness. Okay, I promise you. Li Wei said this with gritted teeth, his eyes full of madness. He had been forced into a desperate situation by Chun Feng and had no way out. Okay, it's a deal. Chun Feng laughed loudly, a gleam of brilliance flashing in his eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He knew that Li Wei had been completely hooked. Just wait and see. I will make you admit defeat with all your heart. Li Wei glared at Chun Feng fiercely, then turned and left. He had to get ready quickly and must not lose to Chun Feng. Su Jina ignored Li Wei. Her beautiful eyes rested on Chun Feng in front of her, and a light flickered in her eyes. Chun Feng's confidence was what attracted her the most, as if he had everything under control, making people want to get closer to him. At this time, Chun Feng also turned around and looked at Su Jiner. Su Jiner looked at Chun Feng, and a faint smile flashed in her clear eyes, like a spring breeze blowing on the face, warming the heart. She naturally understood what Chun Feng meant. He was just worried that she would be implicated by him. After all, if you lose this bet, the consequences will be quite serious. Not only will you have to kowtow and apologize, but you will also have to pay for a whole set of the best equipment. Don't worry. Su Jiner smiled slightly. Her voice was crisp and firm, like a clear spring in the mountains, refreshing to the heart. I really don't take him seriously as just an A-level mage. Her tone was calm, but it revealed a strong confidence, as if everything was under her control. You can't lose with me here. This confidence is not blind arrogance, but comes from her absolute trust in her own strength and her trust in Chun Feng. As the most dazzling genius of this generation of the Su family, Su Jiner has the confidence and the strength to do so. Chun Feng looked at Su Jiner's confident appearance, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a relaxed smile. He knew that Su Jiner was expressing her support and trust for him in her own way to put him at ease. Then I'll wait to hug Jiner's thigh. Chun Feng deliberately teased, his tone relaxed and with a hint of joking. You have to take me flying. Chun Feng blinked and looked like he was asking for a ride, which was quite funny. Su Jiner was amused by Chun Feng and couldn't help but chuckle. Her voice is sweet as a silver bell. Okowo. She raised her delicate chin proudly, like a proud queen. Leave this hell-level secret realm to me. Su Jiner's eyes were gleaming with excitement, and she was eager to try. She had long wanted to see the power of the hell-level secret realm. About 20 minutes later, Li Wei returned to the dungeon hall with his team of 10 men in a menacing manner. 10 people, perfect lineup, well-equipped, all above level 5. At first glance, it is obvious that they are a well-trained elite team with good coordination and strong strength. Li Wei strode up to Chun Feng, his eyes sinister, staring at Chun Feng like a poisonous snake. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if he had already seen the miserable scene of Chun Feng kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Chun Feng, are you ready to die? His voice was low and provocative, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. The hell-level secret realm is not something that a loser like you can get involved in. The team members behind Li Wei also showed contemptuous smiles. The way they looked at Chun Feng was as if they were looking at a dead person, full of disdain and ridicule. In their opinion, Chun Feng and Su Jiner were simply seeking their own death by challenging the hell-level secret realm, and they had no chance of winning at all. Oh, really? Chun Feng smiled faintly, not frightened by Li Wei's momentum at all. His eyes were still as calm as water. He stood up slowly and glanced calmly at Li Wei and his team members, as if he was looking at a group of clowns. Then we'll have to wait and see. Chun Feng's tone was calm, but it revealed an unquestionable confidence, as if everything was under control. Humph, you're still stubborn even when you're about to die. Li Wei snorted coldly. His eyes became even colder. He couldn't wait to see Chun Feng's miserable condition. I will let you know what despair is. With a wave of his hand, he led the team towards the entrance of the hell-level secret realm, looking aggressive and murderous. Just as Li Wei took a step and was about to step into the deep entrance, the tip of the staff in Chun Feng's hand flashed with a faint light, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch. A streak of light, like an arrow shot from a bow, cut through the air, landed accurately on Li Wei, and disappeared. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. Chapter 17. Horrifying healing technique, killing groups instantly. Ding! The healing hero has been triggered. The A-level talent lightning power has been copied successfully. Lightning power. All attacks and skills come with additional lightning damage, causing lightning damage equal to 5% of the target's current maximum health, not affected by the target's magic resistance. Assist profession correction. If the skill is a healing or auxiliary skill, the target's movement speed will be increased by 20%, and the skill CD will be reduced by 20%, which lasts for 10 seconds. The system prompt sounded in Chun Feng's mind, crisp and ethereal. Li Wei paused and felt an inexplicable warmth surge through his body, but he did not care about it, thinking it was just some special fluctuation at the entrance to the secret realm. He turned around, glanced at Chun Feng with a cold look, and a disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Playing tricks. Li Wei cursed under his breath, then led his team into the entrance of the hell-level secret realm without looking back, and his figure disappeared into the darkness. Chun Feng looked in the direction where Li Wei disappeared with calm eyes. Su Jiner stood beside Chun Feng, watching his mysterious actions. A hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. "What are you doing?" "Nothing, just giving them a buff." Chun Feng smiled slightly and didn't explain too much. He knew that although Su Jiner was very powerful, she did not know about some of his special abilities. "Buff?" Chun Feng smiled and nodded. "I just tried the feel of the Sanlong Light Shield for a while. Don't worry about it." "Buff, try the feel." Su Jiner blinked. Of course, she would not believe that Chun Feng was simply trying out the feel, but since Chun Feng was unwilling to say more, she would not ask any further questions. After all, everyone has their secrets. "Let's go." Su Jiner glanced at Li Wei and others who had disappeared into the darkness, and spoke softly. She stretched out her long legs and walked towards the entrance to the secret realm. Chun Feng smiled slightly and followed Su Jiner's footsteps. The two walked side by side into the deep and dark entrance to the secret realm, and their figures gradually disappeared into the darkness. There was a flash of light, and the surrounding scene changed instantly. A cold and damp breath hit me in the face, accompanied by a disgusting stench, making me frown. It was dark all around, with extremely low visibility. One could only vaguely see some twisted trees and rocky ground. The air was filled with a strong smell of death, as if one was in a dead, silent cemetery. Secret land of the dead? Chun Feng frowned, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. This seemed somewhat different from the hell-level secret realm in his memory from his previous life. The first hell-level secret realm he entered in his previous life was not like this. Could it be that his rebirth led to some unknown changes? Chun Feng pondered secretly in his heart and looked around vigilantly. Ding! You have successfully entered the abyss of Hell's secret realm. The system prompt sounded in both of their minds at the same time. Su Jiner immediately raised the staff in her hand, with a faint flame flashing on the tip of the staff. She protected her petite body behind her and stood in front of Chun Feng. "Be careful. Things here are different now." Su Jiner's voice was cold, but with a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. All around, skeletons slowly stood up among the twisted trees and rocks. Ghostly blue lights flickered in their empty eye sockets, and the friction between their bones made a teeth-grinding, crackling sound. Chun Feng looked at the scene in front of him and understood. Sure enough, it was just as he guessed. The effects of his rebirth had begun to show. With a thought, the detection technique was activated instantly. Name: Skeleton Soldier. Grade: Whiteboard. Level 1. HP: 150. Mepichin 0. Strength: 10. Agility: 5. Spirit: 3. Constitution: 8. Skills: Bone Shield Chop. Talent: Resurrection of Skeleton. The most common skeleton soldier, with pitifully low attributes. However, the number is quite large. They were so densely packed that they almost filled the entire field of vision. So many. Su Jiner frowned slightly, obviously a little surprised. Even with her strength, it would be difficult to deal with such a large number of skeleton soldiers. What's more, this is just the entrance to the secret realm. Who knows what more terrifying existence is hidden in the depths? Seeing this, Su Jiner was about to wave her staff and chant a spell. But Chun Feng was one step faster and raised the staff in his hand. The speed was so fast that it was unbelievable, even surpassing her SS-level hidden profession Flame Soul Mage. Double cast. Raging attack. Chun Feng muttered in his mind, and the two talents were activated at the same time. Almost instantly, a soft green light shot out from the top of the staff, followed by another one. Two green lights, one in front and one behind, landed precisely on Su Jiner. At 4,910. At 4,910. At this moment, two huge green numbers floated up from above Su Jiner's head, shocking everyone. Su Jiner was stunned. She looked at the numbers floating above her head in disbelief, and for a moment she was unable to react. Her current health points are only a few hundred points. And Qin Feng's healing spell actually added nearly 5,000 points to her health. This is simply, ding, afterglow impact triggered. Ding, alienation effect triggered. The system prompt sounds rang one after another. Just as Su Jiner was stunned, for invisible energy waves suddenly spread out with her as the center. The skeleton soldiers around who had just crawled up were instantly turned into powder under the impact of this energy fluctuation. Minus 2,455. Minus 4,610. Dense red damage numbers fell like raindrops. The entrance to the secret realm, which was originally crowded, suddenly became empty. Only ashes were left on the ground. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. Spirit value increases by 1. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. The skill Flame Soul Fireball has been permanently copied. Flame Soul Fireball summons a huge fireball and launches it at the enemy. When it explodes, it causes 350% of the spirit value in fire damage, with a burning effect that lasts for 5 seconds. Consumption, 200 MPCD, 5 minutes. Chun Feng looked at the copied skills and couldn't help smacking his lips. It was a pity that he didn't copy the other SS level talent on Su Jiner. As a reborn person, he is very clear that Su Jiner has these two extremely powerful SS level skills, which is also the top priority for Su Jiner in her previous life to reach the top of the world. At this time, Su Jiner also came back to her senses. She looked at the empty scene in front of her, and then looked at Chun Feng, who was standing beside her with a calm face. This is what you did? She asked uncertainly, with a hint of barely concealed shock in her voice. Although she knew that Chun Feng was very strong, she didn't expect him to be this strong. This was completely beyond her understanding. Hearing Su Jiner's voice, Chun Feng finally came back to his senses from his thoughts. Chun Feng nodded without further explanation. He knew that with Su Jiner's intelligence, she would definitely be able to guess something. Your healing skills. Su Jiner hesitated to speak. She wanted to ask Chun Feng why his healing skills were so powerful, but she felt that this question was a bit abrupt. After all, everyone has their secrets. Chun Feng seemed to see Su Jiner's confusion and took the initiative to explain. My healing technique is a little special. Chapter 18, is Chun Feng really just a nanny? Special. A strange look flashed in Su Jiner's eyes. Chun Feng smiled slightly. Yes, after all, my profession is not an ordinary healer. There was even more doubt in those clear eyes. But at the same time, a strong sense of curiosity arose. This man always brings her unexpected surprises. You should know that healing can be used as an attack skill to cause damage to undead creatures, but my healing is more effective against them. As he spoke, he raised the staff in his hand again, and the tip of the staff flashed a faint green light. After all, skills that are full of vitality are deadly poison to these long-dead undead souls. Chun Feng added lightly. Before he finished speaking, a green light shot out from the top of the staff and landed accurately on a skeleton soldier not far away. Minus 4,910. Healing spell hits hard again. A huge green number floated above the skeleton soldier's head. Immediately afterwards, the bodies of the skeleton soldiers melted quickly like ice and snow thrown into a raging fire, turning into a pile of ashes. An even larger red number floated up from the original position of the skeleton soldier, which was shocking. Ding! Afterglow shock triggered. Ding! Alienation effect triggered. The system prompt sounded in Chun Feng's mind, just as the red numbers were floating away. With the skeleton soldiers as the center, an invisible energy wave suddenly spread out. The skeleton soldiers around who had just crawled up were instantly turned into powder under the impact of this energy fluctuation. Minus 2,455. Minus 4,610. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. Physical fitness value increases by 2. Ding. The healing hero is triggered. Strength value increased by 2. Ding. The healing hero is triggered. Strength value increased by 3. Ding. The healing hero is triggered. The sea-level talent Skeleton Resurrection has been copied successfully. Resurrection of Skeleton. When you die, there is a 10% chance of resurrection and 20% HP recovery. The system prompt sounds continue to sound, echoing in Chun Feng's mind. Chun Feng was slightly stunned. I didn't expect the healing spell to have such an effect on a monster's attack. It was a pleasant surprise that it was also considered as treatment. Although this treatment does not give cure points, but you can gain attribute values and talent skills. It was far beyond his expectations. After all, there are only these 2 waves of attacks. His strength and physique values increased by 15 points respectively. This speed of improvement is simply terrifying. However, when Chun Feng heard the last piece of information, his mouth twitched twice. Skeleton Resurrection? I am not a skeleton. If this is really triggered, I won't turn into a skeleton after I am resurrected, right? Although he was a little worried, Chun Feng was too lazy to think about it. He had already died once and didn't want to happen again. See? It's that simple. He turned to look at Su Jiner, his tone relaxed and with a hint of pride. Su Jiner was silent, on her delicate face, full of shock. She looked at the empty scene before her. He looked at Chun Feng, who was standing beside him with a calm expression. There was a storm in my heart. Is this really a healing technique? Su Jiner felt that her worldview had been severely impacted. She had never seen such domineering healing technique. Not only does it have amazing healing effects, it can also deal a devastating blow to the enemy. This simply overturned her understanding of healing. Ding! You killed a skeleton soldier, and your experience points increased by 20. Ding! You killed a skeleton soldier, and your experience points increased by 20. The system prompt sound keeps sounding. Soon a golden light flashed, and the upgraded light appeared on Chun Feng and Su Jiner's bodies at the same time. Both of them were promoted to a higher level. Only then did Su Jiner come back to her senses. She looked at Chun Feng, a complicated look flashing in her eyes. Naturally, she didn't believe what Chun Feng had just said. After all, he had also used healing magic to attack the enemy in the wolf forest before. But the gray wolf is not an undead creature. How do you explain this? Su Jiner was full of doubts, but she didn't ask. She knew that Chun Feng must be hiding many secrets, and these secrets may be what he is unwilling to mention. Further questioning will only affect the relationship between them. Let's go. Su Jiner took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and spoke softly. She took the lead and walked towards the depths of the secret realm. Chun Feng smiled slightly and followed Su Jiner's footsteps. The two walked side by side, and their figures gradually disappeared into the darkness. The abyss of corpses, the darkness is even deeper. The cold atmosphere was even stronger than at the entrance. The smell of decay is also more pungent. Visibility was extremely low, almost pitch dark. There was only the faint light emitted from the staff in Su Jiner's hand, barely illuminating a small area around it. At this moment, dense footsteps came from all directions, which was creepy. It seemed as if there were countless undead creatures lurking in the darkness. Be careful. Su Jiner's voice sounded in the darkness, with a hint of solemnity. The staff in her hand emitted a faint flame, illuminating a small area around her. The monsters here seemed to be stronger than those outside, Su Jiner said with a frown. She could already feel that there were countless pairs of blue eyes around her, staring at them intently. Chun Feng didn't say anything, but just followed Su Jiner silently. His eyes were as calm as water, as if he was indifferent to everything around him. But Su Jiner could feel it. Beneath Chun Feng's calm appearance, there's a subtle hint of vigilance hidden. Just as the two were about to move forward, a shadow suddenly emerged from the darkness, like an arrow shot from a bow, rushed straight toward Su Jiner. Chun Feng has quick eyes and quick hands. The trajectory of the dark shadow was captured instantly. Careful, he exclaimed quickly. Before he finished speaking, the staff in his hand had already swung out another stream of light, landing accurately on Su Jiner. The Canglong light shield suddenly activated. A light gray shield instantly enveloped Su Jiner, tough and thick, emitting a faint light. At the same time, several fine electric flashes suddenly appeared around Su Jiner. At this moment, her speed suddenly increased greatly, and she retreated quickly like lightning. The Black Shadow's attack almost brushed past the corner of Su Jiner's clothes and landed in empty space. Su Jiner dodged the fatal blow with great ease, her figure graceful and unharmed. Seeing this, Chun Feng breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes focused, and the detection spell was instantly activated. At the same time, a healing spell followed and was thrown towards the Black Shadow. Name: Corpse Dog. Grade: Black Iron. Level: 3. HP: 300. MIP 30. Strength: 18. Agility: 12. Spirit: 5. Constitution: 15. Skills: Bite Corruption Charge. Talent: Rotten Body. Chun Feng instantly obtained the information about the monster in front of him and understood it clearly. At the same time, the green light also fell accurately on the corpse dog. -980. A huge damage number floated above the corpse dog's head. The corpse dog didn't even have time to scream before its body quickly melted away as if it was burned by fire, turning into a pile of ashes. Ding! Alienation effect triggered. The next moment, the overflowing damage turned into a circle of green light that spread out like ripples. The skeleton soldiers that had just gathered around, as well as other corpse dogs hiding in the dark, were instantly turned into powder under the impact of this energy fluctuation. A series of injury numbers came one after another. -680. -680. -680. Chun Feng looked at the damage numbers in front of him. The health of this corpse dog is more than twice that of the skeleton soldier, but it still cannot withstand his healing spell. It seems that in the Hell-level secret realm, his healing skills still have a strong suppressive power. If a critical hit is triggered, I'm afraid even a boss can be killed instantly, right? In a flash, the group of monsters in front of them left only ashes and rotten flesh residues on the ground, emitting a disgusting stench. Su Jiner looked at the scene in front of her, her eyes full of surprise. She didn't expect that not only did Chun Feng's damage soar, but even the Tsang Lang light shield she had just learned had the effect of increasing movement speed. Moreover, the speed increase is quite significant. This undoubtedly gives her a crucial extra reaction ability when facing unexpected situations that may arise next. Thinking of this, Su Jiner became even more confused. Chun Feng, is he really just a healer? This doesn't seem like the case at all. Ding. You kill the cadaver dog. Experience points increase by 50. Ding. You kill the skeleton soldier, and your experience points increase by 20. The system prompts kept sounding, and a large amount of experience points poured into Chun Feng and Su Jiner's bodies like a tide. It was clear that the two of them had just upgraded not long ago. However, at this speed of monster spawning that is like a storm, the experience bar grows at a speed almost visible to the naked eye, growing rapidly. Just a moment. It was nearly half filled. This upgrade speed, it was like riding a rocket. It's unbelievably fast. It simply breaks the conventional wisdom. The upgrade speed is like riding a rocket, so fast that it is unbelievable. Only, this time Chun Feng's luck seemed to have run out. Killed so many monsters. He only gained 4 or 5 points of strength attribute value, skills and talents. But not a single one was copied. This couldn't help but make him feel a little regretful. Su Jiner stood there, looking at the empty scene in front of her, then looked at Chun Feng, who was standing beside her with a calm face, and a complicated look flashed in her eyes. It was clearly agreed at the beginning. It was I who led Chun Feng to explore the secret realm of the abyss. But it seems that I have become an unnecessary burden. This kind of cognition. Let Su Jiner, who has always been proud. I feel a little uncomfortable. Let's go. We are competing with Li Wei, and I don't want to kowtow to that guy. Chun Feng chuckled and took the first step, walking towards the depths of the secret realm. Su Jiner took a deep breath, tried to calm her slightly complicated emotions, and silently followed Chun Feng's footsteps. Chapter 19. The Terrified Su Family. Yangsheng, the Su family split up. In the study of the head of the family, Su Mingyan, the atmosphere was so solemn that it seemed as if water could drip out. Su Mingyan sat behind a large mahogany desk with a gloomy expression. In his hand, the emerald green jade that he was originally playing with was now being tightly grasped, with his knuckles turning white. Jiner has entered the Hell-level novice secret realm. Su Mingyan's voice was low, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying with it uncontrollable anger. Standing opposite him were his trusted subordinates. At this moment, the subordinate was lowering his head, his body trembling slightly, and he didn't even dare to breathe. "Yes, yes, master," he answered with difficulty, his voice almost inaudible. Su Mingin's expression did not ease after his men's confirmation, but became even more gloomy. "Just go in." He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. With Jeaner's profession and equipment, plus the people we arranged, there shouldn't be any big problems. Su Mingin tried to comfort himself, but there was a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. But the subordinate hesitated, as if he had something to hide. Su Mingin suddenly raised his head, his eyes as sharp as a knife. "But what? You're so hesitant. What a mess." The subordinate's body was shocked, and he quickly quickened his speech speed. "Well, Missy only formed a team of 2 and went in." "What?" Su Mingin's pupils suddenly contracted, and his face turned pale in an instant. He stood up suddenly, and the jade in his hand fell to the ground with a click and broke into pieces. "A 2-man team?" Su Mingin's voice was sharp and piercing, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "Didn't I tell you again and again to send more people to protect the young lady?" He roared, his chest heaving violently, and he was obviously extremely angry. The thing he was most worried about finally happened. The Hell-level secret realm, even for novice level, is not something that can be easily entered by 2 people. He was extremely worried about Su Jeaner's safety. What made him even more frightened was that if something really happened to Su Jeaner in the secret realm, the main family in the capital would never let him go. By then, the entire Yangcheng branch of the Su family will be doomed. Who did the young lady go with? Su Mingin stared at his men and asked in a hoarse voice. He wanted to know who was so bold as to take Su Jeaner on an adventure. "Master, the one with the young lady is Chun Feng." The subordinate answered with a trembling voice. Su Mingin was startled, as if struck by lightning, and froze in place. He could no longer hold the teacup in his hand, and it fell to the ground with a clang, breaking into pieces. The tea splashed everywhere, soaking the expensive carpet. "What did you say?" Su Mingin's voice became sharp and distorted, like the roar of a ghost from hell. "Chun Feng? Which Chun Feng?" He stared at his subordinate, his eyes full of bloodshot, as if he wanted to eat him alive. The subordinate was frightened out of his wits by Su Mingin's appearance. He replied, tremblingly, "It's that B-level recovery warlock, with a talent value of 200. B-rank recovery wizard." Su Mingin felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his head, and his vision went dark. His body staggered, and he almost fell to the ground. B-level healing magician. How dare he bring the young lady into the hell-level secret realm? He's looking for death. No, he wants to kill the young lady. Su Mingin's voice was completely out of control and became hysterical. He couldn't imagine what kind of help a B-level recovery wizard could provide to Su Jeaner. In a hell-level secret realm, a B-level recovery warlock might even have trouble protecting himself. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more frightened he became. If anything happened to Su Jeaner, he would be blamed for it. "Prepare the car. Prepare the car, quickly." Su Mingin slammed the table and yelled at his men. "I'm going to the dungeon hall. I'm going to stop them. I'm going to get the young lady out." His voice was hoarse, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was on the verge of collapse. His only hope now is to use the authority of the copy hall to forcibly teleport Su Jeaner out of the secret realm. He had to do it no matter how great the cost. At the same time, in the secret realm of the abyss, Chun Feng and Su Jeaner have already gone deep into an ancient castle. Inside the castle, darkness was like sticky ink, slowly swallowing up the light. The staff in Su Jeaner's hand had flickering flames, only able to illuminate a small area in front of her. The twisted carvings on the wall seemed to come alive in the flickering light, baring their fangs and claws. The smell of decay, mixed with cold dampness, continued to assault the senses of the two. Su Jeaner followed Chun Feng closely, not daring to move away even a step. Her eyes would occasionally fall on Chun Feng's back. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. From the entrance to the secret realm to this ancient castle, it only took more than 20 minutes. This speed was so fast that she felt incredible. You know, the fastest record for clearing the hell-level novice secret realm is more than an hour, and they did it in less than half the time. Su Jeaner originally thought that she and Chun Feng teamed up to protect him. In the eyes of most people, A B-level recovery wizard is just an unnecessary auxiliary. But now it seems that everything is reversed. It wasn't her who was protecting Chen Feng, but it was Chen Feng who was crushing her all the way. This realization made Su Jiner feel a sense of loss in her heart. She once thought that she was the core of the team. It is the key to leading the team through the customs. But now, she found that she seemed to have become an insignificant existence. In fact, if it weren't for Chen Feng, she might not even be able to enter the castle. What's wrong? Chen Feng's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence in the castle. He turned his head, looked at Su Jiner, and asked with a smile, "We're about to fight the boss. What are you thinking about?" Su Jiner came back to her senses and looked at Chen Feng's face with a faint smile. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to start. The original self-confidence at this moment actually began to waver a little. "I thought that after changing my job, I would be able to surpass you. I wanted to help you." Su Jiner's voice was very soft and low, with a barely perceptible hint of loss. "I didn't expect. You are still better than me. I still need you to lead me." Chen Feng was slightly stunned. Only then did he realize that his performance along the way seemed a little too outstanding, to the point that this proud, young lady began to doubt herself. This was not the result he wanted. This time it's just a professional match. Chen Feng chuckled and spoke in a relaxed tone. He walked to Su Jiner and stood side by side with her. "If it weren't for the undead creature, my healing skills wouldn't be so powerful. When we go to other dungeons and secret realms in the future, we will have to rely on you to take the lead." His voice echoed in the empty castle, carrying a hint of comfort and encouragement. "Don't think too much. Let's go and deal with the boss first, and then pass this secret realm." After Chen Feng finished speaking, he took the lead and walked towards the door leading to the final boss room. Su Jiner looked at Chen Feng's back, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down. She followed closely behind him, and the two of them, one in front and one behind, walked into the heavy door full of unknowns. The heavy door slowly opened with a creaking sound. Chen Feng and Su Jiner walked in side by side and stepped into the room where the final boss was. A strong stench came like a flood that broke through a dam, instantly drowning the two of them. The cold breath of death, like invisible tentacles, tightly wrapped around their bodies. Su Jiner subconsciously held her breath and took half a step back. The flames from a staff in his hand flickered violently, casting a huge shadow that twisted and struggled on the wall. It was a bone dragon. The huge body almost took up the entire room. The white bones glowed coldly in the darkness, like countless sharp knives. In the empty eye sockets, 2 balls of green will-o'-the-wisp fire were burning, staring at the 2 people who broke in, as if they wanted to devour their souls. "Bone dragon." Su Jiner's voice trembled slightly. She wasn't afraid, just shocked. In any novice secret realm, the final boss is a dragon, which is enough to shock people. Even if it is just a novice secret realm, it should never be like this. The dragon clan, no matter in which world, is synonymous with power and is an existence that is superior to countless creatures. Even if it is just a bone dragon made of bones, its strength should not be underestimated. Chen Feng's expression remained calm. He just frowned slightly, as if he was a little surprised by the appearance of this bone dragon. Scrying, Chen Feng whispered, "Abyss Bone Dragon Boss. Level 10. Quality, Silver. HP, 3000. MP 500. Constitution, 150. Agility, 20. Spirit, 50. Strength, 200. Skills, Dragon Breath, Withering, Skeleton Storm, Summoning Followers. Talent, Dragon Might Suppression, Immortal Corpse." The Bone Dragon's attribute panel instantly appeared in front of Chen Feng's eyes. Silver level boss. Its attributes are several times higher than those of the previous corpse dog. There are also a few more skills. But the corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled up slightly. To him, this bone dragon is still not good enough. This bone dragon has very high attributes. Su Jiner looked at Chen Feng with a hint of worry in her tone. Also, it has 3 more skills. With her strength, her chances of winning against this bone dragon alone are extremely low. Phoenix. Chen Feng smiled faintly, his tone relaxed. "Leave it to me." He raised the staff in his hand without even waiting for Su Jiner to react. The staff was flashing with a faint light, as if it was accumulating some powerful power. Raging attack. Healing spell. A green light burst out from the top of the staff, like an arrow shot from a bow, and landed accurately on the bone dragon. The light exploded instantly, covering the huge body of the bone dragon. Minus 4,650. A huge damage number floated above the bone dragon's head, bright red and dazzling. Roar! The bone dragon let out a painful roar. The sound was shrill and desperate. The huge body shook violently, as if all its strength was drained away, and collapsed with a loud bang. The health bar above his head was emptied in an instant, without a trace left. Ding! You killed the Abyss Bone Dragon boss. Experience points increased by 1,600. Ding! You have triggered the Healing Brave talent effect, and the B-level talent Immortal Corpse has been copied successfully. Immortal Corpse, immune to instant death effects. Defense doubled when HP is less than 20%. Ding! You have triggered the Healing Brave talent effect, and your strength value has increased by 3. Ding! You have triggered the Healing Brave talent effect, and your physical fitness has increased by 3. Ding! Congratulations on your level up. HP and MP increased by 50, and you gain 15 free attribute points. Your current level is LV8. System prompt sounds rang out one after another. Chun Feng's smile deepened. The talent was copied and 2 attributes were added in succession. Is this the difference between a boss? It is much stronger than an ordinary monster. Su Jiner stood there, completely stunned as she watched the incredible scene before her. Her mouth opened wide and her eyes widened, as if she had seen something incomprehensible, and her mind went blank. Killed in seconds. A silver-level boss was killed instantly by Chun Feng's healing spell. How is this possible? Su Jiner felt that her worldview had been severely impacted. She even began to wonder if she was hallucinating. It was fine that the monsters were killed instantly before. How come even the boss was killed instantly? This is a silver-level bone dragon. Even if it's only level 10, it's still a dragon. It is an existence that is superior to countless creatures. How could he be killed so easily? Su Jiner felt that her cognition had been completely overturned. She couldn't understand or accept it. Done. Chen Feng put away his staff, turned to look at Su Jiner with a faint smile on his face. Let's go and see what good stuff this bone dragon dropped. His voice brought Su Jiner back to reality from her shock. Su Jiner took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner shock and calm herself down. She looked at Chen Feng with complicated eyes. This man, how many secrets are hidden? How strong is he? Su Jiner found that she was becoming increasingly unable to see through Chen Feng. Is he really just a healing wizard? How come he looks more like a combat professional than me? The two walked to the body of the bone dragon. The white bones had lost their luster and were scattered all over the ground. Several objects, shining with different lights, lay quietly among the bones. Chun Feng bent down and picked up the items one by one. Ding! You obtained the bone dragon's spine. Ding! You have obtained the bone dragon's claw. Ding! You have obtained the equipment ring of the dead, silver. Ding! You obtained the dragon's soul fragment. Ding! You obtained the bone dragon staff, silver. So much. Su Jiner looked at the object on the ground that was emitting a faint glow, and there was a hint of disbelief in her voice. You know, normally when you kill monsters, it's good enough if you can get 1 or 2 items. This is considered extremely lucky. This bone dragon actually exploded 5 pieces in one breath. And there are 2 silver-level equipment among them. This is simply... Su Jiner felt like she was dreaming, and everything seemed so unreal. Well, it's okay. Chun Feng said it lightly, as if it was just a trivial matter. There is naturally a reason why he is so calm. Chun Feng smiled slightly and explained. The drop rate is related to the kill speed and the number of attacks received. If it is a one-hit kill, the number and rarity of the drops will increase to a certain extent. Our luck is quite good this time. Su Jiner listened to Chun Feng's explanation and nodded slightly. So that's it. However, even though she knew the reason, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Kill instantly with 1 strike. What kind of terrifying strength is needed to achieve this? She asked herself. With her own strength, she definitely couldn't do it. Chapter 20 Hidden Dungeon. Chen Feng picked up the items scattered on the ground one by one and stuffed them into a gray cloth bag. His movements were quick and decisive, as if he was already used to such operations. Let's go, huh? He was just about to ask Su Jiner to leave, but he suddenly let out a light exclamation and stopped. His sight passed over the messy skeleton and fell on the place where the bone dragon's corpse had originally been lurking. Su Jiner was stunned and looked in the direction he was looking. The area that was originally blocked by the huge body of the bone dragon was now displayed in front of the two people without any obstruction. "What's wrong?" she asked doubtfully, with a hint of curiosity in her cold voice. Chen Feng did not answer directly, but raised his hand and pointed in that direction, and asked, "Was there a door there before?" His voice was low and contained a hint of uncertainty. Su Jiner's gaze fell on that position again and observed it carefully. There, a half-open stone door stood quietly. The stone gate is covered with traces of time, and the mottled lines are like wrinkles on an old man's face, simple and mysterious. It formed a sharp contrast with the surrounding white bones, as if it was out of place. This, Su Jiner's pupils shrank slightly. She was sure that there was definitely no such door here before. Her brain was working rapidly, and countless thoughts flashed through her mind. A possibility came to her mind, causing her heart to beat faster. Could it be that this is the legendary hidden copy? Her voice was trembling, expressing both surprise at the unknown and excitement about the upcoming adventure. Chen Feng slowly approached the stone gate, being extremely cautious with every step. He stretched out his hand and gently touched the rough patterns on the stone door. I felt a cold touch on my fingertips, as if I could feel the passing of years and the accumulation of time. Crunch! He pushed gently, and the stone door made a dull friction sound and slowly opened a gap. A chilly breath gushed out from the crack, completely different from the previous stench. This breath was purer and colder, as if it came from the abyss of hell, carrying with it the silence of death. "Hidden copy," Su Jiner murmured to herself, her voice filled with both uncontrollable excitement and wariness of the unknown. Hidden copies are a special kind of existence. They will not be marked on the map, nor will there be any prompts, and will only appear when certain conditions are met. It's like a hidden Easter egg, waiting for the lucky one to discover it. The conditions for its appearance vary greatly. Some require specific props, some require specific time, and some require completing a series of complex tasks. The triggering conditions of this hidden copy are obviously related to the bone dragon that had just been killed and to Chun Feng's incredible attack. Hidden copies often mean greater risks, but also greater rewards. Every hidden copy is like an unknown treasure, waiting for the exploration of the job changer. It may contain rare equipment, powerful skills, or even an opportunity to change her destiny. Su Jiner was also very excited at this time. She never thought that she would be so lucky to encounter a hidden copy in the novice stage. This is like a gift from fate, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chen Feng looked at Su Jiner's excited expression, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He asked softly, "How about it? Are you interested in going in and trying out?" His voice was low and magnetic, with a hint of temptation. "Now that I've come across it, of course I have to go." Su Jiner answered without hesitation, her tone firm. There was a gleam of excitement in her eyes, a desire for adventure, and a yearning for the unknown. "Let's go." Chen Feng nodded and took the lead to step into the stone gate. Su Jiner followed closely behind, and the two of them disappeared into the darkness, one in front and one behind. The stone door slowly closed, isolating all the noise outside and leaving only endless darkness and silence. After passing through the stone gate, a dark corridor appeared before the two people. The walls on both sides of the corridor are inlaid with crystals emitting a faint green light. The faint light provided a glimmer of vision for this dark space, but it also added a bit of weirdness. The air was filled with a faint smell of sulfur, mixed with a hint of decay, making people feel depressed and uneasy. It seemed as if this was the entrance to hell, leading to a world full of danger and unknown. Click, click. The sound of metal colliding came from deep in the corridor, breaking the silence. This voice, like a death spell, makes people feel nervous. Chen Feng and Su Jiner looked at each other and saw a hint of solemnity in each other's eyes. They moved forward cautiously, taking every step with extreme caution. Under my feet were cold stone slabs, and every step made a slight echo. As they went deeper, the sound of metal colliding became clearer and more frequent. It seemed as if countless metal monsters were waiting for them at the end of the corridor. Finally, at the end of the corridor, they saw the source of the sound. They were a group of skeleton soldiers wearing tattered armor. They held rusty weapons and waved them mechanically, lifelessly. It seems as if it is carrying out some kind of endless exercise, or like a puppet controlled by some force. Behind the skeleton soldiers, for figures in black robes, were chanting something in a low voice. The obscure spell echoed in the air, carrying a hint of evil. As they chanted, black mist surged out from them and merged into the bodies of the skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers, who were originally slow in movement, became faster and more powerful after absorbing the black mist. There was a faint green light flickering in their eyes, as if they were endowed with life. "It's the skeleton warrior and the undead summoner," Su Jiner said in a low voice, with a hint of solemnity in her tone. She recognized the types of monsters at a glance. The attribute panels of these monsters appeared in front of Chun Feng's eyes. Skeleton warrior. Level 8. Quality, whiteboard. HP, 800. MP 50. Constitution, 40. Agility, 10. Spirit, 5. Strength, 40. Skills, none. Talent, none. Undead Summoner Elite. Level 9. Quality, black iron. HP, 1000. MP 500. Constitution, 50. Agility, 15. Spirit, 50. Strength, 30. Skills, skeleton summoning, skeleton strengthening. Talent, affinity with the undead. These skeleton warriors have average attributes, but there are so many of them, so densely packed that you can't see the end of them. And those 4 undead summoners are the real threat. Their skill, skeleton summoning, can summon skeleton warriors continuously. If they're not dealt with quickly, the number of skeleton warriors will increase and eventually overwhelm them. These summoners summon skeletons so quickly, we have to kill the summoners first. Su Jiner frowned as she looked at the skeleton warriors who kept crawling up from ground. More and more skeleton warriors joined the ranks of wielding weapons, and the scene became more and more chaotic. "I know." Chun Feng nodded. He naturally understood this. He took a deep breath, glanced at the 4 undead summoners, and already had a plan in mind. "We must fight quickly and not be held back by these sea of skeletons." I feel guilty and also like Su Jiner. Chapter 21, An Intelligent Monster. Chun Feng did not hesitate at all and immediately raised the star staff in his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 emerald green rays of light shot out from the tip of the staff like arrows from a bow, and with a sound of breaking through the air, they instantly disappeared into the group of skeletons. Buzz! The light hit the ground and exploded instantly, transforming into 2 huge green light waves that spread in all directions at an astonishing speed, quickly covering most of the corridor. Wherever the light waves passed, the skeleton warriors melted quickly like snowflakes baked by the scorching sun, turning into piles of scattered skeletons. Ding! You killed the skeleton warrior. Experience points increased by 40. Ding! You killed the skeleton warrior. Experience points increased by 40. Ding! You killed the undead summoner elite. Experience points increased by 135. The system prompt sound came like a tide, echoing in Chun Feng's ears continuously, almost becoming one continuous sound. Chun Feng's brows furrowed slightly. He clearly heard that in the system prompt, there was only one prompt to kill the undead summoner. You only killed one? Sure enough, the range is still not big enough. Chun Feng tightly grasped his staff, preparing to put on a shield for himself and wait for the CD of the next healing spell, although he also had other attack skills to use. But Su Jiner is still here, so it's better not to expose the copied skills for the time being. Just as Chun Feng was thinking this, a loud explosion suddenly sounded, interrupting his thoughts. Boom! 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 Chun Feng subconsciously looked back and saw Su Jiner standing at the entrance of the corridor, waving the staff in her hand. Huge fireballs fell from the sky like a meteor shower, landing precisely among the skeletons and exploding. The flames rolled, and the entire corridor seemed to have turned into a huge furnace. The skeleton warriors struggled in the sea of fire, making creepy roars, but was soon swallowed by the flames and turned into ashes. Su Jiner's face was filled with excitement, and her eyes were bright, as if 2 flames were burning. Her skills were like a machine gun, pouring out firepower crazily with no intention of stopping. Each fireball can take away the lives of a large number of skeleton warriors. Chun Feng looked at Su Jiner's back and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. SS-level hidden profession, so powerful. although Su Jiner always said that she was the one who was taking care of her. But as a reborn person, how could Chen Feng not know that Su Jiner had not been using her full strength? Su Jiner, who stood at the top of the world in her previous life, has two extremely powerful SS-level talents. One of them is the Heart of the God of Magic that she copied herself, which can bring her a huge amount of magic power. Another talent is called Heaven's Gift, which allows all her skills to have no CD. With these two talents combined, she can release skills recklessly without worrying about mana consumption and skill cooldown. It's like a walking magic Gatling gun. Ding! Your teammate Su Jiner killed the Undead Summoner Elite, and the experience value increased by 135. Ding! Your teammate Su Jiner killed the Undead Summoner Elite, and the experience value increased by 135. Ding! Your teammate Su Jiner killed the Undead Summoner Elite, and the experience value increased by 135. 3 consecutive system prompts sounded, announcing the death of the last 3 undead summoners. Chen Feng looked at Su Jiner, who was full of excitement, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and asked in a teasing tone, "Finally, you won't hide your strength anymore." Su Jiner was startled, then a playful smile appeared on her face. She blinked her eyes and explained in a brisk tone, "I'm not hiding my strength, I just learned a group attack skill." Chen Feng naturally didn't believe Su Jiner's explanation. With her 2 incredible SS-level talents, even without a group attack skill, the fireballs that poured out like a machine gun were enough to rival any group attack skill. What's more, Chen Feng clearly remembered that Su Jiner in her previous life was known as the Fire Queen and was feared by the whole world. Although she has just awakened, how could she be weak with 2 SS-level talents? However, Chen Feng did not point it out, but just smiled and shook his head. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and Su Jiner must have her reasons for being willing to hide her shortcomings. He turned his head and looked further into the corridor. Chen Feng took a deep breath and raised the star staff in his hand again. "Let's get on with it," Chen Feng said softly. Su Jiner nodded, responded obediently, and followed Chen Feng closely. The 2 of them continued walking along the corridor, one in front and one behind. The corridor was not too long, and with Su Jiner's unrestrained bombardment, the 2 quickly reached the end. At the end, a huge palace comes into view. The palace is grand in scale and luxuriously decorated, but the erosion of time has made it look dilapidated, and an indescribable sense of decadence permeates the air. In the center of the palace, there's a throne made of some kind of red crystal. On the throne, a figure in black armor sits quietly. From the gaps in the armor, wisps of black aura shone through, as if a dark shadow from the abyss was hidden inside. Su Jiner paused slightly and frowned slightly. Even Chen Feng, who was usually calm, felt a strong sense of crisis at this moment. It was a tremor that came from the depths of the soul, as if the existence on the throne had the power to easily wipe them out. "This is—" Su Jiner spoke softly, with a hint of doubt and vigilance in her tone. Chen Feng did not answer. His eyes were fixed on the throne. The next moment, Chen Feng's mind moved, and the light of detection instantly enveloped the figure on the throne. Shadow King, Projection, Elite Boss. Rank, Crimson Monster Ranks. Blank, Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Crimson, Colorful Fairy, Holy Destroyer, Divine Mystery, Heavenly Absolute. Level 10. HP, 20,000/20,000. Umipe, change me. Strength, 800. Agility, 300. Spirit, 500. Constitution, 600. Skills, Shadow Extraction, Shadow Preservation, Shadow Interchange, King's Domain. Talent, Power of the Ruler. Chen Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. What the hell? A red grade elite boss. Are you kidding me? Is this what a newbie secret realm should have? And the Shadow King? Seriously? Isn't this the protagonist of a certain anime? If I remember correctly, this thing should be a summoning type, right? Is this really a monster that should appear in the novice secret realm? It doesn't matter if the level is 10 or not. It just means that a professional at level 10 can deal with it. What's more, this is just a projection. It already has such terrifying properties. If the real body came, how terrifying would it be? Red grade, or an elite boss. Su Jiner had obviously also seen the monster's message, and there was a hint of disbelief in her voice. They were just newbies who had just changed their jobs, and the monster before them was a level 10 red elite boss. The gap between them is like a chasm. Can we win it? Su Jiner turned to look at Chun Feng, with a hint of uncertainty in her tone. Although she possessed two incredible SS-level talents, the gap in attributes was so huge that she felt a little powerless. Chun Feng swallowed his saliva, his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and a bitter smile appeared in his dry voice. Even if you can't beat him, you have to fight. Look behind you. Su Jiner turned around suddenly after hearing this, as if she realized something. The door that I originally came in through disappeared. Su Jiner took a deep breath, her delicate face full of shock. There's no way back? Isn't the novice secret realm open to the public? She remembered very clearly that the novice secret realm was used to test newcomers, and in order to ensure safety, no traps that would prevent return would be set. But now, before Su Jiner could fully recover from her shock, the sound of armor rubbing against each other broke the silence. On the throne, the black armor that had been motionless actually began to move slowly. Two balls of scarlet flames suddenly lit up in the helmet, like two strange burning stars, emitting a heart-pounding light. Then, under the nervous gaze of the two people, the man in black armor slowly stood up from the throne. Every step seemed to be stepping on the heartbeats of both of them, heavy and oppressive. Chun Feng and Su Jiner both clenched their staffs at the same time, their bodies slightly tense as if facing a formidable enemy. An invisible pressure spread in the air, making it hard to breathe. Chun Feng took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, and tried to make his voice sound calmer. Don't panic, Jiner. It's just a projection. Although he said this, Chun Feng's heart was not at peace at all. I never thought this copy would be activated by someone. Interesting. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in Chun Feng's mind, like the friction of ice, with a creepy chill. Chun Feng was startled and subconsciously looked at Su Jiner beside him with a questioning look in his eyes. Jiner, did you hear any sound? He asked in a low voice, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Su Jiner frowned slightly and shook her head to indicate that she didn't hear it. No, what's wrong? She looked at Chun Feng puzzledly, her clear eyes full of worry. At this moment, that cold voice sounded again with a hint of teasing. Oh, you can actually hear me? Chun Feng's body trembled slightly, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He raised his head sharply and looked at the Shadow King on the throne. In the helmet of the Shadow King, there were two balls of scarlet flames, like two burning strange stars, staring at him intently, as if they wanted to devour his soul. This is not illusion. Chun Feng could be sure that the voice came from the Shadow King, and only he can hear it. What's going on? Chapter 22, The One-Faced Shadow King. Chun Feng stared at the Shadow King on the throne, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his throat with an uncontrollable tremor. Are you talking to me? Su Jiner beside him responded subconsciously. I didn't say anything. What's wrong? As soon as the words fell, Su Jiner suddenly realized that Chun Feng's gaze was not directed at her at all. Instead, it fell on the boss on the throne that exuded a terrifying aura. Su Jiner's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant, and the blood color on her delicate and beautiful face faded away, turning as pale as paper. She even wondered if she had heard it wrongly or if she was hallucinating. A boss that can talk? Is this true? Su Jiner's heart was beating violently, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. Shock, horror, disbelief, and all kinds of emotions, like a flood that broke through a dam, instantly drowned her. Aren't monsters of this level only found in the most advanced dungeons and battlefields of gods and demons? How could he appear in such a small secret realm for beginners? This is totally against common sense. The Shadow King's ink-black face, hidden by his helmet, actually moved slightly. That subtle movement sounded like a loud thunder in the eyes of Chun Feng and Su Jiner. It feels like laughing. Oh. Immediately afterwards, the cold yet teasing voice of the Shadow King rang again in Chun Feng's mind. That voice seemed to ring directly from the depths of the soul, unable to be blocked or avoided. You are the only one who can hear my voice here, so I'm naturally talking to you. It's been a long time since I met a human being who could hear my voice. It's really interesting. The voice of the Shadow King was like the biting cold wind blowing in the cold winter, or like an icy poisonous snake, climbing up along Chun Feng's spine. It made all the hairs on his body stand up. An unprecedented sense of crisis, like an invisible giant hand, tightly grasped his throat and almost suffocated him. Chen Feng knew it very well. The more intelligent a monster is, the more terrifying its power is. He had never encountered a monster like the Shadow King, who possessed extremely high intelligence and could even communicate with humans, not only in this life, but even in the previous life. This unknown existence is far more terrifying and elusive than those monsters that only know how to kill. What to do? Chen Feng's heart was beating wildly, almost bursting through his chest. His brain was working at an unprecedented speed, frantically thinking about how to deal with the situation. However, facing such a powerful enemy, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. As if sensing Chen Feng's nervousness, the two red flames under the helmet of the Shadow King on the throne flickered slightly. "Oh, little guy, why are you so nervous? Do I look that scary?" The voice of the Shadow King sounded in Chen Feng's mind again, low, hoarse, with a hint of a smile. However, this smile, falling into Chen Feng's ears, was more frightening than any threat. Hearing him say this, Chen Feng almost cursed in his heart. "Let's not talk about your name and those horrible attributes. The aura you exude alone is enough to scare ordinary people to death dozens of times over. Okay, and ask me if I was nervous?" Chen Feng complained wildly in his heart, but he didn't dare show the slightest dissatisfaction on his face. He even tried his best to control the slightest change in expression. He forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart and try to make his voice sound calm. The Shadow King looked at Chen Feng, who was becoming more and more nervous. The red flame under the helmet flickered more violently, as if silently mocking Chen Feng's cowardice, and as if admiring the dying struggle of its prey. "I'm in a good mood today, since you are quite interesting. How about this? You chat with me for a while, and I can agree to one condition of yours. How about that?" The Shadow King's voice sounded again, with a kind of condescending charity. Hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. "Really?" he asked subconsciously, with a hint of uncontrollable excitement in his voice. Su Jiner, who was standing by, was already feeling uneasy because of this talking boss. Seeing Chen Feng's reaction at this moment, a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. This boss, what exactly is he discussing with Chen Feng? Why couldn't she hear their conversation at all? Could it be that? What's the conspiracy behind this? Her delicate eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and her clear eyes were filled with worry, anxiety, and a hint of unspeakable fear. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to start. He could only watch Chen Feng walk towards the unknown abyss step by step. The Shadow King nodded slightly. The two red flames in the helmet were like two miniature suns, emitting a heart-pounding light. They were also like the eyes of two giant beasts from the abyss, staring at Chen Feng. "Certainly, but you can't leave." The Shadow King added a condition. The dust and wind also stagnated. "After all, I have to chat with him before he is willing to give me conditions. If I leave, what's the point of talking?" Su Jiner looked at Chen Feng thoughtfully, as if weighing the pros and cons. The feeling of uneasiness in her heart grew stronger and stronger, like wild weeds growing wildly, almost swallowing her up. "Dust wind, don't be bewitched by him." She couldn't help but shout, her voice filled with a hint of anxiety and worry, as well as a barely perceptible tremor. She knows it very well. Monsters of this level are definitely not something they can deal with right now. What's more, this boss can speak and possesses extremely high intelligence. This adds countless variables, making the already slim chances of winning even slimmer. However, Chen Feng ignored Su Jin's dissuasion. He took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, and also as if he was encouraging himself. "Please also send my friend out of this hidden copy." Chen Feng raised his head, looked at the Shadow King on the throne, and spoke in a firm tone. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. He knows. This is his only chance. An opportunity for Su Jiner to leave safely. He couldn't let Su Jiner stay here and take risks. Hearing this, Su Jiner's expression suddenly changed, and her already pale face instantly became even uglier. "What nonsense are you talking about? I won't leave," she shouted excitedly, with a tremor in her voice, even a hint of crying. "You can't handle this kind of boss by yourself." Su Jiner was extremely anxious. How could she let Chen Feng stay here alone to face such a terrifying monster? without waiting for Su Jiner to finish her words. The red flame under the Shadow King's helmet jumped violently a few times, as if expressing his joy and as if mocking Su Jiner's arrogance. Good, as you wish. The Shadow King's voice sounded again, with a hint of indescribable teasing and a hint of creepy coldness. The next moment, following a flash of black light, Su Jiner's figure disappeared instantly without leaving any trace, as if she had never appeared. Chun Feng stared at the team panel beside him. I saw that Su Jiner's health value did not change, and it also showed that she had returned to the safe area. Chun Feng then breathed a long sigh of relief. My heart finally settled down, as if a huge rock pressing on my chest was finally removed. Confirmed that Su Jiner has left safely. Chun Feng then focused all his attention on the Shadow King in front of him, without any distracting thoughts. At this time, in the main hall of Yangqing Dungeon, a flash of white light appeared like a bolt of lightning out of nowhere, instantly illuminating the dim hall. Su Jiner's figure suddenly appeared in front of the portal to the novice secret realm. She staggered and nearly fell, with a trace of shock still on her delicate face. Miss Jina. Almost instantly, a group of people surrounded her and rushed towards Su Jiner like a tide. The leader was a middle-aged man. His face was serious, with a hint of anxiety and a trace of worry that was difficult to conceal between his brows. It was the head of the Su family's branch, Su Mingyan. Behind him followed a group of Su family guards. Each of them is dressed in black, with swords on their waists and sharp eyes, like a group of cheetahs ready to pounce on their prey at any time. Miss Jina. There was a hint of tremor in Su Mingyan's voice. He rushed to Su Jiner and looked her up and down, his eyes full of worry, fearing that Su Jiner would be hurt. Are you okay? Chapter 23 The Blood of the Ancient God is discovered. Are you okay? Su Mingyan's anxious voice came, and he stepped forward quickly, his eyes scanning Su Jiner back and forth, fearing that she would make the slightest mistake. Where's that bastard who tricked you into challenging the hell-level secret realm? Su Mingyan's voice suddenly rose octaves, and he was filled with rage, as if he wanted to eat the culprit alive. How dare you deceive our Su family's eldest daughter? Su Mingyan, will make him pay. He gritted his teeth, uttered words with tears in his eyes, and wished he could cut Chun Feng into pieces. In his opinion, Su Jiner must have been bewitched by Chun Feng and had mistakenly entered into danger. Now that Su Jiner was able to escape safely, she probably paid a huge price, even in exchange for Chun Feng's life. Thinking of this, Su Mingyan's hatred for Chun Feng grew like weeds. Su Jiner lowered her head and remained silent. Her face was as pale as paper, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, hiding the emotions surging in her eyes. May not be able to come out. Su Jiner's voice was as light as a mosquito, but it was like a thunder, exploding in Su Mingyan's ears. Su Mingyan was stunned at first, then a sneer of satisfaction appeared on the corner of his mouth. You deserve it. He made no secret of his gloating. This person who overestimates his own abilities and dares to deceive Miss Jiner deserves his punishment. He snorted coldly, as if Chun Feng's death was exactly what he wanted. Su Jiner raised her head suddenly. A cold light flashed in her eyes, as sharp as a knife. Su Mingyan. Her voice suddenly became sharp and piercing, anger burning in her chest. Do you want to die? She glared at Su Mingyan, her eyes filled with disgust and anger. It is my idea to challenge the hell-level secret realm. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Jiner's voice echoed in the empty dungeon hall. He is my savior. If you dare to say something nonsense again, you will no longer be the head of the Yangqing branch family. Her words were like cold knives, piercing Su Mingyan's heart. Su Mingyan's face was pale, and his lips moved, but no sound came out. He never dreamed that Su Jiner would scold him so harshly for an outsider. What was even more unbelievable to him was that Su Jiner actually said that Chun Feng was her savior. How is this possible? Su Mingyan was full of doubts, but he didn't dare to act again. He knew very well how respected Su Jiner's status was in the Su family. It was simply not someone that he, a small head of a branch family, could afford to offend. He could only lower his head and bury all his dissatisfaction and doubts deep in his heart. If he hadn't brought you into such a dangerous place, you wouldn't be in danger. Why would you need him to save you? Su Mingyan's voice was low and hoarse, revealing a hint of reluctance and contempt. So much time was wasted. He tried to defend himself, but was interrupted by a loud system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to Lin Feng and Su Jiner's team. We have refreshed the record for clearing the Hell-level Novice Secret Realm Nether Abyss. Completion time, 38 minutes. Rating, SSS. The system prompt sounded like thunder, exploding in the dungeon hall, deafening. Everyone stood there in a daze, as if they were under a spell, unable to move. Their faces were filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief, as if they had seen something incredible. At the same time, hidden in the copy, I have already fulfilled your conditions. Now, can you please have a good chat with me? The Shadow King's voice was low and hoarse, and every word seemed to come from the depths of hell, bringing with it a suffocating sense of oppression that made people shudder. Chen Feng looked solemn. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his racing heartbeat. What do you want to talk about? He looked up at the Shadow King on the throne, with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. He knew that he was now like a lamb to be slaughtered, with his life and death completely in the hands of this terrifying being. The Shadow King was silent for a moment. Then, he actually waved directly at Chen Feng. Come over. The Shadow King's voice was cold and brief, leaving no room for doubt, as if he was the master of this world. Chen Feng's body stiffened. He wanted to refuse and escape from this place. But he doesn't dare. An unprecedented sense of crisis overwhelmed him like a surging tide, making it difficult for him to breathe. He knew very well that if he dared to disobey the orders of the Shadow King, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant, leaving nothing behind. However, at the moment when Chen Feng hesitated, his breathing suddenly stagnated, because beside him, two strange soldiers dressed in black appeared out of nowhere. They appeared there like ghosts, silently, without any sound, but exuding a creepy and cold aura. Chen Feng didn't even notice when they appeared. They seemed to appear out of thin air, which made him feel deeply powerless and desperate. Faced with such a powerful existence, he had no room for resistance at all, and even escape was a luxury. Helplessly, Chen Feng could only bite the bullet and slowly walk towards the Shadow King. Every step felt like walking on the edge of a knife, and every step was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Finally, Chen Feng walked under the throne. He raised his head and looked at the high and mighty Shadow King, his heart filled with despair. He didn't know what would be waiting for him. At this moment, the Shadow King slowly walked down from the throne. His huge body, as majestic as a mountain, gave people an indescribable feeling of oppression, as if a mountain was pressing down on Chen Feng. Chen Feng could even feel the suffocating breath of death emanating from the Shadow King. It was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. The Shadow King walked towards Chen Feng step by step, and then he actually put his head in front of Chen Feng. The pitch-black helmet was almost touching Chen Feng's face, and the distance between them was very close. Chen Feng could even clearly see the two balls of red flames in the helmet, like two burning strange stars, flashing a heart-pounding light, as if they were going to suck his soul in. At this moment, Chen Feng felt like his soul was frozen, and he even forgot to breathe. I don't know how long it took. It seemed like a century. The low and hoarse voice of the Shadow King sounded in Chen Feng's mind again, breaking the deathly silence. Blood of the ancient god. There is a hint of surprise, a hint of confusion, and a hint of indescribable excitement in the Shadow King's voice. Hearing this, Chen Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. How'd he know? Chen Feng's heart was beating violently, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. He felt that all his secrets had been seen through. How did he know that he possessed the blood of the ancient god? This was something he brought from his previous life. It had already merged with his soul and became his greatest secret. Why would he know? Is he going to die again because of this ancient god's blood? Chapter 24. Helpless War. Blood of the ancient god. Chen Feng's voice sounded as if it had been rubbed harshly by sandpaper. Every word was trembling with an undisguised tremor, as if being squeezed out with difficulty from the depths of a dry throat. He stared at the Shadow King in front of him, his body tense as a fully drawn bow, his eyes filled with fear, vigilance, and a hint of imperceptible despair. I don't understand what you're saying. Chen Feng forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart and try to make his voice sound calmer. But the slightly trembling ending of his voice mercilessly betrayed his inner panic. He tried to cover it up with words, but the fear that penetrated his bones was always there. In the Shadow King's helmet, the two balls of red flames flickered slightly, like two strange eyes, seeing through all of Chun Feng's disguises. The dancing flames, like the devil's mockery, made Chen Feng feel palpitations. A low chuckle came from the Shadow King's helmet and echoed in this empty and silent space. It seemed particularly strange, as if it was a whisper from the depths of hell. This laughter made Chun Feng's nerves even more tense. You really don't know. The Shadow King's voice was still low and hoarse, but it had a penetrating power that could see through everything, as if it could strike directly into the depths of Chun Feng's soul and ruthlessly reveal all his secrets. Every word was like a sharp knife, piercing Chun Feng's heart. Chen Feng felt as if he had been stripped of his clothes and was standing naked in front of the Shadow King. All his secrets were exposed, and he had no chance to struggle. He clenched his teeth so tightly that his lips almost bled and his teeth chattered. He tried hard to control himself from losing his composure and letting fear consume him completely. Since you don't know, I will take it myself. The Shadow King's voice suddenly became cold and ruthless, as if announcing Chun Feng's fate. It was like the verdict of the god of death, which could not be questioned or resisted. Before he finished his words, a huge hand made entirely of darkness stretched out from behind the Shadow King and grabbed toward Chun Feng's face with a suffocating feeling of oppression. The palm was so huge that it covered the sky and the sun, as if it wanted to swallow Chun Feng whole and crush his soul together. Not good. Chun Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, and an unprecedented sense of crisis instantly spread throughout his body. The breath of death rushed towards him, almost suffocating him. Almost instinctively, he wanted to step back and avoid the fatal blow. However, just as his body moved, an electric current suddenly surged up from under his feet and instantly flowed throughout his body. Sun Wolf Light Shield. A layer of light gray light shield instantly appeared around Chun Feng's body, wrapping him completely in it, like a fragile egg protected by a thin shell. At the same time, Chun Feng felt that his body was as if being pulled by an invisible force, and was instantly retreating at an extremely fast speed. This sudden acceleration allowed Chun to narrowly avoid the fatal grasp of the Shadow King. The giant dark palm almost brushed past Chun Feng's body as it fell, and the strong wind it brought with it made his clothes rustle and make a tearing sound. Chun Feng only felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, making the hairs on his body stand up, and every cell in his body scream for danger. Almost there. He was almost caught by this giant dark hand. If he was really caught, Chun Feng had no doubt that he would be crushed into a ball of meat in an instant, without even the slightest chance of resistance. Double cast. Chun Feng did not dare to be negligent in the slightest and immediately activated his active talent, dual casting. Almost at the same time, two emerald green rays of light shot out from the top of the star staff, like two lightning bolts, cutting through the darkness and instantly falling on the body of the Shadow King. Healing technique. Healing technique. Two consecutive healing spells hit the Shadow King accurately. This is the only method Chun Feng can think of at the moment that may pose a threat to the Shadow King. Although he knew that his healing skills might be insignificant to a being like the Shadow King, he still wanted to give it a try. At least buy yourself some time. However, what happened next made Chun Feng's heart sink to the bottom. After the two emerald green lights fell on the Shadow King, they were like a drop in the ocean without causing any ripples. Even above the Shadow King's head, no damage number popped up. Chun Feng's face instantly turned as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. He never imagined that his healing skills were completely ineffective against the Shadow King. How is this possible? Could it be that his attack couldn't even break through the Shadow King's defense? A deep despair surged in Chun Feng's heart, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Feeling the green light falling on his body, the Shadow King was stunned for a moment. Not an attack. Is this a healing technique? Healing. There was a hint of incredible surprise in the Shadow King's voice, and a hint of amusement. He lowered his head and looked at the two emerald green lights on his body that had already dissipated, as if he had seen something incredible. You actually used healing magic on me? The voice of the Shadow King sounded again, and this time, there was a hint of mockery in his voice, as if he was mocking Chun Feng's stupidity and naivety. Chun Feng's face looked extremely ugly. He gripped the star's staff tightly in his hand. His knuckles turned white from the force and veins on the back of his hand bulged. He knew that this time, he was probably really doomed. I originally thought that even if I couldn't win, I could at least delay some time. But now it seems that I can't even cause any trouble to the other party. This deep feeling of powerlessness made Chun Feng feel desperate, as if all his struggles were in vain. Little guy, do you think that I am one of those low-level undead creatures? The voice of the Shadow King sounded again, breaking Chun Feng's thoughts. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Chun Feng's heart hard. Who told you that I am an undead creature? There was a hint of mockery in the Shadow King's voice, as if he was mocking Chun Feng's ignorance and self-righteousness. Chun Feng was struck by lightning. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the Shadow King, his eyes full of shock and disbelief, as if he had heard some incredible fairy tale. You are not an undead creature. Chun Feng's voice was trembling, with a hint of astonishment that could not be concealed. The blood of the ancient god is actually in the hands of a support professional. It's really a waste of resources. The Shadow King's voice was tinged with regret, as if he was commenting on a precious treasure being carelessly discarded. His tone sounded more like he was mocking Chun Feng's ignorance. Chun Feng's heart was beating violently. This blood of the ancient god should be left to me. The Shadow King's voice suddenly turned cold, with an unquestionable arrogance, announcing his decision like an emperor ruling the world. The next moment he moved, there was no sign at all. Like a ghost, it disappeared in an instant. Almost at the moment when the Shadow King disappeared, all the hairs on Chun Feng's body stood up. It was a sign of extreme danger. He didn't even have time to think. His body had already reacted, and the star staff in his hand was subconsciously placed across his chest. Bite! A crisp sound of metal collision echoed in the empty area. Perfect block triggered successfully. Chun Feng only felt an indescribable force coming from the staff, which made his palms numb and his arms aching. But he gritted his teeth and withstood the force without taking a single step back. A hint of determination flashed across Chun Feng's eyes. Since we can't run away, let's fight. He roared in his heart, and all the emotions that had been pinned up since his rebirth completely erupted at this moment. For someone who has died once, what else is there to be afraid of? Even if you live one more second, it is earned. Even if it is God, I have to bite a piece of flesh from him. Chun Feng took a deep breath, forced down the fear and despair in his heart, and tried to calm himself down. Since it's a boss, it must have a health bar. If it has a health bar, it's possible to kill it. A glimmer of hope rekindled in Chun Feng's eyes. He held the staff tightly, feeling the magic power contained in it, and prayed silently in his heart. Even if there's only a glimmer of opportunity, he will seize it, no matter what. This is just a hidden copy of a level 10 secret realm. No matter how outrageous it is still a hidden copy of a novice secret realm, so there must be a possibility of passing it. Thinking of this, Chun Feng's expression suddenly changed. The previous fear was swept away, and he instantly raised the star staff in his hand. The next moment, the Flame Soul fireballs were launched instantly, and 2 fireballs flew straight towards the Shadow King. 2 Flame Soul fireballs, carrying a scorching breath, cut through the air and headed straight for the Shadow King. Wherever the fireballs passed, even the air seemed to be ignited, leaving behind 2 distorted traces. Following closely behind were 2 beams of light condensed from the power of the stars. They were like meteors streaking across the night sky, shining brightly and following closely behind the fireball. Seeing this, the Shadow King did not dodge or evade, and it was obvious that he did not take Chun Feng's attack seriously at all. -10, -10, -1, -1. For insignificant damage, numbers floated above the Shadow King's head and were almost negligible. Chun Feng's expression changed slightly, but he was not too surprised. After all, the opponent is a hidden boss. It would be strange if he was defeated so easily. He had already prepared himself mentally that this would be a tough battle. Interesting. There was a hint of amusement in the Shadow King's voice, as if he was somewhat surprised by Chun Feng's attack. I didn't expect that a support professional would have attack skills, and they are completely incompatible with my own skills. He smiled gently, as if admiring an interesting toy. Is this the ability that the blood of the ancient god brings to you? The Shadow King's voice suddenly became a little low, with a hint of inexplicable meaning. But He changed the subject, his tone carrying a hint of contempt. If you only have this level of attack, it's unlikely that you will be able to defeat me. Chapter 25, do you want to change your job to become the Shadow King? The Shadow King moved again. Completely different from the ghostly speed before. This time, he paced slowly, and every step seemed to be stepping on Chun Feng's heartbeat, heavy and depressing. He did not attack Chun Feng directly, but walked slowly back to the throne. Under Chun Feng's puzzled gaze, the Shadow King slowly sat down. That posture was like a king returning to his territory, with everything under control. Chun Feng's brows were furrowed, his eyes full of vigilance. He stared at the Shadow King. He gripped the star staff tighter in his hand, and the starlight on the staff flickered, as if responding to his inner tension and anxiety. What do you mean? Chun Feng's voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of suppressed anger. He asked in a cold voice, trying to find a flaw in the other party's words. The Shadow King did not answer immediately. He raised his head slightly, and the face hidden in the shadows seemed to reveal a playful smile. His eyes swept over Chun Feng as if he was admiring an interesting toy. You are a support ant who is less than level 10. You actually have the courage to struggle against me. No wonder you can obtain the blood of the ancient god. I admire you. The Shadow King's voice was light, as if he was stating a fact. But the contempt and arrogance contained in it made Chun Feng feel humiliated. Hearing this, Chun Feng's face became even more confused. What on earth does this guy want to do? Is he trying to let his guard down? However, dealing with a newbie like myself who just changed jobs not long ago shouldn't be necessary, right? Chun Feng's heart was full of doubts. But he did not let his guard down. Instead, he observed everything around him more carefully, fearing that he would miss any details. Looking at Chun Feng's doubtful expression, the Shadow King laughed. The laughter echoed in this empty space, seeming particularly strange. Suddenly, he raised his hand. A drop of bright red blood appeared in his hand. The blood emitted a faint light, like a miniature sun, attracting everyone's attention. Seeing this drop of blood, Chun Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. Blood of the ancient god? Did he take away the blood of the ancient god in his body? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Chun Feng immediately realized that something was wrong. Although this drop of blood is somewhat similar to the blood of the ancient god that he possesses, upon closer inspection, he can discover the difference. This drop of blood is purer and more powerful, as if it contains endless energy. Don't be surprised. The voice of the Shadow King sounded again, interrupting Chun Feng's thoughts. I also possess the blood of the ancient gods, but... He paused, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Now, this blood of the ancient god is of no use to me. The Shadow King's voice was low and hoarse, as if he was recalling something. Immediately, the dark shadow face of the Shadow King seemed to reveal an extremely exaggerated smile. Against the backdrop of the shadow, that smile looked particularly strange and hideous. Boy, I admire your courage and responsibility. Are you willing to inherit my profession and become the Shadow King? The voice of the Shadow King sounded again, with a hint of bewitching intent, as if luring Chun Feng towards an unknown path. Hearing this, Chun Feng was stunned. Shadow King? Make yourself the Shadow King? I'm boiling? What's the trouble? What a joke. This must be some kind of conspiracy, right? Countless thoughts flashed through Chun Feng's mind in an instant, and his vigilance reached its highest point. He didn't believe that pie would fall from the sky, and he certainly didn't believe that this moody Shadow King had any good intentions. What on earth is this old guy up to? Can a monster's job be changed? Various speculations flashed through Chun Feng's mind, but he could not find a reasonable explanation. Before Chun Feng could recover from this sudden surprise, the hoarse voice of the Shadow King sounded again, with an elusive smile. Why? You don't want to. As long as you're willing to change your job, I will also give you this drop of ancient god's blood. How about that? The Shadow King's voice was full of temptation, as if luring Chun Feng toward a road full of unknowns. The drop of ancient god's blood in his hand emitted a dazzling light, as if calling Chun Feng. Blood of the ancient god. This is a treasure that can change your destiny. The reason why I was able to be reborn this time was probably because of the blood of the ancient god that I obtained in my previous life. If I could get another drop. Chun Feng, however, forced himself to suppress the slight throbbing in his heart. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. The more tempting something is, the more dangerous it is. Chen Feng understands this truth better than anyone else. Change to Shadow King. Chen Feng repeated these words in a low voice, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the Shadow King on the throne, trying to read something from the other's expression. However, the face hidden in the shadows is still blurry and elusive. Chen Feng was silent for a moment. He spoke slowly, his voice low and hoarse. "Why should I believe you?" "Believe me." The Shadow King seemed to be amused by Chen Feng's question. His laughter echoed in the empty space, sounding particularly strange. "You don't have to believe me, you just have to believe in yourself." "Trust me myself?" Chen Feng frowned and repeated the words of the Shadow King, seeming to be thinking about something. The Shadow King did not speak again, but just sat quietly on the throne, waiting for Chen Feng's answer. His eyes always stayed on Chen Feng, as if he was admiring an interesting toy. Time passes by every second. The entire space fell into deathly silence. Only that drop of ancient god's blood was still emitting a faint light, attracting Chen Feng's attention. He tightly grasped the star staff in his hand, feeling the cool touch coming from the staff, trying to calm himself down. "Call." Chen Feng let out a long breath, and his eyes gradually became firm. He raised his head. "Look at the Shadow King on the throne." He spoke slowly. His voice was low but full of determination. "I refuse." Although Chen Feng's voice was low, it was firm and unquestionable. This sudden rejection made the atmosphere in the entire space freeze. The Shadow King's originally calm aura suddenly changed. Like a volcanic eruption, terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire space. The powerful pressure seemed to materialize and turned into an invisible wave, sweeping towards Chen Feng, as if to crush him into pieces. "How dare you reject this king?" The Shadow King's voice was icy cold. Every word was like a sharp blade, piercing Chen Feng's heart. Faced with this sudden pressure, Chen Feng found it difficult to breathe. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He clenched his teeth, trying to suppress the discomfort in his body, while the magic power in his body surged wildly. The star staff emits a dazzling light. Almost subconsciously, Chen Feng waved his staff. Healing spell. A soft white light shot out from the top of the staff and landed accurately on the Shadow King. A soft white light, like the warm sun penetrating through the clouds in winter, poured out from the top of the star staff and landed precisely on the Shadow King on the throne. The moment the white light touched the Shadow King, it was as if ice and snow melted, and the originally stagnant and oppressive space loosened slightly. Ding! The healing hero has been triggered. The power of the talented ruler has been copied. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. Strength value increased by 6. The system's prompt sounds rang in Chen Feng's mind one after another, clear and pleasant. Chen Feng was slightly stunned. Talent triggered? That's right. Just now, the Shadow King lost some health due to his own attack, so the healing spell was effective this time. But this talent of replication, the power of the ruler? Can this be copied? And the strength value was directly increased by 6 points. This wave is worth it. Even make a lot of money. An irrepressible ecstasy surged in Chen Feng's heart, but his face remained calm, and he showed no sign of it. On the throne, the Shadow King felt the warm power on his body, and his expression, which had been as cold as ice for thousands of years, miraculously softened a little. He looked down at himself, and the black mist that had been rolling around his body seemed to have calmed down a little. He looked up at Chen Feng again. His face was hidden in the shadows, so his expression could not be seen clearly, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a playful smile. "Haha, kid, this is really interesting." The Shadow King's voice was no longer as cold and piercing as before. Instead, it contained a hint of appreciation, as if he was looking at a toy that interested him. "Well, since you don't want to change your job, then leave." The Shadow King spoke slowly, his tone carrying a hint of unquestionable majesty. Before he finished speaking, he gently waved his broad hand, and a pitch-black portal appeared out of thin air in front of Chen Feng. The portal slowly rotates like a black hole that swallows everything, with strange black energy surging in it, as if connecting to another unknown world, full of danger and mystery. "Walk out of this portal, and you will return to the secret realm you are in." The Shadow King's voice sounded again. His tone was flat, and no emotion could be heard, as if he was just stating a simple fact. Chen Feng was stunned. "You're going to let me go?" He could hardly believe his ears, and there was a hint of doubt and vigilance in his voice. "What exactly is this Shadow King up to? First, he tempted me to change my job. Then he displayed great pressure after being rejected. And now he wants to let me go? This reversal is too fast." Chen Feng's heart was full of doubts. He didn't believe that this moody Shadow King would be so kind. "I never said I wanted to kill you, did I?" The Shadow King chuckled and asked back, a hint of teasing in his voice. Let's go. I have to pass on my profession. I can't waste it on you." The Shadow King waved his hand again, with a hint of impatience in his tone, as if he didn't care about Chen Feng's departure. A strange force instantly acted on Chen Feng. This force was completely different from the previous pressure from the Shadow King. It was softer, but carried an irresistible control. Chen Feng only felt that his body seemed to have lost control. Like a puppet, he was lifted up by an invisible force and slowly floated towards the dark portal. This power. Chen Feng was shocked. He seemed to have thought of something. This power was extremely similar to the description of the talent he had just copied. The power of the ruler. Could it be that the Shadow King had no intention of killing himself from the beginning, but wanted to test himself? Test whether you are qualified to be his successor? Just before being thrown into the portal, a trace of determination flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. He swung the star staff in his hand violently, and the star stone on the top of the staff shone with bright light. Sun Wolf Light Shield. Chen Feng roared, and a light gray light shield, like an upside-down bowl, instantly appeared on the Shadow King on the throne, enveloping him completely. This light shield is exactly the skill that Chen Feng copied from the Wolf King before. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. The skill Shadow Extraction has been copied. Done! Chen Feng was delighted. He has been coveting this skill for a long time. Then he felt a black screen before his eyes, and his whole body was sucked into the portal, disappearing in this strange space. The Shadow King watched with interest in the direction where Chen Feng disappeared, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a playful arc. "Haha, are you using the power of the ancient gods on me again?" He chuckled, and the low voice echoed in the empty hall, carrying a hint of elusive meaning. "The power this kid possesses is truly amazing. He can even copy my unique skills and the power of the ancient gods. Interesting, really interesting." The Shadow King stroked his chin, his eyes flashing with brilliance, and he seemed quite satisfied with Chen Feng's performance. He originally thought that this young man would succumb to his power and choose to change his job to become the Shadow King. However, he did not expect that Chen Feng not only rejected his proposal, but also used the mysterious healing ability to copy his skills at the last moment. This unexpected reversal made the Shadow King very interested in Chen Feng. In that case, the Shadow King pondered for a moment and seemed to have made some decision. Even if he's not the Shadow King, it doesn't seem like a big problem, right? He murmured to himself, his voice low and magnetic, as if he was talking to himself, or as if he was talking to some unknown existence. As the words fell, the thick, inky black shadow on the Shadow King's body quickly receded like the tide. The shadow dissipated, revealing an extremely handsome face. It was a face that was enough to drive any woman crazy, with sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, a high-nose bridge, thin lips, and well-defined facial features, as perfect as if they were carved by a knife or an axe. His eyes were deep and sharp, as if they could see through everything, and there was a hint of cynicism in them. Compared to the previous Shadow King who exuded a terrifying aura, he now looked more like an elegant and graceful nobleman. "Ygritte," the Shadow King called softly, his voice low and magnetic. "Take this drop of ancient god's blood and give it to that kid." He flicked his fingertips, and a drop of black blood flashing with strange light appeared out of thin air in front of him. This drop of blood contains the powerful power of the ancient gods and seems to possess a different kind of power. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall knight in blood-red armor slowly emerged from the shadows. The knight was a burly man, more than 2 meters tall, and exuded a strong, bloody smell, as if he had just walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and saluted respectfully to the Shadow King. His movements were uniform and without making any sound. "As you command, my king." The knight's voice was low and hoarse, as harsh as the friction of metal. He took the blood of the ancient god and put it away carefully. Then his figure flashed, and he merged into the shadows again and disappeared. The whole process was quick and strange, leaving no trace. The Shadow King looked at everything in front of him quietly, with the smile on his face growing more intense. I hope this step can bring some changes to the future. I really don't want to reopen it again. He murmured softly. His voice was ethereal, as if he was expecting something, and as if he was sighing about something. Chapter 26. Died Again Amendment to the Power of the King. Ouch! Chun Feng felt as if his but was about to split apart. He fell heavily to the ground, grimacing in pain. He rubbed his butt subconsciously and couldn't help cursing under his breath. Depend on. Chun Feng struggled to get up and looked around. The air was filled with an eerie smell of death, with bones scattered all over the ground and gusts of cold wind blowing, making the place feel chilly. It's the dark abyss. After seeing the surrounding environment clearly, Chun Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the suffocating and terrifying pressure from the Shadow King, this damn place seemed much safer. At least, there's no one here who can rub me to the ground. However, before he could completely relax, a strong sense of crisis, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, instantly struck his heart. Chun Feng's body trembled violently, almost out of his survival instinct, and without thinking, he just rolled over. Whoosh! A dark shadow almost brushed past his scalp. Chun narrowly avoided the sudden attack. He looked up in shock. I saw a tall figure in blood-red armor, who appeared like a ghost at his original place at some point. The blood-red armor seemed to be made of solidified blood, wrapping the knight tightly, leaving only a pair of scarlet eyes exposed through the gap in the helmet. Those eyes flashed with bloodthirsty and cruel light, like two will-o'-the-wisp flames dancing in the darkness. The strong smell of blood hit Chun Feng in the face, almost suffocating him. Chun Feng swallowed subconsciously, alarm bells ringing in his heart. What the hell is this monster? Where did it come from? He quickly activated the detection technique. However, the result was like he was falling into an icy cave. Not to mention the specific attributes. Even this guy's name is displayed as a series of question marks. Name? Rank? Grade? The screen was full of question marks, as if mocking Chun Feng's ignorance and weakness. Chun Feng almost cried. What bad luck has befallen me in this life? First, a red-level boss popped up in the Novice Secret Realm, and a hidden copy was also created. I finally escaped from danger, but now I run into this thing. Just standing there makes people's legs weak. It's obvious that he is not someone to be trifled with. Is this not enough to let people survive? This, big brother, can we talk it out peacefully and not use force? Chun Feng suppressed the fear in his heart, forced a smile that was uglier than crying, and tried to communicate with the other party. He tried to keep his voice from sounding shaky. However, the Blood Armor Knight seemed to be deaf and turned a deaf ear to his words. He still stood there quietly, staring at Chun Feng with his scarlet eyes, as if he was looking at a dead person. It's like admiring a prey that is about to be caught. Silence. Deathly silence. The depressing atmosphere almost made Chun Feng collapse. Sudden, the Blood Armor Knight moved. He slowly raised the arm covered in cold metal. The movements were slow, but carried an unrivaled force. Chun Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body reacted faster than his brain. He leaped back almost reflexively, trying to create some distance. He must escape. However, it was too late. The speed of the Blood Armor Knight was astonishingly fast, so fast that it was beyond Chun Feng's imagination. Almost instantly, the arm crossed the distance between the two people, and with a whistling sound that tore through the air, it fiercely pierced through Chun Feng's chest. Well, intense pain swept through Chun Feng's body like a tide. He didn't even have time to scream. He could only feel his vitality draining away at a terrifying speed. His vision began to blur. Everything around him became distorted, and Chun Feng's consciousness gradually became dispersed. He seemed to see again the scene in his previous life where he was tragically killed by his teammates. Despair, resentment, anger. All kinds of emotions flashed through my mind like a kaleidoscope. No way. Chun Feng's heart was roaring madly. I've only been reborn for one day. I'm going to die again. Are you kidding me? A rebirth experience card. Endless darkness began to erode his consciousness, and Chun Feng's body gradually lost strength and slowly fell backwards. He could even feel the cold breath of death. However, At this critical moment, a cold mechanical prompt sound suddenly rang in Chun Feng's mind, like a ray of light in a desperate situation. Ding! Unknown energy detected. The power of the king begins to correct. As the system prompt sounded, Chun Feng's consciousness, which had begun to dissipate, miraculously returned. He opened his eyes suddenly. What I saw was an intact chest. There was no blood and flesh as imagined, and there was not even a trace of pain. And the blood-armored knight who should have killed him with one blow disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. All around, there were still bones scattered everywhere and a dark abyss filled with gusts of cold wind. It was as if everything that had just happened was just a nightmare, an illusion. Chun Feng stood there in a daze, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He reached out and touched his chest, then looked around. After making sure that he was not injured and did not see the scary blood-armored knight, he breathed a sigh of relief. The relief of surviving the disaster made him feel a little exhausted. What on earth is going on? Chun Feng's face was full of confusion and puzzlement. He had no idea what had just happened. This is so weird. Ding. King's power has been corrected. Shadow save has been obtained. Ding. King's power has been revised. Shadow swap has been obtained. Ding. The power of the king has been revised. The shadow realm has been obtained. A series of system prompt sounds, like a cold mechanical torrent, echoed wildly in Chun Feng's mind, making him dizzy. What the hell? Chun Feng was stunned. Isn't this the skill of the Shadow King? How'd I get them all? I clearly only copied one shadow extraction. Chun Feng quickly opened his character panel and scanned it quickly. Sure enough, at the end of the skill bar, there were 3 new skills. Character, Chun Feng. Occupation, healer. Level, LV10. HP, 880/880. Mipi 530 530. Strength, 60. Agility, 27. Spirit, 243 plus 20. Constitution, 43. Spell power, 526 plus 50. Special effect, healing effect increased by 5%. Skills, detection, healing, LV5. Repair, wolf light shield, shadow extraction, shadow preservation, shadow exchange, shadow field. Talents, healing brave, heart of the god of magic, SS. Block, A, furious blow, B, skeleton resurrection, C, power of the ruler. Chun Feng was a little confused. He rubbed his eyes hard to make sure he was not seeing things. This skill, how did it come about? Could it be the power of the king? Chun Feng recalled the cold mechanical prompt sound just now, which seemed to mention correction of the king's power. Could it be that this so-called power of the king is the power of the Shadow King? But why would the power of the king correct these things by itself? What the hell is going on here? Chun Feng felt that his brain was not enough. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and began to check his newly acquired skills. Shadow extraction. Extract the power from inanimate organisms and transform them into shadow soldiers. The higher the ability of the extracted organism, the longer the death time and the greater the possibility of failure. Consumption, none. CD, none. Current number of extractions, 3. Shadow preservation. Shadow soldiers are preserved in the caster's shadow. They can be summoned or preserved again according to the caster's needs. Consumption, none. CD, none. Current number of preservations, 0/3. Shadow swap. The user can swap positions with the designated shadow soldier. Cost, none. CD, 30 seconds. Shadow field. The ability of shadow soldiers fighting within the caster's shadow field will be increased by 30%. Consumption, 500 MP CD, 10 minutes. Power of the ruler. Can physically affect things without direct contact. Cost, none. CD, none. Chapter 27, The Su Family. Su Jiner is helpless. What the hell is this king's power? Chun Feng's tightly furrowed brows were almost twisted into a knot. He stared at his skill panel, his eyes full of confusion and puzzlement. He tried desperately to recall the thrilling scene, trying to find a clue from the fragments of memory. The sudden, cold, mechanical prompt sound, like some kind of mysterious spell, echoed in his mind over and over again. Unknown energy correction of the power of the king. Chun Feng muttered to himself, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. He vaguely felt that this so-called power of the king was definitely inseparable from the high and majestic Shadow King. In fact, it is very likely the power of the Shadow King himself. But why did this suffocatingly powerful force appear on a small healing wizard like me for no reason? Why would he be so kind as to take the initiative to correct himself and help himself acquire those incredibly powerful skills? The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more his headache worsened. This was completely beyond the comprehension of a reborn person like him. It was like a primary school student suddenly getting a university textbook. He knew every word, but couldn't understand it at all when they were put together. Could it be that it is really related to that drop of ancient god's blood? Chen Feng's gaze became profound, and he subconsciously touched his chest, as if some mysterious power still remained there. He tried hard to recall all the strange events that had happened to him since his rebirth, and they seemed to be inextricably linked to that drop of mysterious ancient god's blood. Whether it was the inexplicable rebirth, or the mysterious hidden profession and powerful talent obtained when changing jobs, or the sudden appearance of the red-level boss in the novice secret realm, or the thrilling and life-threatening scene just now. All of this seems to be controlled by an invisible hand, and the source of this hand is most likely the mysterious drop of ancient god's blood. Forget it. If you can't figure it out, just forget about it. After a long time, Qin Feng sighed heavily and shook his head helplessly. He decided not to dwell on this issue for the time being. After all, with his current strength and knowledge, it would be a fool's dream to try to figure out the mystery. Forget it. It's a blessing in disguise. If it's a disaster, we can't avoid it. Let's get out of the secret realm first. Qin Feng sighed, put his chaotic thoughts behind him, and walked towards the exit of the secret realm not far away. Those profound and difficult things were not something he should consider for the time being. Shadow extraction can be used, but I don't know how effective it is. Qin Feng was secretly calculating in his mind, but his steps never stopped. As he took a step forward, the surrounding scene changed instantly. The dazzling light dissipated, and he had returned to the empty copy hall. Call! Before Qin Feng had time to look around, a faint fragrance wafted towards him, and then a soft body crashed into his arms. You finally came out. I thought you would never come back. Su Jiner hugged Qin Feng tightly, her voice trembling slightly and seemed to be mixed with a bit of crying, and her warm tears soaked the front of Qin Feng's shirt. Qin Feng's body stiffened instantly. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never had such close contact with the opposite sex. For a moment, he was at a loss. His hands and feet were powerless, and he stood there like a wooden stake. He could clearly feel the softness and trembling of the girl in his arms. His nose was lingering with her faint fragrance. His heartbeat accelerated involuntarily, and a strange feeling surged in his heart. I'm out now. You let me go first. There's someone else here. Qin Feng spoke haltingly, his voice a little unnatural, and his ears slightly red. He tried hard to break free, but was afraid of hurting the other person, so he could only stand there stiffly and let Su Jiner hold him. Su Jiner finally reacted and screamed. Her pretty face instantly flushed red. She hurriedly let go of Qin Feng, lowered her head, twisted the corners of her clothes with her hands, not daring to look him in the eye. The faint fragrance of the girl still lingered at the tip of his nose, making Qin Feng's heart beat a little faster. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner restlessness, but his eyes unconsciously glanced to the side. Su Jiner lowered her head. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her fair neck was stained with an alluring pink, and her whole body exuded an irresistible charm. In this awkward atmosphere, an untimely sound of footsteps broke the silence. Ms. Jiner, please be aware of the impact. Su Mingyu had a gloomy face and walked quickly with a group of people. His eyes glanced back and forth between Su Jiner and Qin Feng with a hint of scrutiny and displeasure in them. Behind him were a dozen bodyguards in black. All of them were tall and strong, with a sturdy aura. It was obvious that they were not good people and were obviously brought by Su Mingyu. When Su Jiner saw Su Mingyu, she quickly calmed down and regained her usual aloofness. She said calmly, I know what's going on. You don't need to remind me. Su Mingyu seemed to have long been accustomed to Su Jiner's attitude towards him. His gaze fell directly on Qin Feng, with a bit of contempt and disdain in his eyes. You must be Qin Feng. I heard the young lady mention you. Su Mingyu's voice was low and cold, with obvious alienation and dissatisfaction in his tone, as if he was deliberately emphasizing the gap in status between the two. Qin Feng frowned slightly. He could clearly feel the hostility in the other party's words, but he did not show any displeasure. He just responded calmly. I am Chun Feng. Who are you? Although he was somewhat disgusted by Su Mingyu's arrogant attitude, Chun Feng still maintained basic politeness. After all, the other party was Su Jiner's elder, and he didn't want to make things difficult for Su Jiner. Su Mingyu snorted coldly, put his hands behind his back, and looked superior. I am Su Mingyu, the head of the Yangqing Su family branch. He paused, his tone becoming colder. I know you were gifted and famous before you changed your job, but that's all in the past. You are just an ordinary auxiliary profession now. For people like you, I advise you to stop bothering our young lady of the Su family. Su Mingyu's words were merciless, and every word was heart-wrenching. For the sake of my lady, I will not bother with you about the secret realm this time. However, if you still dare to be so ignorant and continue to harass our Su family's eldest lady, then don't blame our Su family for being rude to you. Su Mingyu's voice suddenly became louder, carrying a strong warning tone, and his eyes became sharp, as if he wanted to see through Chun Feng. The dozen or so black-clad bodyguards behind him also stepped forward, each with a ferocious look on their face, staring at Chun Feng with eager eyes, as if as long as Su Mingyu gave the order, they would pounce on him without hesitation. Chun Feng remained calm in the face of Su Mingyu's threats and warnings. He just said, oh, softly, his tone as calm as the waves, as if everything the other party said had nothing to do with him. Chun Feng's nonchalant response sounded like a provocation to Su Mingyu. Su Mingyu's face instantly darkened and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but he did not attack immediately. He just looked at Chun Feng deeply, as if he wanted to remember his appearance firmly. After all, as the patriarch of the Su family's branch, he wouldn't argue with a young man who had just changed his job. What's more, this young man is Su Jiner's nominal friend. Well, young man, I hope you can remember what I said. Su Mingyu snorted coldly, with a hint of warning in his tone, and then turned his gaze to Su Jiner. Su Jiner ignored Su Mingyu's warning and spoke coldly. Su Mingyu, if you're tired of sitting in the position of the head of the branch family, just say it earlier. The girl's voice was as cold as ice, carrying an unquestionable majesty. Who gave you the right to mock my friends? Su Jiner's words exploded in Su Mingyu's ears like thunder, making him freeze in place for a moment. He never expected that Su Jiner would scold him so mercilessly for an outsider. You know, although Su Jiner was cold towards him on weekdays, she at least maintained superficial respect for him. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and forced a smile. Miss, you misunderstood. Just what? Su Jiner interrupted him coldly. Do you just think I'm easy to fool, or do you think everyone around me can be judged by you? Su Mingyu's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He quickly explained, Miss, I have absolutely no such intention. I'm just worried that you've been deceived by some people with ulterior motives. Ulterior motives. Su Jiner's tone was full of sarcasm. Su Mingyu, you'd better understand your position. Su Mingyu opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't say anything. The black-clad bodyguard behind him were all silent at this moment, not daring to breathe. They knew very well that Su Jiner's status in the Su family was far beyond the reach of those of them who were part of the branch family. Su Jiner no longer paid attention to Su Mingyu and turned to look at Chun Feng with a hint of apology in her eyes. But before she could open her mouth, Su Mingyu suddenly raised his hand and waved it, and an illusory light screen appeared in front of Su Jiner. Densely packed words flashed on the light screen, which seemed to be some kind of communication information. Su Jiner's gaze fell on the light curtain, and her expression changed slightly. She quickly glanced through the information, then raised her head and looked at Chun Feng, her eyes full of apology. Sorry, Chun Feng, I can't level up with you next time. Chun Feng looked at Su Jiner, and he could feel that Su Jiner seemed to have something to hide. But since she was unwilling to say more, he would not force her. It's okay. Chun Feng shook his head gently, with a gentle smile on his face. Work hard, and see you in the exam 3 days later. Don't let me surpass you too easily. After saying that, he strode out of the copy hall. Chapter 28. The Tragically Way. Su Jiner looked at his departing back with a complicated look in her eyes, as if she had thousands of words to say, but also as if she had endless grievances that she couldn't express. She sighed softly, as if she was helpless and regretful. She wanted to chase after him to explain, but her foot finally stopped where it was. Just as Chun Feng was about to walk out of the dungeon hall, The light of the secret realm portal shone again, not far away. This time, it was not the white light representing the normal level, nor the yellow light representing the difficult level, but a dazzling dark red light that symbolized the hell-level difficulty. This sudden movement instantly attracted Chun Feng's attention, causing him to retract the steps he had already taken. He subconsciously stopped and looked back. I saw a group of people stumbling out of the portal, like refugees fleeing a disaster or defeated deserters. This group of people were in a miserable state. The equipment on his body was in tatters, with pieces missing here and there. The once shiny armor was now covered with cracks, as if it would break at any time. Their faces were filled with fear and despair, like evil spirits that had just crawled out of hell, with fear of death still lingering in their eyes. At the same time, the system's prompt sound echoed throughout the entire dungeon hall, cold, ruthless, and without a trace of emotion. Ding! Hell-level novice secret realm challenge failed. This voice, like the judgment of the god of death, announced the failure of this group of people and also struck the last hope deep in their hearts. Chun Feng's gaze swept across the group of people and finally fell on their leader, Li Wei. He was the captain of the team that he and Su Jiner had bet with before. However, at this moment, Li Wei no longer had his previous arrogance, nor his arrogant attitude that looked down on others. He collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud, gasping for breath, trembling all over like a quail that has been frightened. "I'm so scared. I'm so scared." Li Wei's voice was tearful as he kept repeating this sentence, like a frightened child seeking comfort. He slowly raised his head and looked around. The original team of 10 people now only has 3 or 4 people left. The empty seats remind him that those teammates who once fought side by side with him have been left in the secret realm forever. An indescribable sadness and fear surged into his heart like a tide, completely drowning him. "I am sorry. I was too careless this time." Li Wei's voice was choked, but there was no guilt in his tone, only fear of death and regret for his own mistakes. He lowered his head, not daring to look into the eyes of his surviving teammates. "But don't worry." Li Wei suddenly raised his head. A gleam of resentment flashed in his eyes, like a wounded beast looking for a target to vent his anger. "There are so many of us, and we can't get through. That bitch and that whore must have died in there too." He spoke through gritted teeth, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, full of hatred and curses. As if this could completely shirk responsibility, as if this could make me feel better. However, just as he finished speaking, 2 cold voices rang in his ears at the same time, like 2 sharp knives, piercing his heart. "Bitch! Bitch! Who are you scolding?" The voices of Chun Feng and Su Jiner were like 2 sharp swords, cutting through the air and piercing Li Wei's eardrums with endless chill. He looked up suddenly and saw Chun Feng and Su Jiner standing in front of him. They were like 2 insurmountable mountains, blocking all his way. The 2 men were intact, without even a speck of dust on their bodies, which formed a sharp contrast with their miserable state. Li Wei's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had seen a ghost, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face, as if time had stopped at this moment. He opened his mouth wide, but no sound came out, as if someone was strangling his throat, and he could only make strange ho-ho sounds. "You, how is it possible that you are still alive?" Li Wei's voice was hoarse and trembling, and every word was filled with deep fear and unwillingness. His eyes were wide open, his eyeballs were bloodshot and seemed about to jump out of his sockets, and he stared at Chun Feng and Su Jiner. It was as if he saw 2 evil ghosts crawling out of hell, dragging him into an endless abyss. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could they possibly pass through the hell-level secret realm? It came out so soon?" Li Wei's heart was roaring wildly, unable to accept the fact before him. He would rather believe that he was dreaming than believe that this was real. A sneer appeared on Chun Feng's lips, with a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if he was looking at a dying ant. "Why, disappointed?" He walked forward slowly, and every step seemed to be stepping on Li Wei's heart, making his breathing more and more difficult and his heart almost stopping beating. "Are you surprised that we're alive?" Su Jiner also spoke coldly. Her voice was like ice, without a trace of warmth, like the biting cold wind in winter, blowing across Li Wei's face. "Li Wei, do you think that only elites like you can pass through the hell-level secret realm? And we can only die in there?" Her words, like sharp knives, pierced into Li Wei's heart mercilessly and tore his pitiful self-esteem into pieces. Li Wei's face turned pale and blue, changing unpredictably like a color palette. He opened his mouth, wanting to refute or to argue, but found that he couldn't say anything at all and could only utter meaningless groans. Bitch! Bitch! Who are you scolding? Chen Feng repeated the previous question again, his voice a little colder. Li Wei's body trembled violently, as if he was electrocuted. He felt the cold, murderous intent emanating from Chen Feng. It was real murderous intent that wanted to kill him. He stammered and was unable to speak. Beads of sweat the size of beans oozed out of his forehead, slid down his cheeks, dripped onto the ground, and broke into 8 pieces. It's over. It's all over. These 2 people really made it through the hell-level secret realm. Li Wei's heart was filled with despair. He knew that he had really hit a wall this time, and it was a red-hot wall. Yes, it must be because you left right after entering. You didn't really start exploring the secret realm. Otherwise, how could nothing happen to you? And it's even more impossible for you to come out before me. Li Wei suddenly seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and started shouting wildly, his voice sharp and piercing, like the sound of nails scratching on glass. It has to be like this. You 2 bitches must be trying to trick me. I won't believe it. He pointed at Chen Feng and Su Jiner and roared at the top of his lungs, his facial muscles twisted and his expression ferocious and terrifying. As if this could cover up my fear and guilt. As if this could help me regain my pitiful self-esteem. Yes, that must be it. They must be scared. That's why they came out like this. He came out directly without fighting. Li Wei frantically made excuses for himself in his mind, trying to convince himself and others. He needed an excuse that would allow him to accept this fact. However, just as he finished speaking, a loud slapping sound echoed in the copy hall, crisp, loud, and deafening. Bang! Su Mingyu's figure appeared in front of Li Wei at some point, as silent as a ghost. His face was livid and his eyes were flashing with anger, as if he wanted to eat Li Wei alive. He slapped Li Wei in the face without hesitation. The slap was so powerful that Li Wei spun 3 times on the spot and then fell heavily to the ground. How dare you scold our young lady? Su Mingyu's voice was icy cold, like a judgment from hell. Every word he said carried an endless pressure that made Li Wei feel suffocated. The sudden pain stunned Li Wei. He covered his hit face and felt waves of burning pain. He looked at Su Mingyu blankly, his eyes full of doubt and confusion. He was about to curse, but when he saw Su Mingyu's face clearly, all his anger was extinguished in an instant and was replaced by endless fear, as if a basin of cold water was poured from head to toe, which made him sober instantly. Su, Master Su. Li Wei's mind was in a mess. He had no idea what was going on, why Su Mingyu appeared here, and why he hit him. Su Mingyu ignored Li Wei and didn't even bother to look at him. He turned around and said respectfully to Su Jiner, "Miss, are you okay?" His tone was full of concern and worry, which was completely different from his attitude towards Li Wei just now. It was like 2 different people. Su Jiner shook her head gently, indicating that she was fine. She looked at Li Wei, and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes, as if she was looking at a pile of garbage. Okay, that's the end of this matter. Su Jiner's voice was cold and emotionless. Fulfill your bet, Li Wei. We don't want your junk equipment anymore. Just kowtow and admit your mistake. If you admit your mistake, the matter will be over. Her words were like an order that could not be questioned or resisted. Li Wei's face turned pale and bloodless in an instant, like a dead person. He knew that he was really in trouble this time, and he was in trouble completely. In front of Su Mingyu, he didn't dare to resist at all, not even a word of defense. Miss Su, I was wrong. Li Wei's voice was trembling and crying, and his head hit the cold ground heavily, making a dull sound again and again. Chapter 29, Leaving the City. Chen Feng watched the farce in front of him indifferently, with unshakable disgust deep in his eyes. He has seen too many people like this. In his previous life, those so-called friends and teammates who betrayed and framed him had also shown such ugly faces when they were at the end of their rope and needed his help. Humble, pitiful, begging for mercy. But so what? Betrayal is betrayal, and hurt is hurt. It will not disappear because of a few cheap confessions, nor will it change because of a few crocodile tears. All the past events had already formed an unhealable scar in his heart, constantly reminding him of the complexity and sinisterness of human nature. It's boring. Chun Feng spat out 3 words coldly, with a hint of impatience in his voice, and he was too lazy to even look at Li Wei. He turned and left without any reluctance. For him, there is no pleasure in crushing this kind of people. A clown like Li Wei is not worthy of being his opponent, and he is not even qualified to make him take action. What's there to brag about if you step on an ant to death? Su Jiner looked at Chun Feng's departing back, her lips moving slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But when she met Su Mingyu's warning eyes, all her words turned into an almost inaudible sigh. She knew Su Mingyu, the patriarch of the Yangchang branch family. Although he was respectful to her on the surface, he was a mean man who would do anything to achieve his goals. Su Jiner is not afraid of Su Mingyu, but she was worried that Su Mingyu would harm Chun Feng after she left Yangcheng. After all, Chun Feng's talent and potential are too dazzling, but only he himself knows this. A genius without background and support will often become a prey in the eyes of some people. Well, in the end, Su Jiner could only helplessly suppress her worries and stood silently beside Su Mingyu. She secretly made up her mind to improve her strength as quickly as possible so that she could be strong enough to protect Chun Feng and keep him from any harm. Chun Feng strode out of the dungeon hall without stopping and walked straight out of the city. Dungeons and secret realms are certainly great places for upgrading, but the dungeons in the city, although they have a higher safety factor, have many limitations. You have to form a team to enter, which is undoubtedly a constraint for Chun Feng now, and it also reduces his upgrade speed. What's more, what he needs most now is to fight. Before gaining the ability to fight, Chun Feng had no choice but to seek shelter in the dungeon hall and rely on the power of others to survive. But now he has gained even more powerful strength and has the capital to strike out on his own. In that case, why should he force himself to stay in that place, full of constraints and calculations? He needs a freer and broader world to hone himself and improve his strength. The wilderness area and outdoor dungeons are his real stage. Although it is full of dangers, it is also full of opportunities. Higher experience, more abundant drops, more brutal fighting. These are the keys to his rapid growth. He wants to prove himself. He will make those who once looked down on him pay a heavy price. And also to avenge myself in my previous life. Also, in order to survive the future apocalypse, together with the people you care about. Chun Feng quickened his pace, opened his backpack, and checked the gains from this trip to the secret realm. Although the final boss Shadow King in the hidden dungeon was not defeated, there are rewards for clearing the secret realm itself. What's more, they also refresh the record for clearing the secret realm, which is an extra reward. A gold-level treasure chest. A silver-level treasure chest. Lying quietly in the backpack, emitting an alluring glow. The golden light represents rarity and preciousness. The silver light symbolizes opportunities and challenges. This is undoubtedly a huge fortune for him now, enough to make a qualitative leap in his strength. Chun Feng's heart was full of anticipation, looking forward to the surprises hidden in the treasure chest. He quickened his pace and ran out of the city, his figure gradually disappearing among the bustling crowd. At the city gate, guards routinely checked people leaving the city and examined every detail of entering and leaving the city gate. Chun Feng presented his ID expressionlessly and passed the inspection smoothly. No extra words, no excessive pauses. The moment he walked out of the city gate, he took a deep breath, feeling the faint smell of blood in the air. The breeze unique to the wilderness, with a hint of rust, gently brushed across his face, bringing a hint of coolness and a hint of excitement. There was a gleam of excitement in his eyes, like a predator that had finally smelled its prey. Wilderness, here I come. After leaving Yangcheng, Chun Feng walked straight towards the southeast without stopping. The monsters around Yangcheng were of too low a level and could no longer meet his needs for rapid upgrades. He needs stronger enemies and more dangerous environments to stimulate himself and unleash his potential. According to his memories from his previous life, Chun Feng knew the new space crack was about to appear 30 miles southeast of Yangcheng. In the previous life, the appearance of this space crack caused quite a stir. Countless professionals flocked to the team, wanting to be the first to clear the level and get the generous first pass rewards. Chun Feng remembered that the level of that space crack was not high, only around level 15. but its difficulty is far beyond the dungeons and secret realms of the same level. Space cracks are different from dungeons and secret realms. The secret realm is relatively safe, and there is a retreat route. If you cannot defeat the enemy, you can just return the same way and escape. The copy can even be forcibly transferred out by directly giving up the challenge through the system. The cracks, however, are a point of no return. After entering, you either pass the level or die. There's no way out. Furthermore, only one team can enter the rift at a time. After the challenge is successful, the crack will turn into a secret realm or copy for other professionals to continue challenging. Although dangerous, opportunities and risks coexist. Chen Feng's target is this space crack that is about to appear. He wants to be the first person to pass through this rift and get the most generous reward. Moreover, it will take 1 or 2 days for this space crack to refresh. The place where it refreshes is also in a wilderness area with level 15 monsters. This gave Chun Feng some buffer time, enough for him to level up. It just so happened that he also wanted to try out his new abilities. Chun Feng quickened his pace and rushed towards the southeast of Yangqing. For ordinary people, a journey of 30 miles may take a long time. But for Chun Feng, who had already changed his job, it was only a few hours' walk. He traveled quickly, his figure as fast as the wind, and soon he was away from the hustle and bustle of Yangqing and entered a desolate wilderness. The surrounding scenery gradually became monotonous, with sparse trees and bare rocks. On the ground was dry soil and gravel, and occasionally one could see some skeletons of unknown creatures scattered everywhere. The air was filled with a stronger smell of blood, mixed with a hint of decay. Everything indicates that this is no longer a safe zone. Chun Feng slowed down his pace and began to pay attention to his surroundings. He knew that monsters could appear here at any time, and he had to remain vigilant at all times. Rustle. Suddenly, a slight noise came from the grass not far away. The next moment, accompanied by a roar, a huge black shadow suddenly jumped out from the bushes. He appeared in front of Chun Feng in an instant. It was a huge wild wolf, covered with thick black hair, each hair standing upright like steel needles. It lurks in the grass like a ghost in the darkness, waiting for its chance to strike. The wild wolf's eyes flashed with scarlet light, which was a desire for blood and a harbinger of death. Rustle. The breeze blew, the grass leaves swayed, the slightest sound, but it could not escape the keen perception of the dust and wind. Chun Feng instantly activated the detection technique. Name, Black Wind Wolf. Grade, Black Iron. Level, 12. HP, 1500/1500. MP, 300/300. Strength, 80. Agility, 50. Spirit, 20. Constitution, 70. Skills, Bite, Pounce. Talent, none. The Black Wind Wolf's attribute panel was clearly presented in front of Chun Feng's eyes, and every number represented its strength. Black Iron level. The corners of Chun Feng's mouth rose slightly, outlining a cold arc. It's a good opportunity to practice with you, he whispered to himself, and there was no trace of nervousness in his voice, but instead a hint of excitement. This was his first real battle since his rebirth. The Black Wind Wolf seemed to sense Chun Feng's contempt. It growled, its voice filled with anger and violence. Suddenly, it exerted force with its limbs, and its huge body jumped out from the grass like an arrow from a bow, heading straight for Chun Feng's throat. The sharp claws flashed with cold light, which was the breath of death. The air seemed to be torn apart by this sudden attack. The Black Wind Wolf's attack was swift and fierce, like lightning. But Chun Feng was unusually calm. He didn't even move his feet, but just slightly turned sideways and dodged by a hair's breadth. Swish! The Black Wind Wolf's attack missed, and its sharp claws left several deep marks on the ground, with gravel flying everywhere. In the flying dust, Chun Feng's figure appears even more graceful. After missing the first attack, the Black Wind Wolf did not pause at all. It quickly adjusted its body shape and pounced on Chun Feng again. This time, its speed was faster and its attack was more fierce, like a black whirlwind. However, just as the Black Wind Wolf's sharp claws were about to touch Chun Feng, clang! There's a crisp sound like the collision of metal, clear and loud. The sharp claws of the Black Wind Wolf were unexpectedly blocked by an invisible force and could not move forward an inch. Ding! Perfect block triggered. The system prompt sounded in Chun Feng's mind. This is the instinct of fighting, a skill honed through countless life and death battles. At the same time, the huge body of the Black Wind Wolf was actually pushed back several steps by an invisible force. There was a flash of surprise and confusion in its scarlet eyes. It obviously had not expected such a result. This seemingly weak human in front of him was actually able to block his attack. Chun Feng's eyes were cold, and he didn't give the Black Wind Wolf any chance to breathe. His hands began to quickly gather magic power. Two huge fireballs appeared out of thin air in front of him, dancing with blazing flames. The fireball emitted an astonishingly high temperature, and the surrounding air seemed to be ignited and distorted. This is Chun Feng's initial skill, Fireball. Although it is the most basic skill, it possesses amazing power in Chun Feng's hands. Go! Chun Feng shouted softly, his voice low and cold. Two fireballs, like two burning meteorites with long flame tails, whistled towards the Black Wind Wolf and cut through the sky. That is the trajectory of death. Boom! Boom! Minus 920. Minus 920. Two deafening explosions echoed throughout the wilderness. The fireball hit the Black Wind Wolf accurately, and it exploded instantly, with flames shooting into the sky. Flames splashed, and heat waves rolled, completely engulfing the Black Wind Wolf, and two charred deep pits were blown out on the ground. Two bright, red numbers floated above the Black Wind Wolf's head, shocking to the eye. That is the value of damage and the declaration of death. The Black Wind Wolf didn't even have time to let out a howl before it fell to the ground instantly, completely dead. Ding! You killed the LV-12 Black Wind Wolf, and your experience points increased by 144. Chapter 30 Stand Up. Looking at the Black Wind Wolf lying on the ground, Chun Feng had a blank expression on his face. It was as if he had just slapped a mosquito to death instead of killing a ferocious beast. A level 12 black iron monster? That's all. For him, who had returned from the apocalypse, this was just a warm-up. What he once faced was an overwhelming tide of monsters and a doomsday of despair and death. What's more, he is no longer the weakling who can be bullied at will. Chun Feng walked slowly forward, bent down, and picked up the items dropped by the Black Wind Wolf. His movements were casual and natural, as if these trophies originally belonged to him. Ding! Obtained items. Black Wind Wolf's claws multiplied by 2, Black Wind Wolf's fur multiplied by 1, and gold coins multiplied by 3. The system prompt sounded clear and pleasant. Chun Feng didn't pay much attention to this. The drops from black iron-level monsters no longer have much appeal to him. His gaze fell on the body of the Black Wind Wolf again. There was a barely perceptible hint of excitement in his eyes. That is the hunter's instinctive reaction when he sees his prey. It's also like an artist admiring his soon-to-be completed work. He slowly stretched out his hand, gently touched the Black Wind Wolf's cold fur. The touch from the fingertips was rough and cold, with a hint of the residual warmth of death. Stand up. The low sound of dust and wind echoed in the empty wilderness. The voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable command, like a king commanding his subjects. Skill, Shadow Extraction, suddenly activated. Ouch! A low roar came from the body of the Black Wind Wolf. The voice was hoarse and low, like a whisper from hell, making people shudder. Strands of black shadows, as if they had life, slowly spread out from the body of the Black Wind Wolf. They were like evil spirits crawling out from the depths of hell, greedily devouring everything around them. The black smoke quickly gathered above the Black Wind Wolf's body, rolling, twisting, and deforming. In just a few seconds, the black shadow condensed into a wolf-like creature with a completely black body. It stood there quietly. It seemed to have no substance, as if it was just a shadow made of pure darkness. This shadow Black Wind Wolf looks almost exactly the same as the Black Wind Wolf that was killed by Chun Feng before. The only difference is its empty eyes. There is not a trace of light, only endless darkness. It was like two bottomless black holes swallowing up all light. At the same time, the information panel of the Shadow Black Wind Wolf appeared in front of Chun Feng's eyes. Name, Shadow Wind Wolf. Grade, Black Iron. Level, LV-12. HP, 1800/1800. MP, 600/600. Strength, 90. Agility, 75. Spirit, 30. Constitution, 70. Skills, Tearing Claws, Shadow Strike. Talent, none. Chun Feng looked at the attributes of the Shadow Wind Wolf, and his eyes lit up slightly. Although the level has not increased, the attributes of this wolf have been comprehensively improved. Stronger strength, faster speed, higher defense. There's also an additional shadow raid skill. Although it is still not very powerful, it is after all just the shadow of an ordinary level 12 wild monster. Qinfeng was already quite satisfied with having such attributes. What's more, the true value of shadow servants does not lie in the strength of their attributes, but it lies in their almost immortal nature and the potential for unlimited growth. This is the truly terrifying aspect of the shadow extraction skill. It is also Qinfeng who has the confidence to venture into the wilderness alone. Thinking of this, Qinfeng felt an irrepressible excitement in his heart. He seemed to have seen it in the near future. He led a legion of countless powerful shadow creatures and swept through all enemy scenes. Those monsters that once made him feel fear and despair will tremble in front of his shadow army. The powerful ones who were once high and mighty will now crawl and tremble at his feet. It's a feeling of being in control, a pleasure of being above all others. It was a strength and confidence that he had never experienced in his previous life. Maybe by then, I can really become a brand new Shadow King. Go ahead, go hunt. Show me what you are capable of. Qinfeng looked at the Shadow Wind Wolf in front of him and whispered an order. Following Qinfeng's order, the black holes in the eyes of the Shadow Wind Wolf in front of him began to rotate slightly. Then it turned into a black lightning, rushed out in an instant, and disappeared into the wilderness. The speed is astonishing. Qinfeng nodded in satisfaction, with a barely perceptible curve at the corner of his mouth. Everything is under his control. He wanted to see if he could gain experience from killing the monsters hunted by the shadow. And can it really grow on its own as described? At the same time, we should also check whether there is any distance limit for controlling the shadow. What will happen if the distance exceeds the limit? He needs to verify all of these. Thinking of this, Qinfeng looked around, looking for his next target. He needs more experimental subjects to verify his hypothesis. He needs more shadows to grow his power. Soon, his eyes locked on two roaming black wind wolves. These two black wind wolves are strong and have shiny fur. You can tell at first glance that it is the best of its kind. It is an excellent experimental material. Qinfeng didn't hesitate at all and raised his hand to shoot two flame soul fireballs. This is one of the few offensive skills he currently possesses. It is also his most familiar and powerful means of attack. Two balls of blazing flames cut through the sky. With long tails of flame, they came roaring like two meteorites. Hit the two black wind wolves accurately. Boom! Boom! The huge explosion echoed across the wilderness. The flames instantly engulfed the black wind wolf's body, emitting a burnt smell. Two charred deep pits were blown out on the ground. -1840. -1840. Two bright red critical damage numbers floated above the black wind wolf's head. It's shocking and terrifying. With just one strike, the two black wind wolves were turned into corpses. He didn't even have time to scream. Flash sale. Qinfeng walked to the body of the black wind wolf with an expressionless face. The shadow extraction skill was activated again. Skilled, smooth, and without a single pause. Strands of black shadows spread out from the black wind wolf's body, quickly condensed into two new shadow wind wolves. These two new shadow wind wolves are the same as the previous one. His entire body was pitch black, his eyes were hollow, and he exuded a strange aura. Qinfeng ignored the two newly born shadow wind wolves. Instead, he left them where they were and let them guard him. These are his shadow guards, his most loyal servants. Now it's time to look at what we've gained so far. Qinfeng whispered to himself, with a hint of anticipation in his voice. With a thought, he opened his system backpack. Two treasure chests were lying quietly in the storage space. One gold, one silver. This was the treasure chest that the system rewarded him when he cleared the Hell-level secret realm and broke the secret realm record. But he didn't have time to open it all the way here. Now, it's finally time to reveal this surprise. Qinfeng's gaze first fell on the golden treasure chest. Gold treasure chests represent higher quality and rarer rewards. This is also his most anticipated achievement at the moment. He took a deep breath, reached out, and gently touched the treasure chest. Feeling the cool touch of the treasure chest, his heart was filled with anticipation. Open. Following Qinfeng's order, the golden treasure chest slowly opened. There are no fancy special effects, no dazzling lights. Only a bright golden light burst out from the treasure chest. It instantly illuminated the surrounding wilderness. The golden light faded away, and an ancient skill book lay quietly in the treasure chest. It emits a faint light and is full of mysterious atmosphere. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the skill book, Soul Connection. Chapter 31 Testing Skills. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the skill book, Soul Link. The system prompt sound is clear and pleasant, like the sound of nature. An ecstatic smile instantly broke out on Chun Feng's face. This is like someone giving you a pillow just when you are sleepy. He had just acquired Shadow Extraction, a powerful summoning skill, and was worrying about how to improve his survivability. After all, the healing warlock is also a mage profession, and being weak is a common problem. Especially in this crisis-ridden end times, one could lose one's life if one is not careful. And now, with the skill of Soul Connection, all problems are solved. Soul Link, as the name suggests, connects the master's soul with the summoned creature. Make the summoned creature bear all damage for its master until it disappears. More importantly, while this skill is active, when the summoned creature's health decreases, the master's health will not be affected by any damage. What does that mean? This means that as long as Chun Feng's shadow servants do not die, he is almost invincible. Who else can hurt him? Even if the shadow servant is injured, Chun Feng doesn't have to worry. Don't forget, he is a restoration warlock. Well, we are best at his treatment. As long as the shadow servants are not killed instantly, he can use healing skills to quickly restore them to full health. This is simply a perfect combination. A shadow legion with near immortality, a healing warlock with powerful healing abilities. The two complement each other, enough to allow Chun Feng to run rampant in this cruel doomsday. Chun Feng chose to learn Soul Connection without any hesitation. Ding! Skill learning successful. The system prompt sounded again, and Chun Feng felt that there was more knowledge and understanding about Soul Connection in his mind. After learning the skills, Chun Feng struck while the iron was hot and grabbed the remaining silver treasure chests. He reached out and gently touched the treasure chest. Open. Following Chun Feng's order, the silver treasure chest slowly opened. A dazzling light burst out from the treasure chest. The light dissipated, and an equipment emitting a faint glow appeared in front of Chun Feng. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the equipment, Healing Chain. Chun Feng looked closely and found that it was a necklace. The pendant of the necklace is a teardrop-shaped blue gem, crystal clear and emitting a soft light. He quickly checked the properties of the equipment. Name, Healing Chain. Rank, Silver. Level, LV10. Spirit, plus 30. Constitution, plus 10. Equipment effect, Healing. Your single target healing skill can be effective on multiple targets at the same time. For each additional target, the skill cost is double. Durability, 100/100. What a powerful effect. A hint of surprise flashed in Chun Feng's eyes. This equipment is tailor-made for him. His healing skills were originally only effective on a single target. Although the healing effect is powerful, it is inevitably a bit overwhelmed when facing multiple injured targets. And now, with the healing chain, his healing skills can be effective on multiple targets at the same time. This undoubtedly greatly improved his treatment efficiency and made his role in the team even more important. Although the skill cost will be doubled with each additional target. But for Chun Feng, who possesses a huge amount of MP, this consumption is nothing. What's more, he also has the talent of Heart of the God of Magic, which can reduce the magic consumption of skills. The combination of the two is enough to allow him to use his healing skills without restraint. Coupled with the alienated effect of his own healing technique, he could even turn this skill into an ultra-large-scale group attack skill. Although this effect made Chun Feng very happy. But Chun Feng did not equip the healing chain immediately. Instead, he held it in his hand thoughtfully, as if thinking about something. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and gently placed his hand on the healing chain. The next moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Do you want to consume 100 healing points to upgrade this equipment? Listening to the system prompt sound ringing in his ears, Chun Feng touched his chin and secretly calculated in his mind. It seems that the upgrade of this equipment mainly depends on the grade and has nothing to do with the equipment level. Whenever silver level equipment is upgraded to gold level, 100 healing points will be consumed. Although he gained a lot of healing points in the previous secret realm, it was only a little over 100 points in total. But the problem now is that I have 2 pieces of silver level equipment. In addition to the healing chain in his hand, there is also this star staff that Su Jiner had given him before. Star staff is also very powerful, which makes Chunfeng a little difficult to decide for a moment, not knowing which one to upgrade first. Chunfeng fell in a deep thought. Upgrading healing chain can greatly enhance his auxiliary ability in the team, allowing him to be more comfortable when facing multiple injured targets. Upgrading this star staff can further enhance his output capabilities, giving him stronger means of attack when facing enemies. Chunfeng hesitated for a moment, but still felt that healing chain had a higher priority. After all, he is a healing warlock, and healing is his job. Moreover, the special effect of healing chain allows his healing skills to be effective on multiple targets at the same time. This not only improves treatment efficiency, but also allows him to accumulate healing points faster, preparing for subsequent equipment upgrades. Thinking of this, Chunfeng no longer hesitated and made a decision in his heart. System, sublimate the healing chain. Ding! Consuming 100 healing points, the healing chain is sublimating. As the system prompt sounded, the healing chain in Chunfeng's hand began to emit a dazzling light. The light grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire room. Chunfeng could clearly feel that the healing chain was undergoing some kind of transformation. The originally teardrop-shaped blue gem became more crystal clear, and the light it emitted became softer. The necklace also became more refined, with some mysterious runes faintly emerging on it. The entire necklace exudes a refreshing atmosphere. After about a few minutes, the light gradually dissipated and the sublimated healing chain appeared in front of Chunfeng. Name, Eternal Healing Chain. Rank Gold. Level, LV10. Spirit, plus 50. Constitution, plus 20. Equipment Effect 1, Healing. Your single target healing skill can be effective on multiple targets at the same time. For each additional target, the skill cost is doubled. Equipment Effect 2, Healing Amplification. The effectiveness of all healing skills increases by 25%. After each successful treatment, there's a 5% chance to directly reset the cooldown of the treatment skill. Durability, 200/200. Looking at the equipment in his hand that had been sublimated into the eternal healing chain, Chunfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. The upgraded eternal healing chain not only has greatly improved properties, but also has an additional special effect called healing amplification. Not only does it increase the healing effect by 25%, it also has a chance to directly reset the cooldown. This is simply adding wings to a tiger. It's worthy of being gold-level equipment. Chunfeng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Just by upgrading to the gold level, Eternal Healing Chain has undergone such a huge change. If it continues to sublimate, I wonder how powerful it will become. Looking at the Eternal Healing Chain in his hand that was shining with the unique glory of the gold level, Chunfeng did not equip it immediately. He turned around, and his eyes fell on the 2 shadow wind wolves beside him. The 2 shadow wind wolves were tilting their heads, looking at him in confusion, as if they didn't understand what their master was going to do. Dustwind grinned, a smile that made the 2 shadow wind wolves feel uneasy. He gently placed the Eternal Healing Chain on the ground. Then he picked up the star staff and smashed it towards the Eternal Healing Chain. Clang! A crisp collision sound was heard. The 2 shadow wind wolves were startled and subconsciously took a few steps back. Chunfeng quickly checked the durability of the Eternal Healing Chain. Durability, 199/200. The durability has really dropped. Chunfeng smiled with satisfaction. He picked up the Eternal Healing Chain again and recited silently in his heart. Repair Technique. A soft white light gushed out from Chunfeng's hand and enveloped the Eternal Healing Chain. Ding! The Healing Hero is triggered. The equipment special effect, Healing Amplification, has been copied. The system prompt sounded in Chunfeng's mind. He was delighted. It was exactly as he thought. Immediately afterwards, another series of system prompt sounds rang out. Ding! Similar special effects detected, merging and upgrading. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a new special effect, Healing Amplification Plus. Treatment Amplification Plus. All your treatment skills are increased by 30%. After each successful treatment, there is a 10% chance of directly resetting the cooldown of the treatment skill. Chun Feng was stunned. Merge upgrade? Is this possible? Chun Feng blinked to make sure he was not seeing things. He originally thought that he was just merging the previously copied 5% healing amplification effect into the original 25% of eternal healing chain. Unexpectedly, even the probability of resetting skill cooldown has been increased. This effect is so strong that it is absurd. You know, the cooling time of healing skills has always been an important factor restricting the performance of recovery warlocks. Especially when facing a powerful enemy, a gap in a healing skill is often enough to decide life or death. And now, Healing Amplification Plus directly gives him a 10% chance to reset skill cooldown. What does that mean? This means that at critical moments, he may release healing skills 2, 3, or even more times in a row. This is enough to turn the tide of the battle in an instant. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Chun Feng directly equipped the necklace, then picked up the star staff at hand and used the repair spell again. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. The equipment special effect, Magic Amplification, has been copied. Seeing this, Chun Feng smiled with satisfaction, and then repeated the previous process. After copying the remaining 2 special effects on the 2 equipment, Healing and Star Power, he stopped. Chapter 32, Target Boss. Chun Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and the system's clear prompt sound echoed in his ears. Ding! Shadow Wind Wolf killed Black Wind Wolf. Experience points increased by 120. Ding! Obtained items. Black Wind Wolf's claws multiplied by 2, Black Wind Wolf's fur multiplied by 1, gold coins multiplied by 5. He touched his chin gently, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a thoughtful arc. This Shadow Wind Wolf had clearly run nearly 1,000 meters away, but it could still be accurately controlled by himself. It seems that this shadow army really has no distance limit. Chun Feng whispered to himself, with a hint of excitement in his voice that was hard to conceal. He then opened the attribute panel of the Shadow Wind Wolf. Name, Shadow Wind Wolf. Grade, Black Iron. Level, LV12. HP, 1800/1800. MP, 600/600. Strength, 91. Agility, 76. Spirit, 30. Constitution, 70. Skills, Tearing Claws, Shadow Strike. Talent, none. Although the level has not changed, all attributes have been slightly improved. Chun Feng nodded with satisfaction. Directly increasing attributes, this method of strengthening is not bad. In that case, as soon as he thought about it, the Shadow Wind Wolf, which was 1,000 meters away, instantly turned into a black shadow and disappeared on the spot. The next second, it appeared at Chun Feng's feet, rubbing against his trouser leg affectionately. Chun Feng leaned down and gently stroked the Shadow Wind Wolf's head, feeling its soft fur. Then he slowly stood up and looked into the depths of the wilderness area. Since it is possible to summon enhanced monsters, the natural thing is to create a powerful shadow army that truly belongs to you. A mere Black Iron-level Shadow Wind Wolf is far from enough to satisfy his ambitions. Let's go and meet the lord of this area, Chun Feng said softly, with an unquestionable firmness in his voice. He took a step forward and walked slowly towards the depths of the wilderness area, his figure gradually disappearing into the vast grass. The wilderness area looks endless, as if it is connected into one piece. But in fact, it is strictly divided into different areas according to the levels of monsters. In each area, there will be a lord of the corresponding level or a more powerful boss. Chun Feng's target is the lord of this area. He wants to turn this lord into a member of his shadow army. Only in this way can. Chun Feng's eyes became deep, and the painful memories of his previous life emerged in his mind. He gripped the star staff tightly in his hand, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. In this life, he will never make the same mistake again. He wants to become stronger, strong enough to control his own destiny and protect everything he wants to protect. A breeze blew by, blowing the corners of Chun Feng's clothes, and also blew away the fleeting haze in his eyes. He took a deep breath, calmed his excited mood, and continued walking towards the depths of the wilderness area. As the dust and wind continued to penetrate deeper, the surrounding environment began to undergo subtle changes. The originally lush grass gradually became sparse, and some exposed rocks began to appear on ground. There was a faint smell of blood in the air, which made people feel uneasy. Chun Feng frowned slightly. He could feel that the level of the monsters around him was gradually increasing. He slowed down his pace, became more alert, and was ready to deal with any possible danger. Rustle. A slight sound came from the grass ahead. Chun Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp. He stared closely at the direction where the sound came from, and the star staff in his hand began to flash a faint light. A huge black wind wolf slowly walked out from the grass. Its scarlet eyes stared at Chun Feng, and a low roar came from its throat. However, before Chun Feng could make a move, the other 3 shadow wind wolves pounced directly and tore the black wind wolf into pieces in an instant. Ding! Shadow wind wolf killed black wind wolf. Experience points increased by 120. Ding! Obtained items. Black wind wolf's claws multiplied by 2, black wind wolf's fur multiplied by 1, wolf fang dagger, gold coins multiplied by 5. Listening to the system prompt sounding in his mind, Chun Feng showed a satisfied smile on his face. It's really nice to have soldiers under my command. You don't have to do anything yourself. Just think about it, and these monsters will be solved by your shadow soldiers. This feeling is simply too great. He smiled and was about to walk forward to pick up the items dropped by the black wind wolf. Call! A black wind blade suddenly whizzed from the side at an extremely fast speed and hit Chun Feng in an instant. Bang! Chun Feng was blown away and fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At the same time, a shadow wind wolf beside him let out a shrill howl and instantly disappeared from the spot. The sudden change made Chun Feng's heart tremble violently. Fortunately, before setting off, he carefully used the soul connection to connect his life with that of one of the shadow wind wolves. Otherwise, I would have been killed instantly with that blow just now. What is going on? Chun Feng quickly got up from the ground, ignoring the pain in his body, and hurriedly picked up the star staff in his hand and looked around vigilantly. I saw a giant wolf, several times larger than an ordinary black wind wolf, slowly walking out of the grass not far away. Its fur is as black as ink, and it glows with a cold luster under the sunlight. A pair of scarlet eyes, like 2 blood lanterns, stared at Chun Feng, full of bloodthirstiness and cruelty. There was still a trace of undried blood at the corner of the giant wolf's mouth. Obviously, the wind blade just now was emitted by it. Name: Wind Wolf Elite. Grade: Black Iron. Level: LV15. HP: 2500/2500. MP: 800/800. Strength: 120. Agility: 105. Spirit: 40. Constitution: 90. Skills: Wind Blade, Wind Stab, Tearing Claw Attack. Talent: Wind Speed, Movement Speed, and Attack Speed increased by 20%. A hint of excitement flashed in Chun Feng's eyes. Through the detection technique, he clearly saw the attribute panel of the giant wolf. Come on, I didn't expect this to be a black iron-level elite monster. Since you killed one of my shadow soldiers, you can fill yourself in. Chun Feng's mind moved. The other 2 shadow wind wolves rushed towards the wind demon wolf like arrows. At the same time, Chun Feng muttered something and instantly activated the double casting talent. Sun Wolf Light Shield. 2 rays of light blue fell on the 2 shadow wind wolves almost at the same time, adding a layer of tough shield to each of them. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. Strength value increased by 3. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. Strength value increased by 3. When the wind wolf saw 2 of its kind rushing towards it, flames of anger suddenly burned in its scarlet eyes. It let out a long howl towards the sky and kicked the ground hard with its limbs, and its huge body shot out like a cannonball. Rip! The sharp wolf claws grabbed the shield of one of the shadow wind wolves, making a harsh friction sound. However, under the protection of the Tsung Wolf Light Shield, the shadow wind wolf was unharmed. The other shadow wind wolf took the opportunity to pounce and bit the wind demon wolf on its hind leg. Ouch! The wind wolf howled in pain. It shook its head violently and bit the shadow wind wolf that was attacking it with its sharp fangs. At this critical moment, Chun Feng waved his staff. Flame Soul Fireball. 2 burning fireballs, the size of human heads, shot out from the top of the staff almost at the same time, cutting through the sky, carrying a scorching breath and fierce power, and fiercely slammed into the Wind Wolf. Faced with 4 rapidly approaching attacks, the Wind Wolf had no way to avoid them. Boom! Boom! The 2 attacks hit almost simultaneously. The huge explosion echoed throughout the valley. Flames shot up into the sky, and stars flew everywhere. The huge body of the Wind Wolf was blown away by the shock wave of the explosion and fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. -1096. -1096. Suddenly, the Wind Wolf, which had only lost a little skin and blood, suddenly stiffened its body, leaving only a little skin and blood. Ouch! It let out a low wail, as if in great pain. Seeing this, Chen Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Fortunately, it didn't get a critical hit and kill instantly, otherwise it would have been a big loss. He quickly adjusted his breathing, swung his staff again, and activated Furious Strike. Immediately afterwards, 2 emerald green lights shot out from the top of the staff like lightning and instantly penetrated into the body of the Wind Wolf. Healing Technique. Double cast. A green light flashed, and the blood bar above the Wind Wolf's head suddenly increased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then instantly dropped to the bottom. Ding! The Healing Hero is triggered. The skill Wind Blade has been copied. Ding! The Healing Brave is triggered. The Sea-Level talent Wind Speed has been copied. Ding! The Healing Hero is triggered. Strength value increased by 6. Ding! The Healing Hero is triggered. Agility increased by 6. Ding! Afterglow Shock triggered. A series of system prompt sounds, like beautiful music, echoed in Chen Feng's mind. Add 2,878. Add 2,878. -486. -2,878. 4 huge numbers floated up from the top of the Wind Wolf. The first 2 green numbers represent the healing amount of healing. The last 2 red numbers are the true damage caused by Afterglow Impact and the overflow damage triggered by the second, healing. The huge body of the Wind Wolf trembled violently under this series of blows. It was first blown half to death by 2 fireballs, and then forcibly healed by 2 healing spells, before it could enjoy a moment of comfort. His life was mercilessly taken away by Afterglow Impact and overflow damage. This roller coaster-like experience made it die with regret. Boom! Finally, the Wind Wolf could no longer hold on, and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ding! You killed the Wind Wolf Elite. Experience points increased by 450. Skill points increased by 15. The system prompt sounded again, announcing the end of the battle. Chapter 33, Elite Shadow Soldiers. Chen Feng slowly stood up, shifted his gaze away from the huge corpse of the Wind Demon Wolf, and an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. This elite monster is truly generous. Not only did he successfully copy skills and talents, but he also gained an additional 12 attribute points, which was undoubtedly a huge fortune. What a pity, Chen Feng whispered softly with a hint of regret in his tone. I couldn't copy it to Wind Stab, otherwise at least I would have a displacement skill to save my life. He shook his head and put the regret behind him. After all, the talent effect of Healing Brave is triggered by probability, and it is impossible for everything to go as planned. Chen Feng bent down and gently touched the body of the Wind Wolf with his fingers, as if he was looking for some precious treasure. See if any equipment or materials can be found. This is... Chen Feng suddenly touched something hard. He took it out and saw that it was a black token. Wind Token. Effect. Holding this token, you can enter and exit the Wind Canyon freely. Note, the Swift Wind Canyon is the lair of the Swift Wind Demon Wolf, where a large number of Swift Wind Demon Wolf and even more powerful beings live. A pass to Windy Canyon. Chen Feng's pupils contracted slightly, and his fingers gently stroked the surface of the token. Memories of past lives flooded back into my mind like a tide. Although he had never entered the Windy Canyon in person, he had already heard all the rumors about this place. This is a hidden secret realm. Only those who hold the corresponding token can open the passage into it. And the Wind Token is the key to entering the Wind Canyon. Chen Feng's heart began to beat violently. The word secret realm has a fatal attraction for any player. There it often means rich experience, rare resources, and unlimited opportunities. Chun Feng clearly remembered that among the rumors about the Gale Canyon, the most exciting thing was the unique output in the secret realm, skill points. Skill points can directly increase skill levels and are the treasure that all players dream of at this stage. And the secrets deeper inside are even more tempting. It is said that in the deepest part of the Windy Canyon, there is a job transfer scroll for Wind Sword Master, hidden. Wind Sword Master, an extremely powerful hidden profession. Whether you change your job, cultivate confidence, or sell them at a high price, it is an excellent choice. Thinking of this, Chun Feng's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a little. He held the token tightly in his hand, as if he was holding a key to a new world. However, he was not overwhelmed by the surprise. Chun Feng took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress his inner excitement, and put the token into his backpack. Now is not the time to enter the Windy Canyon. He needs stronger strength and more thorough preparation. Chun Feng bent down again and continued to grope the body of the Wind Demon Wolf. Let me see if there's anything else good. He whispered to himself, his tone full of anticipation. Bite! A crisp sound, like a beautiful piece of music, reached Chun Feng's ears. He quickly pulled out an item, which was a pair of black boots. There are faint wind ripples flowing on the surface of the boots, emitting a light luster. Wind boots. Grade, black iron. Level, LV10. Agility, +10. Durability, 50/50. Skill, wind step. Active consumes 50 MP points and instantly moves forward 5 meters. CD, 60 seconds. Equipment effect. Movement speed increased by 5%. Oh, these are shoes with a movement skill. Chun Feng's eyes lit up. This is a good stuff. Although it is only a black iron level equipment, the attached wind step skill is a short distance teleportation skill. This is like a timely help for Chun Feng, who lacks displacement skills. With this skill, his survivability will undoubtedly be greatly improved. Chun Feng put on the swift wind magic boots without hesitation and immediately felt his body lighter. He tried to activate the wind step skill. Swish! Chun Feng's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant and appeared 5 meters away. Not bad, not bad. Chun Feng nodded with satisfaction. This wind step skill was extremely useful whether used to speed up travel or to dodge attacks. He continued to grope the body of the Wind Wolf and soon found some materials. Wind Wolf Fur X3. Claws of the Wind Wolf X4. Gas Wolf Fong X2. These are materials for making equipment or potions. Although they're not particularly precious, they're worth a lot of money. Chun Feng collected the materials one by one, and finally, his eyes fell on a crystal clear bead. Wind Magic Core Intermediate. Effective use. Contains 1,000 points of magic power and can instantly restore 1,000 points of magic power after use. Introduction. It can be used to forge equipment and refine medicine. Direct use has a very low probability of learning wind skills. There is actually another magic core. Chun Feng was a little surprised. This was a good thing, and its value was much higher than those materials. The magic core is formed by the magic power condensed in the body of a monster after its death. Magic cores of different grades contain different magical powers. The magical power contained in this intermediate wind magic core is already considerable. Chun Feng carefully put away the magic core. It was a treasure and might come in handy someday. In addition to these, Chun Feng also took out dozens of gold coins. This Wind Wolf is really a fat sheep. Chun Feng stood up contentedly, looking at the backpack full of harvest, feeling a sense of emotion. Sure enough, killing elite monsters is the shortcut to getting rich. Stand up. Chun Feng walked to the body of the Wind Wolf without hesitation, and his low voice echoed in the valley. As his words fell, a cloud of black mist rose from the corpse and quickly condensed into a new shadow soldier, the Wind Shadow Demon Wolf. Shadow extraction successful. The attribute panel of the Wind Shadow Demon Wolf appeared in front of Chun Feng's eyes. As expected, after being strengthened by shadow extraction, its attributes were better than the original one. Name, Wind Shadow Demon Wolf. Grade, black iron. Level, LV15. HP, 2800/2800. MP, 900/900. Strength, 132. Agility, 115. Spirit, 44. Constitution, 99. Skills, Shadow Windblade, Wind Shadow Stab, Shadow, Tearing Claw. Talent, Wind Speed, Movement speed and attack speed increased by 25%. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. The attributes of the Wind Shadow Demon Wolf were comprehensively improved, and all of its skills were transformed into enhanced versions with shadow attributes. Especially the talent of Wind Speed, which adds an additional 5% effect, making the speed of the Wind Shadow Wolf even more terrifying. Chen Feng looked at the new Shadow Wind Wolf in front of him, thinking about his next plan in his mind. With this stronger Shadow Soldier, the subsequent exploration will be easier. Chen Feng took a deep breath, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood and the fragrance of earth. Set off. Chen Feng whispered the order, and the 3 Shadow Wind Wolves immediately followed him, heading deeper into the area. Their footsteps were light and quick, making almost no sound, and they followed Chen Feng quietly. In the heart of the Wind Wolf Valley, sunlight shines through the gaps in the dense forest, casting patches of light on the ground. A giant wolf with a green body was lying on a slightly empty grassland, sleeping soundly with its eyes closed. Its heavy breathing echoed in the valley, and its chest rose and fell rhythmically. Not far from the giant wolf, the space was rippling like the surface of water, constantly fluctuating and twisting, as if something was trying to tear the space apart and descend from another world. The giant wolf opened its eyes vigilantly, anxiety and alertness flashing in its dark blue pupils. It stared at the strange space and let out a low whimper from its throat, as if it was warning or guarding. On top of the giant tree, Chen Feng stood quietly. He restrained his breath completely, and his whole body seemed to blend into one with the surrounding environment. He was high above, with a panoramic view of the entire valley. I should have guessed it earlier. This special space crack must have a guardian. Chen Feng muttered to himself in an inaudible voice. A hint of understanding flashed across his eyes, and his brows furrowed slightly, seeming a little annoyed. I didn't expect that this guardian is the lord of this area. I should have known not to waste so much time looking for the boss in the valley. There was a hint of helplessness in Chen Feng's voice, but more of it was excitement. After all, lord-level monsters meant richer rewards. Never mind. Let's go and take care of the boss first. A gleam of light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, and he made a decisive decision. He flashed and jumped down from the tree like a ghost without making any sound. He began to move in a roundabout way, carefully avoiding possible traps and patrolling monsters, and sneaked towards the direction of the boss. Every step was taken with extreme caution. The body was tense and ready to deal with emergencies at any time. Soon, Chen Feng arrived at a hidden bush near the boss. He held his breath and observed the sleeping giant wolf through the gaps between the branches. At the same time, a detection technique was cast silently, and a light blue light flashed by. Name, Wind Wolf King Lord. Rank, Bronze. Level, LV20. HP, 5000/5000. MP 200/2000. Strength, 200. Agility, 150. Spirit, 78. Constitution, 120. Skills, Wind Blade Dance, Wind Stab, Wind Wolf Roar, Wind Guardian. Talent, Blessing of the Wind. Wind skill effects increased by 50%. 5000 HP? Not bad. Let's try to copy the talent first. Chen Feng muttered to himself, gently waving the star staff in his hand, and a faint blue light fell silently on the body of the Wind Demon Wolf King. Song Wolf Light Shield. The skill hit the target accurately and cast a thin layer of light shield on the sleeping Lord Boss. The surface of the light shield was flowing with faint starlight, which seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power. Chen Feng held his breath and concentrated, quietly waiting for the effect of the Healing Brave talent to be triggered. At the same time, in the dense forest, not far behind Chen Feng, 3 dark shadows were approaching quietly. Brother, is that guy crazy? He actually gave the boss a shield. One of the shadows lowered his voice, his tone full of doubt and puzzlement. He looked at the back of the person in front of him who was putting a shield on the monster and couldn't figure out what this operation was. The leading black shadow snorted coldly, his voice hoarse and low. Who cares? Our mission is to kill him anyway. Don't worry about anything else. But this kid really helped us a lot. Not only did he lead us to find the Lord Boss, he also showed us a space rift that is about to open. A hint of greed and excitement flashed in the leader's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a cruel smile. Since he is so sensible, I will let him die quickly later. The black shadow who had spoken earlier agreed with a grim smile, rubbing his hands together, and couldn't wait to tear Chen Feng into pieces. The three of them exchanged glances, understanding each other tacitly. They were like poisonous snakes lurking in the dark, slowly approaching Chen Feng, ready to launch a fatal attack. At this moment, Chen Feng's entire attention was focused on the Wind Wolf King, and he was completely unaware of the danger approaching from behind. Chapter 34. Someone sneak attacks? Ding. The healing hero is triggered. The skill Windblade Dance has been copied. Ding. The healing hero is triggered. Strength value increases by 1. Ding. Similar skill Windblade detected. Merging and upgrading. Skill Windblade Dance, LV2, has been copied. The clear prompt sound of the system echoed in his ears. Chen Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, and a surge of joy surged in his heart. Although the expected talent was not copied, the result was still pretty good. After all, Windblade Dance is one of the core skills of the Lord Boss, and its power should not be underestimated. Now it has been directly upgraded to LV2, which makes it even more powerful. Chen Feng took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and prepared to launch a thundering attack. He planned to use all his skills on the Wind Wolf King, trying to kill it instantly in the shortest time possible without giving it any chance to resist. However, at this critical moment, something strange happened. An arrow flashing with cold light suddenly shot out from another direction, streaking through the sky like a meteor and heading straight for the Wind Demon Wolf King. This sudden change caused Chen Feng's pupils to shrink suddenly, and alarm bells rang in his heart. Before he could react, a black shadow appeared in front of him like a ghost. It was so fast that it was in front of him in almost the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, a dagger flashing with faint light hit Chen Feng's forehead hard. Ding! Lu Ren used a stun attack on you. You have been stunned for 3 seconds. The system's cold prompt sound rang in Chen Feng's mind. His vision instantly became blurred, and the whole world seemed to be spinning. This sudden situation made Chen Feng's face instantly gloomy, and a hint of cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. How dare someone attack him? It's simply seeking death. While in a dizzy state, Chen Feng was unable to move, use skills, and even his thinking became slow. He could only watch helplessly as the arrow hit the Wind Wolf King. -10. As an extremely weak number emerged, the Wind Wolf King, who was still somewhat puzzled, suddenly became angry. The scarlet eyes of the Wind Demon Wolf King were fixed on Chen Feng, filled with anger and bloodthirstiness. As the human being closest to it, Chen Feng naturally became its primary target of attack. However, Chen Feng had anticipated this. He has soul connection and the skill of shadow swapping, and his ability to protect his life is first-rate, so he is not afraid of the attack of the Wind Wolf King. What really made Chen Feng angry were those guys who hid in the dark and attacked. In his previous life, he died for betrayal and sneak attack by his teammates. He still remembers vividly the feeling of being stabbed in the back. Unexpectedly, in this life, someone would want to use the same old trick again. A hint of cold, murderous intent flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, and he secretly swore in his heart that he would make these guys pay a heavy price. He knew very well that the reason why this group of people dared to attack him so unscrupulously was simply because they thought he was of low level, weak, and easy to deal with. They might even want to use the Wind Wolf King to get rid of Chen Feng and create the illusion that Chen Feng was killed by the boss to cover up their crimes. At the same time, they can also use Chen Feng's previous actions to consume the state of the Wind Demon Wolf King and create favorable conditions for their subsequent hunting. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone is a great plan. Unfortunately, they met Chen Feng, and their plan was wrong. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. He quickly glanced around, his eyes lingering for a moment in the direction where the arrow came from and the direction where the black shadow disappeared. In his mind, he had roughly locked the position of the 2 people. Since you want to play, I will play with you. Chen Feng snorted coldly in his heart, filled with murderous intent. At this moment, the Wind Demon Wolf King had already rushed to Chen Feng. It opened its bloody mouth, its sharp fangs flashed cold light, and its huge claws, wrapped in sharp gusts of wind, slapped Chen Feng hard, as if it wanted to tear him into pieces. Chen Feng's dizziness was also relieved at this moment. At the critical moment, he quickly put on a wolf light shield. Son Wolf Light Shield. A layer of light blue light shield instantly enveloped Chun Feng, emitting a soft light, but giving people a feeling of being indestructible. Bang! The next moment, the Wind Wolf King's giant claws slammed hard on the light shield, making a dull, loud noise. The light shield trembled violently and shattered in an instant. The attack power of this Wind Demon Wolf King is so high. Chun Feng was slightly shocked. He still underestimated the strength of the Lord Boss. However, what made him feel fortunate was that although the Songlong Light Shield was broken, it still managed to block the attack from the Wind Demon Wolf King. Ding! Alienation effect triggered. Overflow damage has been resisted. The system prompt sounded, making Chun Feng slightly startled. How could there be another alienation effect? It seemed that this Songlong Light Shield had no alienation at the beginning, right? He subconsciously looked at the skill introduction of Songlong Light Shield. The originally ordinary skill description now has an additional line of new abilities. Songlong Light Shield, alienation effect. If the shield is broken by a single attack, the overflow damage that exceeds the shield limit will be completely resisted. Chun Feng's eyes widened instantly, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. This skill is actually alienated? A surge of ecstasy surged in his heart. Could it be that all his skills could be transformed? Or in other words, all auxiliary skills can be transformed? If this is true, then wouldn't I be? Chun Feng didn't dare to think about it any further because the possibility was too tempting. He suppressed his excitement and turned his attention back to the battle at hand. At this time, the Wind Demon Wolf King seemed extremely dissatisfied with Chun Feng's disregard. It roared again, and the sound was deafening. The huge wolf claws, accompanied by fierce wind pressure, attacked Chun Feng again, as if to tear him into pieces. Chun Feng frowned and muttered to himself impatiently. It's so noisy. He casually raised the star staff in his hand. The movement seemed careless, but it blocked the attack of the Wind Wolf King with incredible precision. Bang! With a dull thud, the staff collided with the wolf's claws, sending sparks flying. At the same time, the gem on the top of the staff shone brightly, and the fire and star power intertwined and exploded in an instant. Boom! With a loud bang, energy exploded, and the powerful shock wave directly blew the Wind Wolf King away. The huge body slammed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chun Feng's attack seemed random, but it actually contained the power of two skills, Flame Soul Fireball and Star Power. The two skills are combined to double their power. Minus 1096. Minus 1096. Minus 470. Minus 470. Coupled with Chun Feng's extremely high spiritual attributes, the power of this attack directly took away more than half of the health of the Wind Demon Wolf King, and the Song Wolf King fell into a dizzy state under the influence of the power of the stars. Chun Feng slowly put down his staff and stared at the Wind Wolf King lying on the ground with cold eyes. He did not feel relaxed at all because he had defeated the Wind Wolf King. On the contrary, he became more alert, because he knew that the real threat was not this beast, but those guys hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Chun Feng's eyes swept around, trying to find the enemies hiding in the dark. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, as if they could penetrate all disguises. Since you guys like playing dirty so much, I'll play with you guys. Chun Feng muttered to himself and pointed the star staff in his hand at the fallen Wind Wolf King again, and the light of healing magic lit up again. Brush! The soft white light sprinkled on the Wind Wolf King, and the hideous wounds on its body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It would be a waste to simply kill this kind of lore boss. It is more cost-effective to brush up your skills and get some attribute points at the same time. While Chun Feng was healing the Wind Wolf King, he was secretly calculating in his mind. Although he was focused on treating the boss in front of him, his mind was no longer entirely here. Chun Feng ordered his 3 shadow soldiers to quietly grope in the direction where the 2 people had left. The shadow shuttled through the dense forest like a ghost, without making any sound. At the same time, in the bushes not far away, 3 figures were closely watching Chun Feng's every move. Lu Run, who was holding the dagger earlier, now had a look of confusion on his face. Boss, this kid, does he have such a high health? The boss hit him with 1 claw, but he's not hurt at all. Lu Ren lowered his voice, but still couldn't hide his surprise. Is he really a B-level healing wizard? This is a level 20 boss. The more Lu Ren spoke, the more unbelievable it seemed to him. A level 20 boss had an attack power that was no joke. Even these level 25 professionals didn't dare to resist. But Chen Feng, a level 10 recovery warlock, managed to endure it all and seemed to be unscathed. This completely overturned his cognition. On the other side, Si Shihui, who was holding a bow and arrow, also nodded in agreement. Yes, and he seemed to have blocked the boss's attack with his staff just now. Si Shihui's tone was also full of doubt. That seems like a difficult blocking technique to master. Is he really just an ordinary level 10 brat? Si Shihui recalled Chun Feng's casual block just now and felt even more shocked and confused. Blocking skills require extremely high reaction speed and precise operation to master. Even experienced professionals like them cannot guarantee that they can block perfectly every time. But it was really unreasonable that Chun Feng, a level 10 newcomer, could perform it so easily. Guoku, who was in the lead, was now staring at Chun Feng with a sinister look in his eyes. He slowly pulled out the huge axe from his back and snorted coldly. What is there to be afraid of? Guoku's voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of disdain. The three of us are all level 25 professionals. Are you afraid of a little devil? He paused, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Even if he really has the ability to kill the boss, so what? A sinister smile appeared on Guoku's lips. Let's just keep an eye on it. When the boss health is low, we can just snatch him away. Guoku's words were full of confidence, as if everything was under his control. In his opinion, Chun Feng was just a level 10 kid. Even if he had some abilities, he wouldn't be able to cause any big waves. Could it be that the three of them, level 25 professionals, couldn't deal with a mere healing warlock? As for the fact that Chun Feng could block the boss's attacks, and might even have mastered the blocking skills, these were unimportant to Guoku. The difference in level and strength is enough to crush all skills. Guoku held the giant axe tightly in his hand, with greed flashing in his eyes. He couldn't wait to defeat Chun Feng and the boss together, and then take all the spoils for himself. As soon as Guoku finished speaking, Lu Ren and Si Shihui looked at each other and saw greed in each other's eyes. Boss is right. No matter how powerful this guy is, he is just a level 10 healing wizard. Are we three still afraid of him? Lu Ren licked his lips and turned the dagger in his hand, flashing a cold light. As soon as the boss's health is low, we'll take action. Rogray also pulled the longbow, aiming the arrow at Chen Feng, ready to shoot. In the dense forest, the atmosphere suddenly became tense, and a drama of a mantis stalking a cicada while an oriole is behind it was about to unfold. However, they did not know that their every move had already fallen into Chun Feng's calculations. Chapter 35, Killing. Although Chun Feng seemed to be concentrating on treating the Wind Wolf King, he had actually already heard the location and conversation of these three people clearly through the Shadow Soldiers. Although Chun Feng seemed to be treating the Wind Wolf King nonchalantly, he had actually already heard every word of the conversation between Guoku and the other two through the Shadow Soldiers lurking in the shadows. Sure enough, their target is me. Chun Feng sneered in his heart, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining an imperceptible arc. How could an average person be interested in a newbie who just changed jobs? It's nothing more than coveting the equipment on him, or being instructed by someone. Who could it be? Li Wei? Or Su Mingyu? Several names flashed through Chun Feng's mind, but he did not delve into them. It's too early to think about these things now. The most urgent task is to solve the current trouble first. Chun Feng glanced at the three people not far away from the corner of his eye, and he already had a plan in mind. His hands kept moving, and the light of healing magic kept flickering, alternating between life and death on the body of the Wind Wolf King. One after another, huge green numbers floated above the head of the Wind Wolf King, and each time it instantly restored its health points from the bottom. But immediately afterwards, Chun Feng would launch another attack, causing its health bar to drop to the bottom again. This went on repeatedly, and the Wind Wolf King was like a puppet being played around with by Chun Feng. He frantically tested the brink of life and death, but was still unable to escape Chun Feng's control. In the dense forest, the wind was howling, mixed with the desperate howls of the Wind Wolf King. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled light and shadows, and casting alternating light and dark shadows on Chun Feng's cold face. His eyes were as calm as water, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. Only the constantly jumping numbers can prove his concentration at the moment. Finally, after a life-and-death torture, the system prompt sound came as expected. Ding! The healing hero has been triggered. The upper limit of attribute points for this target has been reached. Ding! The healing hero has been triggered. The target's skills and talents have been completely copied. Cannot be copied any further. Chen Feng couldn't help but smacking his lips as he heard the system prompt sound ringing in his ears. Is 20 points the upper limit? I thought I could get unlimited points. What a pity. He whispered to himself, with a hint of regret in his tone. But that's enough. Chun Feng's mind moved, and the wind blades began to dance quietly. Wind blade dance. Launches 10 wind blades within a 5-meter range. Each wind blade causes 200% of the target's spiritual value in magic damage. Consumption, 500 MPCD, 10 minutes. In an instant, 10 sharp wind blades appeared out of thin air, drawing tracks visible to the naked eye in the air, and headed straight for the Wind Demon Wolf King. Each wind blade contained powerful magical energy, as if it could tear everything apart. Ouch! The Wind Wolf King let out a shrill howl. It felt the threat of death. It struggled desperately, trying to dodge, but it was all in vain. Under Chun Feng's precise control, all 10 wind blades hit the target without missing a beat. Minus 6,430. A huge red number floated above the head of the Wind Wolf King, instantly clearing out its health bar that had just been filled up by Chun Feng. Flash sale. The huge body of the Wind Wolf King fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. There was still a trace of unwillingness and fear in its eyes. It never thought until its death that it would die at the hands of a level 10 recovery warlock. Ding! You killed the Wind Wolf King boss. Experience points increased by 2,000. Ding! Obtained items. Wolf King's heart multiplied by 1. Wolf King's blood multiplied by 2. Gale Dagger multiplied by 1. Wind Magic Core, intermediate, multiplied by 3. Gold coins multiplied by 213. Chun Feng slowly retracted his staff with no expression on his face. To him, this was just a game whose ending was already predetermined. In the distance, Guoku and the other two were all stunned when they saw this scene. They originally thought that no matter how powerful Chun Feng was, he couldn't kill a level 20 boss alone. But now, the facts have slapped them in the face. Chun Feng not only succeeded in killing him in a one-on-one fight, but also killed him instantly. How is this possible? Lu Ren opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. He is really just a level 10 healing wizard. Cixi Hui's voice was trembling a little. He was already frightened by Chun Feng's strength. Guoku's face was terribly gloomy. He stared at Chun Feng closely, with complex light flashing in his eyes. There was shock, confusion, and also a hint of fear. He suddenly realized that he might have made a mistake, a fatal mistake. They seemed to have accepted a very scary mission and provoked someone they absolutely could not afford to offend. Sorry, it's not level 10, it's level 12. Chun Feng's voice suddenly sounded behind the three people, with a hint of teasing, like the playfulness of a cat playing with a mouse. Guoku, Lu Ren, and Cixi Hui froze up, as if they were under a spell, and cold sweat instantly soaked their clothes. This voice, like the whisper of death, chilled them from head to toe. They turned around suddenly, their movements as stiff as rusty machines, their faces filled with horror and disbelief. Before they could see who was coming, 3 huge black shadows jumped out from the shadows, like vicious dogs crawling out of hell, bringing with them a suffocating feeling of oppression. They were 3 giant wolves with pitch-black bodies, each as big as a calf, their scarlet eyes flashing with bloodthirsty light, and their sharp claws gleaming coldly in the moonlight. What is this? Lu Ren screamed in horror. His voice changed in pitch. He had never seen such a horrible creature. Cixi Hui was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. He tried desperately to step back, but found that his legs were no longer under his control. Guoku's face also turned pale, but he was the leader of the 3 after all. He forced himself to calm down and shouted, "Don't panic. Aren't they just 3 beasts? We are level 25. He stopped abruptly before he could finish his words, because 2 sharp wind blades had already cut through the air with a piercing whistling sound, heading straight for his and Lu Ren's necks. Too fast. It was so fast that they had no time to react, and could only watch the two death blades approaching. Puff, puff. There were two muffled sounds, and blood gushed out, dyeing the night sky red. Lu Rin and Si Shihui's heads flew high in the air, with expressions of fear and unwillingness still on their faces. Their bodies fell down weakly, twitched a few times, and then there was no movement. Flash sale. 2 level 25 professionals were killed instantly. Guoku's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand and almost stopped beating. As he looked at the bloody scene in front of him, he felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, making him shiver all over. Fear overwhelmed him like a tide. He originally thought that no matter how powerful Chen Feng was, he was just a level 10 restoration warlock, and even if he launched a sneak attack, he could not pose much of a threat to them. But now, he realized how wrong he was. How can this be called a healing warlock? This is clearly a devil in sheep's clothing. Guoku wanted to say something with a trembling voice, but found that his throat seemed to be blocked, and he couldn't utter a word. He wanted to escape, but his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and he couldn't move. 3 giant wolves surrounded him in a triangle, staring at him hungrily, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. Chen Feng walked slowly towards them, his face expressionless and his eyes terrifyingly calm, as if he had just killed not 2 people, but 2 ants. It's a bit wasteful, but it doesn't matter, he whispered to himself, with a hint of indifference in his tone. Indeed, for Chen Feng now, attribute points and skills are precious, but not indispensable. After all, there is little of everything on Blue Planet except for humans and monsters, so I'm not that bad. Chen Feng's mind moved, and the 3 giant wolves suddenly exerted their strength and bit Guoku's limbs tightly. Guoku only felt a sharp pain, as if his bones were about to be bitten to pieces, and he couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. HP reduced by 210. HP reduced by 235. HP reduced by 208. A series of damage numbers floated up from above Guoku's head, and his health points dropped rapidly like a faucet that had been opened. Chen Feng walked slowly up to Guoku, looking down at him, and gently placed the star staff in his hand against his forehead, emitting an icy light. Tell me, who asked you to come? Chen Feng's voice was icy cold, without a trace of emotion, as if he was interrogating a dead person. I suggest you tell the truth, otherwise you will end up like those 2 just now. Guoku was trembling all over, his eyes filled with fear. He had no doubt that if he said one wrong word, he would be beheaded in the next second. He opened his mouth and was about to speak, but suddenly stopped. He seemed to have thought of something terrible, and his face turned even paler. Fight. Guoku gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind to fight to the end. However, before he could finish his words, he felt a piercing pain in his right arm. Crack. -500. The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard, and his right arm was actually bitten off by one of the shadow wind wolves. Blood gushed out, instantly dyeing the ground red. Guoku screamed like a pig being slaughtered, in so much pain that he almost fainted. Oops, sorry. Chen Feng cried out in mock surprise, but his tone was teasing. I'm sorry that I, a little wolf, don't know the seriousness of the matter. You'd better tell me quickly, otherwise. He deliberately prolonged his voice and did not continue speaking, but the threat was self-evident. Guoku was twitching in pain and sweating profusely. He looked at his bloody broken arm with despair in his eyes. He knew that he was really in trouble this time. This seemingly harmless young man in front of me is actually a devil in human skin. I say. Before Chen Feng could finish his words, Guoku could no longer hold on and shouted in a state of collapse. Stop. He felt severe pain in his legs and left arm, as if they could be torn off at any time. The fear of death completely destroyed his psychological defenses. It's the Li family. It's the Li family's second young master, Li Wei. Guoku roared out these words with all his strength, his voice hoarse and desperate. Chapter 36, Extracting Human Shadows. The Li family? Li Wei. A hint of cold, murderous intent flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. It was indeed him. It seems that we have to find a way to get rid of this Li Wei in advance. Chen Feng was secretly calculating in his heart. Thank you for your cooperation. In that case, I will let you go. Chen Feng's voice was still cold, but with a barely perceptible hint of amusement. Hearing this, Guoku felt as if he had been pardoned, and his tense nerves finally relaxed a little. He thought he had escaped death. However, he didn't know that this was just the beginning of Chun Feng's evil deeds. Swish! A beam of emerald green light shot out from the star staff and landed on Guoku. HP increased by 6944. Guoku, who was originally on the verge of death, instantly restored his health points to full and even overflowed a lot. He was stunned and didn't understand what Chenfeng meant. Guoku let out a long sigh, and the fear in his heart subsided a little. But the next second, severe pain came again. Ouch! The three shadow wind wolves attacked again, biting Guoku hard with their sharp teeth. HP reduced by 215. HP reduced by 228. HP reduced by 241. Guoku's health bar dropped rapidly like a roller coaster, but was soon pulled back by Chun Feng's healing spell. Guoku let out a heart-wrenching scream, and he finally understood Chun Feng's intention. This is a torture worse than death. He became the first person to experience the feeling of life and death at Chun Feng's hands. This feeling is worse than death. Please kill me, kill me. Guoku's voice was already hoarse. He struggled desperately, but could not escape the bite of the shadow wind wolf. The severe pain again and again made him completely collapse. He would rather die immediately than endure such inhuman torture. Chenfeng watched all this quietly, with no expression on his face. He was like a cold god of death, controlling Guoku's life and death. As time passed, Guoku's screams gradually became weaker. His eyes began to blur, and his breath of life became weaker and weaker. About 5 minutes later, Guoku's body fell heavily to the ground, completely dead. He died with endless fear and despair. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. The talented B-level melee mastery has been copied. Ding! The healing hero has been triggered. The upper limit of attribute points for this target has been reached. Ding! The healing hero has been triggered. The target's skills and talents have been completely copied, cannot be copied any further. A series of system prompts sounded in Chun Feng's mind. Chun Feng frowned slightly. Humans can only copy 2 skills and 2 talents. He was a little surprised. He had not thought of this restriction before. It seems like we need to quickly copy Jeaner's other talent. If she gains another talent, it will be difficult to copy. Chenfeng thought to himself that Su Jinder's talent was of vital importance to him. He had to copy both of her SS-level talents as soon as possible, just in case. It's unfortunate that I'm so poor. Chenfeng looked at the less than 100 gold coins scattered on the ground and the lonely piece of silver equipment, and couldn't help but complain. He originally thought that since these guys dare to take on assassination missions, they must have some money, but he didn't expect that they were even poorer than him. You dare to come out and kill people with such strength? No wonder it takes 3 people of such high level to kill a novice like me. Chun Feng shook his head, feeling disdain for the strength of these people. He turned around and prepared to leave. After all, the corpse of the Wind Wolf King was still waiting for him. He wanted to see if he could summon it. Just as Chenfeng took a step forward, he suddenly stopped and a thought flashed through his mind. Can shadow extraction be used on humans like this? A gleam of light flashed in Chun Feng's eyes, and he thought of an interesting possibility. He immediately turned around and walked to Guoku's body. With a thought, one of the 3 shadow wind wolves that were originally guarding him instantly turned into a ball of black mist and dissipated. Chenfeng took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on Guoku's body. Stand up, Chun Feng growled, with a hint of anticipation and nervousness in his voice. This was his first attempt at using shadow extraction on a human corpse, and he didn't know if it would be successful. As Chun Feng's voice fell, a black shadow emerged, but it fluctuated twice and then became silent. No way. Chun Feng frowned slightly, a little disappointed. He thought that since the shadow wind wolf could be transformed from monster corpses, then human corpses should be able to do the same. But now it seems that this is not the case. Is it because he is not qualified? Chun Feng suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. He remembered that shadow extraction seemed to have certain requirements on the target's strength. Before, he had only extracted boss-level monsters, and although Guoku was higher in level than him, his strength was far inferior. Try again. Chun Feng did not give up. He placed his hand on Guoku's body again and silently said in his heart, "Stand up." This time, Chun Feng's voice was full of majesty and unquestionable power. It was as if he was the god of death who controlled life and death and could manipulate the fate of the dead at will. As soon as he finished speaking, Guoku's body trembled violently. Immediately afterwards, a ball of black mist emerged from his body and quickly condensed into a vague human figure. The human figure gradually became clearer, and finally, a black shadow exactly like Guoku appeared in front of Qinfeng. However, the eyes of this black shadow were empty and lifeless, as if all wisdom had disappeared completely. Ding! Shadow extraction successful. The system prompt sounded in Chun Feng's mind, announcing his success. Success! An excited smile appeared on Chun Feng's face. He successfully transformed Guoku's body into his servant. Although it is only a dark iron level servant, this is already a huge breakthrough. This means that he can extract not only the shadows of monsters, but also the shadows of humans. This undoubtedly opened up a whole new path for him and gave him more possibilities. Name: Giant Axe Warrior. Grade: Black Iron. Level: LV25. HP: 4800/4800. Imipe: Omie. Strength: 210. Agility: 100. Spirit: 45. Constitution: 160. Skills: Earth-Shattering Axe, Shocking Blow, Raging Wave Slash, Sky-Shattering Slash. Talent: Melee Combat Mastery. You can flexibly use all melee weapons, and the damage of melee weapons increases by 20%. Power Burst increases your own strength by 70% in a short period of time and increases the damage of the Great Axe skill by 25%. Looking at the attributes in front of him, Qinfeng raised his eyebrows slightly. It's just a piece of black, iron-level trash? It's really rubbish. Forget it. Something is better than nothing. Qinfeng shook his head and suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. He knew that food should be eaten bite by bite, and the road should be walked step by step. Being able to successfully extract human shadows is already a huge step forward. As for the strength of the servants, it can be improved slowly in the future. Originally, Qinfeng wanted to extract the shadows of the other two, but after seeing Guoku's attributes, he gave up. This guy is so weak, and the other two must not be much stronger. It would be better to extract the body of the boss. Go and dispose of their bodies. Qinfeng gave the first order to the Giant Axe Warrior. He didn't want to leave any traces here to avoid unnecessary trouble. The Giant Axe Warrior did not react at all, and just mechanically carried out Qinfeng's orders. He moved quickly, and in a short while, he had dealt with the bodies of the other two people cleanly, without even a trace of blood left. Qinfeng nodded with satisfaction and turned his gaze to the huge corpse not far away, the Wind Demon Wolf King. This is a Lord-level monster. Its attributes, when it was alive, were far superior to those of Guoku. The extracted shadow must be very powerful. Just thinking about it, Qinfeng felt a little excited. He walked slowly to the body of the Wind Wolf King, took a deep breath, and calmed his excitement. Stand up, Qinfeng growled and placed his hand on the body of the Wind Demon Wolf King. The black mist, as if it had life, poured out from the body of the Wind Wolf King, rolling and surging. However, after a moment, the black fog slowly dissipated and everything returned to calm. Ding! Shadow extraction failed. Remaining times to... The system's cold prompt sound rang in Qinfeng's mind. Fail! Qinfeng frowned, a little surprised. He then remembered that the skill description mentioned that the longer the death time, the lower the success rate of extraction. Damn it, it's all those three idiots' fault. They wasted my time. Qinfeng cursed in his heart, feeling a little annoyed. He originally thought that with the strength of the Wind Wolf King, he should be able to extract the extract successfully, but he didn't expect that he would fail. Come again. Qinfeng was unwilling and growled again. Stand up. This time, his voice was deeper and more powerful, as if it contained some mysterious power. The black fog emerged again, thicker and more violent than last time. But in the end, the black fog dissipated. Ding! Shadow extraction failed. Remaining times 1. The system prompt sounded again, and Qinfeng's mood sank to the bottom. There's only one last chance left. If he failed again, he would have no choice but to watch this Lord-level corpse go to waste. Qinfeng took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and spoke again with full concentration. Stand up! He used all his strength and let out a deafening roar. The voice was filled with unquestionable majesty and a determination to go all out. As soon as he finished speaking, The body of the Wind Wolf King began to tremble violently, as if a powerful force was awakening. Black mist, like a volcanic eruption, gushed out from its body, instantly covering the entire valley. The fog rolled, surged, and condensed, and finally turned into a huge wolf-shaped black shadow. The black shadow slowly stood up, with a burly figure and an imposing aura, exactly the same as the previous Wind Wolf King. However, its eyes were empty and lifeless, without a trace of life, only endless coldness and deathly silence. Ding! Shadow extraction successful. The system prompt sound finally sounded, announcing Chun Feng's success. Phew, finally succeeded. Chun Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. It would be such a pity if this thing was gone. He successfully transformed the corpse of the Wind Wolf King into his own shadow soldiers. This is a Lord-level shadow soldier, whose strength far exceeds that of the previous giant axe warrior. Chun Feng calmed down his excitement and began to check the attributes of the Wind Demon Wolf King. Chapter 37. Space Rift opens. Name: Shadow Wolf King Lord. Rank: Bronze. Level: LV 25. HP: 7000/7000. Omipe: Domi Chinch Sute Ondomi Chinch Sute. Strength: 250. Agility: 180. Spirit: 100. Constitution: 150. Skills: Dark Blade Dance, Shadow Stab, Shadow Roar, Wind Shadow Guard. Talent: Shadow Kill. Every time you kill a target, there is a chance that you will be teleported behind the target with the lowest health, and the next attack will definitely be a critical hit. Blessing of the Wind. The effect of wind skills is increased by 50%, and all wind skills have 30% of shadow damage attached, while the damage to shadow creatures is increased by 25%. From today on, I will call you Wolf King. Please give me your guidance. Chun Feng said with a smile, his heart filled with joy as he looked at the giant wolf in front of him that was a head taller than him. Looking at the Shadow Wolf King's attributes that far exceeded his previous ones, Chun Feng couldn't stop smiling. This wave was simply a huge profit. The Shadow Wolf King seemed to feel Chun Feng's joy. It lowered its huge head and rubbed Chun Feng's cheek affectionately with its furry head. Woo! The low whimpering sound was not as fierce and violent as before, but instead carried a hint of gentleness and submission. Chun Feng happily rubbed the Shadow Wolf King's head, feeling the soft fur and feeling comfortable in his heart. Sure enough, this powerful monster, even when it turned into a shadow, still had outstanding intelligence. Chun Feng suddenly remembered something, and his mind moved. Swish! A dagger flashing with cold light appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was the Wolfang Dagger, a level 12 piece of black iron quality equipment that had dropped when the Black Wind Wolf was killed. Wolf Tooth Dagger. Grade: Black Iron. Level: LV 12. Strength: plus 15. Agility: plus 20. Durability: 250/250. Skill: Wolfang Assault active. Consume 60 MP points. Quickly launch a stabbing attack on the target, causing physical damage of 250% of the target's agility value, and a tearing effect. The target will continue to receive bleeding damage equal to 20% of the character's attack power for the next 6 seconds. If the target is bleeding, the movement speed is reduced by 20% for 4 seconds. CD: 25 seconds. Equipment effect: Wolf Wildness. Increases the character's critical hit rate by 10%. Looking at the dagger in his hand, Chun Feng put away his staff and held the wolf tooth dagger tightly. The equipment did not drop directly. Chun Feng looked at the Wolfang dagger in his hand with an expression of incredible surprise on his face. He can actually equip this dagger. You know, the healing warlock is a typical magic profession, and it should only be equipped with equipment such as staffs or robes. And this wolf tooth dagger is a real melee weapon. The talents of this world are really overbearing. Chun Feng secretly sighed in his heart. He had vaguely had this guess when he copied Ku's melee mastery talent before. The talent introduction at that time said that all melee weapons could be used flexibly. Chun Feng was wondering, does this flexible use also include ignoring occupational restrictions and forcibly equipping equipment? Now it seems that my guess was correct. This talent is even more powerful than he imagined. Chun Feng took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. He put away the star staff in his hand and instead tightly grasped the Wolfang dagger. The dagger feels cold to the touch, and the edge of the blade flashes with cold light, giving people a sharp feeling. Although it was the first time he used a dagger, with the help of the melee mastery talent, Chun Feng felt that the dagger seemed to have become one with himself, and it was extremely easy to wield it. He swung the dagger a few times, and it left a trail of afterimages in the air, making a swish sound. Although it's a bit short, it seems to be more convenient to use than a staff. It seems that I have to get a talent similar to staff proficiency in the future. Chun Feng murmured to himself with a satisfied smile on his face. Although the staff is a standard item for magic professions, for Chun Feng, who possesses many powerful skills, the bonus of the staff seems a bit useless. On the contrary, this wolf-tooth dagger not only provides additional attribute bonuses, but also allows Chun Feng to have stronger combat power in close combat. However, the most important thing now is to upgrade first. Chun Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart. Whether it was for the big exam 3 days later or for the world-destroying crisis a few years later, he needed to increase his strength as quickly as possible. He patted the Shadow Wolf King beside him, and the Shadow Wolf King rubbed his palm affectionately, then howled to the sky, his voice full of excitement and anticipation. "Let's go, Wolf King. Start killing monsters. When the space rift opens, we'll go in and take a look together." There was a sharp light flashing in Chun Feng's eyes, and his tone was firm. "Ouch!" The Shadow Wolf King growled, as if responding to Chun Feng's call, and took vigorous steps, walking into the valley again with Chun Feng. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 hours have passed. As night falls, the sky is dyed in ink, a light mist fills the valley, and visibility is extremely low. Chun Feng returned to the territory of the Wind Demon Wolf King again. This was originally the boss's lair, and ordinary monsters didn't dare to approach it. However, the original lord had been killed by Chun Feng. According to the rules of the game, the new lord would not be refreshed until at least 3 days later. Chun Feng was just planning to rest here for a night to recharge his batteries. After 2.5 hours of crazy monster killing, Chun Feng's level was raised from level 12 to level 16. The experience bar grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the feeling of rapid upgrade made him addicted and unable to extricate himself. However, as his level increased, the experience points provided by the monsters in this area were no longer enough for Chun Feng. Chun Feng returned to the heart of the valley, frowned slightly, and began to think about whether to change to a more advanced map to gain more experience points. Just as he was hesitating, the space crack in front of him suddenly fluctuated violently. The space, which was originally as calm as a mirror, now seemed to have a huge rock thrown into it, causing ripples to appear. Then, it seemed as if an invisible giant hand stretched out from the void and violently tore the crack in space. Crack, crack! The sharp tearing sound echoed in the valley, making people's hearts palpitate. The space crack was forcibly torn open, revealing a dark hole that seemed to lead to another unknown world. The space crack has opened. Seeing this scene, Chun Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and his original hesitation disappeared in an instant. He tightly grasped the star staff in his hand, his eyes flashing with excitement and anticipation. Chun Feng took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to rush in immediately. The long battle made him feel a little tired. Although the joy brought by the upgrade diluted this feeling, he knew that staying in the best condition was the key to dealing with unknown dangers. He turned his head to look at the Shadow Wolf King beside him. The Wolf King seemed to have sensed Chun Feng's tiredness. He lay quietly at his feet and rubbed his legs gently with his head. Chun Feng gently stroked the Shadow Wolf King's soft fur, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He prefers this absolutely loyal pet to his teammates, whom he cannot see clearly. "Wolf King, you're tired too, right? Let's take a rest first and get enough energy before going in." "Ouch!" The Shadow Wolf King responded in a low voice, with a hint of laziness in his voice. "Huh." At this moment, a light exclamation suddenly sounded. The sudden sound broke the tranquility of the valley and made Chun Feng instantly alert. He turned around suddenly, pointing his star staff in the direction of the sound, the tip of the staff flashing a dangerous light. A petite figure slowly walked out into the field of vision. With the help of the faint light emitted from the night and the cracks in space, Chun Feng could clearly see the appearance of the person. It was a young girl, who looked young, about 20 years old, wearing a black tights and holding a sharp dagger in her hand. The girl had a pretty face, and her big eyes were full of curiosity. But at this moment, there was a hint of surprise and vigilance in her eyes. "Who is it?" Chun Feng shouted sternly, his voice echoing in the empty valley. He did not let his guard down because the other person was a girl, but became even more alert. In this world where the game has come down to earth, anyone could be an enemy, especially near this dangerous space rift. Hearing Chun Feng's question, the girl was not afraid at all, but instead showed a hint of excitement in her eyes. But soon, the excitement subsided, and he said with some disappointment, "What? I saw this crack just appeared, and I thought I was the first to discover it. It turns out that someone has already come." Without waiting for Chun Feng to continue speaking, the girl walked directly to Chun Feng, stopped 5 meters away, and greeted Chun Feng. "Hello, my name is Shi Xiao Xiao. Are you interested in joining me in clearing the space crack?" The girl's voice was clear and pleasant, with a hint of familiarity, as if she and Chun Feng were old friends who had known each other for many years. Chun Feng frowned slightly, but did not let down his guard because of the other party's enthusiasm. He looked up and down at the girl in front of him, trying to find flaws in her words and actions. Shi Xiao Xiao seemed to have noticed Chun Feng's vigilance. She blinked her eyes and said innocently, "Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I'm not a bad person. Look, I'm so cute. How can I be a bad person?" As she spoke, she playfully turned around, showing off her petite figure and pretty features. Chun Feng still didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly, holding the star staff in his hand tighter. The flickering light on the tip of the staff was particularly eye-catching in the dark night. Shi Xiao Xiao couldn't help feeling discouraged when she saw that Chun Feng was unmoved. "Really? Are all boys nowadays so ignorant of romance? I took the initiative to invite you to join my team, but you acted like you were keeping me at a distance. It's really hurtful." Chapter 38, Assassin Girl, Shi Xiao Xiao. "Really? Are all boys nowadays so ignorant of romance? I took the initiative to invite you to join my team, but you acted like you were keeping me at a distance. It's really hurtful." Shi Xiao Xiao put her hands on her slender waist and muttered angrily. Her originally pretty face looked even more delicate and adorable because of this action, just like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Seeing that Chun Feng was still tightly holding the staff that was sparkling with starlight and staring at her warily, Shi Xiao Xiao sighed helplessly. Her originally straight back slumped slightly, like a deflated ball. She casually threw the dagger in her hand to the ground with a clang sound, making a crisp sound, and the sharp blade of the dagger reflected a faint cold light in the night. "Don't worry, little brother. I'm not some perverted killer. I'm just here to level up. Don't be so nervous. Look, I've even put down my weapon." The girl's clear and pleasant voice sounded again, with a hint of helplessness and a hint of coquettishness, as if she was coaxing a naughty child. Chun Feng frowned slightly, his eyes still as sharp as a hawk. He did not completely relax his vigilance because of Shi Xiao Xiao's actions, but he still sat down slowly and placed the star staff in his hand across his legs. The starlight on the staff was still twinkling, but Chun Feng's posture showed that as long as there was any disturbance, he could react immediately and launch a thundering attack. After all, as a person who struggled to survive in the end times and was ultimately betrayed and killed, Chun Feng knows better than anyone that in this world where the game has come down to earth, the human heart is always much more terrifying than those ferocious monsters. No matter how powerful or ferocious the monsters are, their behavior patterns can be traced. As long as you understand the rules, there's always a way to deal with them. But the human heart is the most complex and elusive thing in the world. Especially in this world where the game has come true and the original moral and legal systems are crumbling. No one knows whether a girl who seems harmless, even cute and innocent, will reveal her fangs hidden under her innocent appearance in the next second and give you a fatal blow. Chun Feng has seen too much of the dark side of human nature, so he doesn't dare to trust anyone easily, especially near this space crack full of unknown dangers. However, Chun Feng is not the kind of person who suffers from severe paranoia. He knows that he cannot be hostile to everyone because of his past experiences. Doing so will only make him more isolated and crazy. Besides, in the territory of Dragon Country, such brutal acts as blatant killings are still rare. As long as I stay sufficiently vigilant and respond carefully, there shouldn't be any problem. I can't refuse all possible cooperation just because I'm afraid of danger. If I do that, what's the difference between me and those cowards who are trying to survive in the safe zone? Chun Feng quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, and various thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. He knew very well that in this cruel world, being cautious was important and could help you avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles. But being overly cautious would make you miss many opportunities and even put yourself in a helpless situation. More friends mean more paths. Although this saying is no longer completely applicable in this world where the strong prey on the weak, it is at least necessary to maintain a certain degree of openness and try to establish connections with others before you are sure that the other party is your enemy. And since you want to copy other people's attributes and skills, it is necessary to team up with others. What's more, the girl in front of him, named Shi Xiao, did not seem to show any malice at the moment. Instead, she took the initiative to put down her weapon and expressed her willingness to cooperate with him. Thinking of this, Chen Feng relaxed his guard a little. Although he still couldn't completely trust the other party, at least he was willing to give her a chance to see what she really wanted to do. He slowly moved the star staff that was placed across his legs, but still maintained a posture ready to attack at any time. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed on Shi Xiao's every move. "Well, I believe you're not a bad person." Chen Feng spoke slowly, his voice still carrying a hint of indifference and alienation, but his tone had softened a lot and was no longer as hostile as before. When Shi Xiao heard this, her originally depressed expression instantly brightened up. She giggled, revealing a row of neat white teeth, and her eyes curved into crescents. "That's right, little brother." Shi Xiao's voice was cheerful and joyful, with a hint of mischief. Although there are many bad people in this world now, there are more good people. If you are so wary of everyone, you will never find a girlfriend. As she spoke, she gently tapped her cheek with her finger. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth twitched slightly. He really couldn't understand the girl's train of thought. They were discussing forming a team the moment before, and the next second they were talking about finding a girlfriend. He resisted the urge to roll his eyes and simply ignored this guy with unrealistic thoughts. "Don't ignore me." Seeing that Chen Feng didn't respond, Shi Xiao couldn't help but pout, with an aggrieved expression on her face. "Hey, little brother, do you want to team up with me to clear this space crack? I'm a very powerful sister, and I can definitely take you flying." As she spoke, she patted her chest. Although nothing could be seen through the tights, one could still feel the confidence and pride in her. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng looked at her indifferently. He was not moved by her enthusiasm. He asked calmly, "Why should I team up with you?" This is a very realistic issue, and it is also the issue that Chen Feng is most concerned about. He needs to know Shi Xiao's true intention before deciding whether to cooperate with her. Hearing this, Shi Xiao's smile became even brighter. She said with a smile, "Because only one team can enter the space rift at a time. If you don't form a team, only one person can enter. But now there are two of us, so everyone who sees it can get a share. How do you think?" She blinked and said, "I'm very reasonable." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was silent for a moment. He knew that what Shi Xiao said was true and that the rules of the space rift were indeed like that. If they don't form a team, only one person can enter, and since both he and Shi Xiao want to enter this space crack, there will inevitably be a conflict. "What if I have to do it alone?" Chen Feng continued to ask. He wanted to see Shi Xiao's reaction and test her bottom line. Shi Xiao smiled when she heard that, revealing an expression that said, "You'd ask that question, of course." She said, "It depends on who's faster. I have 500 agility points, sister." Her words were full of confidence, even with a hint of provocation. Hearing this, Chen Feng immediately closed his mouth and stopped talking. 500 points of agility. This value is definitely not something he can contend with right now. Not to mention running away. Even if he wanted to resist, he would probably be gone before he could even see his shadow. Chen Feng quickly calculated in his mind what his chances of winning would be if he had a conflict with Shi Xiao. The answer is 0. After all, a nurse like him fears assassins the most. With such a terrifying agility value, he might be dead before he can even finish chanting his skills. Chen Feng thought for a while, weighed the pros and cons, and finally decided to give up the idea of solo. "So you came here knowing that there would be a space crack?" Chen Feng raised his own question. He wanted to know why Shi Xiao happened to arrive just when the crack opened. Shi Xiao raised her eyebrows and seemed not surprised by Chen Feng's question. She said lightly, "It's none of your business. I have my own abilities and intelligence. Let me ask you one last question. Do you want to form a team? If you don't, then I will go in by myself." There was a hint of impatience in her words, as if she didn't want to waste any more time with Chen Feng. Hearing Shi Xiaoxiao's urging, Chen Feng knew that he had no time to hesitate any longer. He took a deep breath and nodded slowly. Group. When Shi Xiaoxiao heard this, a bright smile suddenly blossomed on her face, like a blooming sunflower, bright and dazzling. She smiled and revealed two cute little fangs. This is right. Let me introduce myself again. I am Shi Xiaoxiao, a level 15 space assassin. As she spoke, Shi Xiaoxiao stretched out her fair, slender hand towards Chen Feng, with her palm facing up and her fingertips slightly bent, as if she was waiting for something. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment when he saw this. He looked at the fair little hand in front of him, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. But in the end, he still stretched out his hand, gently squeezed Shi Xiaoxiao's fingers, and then quickly withdrew his hand. Level 16, Restoration Warlock, Dust Wind. Chen Feng's voice was still cold. Level 16? Your level is actually higher than mine. When Shi Xiaoxiao heard Chen Feng's level, she was stunned. She widened her eyes and looked Chen Feng up and down as if she was looking at a rare animal. You're leveling up faster than me. Your sister. A hint of surprise flashed across Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes, and then she returned to her smiling look. She gently patted Chen Feng's shoulder with her hand, as if to say, I'm optimistic about you. Not bad, not bad. At least you won't hold me back since you're higher level than me. I'm telling you, I've defeated a level 30 professional in a one-on-one duel. Shi Xiaoxiao added, with a hint of boasting in her tone, as if hinting at her own talent and strength. Hearing this, Chen Feng looked at Shi Xiaoxiao in surprise. Defeating a level 30 professional in a single challenge? In this world where level represents almost everything, defeating the enemy by jumping across more than 10 levels is indeed very remarkable. Although I can do it, that is because I have special abilities. Moreover, this guy has 500 agility points at level 15, which means that her talent is definitely not simple. Shi Xiaoxiao seemed to enjoy Chen Feng's surprised look and said happily, Don't just look shocked, give some compliments. She said this with an expression that said, Come and praise me. Chen Feng rolled his eyes at her speechlessly and said coldly, That's all. He really didn't want to have too much communication with this outgoing girl, because he always felt that this girl seemed to be hiding some secrets. You are such a boring little guy. Shi Xiaoxiao was speechless. She curled her lips, and an expression of, I'm very disappointed, appeared on her face. Chen Feng was too lazy to pay attention to her, and directly invited her to form a team. Chapter 39 Team Building, Space Rift. Ding! Team formation successful. With a crisp system prompt sound, the two people's application to form a team was approved and the team was officially established. A smug smile appeared on Shi Xiaoxiao's lips. She seemed to have seen the generous rewards after passing through the space crack, and she looked extremely excited. Let's go! Shi Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to say, with a hint of excitement in her voice. She didn't even wait for Chen Feng to respond, but took a step forward and walked towards the depths of the space crack. She looked so impatient, as if she was afraid that Chen Feng would go back on his word. Chen Feng looked at Shi Xiaoxiao's back and shook his head helplessly. This girl was really impatient. He did not rush to catch up, but stood where he was, silently observing the surrounding environment. After all, as an experienced old player, Chen Feng knows very well that maintaining sufficient vigilance before entering an unknown environment is a necessary condition for survival. The moment the two entered the space crack, the surrounding light suddenly changed. Shi Xiaoxiao subconsciously raised her arms to block her eyes. It was still a pitch-black night outside the space crack, but here it was already a bright and sunny day. The strong sunlight made Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes feel stinging. She couldn't help but squint her eyes. It took her a while to adapt. Chen Feng was not affected too much. He quickly swept his eyes around and took in the surrounding environment. This is a huge plain, stretching as far as the eye can see, with an open view and no obstructions. The grass on the plain was a withered yellow color, sparse, and looked a little desolate. In the distance, some blurry black shadows can be vaguely seen moving slowly, which seem to be some kind of creatures. Chen Feng frowned slightly from the scene before him. This space crack was not like the Novice Secret Realm, which required players to go through the levels and defeat the guards of several levels before passing the level. It's guard mode. In other words, they need to wait here for wave after wave of monsters to refresh, and then kill them all before they can pass the level. This mode is actually quite disadvantageous for the strange professional combination of Chun Feng and Shi Xiao Xiao. After all, monsters in guard mode usually appear in large numbers and often come from all directions. If there is no strong meat shield profession to withstand the monster's attacks in the front, then fragile professions like Chun Feng and Shi Xiao Xiao will easily be overwhelmed by monsters and killed instantly. Although Chun Feng can summon shadow wind waves, that is one of his trump cards after all. In the presence of outsiders, he does not want to easily expose his strength. I didn't expect it to be guard mode. At this time, Shi Xiao Xiao on the side finally adapted to the change in light. She opened her eyes, saw the surrounding environment clearly, and couldn't help but sigh. There was a hint of surprise in her tone, as if she had not expected this to happen. However, there was no worry on her face. Instead, there was a hint of excitement, as if she was looking forward to the upcoming battle. Shi Xiao Xiao turned her gaze to Chun Feng, looked him up and down, and then asked, "You seem to be a healing assistant, right? Is your milk supply sufficient?" Her voice was clear and pleasant, with a hint of teasing, as if she was testing Chun Feng's strength. Chun Feng nodded slightly and didn't say much. He knew that the reason why Shi Xiao Xiao asked this was because the role of the healing profession was crucial in the guard mode. A healer with sufficient healing capacity can greatly improve the team's survivability and even turn the tide of the battle. Then you better take good care of yourself. Don't die in the beast herd. When Shi Xiao Xiao saw Chun Feng nod, she immediately patted Chun Feng's shoulder heavily, with a hint of concern and a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. "Hey, what do you mean?" Chun Feng frowned even more tightly. He felt that there seemed to be some hidden information in Shi Xiao Xiao's words. Literally, Shi Xiao Xiao shrugged and said innocently, "My agility is very high. They can't touch me, don't worry. I will find a way to save you, if you can hold on until I come to save you." Her words were full of confidence, and she seemed not to be worried at all about being in danger. Just as Shi Xiao Xiao finished speaking, a cold system prompt sounded in their ears. The first wave of monsters begins to invade. Black Wind Wolf Pack, number 30. As the system prompt sounded, 30 Black Wind Wolves appeared out of thin air and ran towards the two people. Before Chun Feng could use the detection technique, the monsters panel appeared directly in front of him. Name, Black Wind Wolf. Grade, Black Iron. Level, 12. HP, 1500/1500. MP, 300/300. Strength, 80. Agility, 50. Spirit, 20. Constitution, 70. Skills, Bite Pounce. Talent, Bloodthirst. Passive attacks have a bleeding effect, causing 5 damage per second, lasting for 5 seconds, which can be stacked. As the system prompt sounded, 30 Black Wind Wolves appeared out of thin air, carrying a bloody wind, and rushed towards the two people. Before Chun Feng could use the detection technique, Shi Xiao Xiao had already shared the monster's panel information. 30 level 12 Black Wind Wolves. It's not that difficult. I will get rid of them as soon as possible. Just take care of yourself, and don't worry about me. This kind of monster can't hurt me. Shi Xiao Xiao spoke quickly, her tone revealing a strong sense of confidence, as if these Black Wind Wolves were nothing more than a group of lambs to be slaughtered in her eyes. Before she finished her words, she rushed out like an arrow, the dagger in her hand flashing with cold light, and headed straight for the wolf pack. Chun Feng raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. Shi Xiao Xiao was indeed a fighting maniac, as he expected. He chanted the spell quickly, his fingertips flashed, and a pale blue light shield instantly appeared on Shi Xiao Xiao's body. Sun Wolf Light Shield. The moment the light shield appeared, strands of electric light immediately surrounded Shi Xiao Xiao's body, and her speed increased again, so fast that only a shadow could be seen. Feeling the change in her own speed, Shi Xiao Xiao's eyes flashed with surprise. Obviously, no one expected that Chun Feng's auxiliary effect would be so strong. She grinned with a hint of excitement in her smile and instantly rushed into the wolf pack. The dagger was swung, flashing with cold light, and every attack accurately hit the Black Wind Wolf's vital points. Chun Feng stood where he was and did not rush to take action. He looked at Shi Xiao Xiao calmly, and at the copied information, his expression was a little strange. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. Agility increased by 3. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. The SSS level talent extreme speed has been copied. Ultimate speed. Absorbing the speed of space, after use, It will increase your agility by 500 points, which lasts for 10 minutes. During this period, all your physical attacks will cause true damage to the target equal to 50% of the agility value. Consumption, 500 MPCD, 15 minutes. Passive effect. Every time you level up, your agility value increases by 10. There were waves in Chunfeng's heart. Is my luck so good? Did I copy the SSS level talent directly? He found a little bit hard to believe. You know, SSS level talent is extremely rare. Every professional with SSS level talent is a person standing at the top of the pyramid. Moreover, this talent actually increases agility. This made Qin Feng even more curious about Shi Xiaoxiao's identity. Who exactly is Xiao Xiao at this time? Why have I never heard of such an SSS level professional in my previous life? He was sure that in his memories of his previous life, there was absolutely no SSS level professional named Shi Xiaoxiao. Could it be that because of my rebirth, some of the trajectories of this world have changed? Chunfeng's mind was filled with thoughts, and various ideas kept flashing through his mind. Hey, what are you thinking about? So absent-minded. Shi Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly rang out, pulling Chunfeng back from his thoughts. Chunfeng came back to his senses, looked at Shi Xiaoxiao, who was full of curiosity, and asked calmly, "Nothing. Are you hurt? Just 30 little wolves? You want to hurt me? No way." Shi Xiaoxiao raised her chin proudly, her tone full of confidence, as if those black wind wolves were not worth mentioning in her eyes. Listening to Shi Xiaoxiao's arrogant words, Qin Feng didn't say much. He turned his head and looked towards the place where the black wind wolf was before. There were only corpses on the ground. The dropped items were automatically divided into two and put into the backpacks of the two people. This was also set when the two formed a team. The dropped items were divided in half, which saved trouble after the fight. This efficiency is really fast enough. Qin Feng sighed inwardly, and at the same time had a deeper understanding of Shi Xiaoxiao's strength. Just as the two were chatting, the system prompt sounded again. The second wave of monsters is coming. Qin Feng looked forward and raised his eyebrows slightly. 50 iron wolves? He recognized the species of these monsters immediately. The iron wolf, known for its defensive abilities. Name, Iron Wolf. Grade, Black Iron. Level, 13. HP, 2500/2500. MP, 200/200. Strength, 120. Agility, 50. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 150. Skills, Bite Charge. Talent, Iron Skin. Passive reduces physical damage received by 30%. This wolf has very high defense. Qin Feng glanced at Shi Xiaoxiao with a questioning look in his eyes. Can this kind of monster be defeated? Who are you looking down on? Watch out! Shi Xiaoxiao glared at Qin Feng unhappily, with a hint of annoyance in her tone, as if she was dissatisfied with Chunfeng's questioning. Before she finished her words, she turned into a shadow again and rushed towards the wolf pack. Chapter 40 Difficulty Soars. Shi Xiaoxiao rushed into the Iron Wolf pack like a flash of lightning. Her figure was so fast that it was almost invisible. He really wanted to continue copying Shi Xiaoxiao's talent, but the Canglong Light Shield was still cooling down and Shi Xiaoxiao was not injured, so he couldn't use healing magic at all. Alas, I can only watch her perform. Qin Feng sighed and stood there quite bored. Different from the Black Wind Wolves encountered before, these Iron Wolves are more terrifying in terms of health and defense. Shi Xiaoxiao had no way of killing them all in one encounter. She moved among the wolves like a butterfly, and each dodge was just right, accurately avoiding the Iron Wolf's attacks. That dodging skill is simply textbook level. Qin Feng looked at Shi Xiaoxiao's figure and muttered to himself, "Ghost Step." Not only is his profession and talent amazing, he also has a great grasp of combat skills. Who is this guy? He felt more and more that Shi Xiaoxiao's identity was mysterious and unpredictable, completely beyond his understanding in his previous life. Just as Qin Feng was guessing in his heart, Shi Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of deliberate reminder. "Xiao Qin Feng, be careful." A monster ran over. Her voice is clear and pleasant. Qin Feng was stunned, and the next moment, he saw an iron wolf running towards him with bared fangs and claws. Although that speed is insignificant in front of Shi Xiaoxiao, it is still a big threat to a support professional. Qin Feng looked at the iron wolf. A hint of speechlessness flashed in his eyes. This guy did on purpose. He was almost certain that Shi Xiao had let the Iron Wolf in on purpose. Chun Feng shook his head helplessly. Of course he knew what Shi Xiao was planning. She just wanted to test her own strength. After all, a support profession usually appears powerless when facing such high defense monsters. The power of the ruler. Chun Feng's mind moved, and an invisible force instantly enveloped the Iron Wolf that was running towards him. Ouch! The Iron Wolf let out a wail, and its huge body suddenly stopped in midair, as if it was pinched by an invisible giant hand. It struggled desperately and kicked its limbs, but it was unable to break free from the restraint of this force. Chun Feng picked up the star staff and gave the Iron Wolf a heavy blow. Bang! With a dull thud, the staff hit the Iron Wolf's head hard. -168. A bright red number floated above the Iron Wolf's head. Chun Feng curled his lips. Although the damage was not high, it at least broke the defense. After all, his main attribute now is still spirit, and his strength is not that high. Moreover, the Star Staff is only a silver-level equipment and provides limited attack power. Then, the starlight on the staff flashed, and a stream of light instantly hit the Iron Wolf. The power of the stars. -623. A huge damage number appeared, and the Iron Wolf's health bar dropped a lot in an instant. Chun Feng looked at the Iron Wolf's blood bar, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. In that case, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a playful smile. Healing spell. Chun Feng raised his hand, and a green light instantly enveloped the Iron Wolf. At 1742, an astonishing green number floated up from above the Iron Wolf's head, and the blood bar that had been damaged by the power of the stars was instantly restored. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. Gained 2 points of strength. Ouch! The Iron Wolf was stunned. It had no idea what was going on. I was about to die. So how come I suddenly had full health again? This, not far away, Shi Xiao, who was about to rescue, was also stunned. She widened her eyes and looked at Chun Feng in disbelief. Isn't this guy a wet nurse? Why do you have attack skills? Shi Xiao was full of doubts. And his strength is too strong, isn't it? Can he beat the monster so far? According to common sense, a level 16 auxiliary profession should not have learned attack skills yet. Moreover, the skill that Chun Feng just used was obviously not an ordinary healing attack skill. Could it be that he has 2 professions? A thought flashed through Shi Xiao's mind, but she quickly shook her head. Although dual professions are rare, they do exist. But the problem is, Chun Feng's level is only 16. How is it possible to have 2 professions at the same time at such a low level? Shi Xiao was completely puzzled. She had no idea how Chun Feng did it. Just when Shi Xiao was stunned, the Iron Wolf, whose health was filled up by Chun Feng's nourishment, actually flew towards her again. Shi Xiao screamed and quickly dodged. Bang! The Iron Wolf fell heavily to the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust. It struggled to get up but found that it could not move. Silver light flashed all over Shi Xiao's body, and the dagger suddenly stabbed out. Phew! -5520. A huge damage number floated up, and the Iron Wolf in the air died instantly. Shi Xiao swung her hand casually, and a burst of impact instantly killed all the remaining Iron Wolves. She quickly ran back to Chun Feng and circled around him curiously. Aren't you a wet nurse? Shi Xiao blinked and asked curiously. You haven't learned the attack skills yet at level 16, right? Your skill doesn't look like a normal healing attack skill, does it? Her voice was clear and pleasant, with a hint of doubt and inquiry. Chun Feng looked at Shi Xiao's eager eyes and laughed secretly in his heart. Secret, Chun Feng said lightly, deliberately keeping the question in suspense. Tisk, forget it. Shi Xiao curled her lips. Although she was a little disappointed, she didn't ask any further questions. But that move you just made was pretty powerful. Shi Xiao changed the subject and said with a smile, I was able to heal the monster to full health, and then let it fly over to attack me. What's your tactic? There was a hint of mockery in her tone, as if hinting at Chun Feng's sinister nature. Chun Feng rolled his eyes and ignored her. Tisk, why are you being so mysterious? Seeing that Chun Feng refused to speak, Shi Xiao curled her lips. Although she felt a little unwilling, she did not continue to ask. After all, everyone has their own secrets. The third wave of monsters begins to invade. Flame Wolf Pack, number 50. The system prompt sounded again, interrupting the conversation between the two. Chun Feng frowned instantly. Flame Demon Wolf? This seems to be a silver-level monster, right? How could a silver-quality monster appear here? He was a little surprised. According to common sense, silver-level monsters should not appear in a copy of this level. Just as Chun Feng was thinking this, bursts of roars sounded from all directions. Unlike before, this time the monsters did not appear from the same direction, but dispersed and surrounded from all directions. Sure Xiaoxiao's expression also became serious. Obviously, the difficulty this time had increased to a higher level. It seems that this time there will be some trouble. Sure Xiaoxiao said softly, with a hint of solemnity in her tone. Can you still handle it? Chun Feng looked at Sure Xiaoxiao and asked. It's a piece of cake, but it will take some time. Sure Xiaoxiao smiled confidently. Although the monster's level had increased, she was not afraid at all. Chun Feng nodded and said nothing more. He believed in Sure Xiaoxiao's ability. Since she said she could handle it, there must be no problem. At this moment, a giant wolf bathed in flames appeared in Chun Feng's sight. The giant wolf was tall, more than 2 meters tall, and its hair was like burning flames, emitting a hot breath. Its eyes were like 2 burning fireballs, full of violence and bloodthirstiness. Name: Flame Wolf. Rank: Silver. Level: 15. HP: 3500/3500. MP: 1000/1000. Strength: 180. Agility: 100. Spirit: 70. Constitution: 150. Skills: Flame Bite, Flame Charge, Flame Explosion. Talent: Flame Demon Body. Passive fire damage received is reduced by 50%, and attacks have a burning effect, causing 20 points of fire damage per second, lasting for 5 seconds, which can be stacked. Chun Feng casually cast a detection spell, and the panel of the Flame Wolf appeared in front of him. It is indeed a silver-level monster. Chun Feng looked at the attributes of the Flame Demon Wolf and sighed inwardly. The attributes of this Flame Demon Wolf are more than 1 level stronger than the previous Black Wind Wolf and Iron Wolf. Not only has the health and attack power been greatly improved, but the skills and talents also seem to be quite strong. Ouch! The Flame Demon Wolf howled toward the sky, his voice filled with brutality and bloodlust. It suddenly pounced towards Chun Feng at lightning speed. Chun Feng was not in a hurry and gently raised the star staff in his hand. Clang! With a crisp crashing sound, the staff accurately blocked the flaming bite of the Flame Wolf and even knocked it back 2 steps. The block was successful. Not far away, Sure Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes opened wide, her pupils slightly contracted, revealing a look of disbelief. Is this guy really a support professional? She was filled with fear and shock. You know, the skill of blocking requires extremely precise grasp of timing and strength. Even an experienced fighter may not be able to do it so perfectly. How could a supporting profession have such proficient blocking skills? This completely overturned Sure Xiaoxiao's cognition. What are you daydreaming about? Seeing Sure Xiaoxiao standing there in a daze, Chun Feng urged her speechlessly. Get started. Oh. Sure Xiaoxiao came to her senses at this point, quickly wielding her dagger and dashing toward the repelled Flame Wolf like a ghost. Swish, swish, swish. A series of sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Sure Xiaoxiao's dagger was as fast as lightning, leaving several deep wounds on the body of the Flame Demon Wolf. Minus 785. Minus 897. Minus 864. Minus 1,400. Bright red damage numbers floated above the Flame Wolf's head, and its health bar was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. A huge critical damage number appeared, and the Flame Wolf's health bar was instantly emptied. Boom! The huge body of the Flame Demon Wolf fell to the ground with a loud bang and turned into a charred corpse. Ding! Your teammate Sure Xiaoxiao killed the Flame Wolf. Experience points increased by 600. Chapter 41. Horror Group Attack brought by Healing Technique. As the monster fell to the ground, the experience bar also soared. He looked at the body of the Flame Wolf on the ground and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Sure Xiaoxiao is very powerful, these Flame Demon Wolves are silver-level monsters after all, and there are many of them. He is still a little worried that Sure Xiaoxiao will not be able to handle them. That would expose my combat capability. Now it seems that my worries were unnecessary. This experience is really great. Chun Feng looked at his experience bar, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a satisfied smile. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could reach level 17. Hey, Xiao Chunfeng, who did you learn this blocking technique from? After Xiao dealt with the flame wolf in front of her, she quickly walked to Chunfeng and asked curiously. There was a hint of inquiry in her tone, as if she wanted to find out Chunfeng's background. Talent. Chunfeng replied with 2 words indifferently, without further explanation. Talent. Xiao frowned slightly, obviously not satisfied with the answer. What kind of talent allows a support profession like you to have such strong combat skills? She demanded, with a hint of reluctance in her tone. I mean, I have a special talent for learning combat techniques. Hearing this, Xiao curled her lips, obviously not believing what Chunfeng said. However, her curiosity about Chunfeng grew stronger and stronger. How many secrets does this guy have? Xiao muttered to herself in her heart, and the look she gave Chunfeng became more and more complicated. At this moment, more flame wolves rushed over from all directions. Ouch! Ouch! Deafening wolf howls rose and fell, echoing throughout the entire challenge space. Looking around, dense swarms of flame demon wolves came like a tide and surrounded the 2 of them. Each of the flame demon wolves was burning with raging flames and emitting a scorching breath, as if it wanted to burn everything to ashes. That's quite a lot. Chunfeng looked at the surrounding flame demon wolves and said, Come on, I'll keep an eye on your health. Don't worry, these little wolf cubs are not enough to fill my teeth. Xiao smiled proudly, and with a flash of her body, she rushed into the wolf pack. Swish, swish, swish. Her figure was like a ghost, moving quickly among the wolves, and the dagger she swung brought up cold rays of light. Minus 855. Minus 792. Minus 1358. Bright red damage numbers kept floating above the flame wolf's head. Although these flame demon wolves are silver-level monsters, they seem inadequate in front of Xiao, the top assassin. However, just as Chunfeng expected, although Xiao could easily kill these flame demon wolves, her efficiency was not high. After all, the defense and health of the flame demon wolf far exceeded those of the black wind wolf and iron wolf. Xiao needed multiple attacks to kill one. This is undoubtedly a bit difficult for an explosive assassin. On the other side, Chunfeng seemed much more relaxed. He did not actively attack, but kept moving around in the wolf pack to avoid the attacks of the flame demon wolves. Ouch! A fire demon wolf suddenly pounced towards Chunfeng, opened its bloody mouth, revealed its sharp fangs, and bit towards his neck. Chunfeng was not in a hurry. He slightly tilted his body and avoided the attack of the flame demon wolf just in time. At the same time, he gently swung the star staff in his hand and hit the flame wolf's head squarely. Clang! With a dull thud, an insignificant damage number floated above the flame wolf's head. Chunfeng did not expect the star staff to cause much damage. He just used it to block. Moreover, he didn't want to expose his strength too early. Chunfeng knew very well that in this unfamiliar copy, hiding one's strength was the best strategy. What's more, he didn't trust Xiao, his temporary teammate. This guy's body movements. Not far away, Xiao was killing the flame demon wolf while observing Chunfeng. The more she watched, the more shocked she became. Chunfeng's movements were so exquisite. There were no unnecessary movements, and every dodge was perfect, as if they had been practiced thousands of times. It was even more exquisite than her proud, ghost shadow step. Is this really the kind of physical skill that a support professional can possess? Xiao was full of doubts. Hey, be careful. Just when Xiao was stunned, Chunfeng suddenly shouted. Xiao suddenly came to her senses and felt a sharp pain in her back. Bang! She was hit hard by a fire wolf and flew away, falling heavily to the ground. Minus 423. A huge damage number floated above Xiao's head, and her health bar dropped significantly in an instant. This! Xiao took a deep breath and felt severe pain all over her body, as if her bones were about to fall apart. She struggled to stand up, but found that she could not move. Ouch! The flame demon wolf that had succeeded in its sneak attack let out a triumphant howl and pounced towards Xiao again. Just as Xiao was about to die in the wolf's mouth, a green light suddenly fell from the sky and enveloped her. At 1742. An astonishing green number floated above Shi Xiaoxiao's head, and her health bar, which had been almost at the bottom, instantly filled up. Call. Shi Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a little scared. If Chen Feng had not acted in time, she would probably have died here. Chen Feng looked at Shi Xiaoxiao's health instantly restored, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The reason why he felt happy was not because he saw Shi Xiaoxiao's mistake, but because he verified one thing. That is, the afterglow impact effect in the Healing Brave talent can be manually controlled to be turned on or off. This is undoubtedly good news for Chen Feng. This means that he can hide his abilities better. As for the damage caused by the healing mutation effect, Chen Feng has not yet found a way to eliminate it. However, there wouldn't be any big problem in letting Shi Xiaoxiao discover a little bit of her own abilities. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. Agility increased by 6. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. The skill Space Assassination has been copied. Space Assassination. After briefly accumulating strength, instantly teleport to the enemy's back and deliver a fatal blow, causing true damage equal to 200% agility plus 100 strength. Consumption, 100 MPCD, 5 minutes. The system prompt sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Space Assassination. Chen Feng looked at the newly copied skills, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. This skill is very powerful. Not only can it instantly move behind the enemy, but it can also cause high true damage. It is simply the assassin's magic skill. At this moment, Shi Xiaoxiao looked at the health bars of the surrounding flame demon wolves in disbelief. The health bars, which were originally full, had strangely dropped a little at this moment. Especially the flame wolf that knocked her away before. Its health was reduced by nearly 1/3. This, Shi Xiaoxiao looked around in disbelief. The flame demon wolves, which had been so aggressive before, now looked as if they had been harvested by an invisible sickle. Their health bars all dropped sharply. Especially the flame wolf that knocked her away before. Its health was reduced by nearly 1/3, and a hint of fear was revealed in its originally ferocious eyes. Healing and dealing damage? Shi Xiaoxiao felt that her worldview had been impacted. She turned her head suddenly and looked at Chen Feng, her eyes full of shock and confusion. Is this guy really an assistant? Chen Feng was still moving among the wolves, his figure graceful, avoiding their attacks. He seemed to be completely oblivious to Shi Xiaoxiao's gaze, only waving his staff occasionally, releasing streaks of star-like light. Hey, why are you still pretending? Shi Xiaoxiao was so angry when she saw Chen Feng's uncontested look. He clearly had such a powerful means of attack, but he chose to hide it and watch himself being besieged by wolves. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Your healing technique can also attack. Why don't you attack together? Shi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shout loudly, with a hint of anger and questioning in her voice. Chen Feng glanced at her and said lightly, "My healing spell can only be used on people whose health is not full. You're already full, so I can't use it." His tone was calm, as if he was stating a very simple fact. Shi Xiaoxiao almost vomited blood. Not enough health? Which of these fire demon wolves on the ground has low health points? Can't any healing spell cause damage? This guy is clearly playing a trick on me. You, Shi Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and wished she could rush up and punch Chen Feng. This is not the way to hide one's shortcomings. Do you really think she is a fool? Chen Feng seemed to sense Shi Xiaoxiao's anger, but he did not explain. Since Shi Xiaoxiao has already discovered her own attacking ability, there is no need to hide it anymore. Swish! Without waiting for Shi Xiaoxiao to continue roaring, Chen Feng waved his hand casually, and the star gem on the top of the staff flashed 2 soft green lights. 2 green rays of light shot out like arrows from a bow and instantly penetrated into the bodies of the 2 flame demon wolves beside Shi Xiaoxiao. At 8,725. At 8,725. 2 huge, bright red recovery numbers floated above the flame wolf's head, appearing particularly eye-catching. Apparently, this healing spell triggered a critical hit. The 500% healing effect instantly filled up the already incomplete health bars of the 2 flame wolves. Then, an even more shocking scene occurred. Buzz! 2 circles of emerald green light waves spread rapidly in all directions like water waves, centered on the 2 flame demon wolves. Wherever the light waves passed, the air seemed to be distorted. Minus 7,500. Minus 7,500. Minus 7,500. A series of terrifying, uniform damage numbers popped out from the heads of the surrounding flame wolves like raindrops. These damage numbers appear in an eerie green color, which complements the previous healing numbers to form a very impactful picture. Almost in an instant, the pack of fire demon wolves that had been surrounding Shi Xiao with bared fangs and claws were swept away by these two circles of light waves. It was like a wheat field that had been harvested by an invisible sickle, leaving only charred marks on the ground. The originally crowded space suddenly became empty. Only 3 or 4 flame demon wolves that were far away and had luckily escaped the impact of the light waves were still standing there alone. The original ferocity and brutality in their eyes had now been completely replaced by fear. These fire demon wolves tucked their tails between their legs, whimpered, and trembled slightly, not daring to move forward another step. Shi Xiao stood there in a daze, looking at the sudden changes in front of her, and for a moment she was unable to react. She was originally furious and was ready to question Qinfeng. But now, looking at the empty scene around her, all her anger seemed to be extinguished by a basin of cold water and disappeared without a trace in an instant. All that was left was shock and confusion. What on earth is going on? Shi Xiao's voice trembled a little, and she even wondered if she was hallucinating. She turned to look at Qinfeng, her eyes full of disbelief. This guy, those 2 moves just now, were they really healing spells? Qinfeng ignored Shi Xiao's shock. He just glanced at the surrounding scene indifferently. He was not surprised by this result, although this was not the original intention. I just didn't expect it to trigger a 5-fold critical hit, otherwise it wouldn't be so exaggerated. Chapter 42, Alienated Crystal. Ding! Congratulations on your level up. HP and MP increased by 50, and you gained 15 free attribute points. Your current level is LV17. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. Spirit value increases by 1. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. Agility value increases by 1. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. The innate flame demon body has been copied. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. The skill fire explosion has been copied. A series of crisp system prompt sounds rang in Qinfeng's mind. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. It is worthy of being the space crack with the highest risk factor. Just the 3rd wave of monsters allowed me to directly upgrade to the next level. This feeling of rapid growth is really fascinating. This experience is faster than riding a rocket. Qinfeng sighed inwardly, his eyes sweeping over his newly acquired talents and skills, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Shi Xiao's figure approached quickly like a cheetah, and she had killed all the remaining flame demon wolves. She stopped abruptly in front of Qinfeng. Her originally fair cheeks were flushed due to the intense exercise. Her chest rose and fell slightly, showing her inner unrest. Shi Xiao widened her eyes and stared at Qinfeng, her eyes full of shock, confusion, and a hint of disbelief. Are you really a healing wizard? She asked word by word. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth, full of doubt. Your damage and attack range. Aren't they a little ridiculously high? Shi Xiao's voice trembled slightly, and she felt that her worldview had been impacted. Is this guy in front of me really the auxiliary profession that I know of, who can only hide behind and add blood? This attack power and range are even more terrifying than those mages who specialize in attacking. Qinfeng looked at Shi Xiao's expression as if he had seen a ghost and laughed in his heart. But on the surface, he still maintained a calm look. It was just a fluke that triggered the critical hit. He said this lightly, his tone calm, as if he was just stating a trivial fact. Lucky. The corner of Shi Xiao's mouth twitched, and she almost couldn't hold back from swearing. You call this luck? If this is just luck, then what's the point of all the hard work in leveling up? This is too scary. Shi Xiao murmured to herself, her eyes still filled with shock. At first I thought you, the restorer, were just a variant of the healer. She paused, as if she was organizing her words. Now it seems you should be doing some kind of hidden profession, right? Shi Xiao asked tentatively, with a hint of expectation in her tone. Why have I never heard of it before? Qinfeng shrugged, with an expression of I don't know either on his face. He certainly would not tell Shi Xiao the secret of his rebirth. nor would he reveal the true details of his profession. Sure, Xiao Xiao was speechless when she saw Chun Feng, who seemed to know nothing about anything. Does this guy really not know, or is he pretending to be stupid? Although she really wanted to curse, Sure Xiao Xiao still suppressed the anger in her heart. After all, the strength that Chun Feng had just demonstrated had completely overturned her cognition. Such a powerful existence is definitely not someone that one can offend easily. You should also join in the next wave. Sure Xiao Xiao took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. You fight faster than me, and you are most efficient in dealing with this kind of space crack. She looked at Chun Feng with a hint of pleading in her tone. Chun Feng still looked casual, and he nodded slightly. Oh, either is fine, he said calmly, seemingly indifferent to all this. Sure Xiao Xiao felt even more unhappy when she saw Chun Feng's indifferent attitude. This guy obviously possesses such powerful strength, but he pretends to be indifferent. It's really infuriating. Just when Sure Xiao Xiao was secretly complaining in her heart, she suddenly seemed to think of something, and a cunning light flashed in her eyes. Hey, Chun Feng, she suddenly spoke, with a hint of inexplicable meaning in her voice. Since you're so strong, she paused, deliberately lengthening her voice. Are you interested in having a big game with me? Sure, Xiao Xiao's voice was very low, with a hint of temptation and a hint of excitement. Chun Feng looked at Sure Xiao Xiao's mysterious expression and raised his eyebrows slightly. This guy must have some new tricks up his sleeve. Although Chun Feng was not very interested in Sure Xiao Xiao's proposal, he still patiently asked, "What do you mean?" He wanted to see what Sure Xiao Xiao was up to. Sure Xiao Xiao chuckled and did not directly answer Chun Feng's question. Instead, she stretched out her hand with her palm facing up. A ball of dark purple light slowly condensed, and finally, a walnut-sized crystal appeared in Sure Xiao Xiao's hand. The crystal is dark purple all over, with strange lines all over its surface, and it exudes a frightening aura. The moment he saw the crystal, Chun Feng's pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression became solemn. Alien crystal? Chun Feng's voice was low, with a hint of surprise and a hint of vigilance. Of course he knew it. In the future, the alienated crystal will be a hot commodity. Countless guilds and powerful people will fight for it, and even cause bloody storms. Oh, that's good. You are quite knowledgeable. Sure Xiao Xiao raised her eyebrows proudly, very satisfied with Chun Feng's reaction. She nodded proudly, as if showing off her treasure. I stole this from home with great difficulty. Ahem, I got it from home. Sure Xiao Xiao tossed the mutated crystal in her hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. How about it? Do you want to play together? She invited Chun Feng again, her tone full of anticipation. Alienation crystal, a special item that can cause certain dungeons, secret realms, or space cracks to undergo abnormal changes. Sure Xiao Xiao began to explain the function of the alienated crystal. After use, the monsters inside will be greatly strengthened, and a transformed boss will definitely appear. She paused, a hint of fanaticism flashing in her eyes. Strengthened monsters not only give more experience, but also drop more items. And there's also a mutant boss. That's a special existence that can drop exclusive professional equipment. Hearing this, Chun Feng said with a strange look on his face, "Exclusive equipment. If I remember correctly, it seems that only the person who kills the boss with the final blow can get it." Seeing Chun Feng say this, Sure Xiao Xiao also smiled awkwardly. "Oh, so you knew it well. This depends on our luck. Whoever gets it gets it. How about it?" Chun Feng listened quietly to Sure Xiao Xiao's explanation, but was thinking quickly in his heart. He naturally knew the value of the alienated crystal, but at the same time, he also knew that the risks posed by the alienated crystal were enormous. Monsters have been greatly strengthened. Bosses have been mutated. These are not things they can easily deal with now. If we are not careful, our whole team might be wiped out here. Chun Feng looked at Sure Xiao Xiao's eager look and sighed inwardly. This guy is really a restless person. But a gleam of brilliance flashed in Chun Feng's eyes. Risks and opportunities coexist. Although the alienated crystal is dangerous, if you can successfully kill the alienated boss, the rewards will definitely be amazing. And Chun Feng took a look at his attribute panel and felt a little more confident. Occupation, healer. Level, LV 16. HP, 1670/1670. Mipol 3 Op 3 0. Strength, 120. Agility, 55. Spirit, 345 plus 70. Constitution, 72 plus 20. Relying on his attributes that far surpass those of ordinary people, as well as the powerful effect brought by the healing brave entry, he may not be without the ability to fight. What's more, he has the experience of rebirth and knows the weaknesses and fighting methods of various monsters very well. Thinking of this, a hint of fighting spirit ignited in Chen Feng's heart. Good. Chen Feng nodded and agreed to Shi Xiaoxiao's proposal. But he paused, his eyes sharpening. Let me make it clear in advance that if the situation is not right, I will retreat immediately. Chen Feng is not the kind of fool who would risk his life for treasure. He knows exactly where his bottom line is. Don't worry. Don't think you're the only one hiding your abilities. I have a lot of hidden cards too. Shi Xiaoxiao patted her chest, looking confident. With me here, there will be absolutely no problem. If you're worried, we can wait until there's only one monster left in this space rift before we activate the alienation effect. How about that? She is still very confident in her own abilities. What's more, there's the unfathomable guy, Chen Feng. Shi Xiaoxiao believed that as long as the two of them worked together, they would be able to successfully kill the alienated boss and get a generous reward. Chen Feng was silent for a while and said, "No need, just go ahead. The only difficulty is the boss. Some of the enhanced monsters are not that difficult." Hey, that's right. Shi Xiaoxiao smiled and raised the alienated crystal in her hand high. The next moment, following Shi Xiaoxiao's movement, the mutated crystal burst out with dazzling purple light, dyeing the entire space crack into a strange purple color. Purple light spread like a strange mist, quickly engulfing the entire space crack. Chen Feng only felt that the air around him became sticky. Faintly, there seemed to be countless pairs of eyes watching them in secret, with greed and bloodthirstiness. Ding! Special energy fluctuations detected. Alienation begins. The fourth wave of monsters begins to invade. Abyss Demon Wolves. Number 15. Hearing the system prompt sound again, Shi Xiaoxiao's face showed a puzzlement. What's going on? After the transformation, the number of monsters has decreased? Only 15. She blinked, somewhat incredulously. Logically speaking, alienation should make monsters stronger and more numerous. Chen Feng's expression became solemn at this moment. He did not answer Shi Xiaoxiao's question immediately, but stared straight ahead. Abyss Demon Wolf. Chen Feng's voice was low, with a hint of caution. Although they are both level 15 monsters, they're special species from the Abyss. Each one is an elite. That is to say, Chen Feng took a deep breath. We are now facing 15 level 15 silver elite monsters. 15? And they're all elites. A look of shock instantly appeared on Shi Xiaoxiao's face. She knew very well the strength of the elite monsters. Normally when you encounter one, you have to be very careful. Now I have to face 15 of them at once. The effect of this alienation is simply too terrifying. Just as the two were talking, a low wolf howl broke the silence around them. A wolf. The sound came from far away, carrying a bloodthirsty and brutal aura. Chen Feng and Shi Xiaoxiao looked up at the same time. Deep in the space crack, they saw a group of giant wolves covered with black scales and with scarlet eyes slowly approaching them. These demon wolves were huge, more than 2 meters tall, with strong and powerful limbs, and their sharp claws left deep marks on the ground. Their hair stood up like steel needles, and each hair flashed with a cold light. The most eye-catching thing is the hideous bone spurs on their backs, which are like sharp blades, exuding a terrifying aura. Is this the Abyss Demon Wolf? Shi Xiaoxiao was a little excited. Chen Feng didn't say anything, but silently raised the staff in his hand. Scrying. Name, Abyss Wolf Elite. Rank, Silver. Level, LV 15. HP, 5000/5000. Mipidui 000, Doomi. Strength, 300. Agility, 200. Spirit, 150. Constitution, 200. Skills, Tearing Claws, Shadow Strike, Abyssal Roar. Talent, Bloodthirsty Rage. Passive: the lower the health value, the higher the attack power. For every 1% of health value lost, the attack power increases by 1%. Abyss Armor. Passive reduces all damage received by 20%. How about it? Shi Xiaoxiao saw Chen Feng finish reading the attributes of the magic wolf and asked hurriedly. Without saying anything, Chun Feng shared the panel with Shi Xiao. This. Shi Xiao took a breath of cold air. This attribute is a bit cruel. Chun Feng looked at Shi Xiao, who was a little dazed, and said directly, "Don't be dazed, take it seriously. There's no way out of the space rift. If you really have a trump card, don't hide it. Be careful not to even see the alienated boss." He didn't want both of them to die here because of Shi Xiao's negligence. After all, this is no joke. Hearing this, Shi Xiao snorted unhappily. "Don't underestimate me, Mississippi. Since you are quite strong, let me tell you that I am an SSS-level professional. These are just 15 elite monsters. I'm not afraid." Hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes flashed with understanding. "Are you really an SSS-level professional now? I want to see how many SSS-level talents I can copy from you." Chapter 43. Difficulty Soars. Wait a moment. Chun Feng suddenly grabbed Shi Xiao, who was about to rush out. Shi Xiao turned around suddenly, her pretty face full of displeasure, her delicate eyebrows slightly raised, as if she would explode at any time. "What are you doing?" Before Shi Xiao could ask a question, Chun Feng had already pointed forward. Following the direction of Chun Feng's finger, Shi Xiao's gaze fell behind those abyss demon wolves. Behind those tall and mighty elite magic wolves, there was actually a large group of relatively smaller wolf monsters following in the shadows. Although these wolves were small in size, their numbers were astonishing. They were densely packed around the space cracks, their scarlet eyes flashing bloodthirsty light in the darkness, like a surging red tide. Shi Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted, and her expression, which was originally excited about the upcoming battle, froze in an instant. Didn't the system say there were only 15 elite monsters? How? Why did so many ordinary monsters appear again? Shi Xiao's voice trembled a little, and she was obviously frightened by this sudden change. Although she prided herself on her strength, she couldn't help but feel a little scared when faced with such a large number of monsters. Chun Feng did not answer immediately. His face was terribly gloomy. He had encountered this situation before in his previous life, but it was just a copy. They struggled for a long time at that time, and finally chose to quit. Unexpectedly, they encountered it again this time. Other common monsters should be able to spawn infinitely. He spoke slowly, his eyes fixed on the ordinary demon wolves that kept pouring out. Only by killing those 15 elite monsters can we stop this wave of monster attacks. There was a hint of determination in Chun Feng's tone. He knew very well that the current situation did not allow them to retreat in the slightest. The characteristics of the space rift meant that this was destined to be a fight to the death. Infinite refresh. Shi Xiao's face became even uglier. She originally thought that with her own strength, dealing with 15 elite monsters would be a challenge, but not impossible. But now, with these infinitely refreshing ordinary monsters, the difficulty of this battle has increased exponentially. What should we do? Can we defeat so many monsters? There was a rare hint of panic in Shi Xiao's voice. Although she has an eccentric personality, she is not stupid. Faced with such a desperate situation, she also felt tremendous pressure. Chun Feng did not directly answer Shi Xiao's question, but silently raised the star staff in his hand. "Don't panic, we still have a chance." Although Chun Feng's voice was low, it carried an inexplicable firmness that seemed to bring a glimmer of hope to people. He took a deep breath, and the magic power in his body began to surge wildly. Scrying, Chun Feng shouted softly, and an invisible wave spread out from the top of the staff, covering the smaller, ordinary magic wolves. Name, Abyss Wolf. Grade, Whiteboard. Level, LV13. HP, 1500/1500. Omipe, Chinch Sute. Strength, 100. Agility, 80. Spirit, 50. Constitution, 80. Skill, Bite. Talent, none. Chun Feng quickly glanced at the attributes of these ordinary magic wolves and felt a little relieved. The attributes of these ordinary magic wolves are much weaker than those of elite monsters. Although there are a large number of them, they should not pose much of a threat as long as we handle them with caution. The attributes of these ordinary demon wolves are not high, but there are too many of them. We must fight quickly and not be held back by them. Chun Feng shared the information he had discovered with Shi Xiao. New. Shi Xiao nodded, and the panic on her face faded a lot. She gripped the dagger tightly in her hand, and her eyes became sharp again. In that case, Let me try out the quality of these guys first. Shua. Sure Xiao Xiao's figure disappeared instantly, leaving only a residual image. She had long wanted to do something big, but due to the dust and wind, she had not been able to do anything. But in this critical situation, if they continue to hide their abilities, death will be the only thing waiting for them. Seeing Xiao Xiao rushing out like this, Qinfeng quickly started double casting and activated the Canglong light shield. Swish! Swish! Two light blue lights instantly enveloped Xiao Xiao. The already thick shield now became as solid as a substance, emitting a reassuring glow. Xiao Xiao looked back and was immediately shocked. This shield is too thick. Her original health bar was already very long, but now, the thickness of this shield is more than twice as thick as her health bar. This is simply incredible. What skill is this? Xiao Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, her voice full of disbelief. Qinfeng did not answer, but just smiled slightly, signaling her to act quickly. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao didn't ask any more questions. She took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, turned around, and rushed towards the wolf pack. With this thick shield, she no longer had any worries and could fully display her strength. Extreme speed. Xiao Xiao gave a delicate cry, and her innate skill was activated instantly. Buzz! A dazzling light flashed across her body, and her speed suddenly increased. The figure, which was already as fast as lightning, now turned into a stream of light, rapidly shuttling among the wolves. Puff! 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 Wherever it passed, countless ordinary magic wolves fell down and turned into corpses. The attacks of these ordinary magic wolves were simply unable to break through Xiao Xiao's shield, not even leaving a trace. And every attack of Xiao Xiao can take the life of a magic wolf. This is simply a one-sided massacre. Although the Abyss Demon Wolf was stronger than ordinary demon wolves, it could only hold on for a little longer in the face of Xiao Xiao's terrifying speed and attack power before it became the enemy of ordinary demon wolves. Looking at Xiao Xiao, who was relying on shield and seemed to have entered the invincible mode among the wolf pack, Qinfeng also sighed. He really is worthy of being an SSS-level professional. This strength is so powerful that it is terrifying. However, Xiao's attack method is ultimately single-target damage. Although she kills enemies very quickly, she is still somewhat powerless in the face of these infinitely refreshing monsters. There were still countless monsters that bypassed Xiao and rushed towards Qinfeng. Seeing this, Qinfeng's eyes focused, and he raised the star staff in his hand again. Healing spell, he shouted softly, and a green light shot out from the top of the staff and landed on an open space in front of him. Buzz! The green light spread out instantly, forming a huge aperture. At the same time, Qinfeng's talent, Healing Brave, was passively triggered. Afterglow impact. Boom! Two enormous green light waves spread out in all directions, with Qinfeng as the center. Xiao Xiao, who was originally enjoying killing the enemies, was stunned when she saw this scene. What is going on? She stared blankly at the two green waves of light that swept across everything, her eyes filled with confusion. Wherever the two light waves passed, the originally densely packed groups of monsters were instantly cleared out. Only 15 abyss wolves with low health were left, standing there alone and shivering. This is too exaggerated. Xiao couldn't help swallowing, her voice trembling slightly. She had never seen such terrifying skills. Qinfeng ignored Xiao's exclamation and just spoke lightly. Why are you in a daze? Don't wait for them to recover their blood. After hearing this, Xiao suddenly came back to her senses, quickly picked up the dagger in her hand, and rushed towards the low-health abyss wolves like a ghost. Her figure shuttled among the wolves, and every flash brought a streak of blood. The dagger accurately cut through the vital points of the magic wolves, reaping their lives. Your teammate Xiao killed the Abyss Wolf Elite and gained experience points. The system's prompt sounds kept ringing in Qinfeng's ears, but he had no time to pay attention. His gaze swept across the fallen corpses of the Abyss Demon Wolves, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. What a pity. These are the corpses of elite monsters. Although it is not as strong as the shadow of the Windwolf King, it is definitely much stronger than the previous Shadow Windwolf. If I could extract their shadows, my strength would be greatly improved. But now Shi Xiao Xiao was right next to him, and he couldn't do anything at all. Chen Feng sighed helplessly and could only give up this tempting idea temporarily. Shi Xiao Xiao moved quickly. Not long after, the last abyss wolf howled and fell under her dagger. Phew, done. Shi Xiao Xiao jumped back lightly with a hint of pride on her face. Ding! Congratulations on your level up. HP and MP increased by 50, and you gained 15 free attribute points. Your current level is LV18. Congratulations on successfully clearing the 4th wave of monster attacks. The 5th wave of monsters begins to invade. Listening to the system prompt beside him, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. This space crack was really unexpected. Not even a minute to rest. At this time, Shi Xiao Xiao also came over and asked curiously, what do you think the 5th wave is? It should be the boss. After all, this is only a level 15 space crack. There won't be too many waves. Soon, a wave of fluctuations came from the space crack again. Unlike the previous wolf howls, this time it was a low and hoarse sound, as if a demon from hell was whispering. Here I come, Chen Feng said softly, with a hint of solemnity in his tone. Shi Xiao Xiao also put away the relaxed look on her face, clenched the dagger in her hand, and stared ahead vigilantly. Under the gaze of the two, a tall figure slowly walked out of the space crack. It was a humanoid creature, but it had features that were completely different from humans. Its skin was a strange dark red color, covered with dense black lines, like some kind of ancient rune. Its head looked like a flayed skull, with 2 scarlet eyeballs burning in the empty eye sockets, emitting a heart-pounding light. Its limbs were thick and twisted, covered with sharp bone spurs, and in its hands it held a huge bone staff with a glowing black gem inlaid on the top. 5th wave, Abyss Beast Tamer Boss. Quantity 1. Chapter 44. A powerful boss who can no longer hide his weakness. Beastmaster. Chen Feng's expression also became solemn. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner turmoil. Beastmasters, as the name suggests, are best at driving various monsters to fight. Trouble. Chen Feng murmured to himself. This type of boss was what he was most worried about. Unlike those reckless men who only know how to rush around, beast tamers often possess extremely high intelligence and can summon all kinds of monsters to assist in battle. This means that they not only have to face a powerful boss, but also have to deal with a group of tough monsters at the same time. Thinking of this, Chen Feng frowned even more tightly. He used the detection technique again, wanting to see the specific attributes of this Abyss Beastmaster. Name, Abyss Beast Tamer Boss. Rank, Gold. Level, LV 20. HP, 20,000/20,000. Omipe, change 0000, change 0000. Strength, 300. Agility, 200. Spirit, 600. Constitution, 400. Skill, talent, gold level boss. Chen Feng took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that this was just a level 15 space crack, but a gold level boss would appear. You know, monsters like equipment are also strictly divided into levels. There is a huge difference between each major level. Generally speaking, for monsters of the same level, the higher the grade, the stronger the attributes. Generally speaking, a level 20 gold boss requires a full team of 10 people at level 30. Now there are only him and Shi Xiao Xiao. Although both of them have fighting power far beyond ordinary people, Chen Feng still has no confidence when facing this most difficult boss. Shi Xiao Xiao, who was standing by, also discovered the attributes of the boss in front of her. Although she was not afraid, she was usually calm, but her face suddenly became ugly. Gold level. Shi Xiao Xiao's voice also changed a little. She turned her head slightly and looked at Chen Feng with a hint of shock in her eyes that was hard to conceal. Although she has an eccentric personality, it doesn't mean she is a fool. On the contrary, as a top assassin, Shi Xiao Xiao's perception of danger is far beyond that of ordinary people. The sense of oppression brought to her by the Abyss Beastmaster in front of her was even stronger than all the monsters she had encountered before combined. What should I do? This guy seems a little too strong. Shi Xiao Xiao couldn't help but ask, with a rare hint of anxiety in her tone. Chen Feng did not answer, but just stared at the Abyss Beastmaster in front of him, his eyes flickering. He is thinking and weighing the pros and cons. Do you have any tricks up your sleeve? Chen Feng suddenly asked, his voice low and hoarse. Shi Xiao Xiao was slightly stunned when she heard this. Then she smiled bitterly and shook her head. I would like to have one, but you can see that I'm just an assassin. I'm best at single combat. This kind of group battle, I'm really not good at it." She paused and added, "I do have some skills that I haven't used yet, but I am an assassin after all. No matter how powerful my skills are, I can't kill a level 20 gold boss instantly." Chen Feng was silent for a moment, as if he was thinking about Shi Xiaoxiao's words. "Besides this question, should I be the one asking you, right?" Shi Xiaoxiao suddenly asked back. She looked at Chen Feng with a look of dissatisfaction in her eyes. "You only used 2 skills from the beginning to the end, a healing spell and a shield. You can't be just this much, right? If this is really all you have, then today, I'm afraid we're really going to have to die here." Just as the two were thinking about how to deal with the boss in front of them, a roar suddenly sounded. Roar! The Abyss Beastmaster howled towards the sky. His voice was hoarse and low, as if it was squeezed out from the depths of his throat, carrying a creepy and intimidating power. The next moment, 4 dark purple magic circles slowly emerged on the ground, flickering with light and dancing like will-o'-the-wisp. Swish! 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 4 black shadows rushed out of the magic circle and turned into 4 giant demon wolves. Their hair was as black as ink, their eyes were scarlet, their fangs were exposed, and their mouths were dripping with fishy saliva, emitting a disgusting smell. Seeing this, Shi Xiaoxiao frowned and subconsciously took a step back. Another abyss wolf? There was a hint of disgust in her tone, and it was obvious that she had no good feelings towards these guys. Chen Feng did not respond to Shi Xiaoxiao, but instead tightly grasped the star staff in his hand with a serious expression. Scrying, he shouted softly, and invisible waves spread out, covering the 4 demon wolves that had just appeared. Suddenly, Chen Feng's brows furrowed even tighter. At this time, a gold-level Abyss Wolf Elite. These 4 magic wolves are a level stronger than the elite monsters we encountered before. Not only that, the attributes of the demon wolf summoned by the Abyss Beastmaster are even higher than those of the previous Space Rift. Shi Xiaoxiao also saw the attributes of those demon wolves, and her expression became even uglier. Although she prided herself on her strength, she couldn't help but feel nervous when facing 4 gold-level elite monsters. What's more, there's an even more terrifying Abyss Beastmaster waiting nearby. How do we fight this? There was a hint of panic in Shi Xiaoxiao's voice. She turned to look at Chen Feng, hoping that he could come up with some solution. Chen Feng did not answer immediately, but calculated silently. 4 gold-level elite monsters, plus a gold-level boss. It seems that there's really no way to hide anymore. Shi Xiaoxiao became even more anxious when she saw Chen Feng remain silent. "Hey, say something. What should we do now?" She couldn't help but urge, with a hint of anxiety in her voice. Chen Feng took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Don't worry, if 2 against 5 can't beat us, then we can go 5 against 5. If 2 against 5 is not enough, then we can go 5 against 5. Chen Feng's voice was low and powerful, with an unquestionable confidence. When Shi Xiaoxiao heard this, she was stunned at first, then her eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. "What do you mean? Aren't there just 2 of us? You can't have 3 battle pets, right?" She looked Chen Feng up and down, as if trying to find a few hidden monsters from him. Chen Feng did not answer, but just smiled slightly and tapped the ground lightly with the star staff in his hand. Boom! There was a dull sound as if striking everyone's heart. The next moment, 3 dark purple shadows spread out from under Chen Feng's feet, rapidly twisting and expanding as if they had life. Swish! 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 3 black shadows rose from the ground and transformed into 3 ferocious figures in Shi Xiaoxiao's horrified gaze. On the left, there is a human warrior wearing iron armor and holding a huge battle axe. There are blue flames burning in his empty eye sockets, and his whole body exudes a chilling breath of death. In the middle was a gigantic shadow wind wolf, its fur as black as ink, gleaming with a metallic luster. Its scarlet eyes stared at the enemy in front of it, and it let out a low roar. On the right is a taller and more powerful shadow wolf king, with thick black fog wrapped around its body and the horn on its head flashing a terrifying cold light, like a king dominating the world. Chen Feng's mind moved slightly, and he summoned out all 3 shadow soldiers that he had extracted and saved before. Giant Axe Warrior, Shadow Wind Wolf, Shadow Wolf King. Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes almost popped out of her sockets. She opened her mouth wide, and couldn't utter a word for a long time. This. She pointed at the three hideous shadow soldiers and stammered, completely losing her usual playfulness and pride. This guy, isn't he a restoration wizard? How? How can he also have summoning magic? Sure, Xiao felt like her worldview was about to collapse. A support profession that not only possesses terrifying healing abilities and an indestructible shield, but can now summon three such powerful helpers? This simply overturned all her understanding of auxiliary professions. Qinfeng looked at Sure Xiao, who was so shocked that she was speechless. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. They're not as good as these guys. He pointed at the 4 gold-level Abyss Wolf elites summoned by the Abyss Beastmaster. But at least we can hold out for a while. Let's just focus on dealing with the boss. Sure Xiao came back to her senses after hearing this. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her inner shock. What are they? Why can't I detect their attributes? She pointed at the 3 shadow soldiers and asked curiously. Qinfeng was also stunned. He didn't expect that other people couldn't detect the attributes of the shadow soldiers. Scrying. He tried to use scrying on his shadow soldiers, but came up blank. That's good news. Qinfeng was secretly delighted, because this meant that his shadow soldiers were, to some extent, invisible. This is a special skill I learned accidentally, similar to necromancy, so don't worry about them, and I won't feel bad if they're gone. Qinfeng explained with a smile that he would naturally not reveal his biggest secret. Sure Xiao looked at Qinfeng doubtfully. Although she still had many questions in her mind, the current situation did not allow her to ask more questions. Roar! The Abyss Beastmaster roared again, interrupting the conversation between the two. It seemed to feel a little uneasy about the shadow soldiers summoned by Qinfeng, and its scarlet eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light. Swish! 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 4 gold-level Abyss Demon Wolf elites, under the command of the Abyss Beastmaster, pounced towards Qinfeng and Sure Xiao at the same time. They were extremely fast, like 4 black lightning bolts, bringing a suffocating sense of oppression. Careful! Qinfeng let out a low roar and raised the star staff in his hand again. The top of the star staff was shining brightly. Without any hesitation, he launched the double casting instantly. Flame Soul Fireball. The power of the stars. 2 huge fireballs roared out with scorching airwaves. At the same time, 2 streams of light formed by the power of stars followed closely behind, cutting through the air and making a piercing scream. Boom! 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 4 loud noises sounded almost simultaneously, as fireballs and streams of light accurately hit the 4 Abyss Wolf elites. The huge impact force knocked their huge bodies directly away, and they hit the ground in the distance hard, creating deep pits. Sure Xiao was stunned. She had never expected that Qinfeng could release 2 skills at the same time, and with such amazing power. This guy, is he really a support profession? Sure Xiao was full of doubts, but the current situation did not allow her to think too much. Kill! Qinfeng let out a low roar, and the 3 shadow soldiers beside him rushed out like arrows. The giant axe warrior swung his huge battle axe, and with a whistling sound, he chopped fiercely at an Abyss Wolf elite. The Shadow Wind Wolf and the Shadow Wolf King pounced on the other 2 respectively, tearing their flesh and blood mercilessly with their sharp claws. For a moment, a 3-on-4 melee formed on the scene. Qinfeng did not join the battle, but instead turned his attention to the Abyss Beastmaster. He knew very well that this boss was the biggest threat. Roar! The Abyss Beastmaster seemed to feel the threat from Qinfeng and roared again. It swung the bone staff in its hand violently, and a black light shot out, heading straight towards Qinfeng. Careful! Sure Xiao screamed and wanted to rescue, but it was too late. Qinfeng's eyes focused, but he did not dodge. Instead, he raised the star staff in his hand. San Wolf Light Shield. A light blue light shield instantly appeared in front of Qinfeng, blocking the black light. Boom! With a muffled sound, the light shield trembled violently and shattered in an instant. But Qinfeng didn't lose a single drop of blood. The Abyss Beastmaster was slightly startled. His huge skull slightly tilted, and scarlet flames were beating violently in his empty eye sockets. It seemed that it had never expected that the tiny human in front of it could actually block its attack. You know, even though the attack just now was not its full strength, It was enough to kill any gold-level monster of the same level in seconds. This guy, Shi Xiao, was also stunned. She had already prepared a dodge, but she didn't expect Chun Feng to resolve the crisis so easily. She looked at Chun Feng's indifferent expression, her heart filled with confusion and shock. "I'll interfere with him, and you take charge of the main attack." Chun Feng's voice sounded in Shi Xiao's ears, pulling her back from her shock. He glanced at Shi Xiao beside him, his tone calm and firm. Shi Xiao opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything. She knew that now was not the time to dwell on these things. The most important thing was to resolve the crisis at hand. Wind Blade Dance. Without waiting for Shi Xiao to respond, Chun Feng raised the star staff in his hand again and shouted softly. In an instant, the wind howled violently, and green wind blades appeared out of thin air, sweeping towards the Abyss Beastmaster like a rainstorm. Chapter 45. Shi Xiao disappears. Each wind blade flashed with a sharp light, cutting through the air and making a piercing scream. Upon seeing this, the Abyss Beastmaster's scarlet eyes flashed with a hint of solemnity. Roar! The Abyss Beastmaster roared and swung the bone staff in his hand violently. Rays of black light shot out from the bone staff and collided with the wind blades. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded. The wind blades and the black light annihilated each other, and the violent energy raged everywhere, blasting holes in the surrounding ground. Seeing this scene, Chun Feng's eyes lit up slightly. He didn't expect that he could offset other people's skills in this way. However, his goal has been achieved. Although it did not cause any damage to the boss, the 20 wind blades brought by the double casting were enough to distract the boss. The Abyss Beastmaster was pinned down by his attack and temporarily unable to launch an attack on them. Now, Chun Feng growled in his heart. He knew that this was Shi Xiao's best chance to attack. Shi Xiao did not disappoint him. Almost at the same time, when Chun Feng launched the attack, her figure disappeared from the spot. Swish! A black afterimage flashed by, and Shi Xiao appeared behind the Abyss Beastmaster like a ghost. The dagger in her hand flashed with cold light and stabbed the Abyss Beastmaster's back mercilessly. Puff! The sound of a dagger entering flesh was heard, and Shi Xiao's attack hit the target accurately. Minus 5,520. However, there was no joy on her face, but instead a hint of astonishment, because she felt as if her dagger had pierced into a piece of hard rock and could not go any further. Roar! The Abyss Beastmaster let out a painful roar, turned around suddenly, and slapped Shi Xiao. The huge palm came down like a mountain with a whistling sound. Shi Xiao's face changed, and she wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! With a dull thud, Shi Xiao's body flew out like a kite with a broken string and hit the ground heavily in the distance. Puff! She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned pale as paper. However, Shi Xiao only felt pain for a moment. Two streams of rich green light filled with the breath of life poured into her body. The original burning pain disappeared instantly, and her health points were filled up in an instant, as if she had never been injured. At the same time, two light waves also hit the Abyss Beastmaster with tremendous force. The Abyss Beastmaster's huge body was directly pushed back several steps by this sudden force, and each step left a deep footprint on the ground. Minus 3,000. Minus 1,500. Minus 3,000. Minus 1,500. Suddenly, 4 damage numbers, 2 large and 2 small, appeared above the boss's head. The bright red numbers were shocking and directly shattered nearly half of the boss's health. When Shi Xiao saw this scene, she was stunned, her mind went blank, and she even forgot to breathe. Is this really a healing technique? She murmured to herself, her voice full of disbelief. How could the damage be so terrible? It was even more exaggerated than her full-strength attack. However, before she could recover from her shock, the Abyss Beastmaster let out another deafening roar. The roar was filled with anger and unwillingness, as if venting his own grievances. I saw an Abyss Demon Wolf not far away. Its body suddenly exploded and turned into a thick blood mist, which merged into the body of the Abyss Beastmaster at an extremely fast speed. The Abyss Beastmaster originally had only about a quarter of his health left, but after absorbing the blood mist, he instantly recovered more than half of his health, and his wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scarlet flames in its eye sockets began to beat violently again, as if mocking the two people's powerlessness. Chenfeng looked at this scene and narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy is really difficult to deal with. He knew that this should be some special skill of the Abyss Beastmaster, which allowed him to restore his health through his summoned creatures. Roar! The Abyss Beastmaster waved his staff again. In the skull embedded on the top of the staff, the dark green flame danced wildly, as if brewing some terrifying attack. Suddenly, countless complicated magic arrays appeared at its feet. The array patterns flashed with strange red light, and a heart-pounding magical wave spread from it. Shi Xiao had just come back to her senses from her shock when she noticed this scene. Her bright eyes instantly widened, and her pupils shrank suddenly. Countless silver-level abyss wolves roared out from the magic circle. There were so many of them, so densely packed, that they surged towards Shi Xiao like a tide, and their sharp claws flashed coldly in the moonlight. Each abyss demon wolf exudes a powerful aura, far surpassing those encountered before, and it is obvious that they have been strengthened by the Abyss Beastmaster. So much. Shi Xiao's expression suddenly changed. Although she was very powerful, she felt her scalp tingling when facing such a large number of silver-level magic wolves. Especially since these demon wolves have been strengthened by the Abyss Beastmasters, their strength cannot be underestimated. She instinctively wanted to dodge, and with the amazing speed of Space Assassin, she avoided the siege of these demon wolves. However, just as she was about to act, a warm green light suddenly fell upon her. The green light was so familiar that Shi Xiao subconsciously thought it was Chun Feng's healing technique again. But then, she found that a solid green shield had emerged on the surface of her body, emitting a powerful wind-attributed aura that protected her firmly. Is Chen Feng's wind protection? Shi Xiao was slightly stunned and looked down at the shield. There was a faint halo flowing on the surface of the shield, and some mysterious runes could be vaguely seen flashing in it, giving people a feeling of being indestructible. She tried to mobilize the magic power in her body and sensed the strength of the shield. Her beautiful eyes were suddenly filled with shock. 8,000 points. The value of this shield is as high as 8,000 points. Shi Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, her voice full of disbelief. You know, her own health points are only over 1,000 points, and this 8,000-point shield is almost equivalent to 7 or 8 of her lives. Chun Feng, who was not far away, saw Shi Xiao standing there in a daze, as if she was shocked by the sudden appearance of the shield, and quickly reminded her, "My shield only lasts 10 seconds. Run." At the same time, a crisp system prompt sound rang in Chen Feng's ears. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. Agility increased by 3. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. The SSS level talent Instant Kill Truth has been copied. Instant Kill Truth. Flash instantly behind the target and launch a guaranteed slash, causing 300% agility plus 200% physical attack power. Real damage. Cost: 500 MP CD. 120 seconds. CD decreases by 1 second for every 100 points of agility. Passive effect. Your physical attack will be linked to your agility value. 1 agility equals 4 attacks. Hearing these two prompt sounds, Chen Feng was slightly stunned, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Instant Kill of Truth. Chen Feng was shocked. The name of this talent sounded very extraordinary. He subconsciously looked at Shi Xiao with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. This guy actually has such a strong talent? Why doesn't he look strong? Chen Feng frowned slightly, feeling a little confused. Could it be she is still hiding her incompetence? As soon as this thought emerged, it was temporarily suppressed by Chen Feng. In any case, Shi Xiao's attack just now did cause more than 5,000 damage, which is already very amazing for a novice. At this time, Shi Xiao had also returned to Chen Feng's side. She let out a long breath and patted her chest with lingering fear. Phew! Fortunately I have your shield, otherwise it would be dangerous this time. Shi Xiao turned her head and looked at Chen Feng, her eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, Chen Feng, for saving me again. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "With your ability, you won't die even without me, right?" He didn't believe that a space assassin with SSS-level talent could be killed so easily by a group of silver-level magic wolves. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiao stuck out her tongue playfully and chuckled. "I'm not as powerful as you think. She blinked, a sly look in her eyes. Chen Feng didn't say anything. He could probably guess why Shi Xiao didn't use her full strength. I guess he wants to grab the tail knife. Chen Feng guessed secretly in his heart. After all, it's very difficult for hidden professionals like them to get their own equipment. He thought of his experiences in his previous life and nodded with deep understanding. Looking at the overwhelming abyss demon wolves in front of her, Shi Xiao's face became a little solemn. With so many wolves, what should we do? She turned to look at Chen Feng with a hint of worry in her eyes. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at the surrounding environment, and then slowly spoke. Wait for my CD. He paused, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Wait until the CD is ready, and then we can kill this boss in 1 second. Shi Xiao was stunned when she heard this, and then a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Good. As soon as Shi Xiao finished speaking, the surrounding abyss wolves rushed in like a tide. Their sharp claws and fangs flashed coldly in the moonlight, and a fishy smell hit her in the face. The abyss wolf boss in the distance also raised the staff in his hand again. The eyes of the skull on the top of the staff flashed with faint green light, and he was muttering something, obviously brewing some spell. Facing this overwhelming attack, Shi Xiao's face was solemn. She tightly grasped the dagger in her hand and squatted slightly, like a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey at any time. Soon, countless abyss demon wolves surrounded the two. Chen Feng and Shi Xiao were constantly dodging and counterattacking among the beasts, slaughtering the nearly endless number of abyss demon wolves in front of them. As for Chen Feng's 3 shadow soldiers, they had already died in the wolf pack's attack. But Chen Feng was not at all worried. This place lacked everything except monster corpses. Whenever one died, he would summon another one. His shadow soldiers have been replaced 3 or 4 times now. If he could only keep 3 at a time, Chen Feng would have wanted to take all the wolves here away. 10 minutes passed quickly, and seeing the healing spell and wind blade dance light up again, Chen Feng took a deep breath, and the magic power in his body surged like a rushing river. He raised the star staff in his hand high, and the staff flashed with bright light. Get ready, I'm about to start. Chen Feng's voice was low and powerful, with unquestionable determination. When Shi Xiao heard this, she immediately perked up, and a hint of excitement flashed in her beautiful eyes. She gripped the dagger tightly in her hand, leaning forward slightly, like a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey at any time. The other hand was quietly hidden behind his back, as if he was planning some secret plan. Chen Feng did not notice Shi Xiao's little movements. His entire attention was focused on the battle situation in front of him. Raging attack, wind blade dance, healing spell. In an instant, several green light waves whizzed out, accompanied by countless wind blades that swept across the entire space. However, at this moment, Shi Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared, and she appeared out of thin air behind the Abyss Beastmaster. At the same time, he held 2 extremely gorgeous daggers in his hands, stabbing straight towards the neck of the Abyss Beastmaster. Chapter 46. Grabbing the tail knife? Not happening. The terrifying green light wave, like a declaration of death, carried with it countless sharp wind blades and caused devastating damage to the Abyss Beastmaster almost the moment it appeared. The minions around who were summoned by the Abyss Beastmaster were turned into ashes under the impact of this force. They didn't even have a chance to struggle and disappeared completely. The Abyss Beastmaster's health dropped rapidly like a flood, and in the blink of an eye he was in danger. Swish! Shi Xiao's attack followed closely. The dagger in her hand flashed with dazzling brilliance and stabbed straight at the neck of the Abyss Beastmaster with a terrifying power that made people chilled. This attack condensed all of Shi Xiao's strength. Once it hits, the Abyss Beastmaster will definitely be killed instantly. However, at this critical moment, something strange happened. Another green light whizzed over, like a stroke of genius, instantly enveloping the Abyss Beastmaster. The timing of the green light appearing was perfect, exactly at the moment when Shi Xiao's attack was about to hit, without a second's delay. Bang! Shi Xiao's dagger stabbed hard into the green shield, making a dull impact sound. Then, a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, like an invisible giant hand, blowing Shi Xiao away. Her determined attack failed, and all her efforts were in vain. This sudden change caused Shi Xiao's body to sway in the air. She tried her best to maintain her balance and barely managed to avoid falling. After landing, Shi Xiaoxiao suddenly looked up, her eyes full of surprise and confusion, staring at Qinfeng. That green shield is Chunfeng's skill, Guardian of Wind. However, this time, with the blessing of double casting, the shield value directly soared to 16,000 points, which was almost impregnable. Not to mention Shi Xiaoxiao's full-strength attack. Even if all the Abyss Demon Wolves that were just wiped out were resurrected and rushed forward, they would not be able to shake this tough shield in a short period of time. Shi Xiaoxiao's face turned pale in an instant. Her original excitement and anticipation turned into anger and confusion, as if she had been poured with a bucket of cold water. She bit her lips so hard that her teeth were almost broken, and her beautiful eyes were burning with rage, as if she wanted to burn Qinfeng to ashes. "What are you doing?" Shi Xiaoxiao's voice was sharp and piercing, with an uncontrollable anger as she questioned. Qinfeng's expression was calm, and he was not affected by Shi Xiaoxiao's anger at all. He didn't even look at Shi Xiaoxiao, but just said lightly, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you this?" As he spoke, Qinfeng gently waved the star staff in his hand again. A rich green light fell into the body of the Abyss Beastmaster like sweet rain. Add 9,175. Add 9,175. Two huge green recovery numbers floated above the Abyss Beastmaster's head. The Abyss Beastmaster, who was only left with a thin layer of blood and was about to die, suddenly had his health restored to full in an instant. This amazing amount of recovery is simply jaw-dropping. Shi Xiaoxiao's face turned livid in an instant, and her cute face was now distorted by anger. She stared at Qinfeng intently, as if she wanted to devour him alive with her eyes. "You!" Shi Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and squeezed out a word. Her chest heaved violently, and she was obviously very angry. "I'm ending this, boss. Why are you stopping me?" She almost roared out these words, her voice so sharp that it seemed to pierce the eardrums. Qinfeng chuckled, looking calm, as if he didn't feel Shi Xiaoxiao's anger at all. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at Shi Xiaoxiao with a hint of teasing in his tone. "My wind blade is enough to kill this boss. Aren't you just trying to steal the tail blade? Do you really think I can't see it?" As he spoke, Qinfeng's gaze fell on the daggers in Shi Xiaoxiao's hands. Those two daggers were obviously more gorgeous and sharper than the one she had used before. "You've got better equipment, haven't you?" Qinfeng's tone was understated, but it was like a sharp knife that accurately pierced Shi Xiaoxiao's heart. Hearing Qinfeng's words, Shi Xiaoxiao's expression changed slightly. This guy really saw through it. It seems that teaming up with someone who is too powerful is not always beneficial. It's not easy to be petty. Shi Xiaoxiao secretly complained in her heart, but on the surface she still pretended to be strong and refused to show weakness. She took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and snorted coldly. "Since you figured it out, I won't hide it anymore." There was a hint of desperateness in Shi Xiaoxiao's tone, and she simply spoke out all that was on her mind. "Then let's all rely on our own abilities. Since I've been discovered anyway, there's no point in pretending." Qinfeng chuckled and did not respond to Shi Xiaoxiao's words. He had never thought that he could resolve the space rift peacefully with this woman. From the very beginning, he knew that this woman approached him not because of any so-called team challenge. She must have her own purpose, and this purpose is definitely not simple. In this case, there's no need to pretend to be nice anymore. As Qinfeng spoke, his eyes fell on his system information. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. Spirit value increases by 6. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. Spirit value increases by 6. Ding! The healing hero has been triggered. The S-level talent bloodline has been copied. Blood connection. Your summon creature will provide 20% of its own attributes to the summoner. No quantity limit. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. The skill Soul Resonance has been copied. Soul Resonance. LV1 allows the summoned creature to merge with the summoner. After fusion, the attributes of the two are added together. Consumption, 5 sute mepe un minute. CD, 30 minutes. Blood connection, Soul Resonance. Qinfeng looked at the two newly copied skills, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. These two skills are simply magical skills tailor-made for summoners. Especially Blood Connection, which allows the summoned creature to provide 20% of its own attributes to the summoner, and there is no limit on the quantity. This means that as long as Qinfeng summons enough creatures, and they are powerful enough, his attributes can be infinitely stacked to an incredible level. Soul resonance is equally powerful, allowing the summoned creature to merge with the summoner, and after fusion, the attributes of the two are added together. Although there are time and mana consumption limits, it can definitely become a trump card that turns the tide of battle at a critical moment. No wonder this Abyss Beast Tamer is so powerful in melee attack, even though it's a mage-type boss. It turns out it's because of this talent. Chun Feng suddenly realized. Before, he was wondering how a mage boss could have such high melee damage. Now it seems that everything makes sense. The Abyss Beastmaster must have relied on the talent of Blood Connection to obtain a large amount of attribute bonuses from the summoned creatures, which is why he has melee capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary mages. Then we must kill this guy instantly. Otherwise, once he uses soul resonance, it will be difficult to kill him. Chun Feng's eyes became sharp, and he had made up his mind. He knew very well that if a boss like the Abyss Beastmaster, who possessed powerful talents, were to find an opportunity to launch a counterattack, the consequences would be disastrous. The best way is to kill him instantly before he can activate his skills, leaving him no chance to turn the tables. Thinking of this, Chun Feng no longer wasted time and rushed directly towards the Abyss Beastmaster. His body was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of the Abyss Beastmaster. Shi Xiao, who was standing by, was also dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Is this guy crazy? How can a nurse rush out to kill monsters like this? Shi Xiao widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. In her opinion, Chun Feng is just a supporting profession, responsible for adding blood. Things like charging into battle should be left to combat-oriented professions like her. A nurse actually dared to rush in front of the boss. This is simply courting death. Are you betting that I will save him? Shi Xiao guessed secretly in her heart. She felt that Chun Feng must be relying on his healing abilities to rush forward so recklessly. He must be gambling that I would rescue him. After all, she didn't want to fail the challenge of this space rift. Just when Xiao was thinking this, the next moment, she saw a scene that she would never forget. Chun Feng casually swung the star staff in his hand and smashed it hard on the Abyss Beastmaster. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Minus 875. A huge damage value floated up from above the head of the Abyss Beastmaster. Shi Xiao's eyes instantly widened and her mouth opened so wide that an egg could almost fit in. This damage. She stammered, her voice full of shock and disbelief. A healing warlock actually used a staff to deal more than 800 damage? This completely overturned her cognition. You know, even for her, an SSS-level space assassin, it would be difficult to deal such high damage without using skills. Moreover, this is when the Abyss Beastmaster possesses defensive attributes. If it is a fragile profession without defense, it will probably be killed instantly by Chun Feng's staff. Shi Xiao couldn't bear it any longer and asked directly, "Are you really a healing warlock? Isn't this damage a bit too high?" She almost yelled. Her voice was sharp and piercing, enough to express the shock in her heart. Chun Feng heard the voice and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. A nurse who doesn't want to play melee combat is not a good assassin. He spoke in a relaxed tone, as if the shocking damage just inflicted was just a trivial matter. Hearing this, Shi Xiao's face suddenly darkened. What a mess. I don't care whether you are a melee nurse or an assassin. Snort. Shi Xiao snorted coldly, turned her head away, and ignored Chun Feng. She secretly decided in her heart that she must find an opportunity to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. He actually dared to show off in front of me. He must be tired of living. However, she also knew that now was not the time for internal strife. The most urgent task is to get rid of the boss of this space rift first. As for Chun Feng, there will be plenty of time to deal with him after the challenge is over. Chapter 47 Blood is connected. Souls resonate. Attributes soar. Just when Xiao was complaining in her heart that Chun Feng was ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth and was about to laugh at him, something strange happened. Chun Feng's figure appeared like a ghost, instantly beside the corpses of the 3 gold-level abyss wolves that he had previously killed with his wind blade. He whispered, "Stand up." The voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Before he finished speaking, a strange scene happened. Beside the bodies of the 3 dead abyss demon wolves, dark shadows began to surge like living creatures, rapidly expanding and deforming. In just a few seconds, 3 abyss wolves made of shadows appeared out of thin air. Their bodies are taller than the original entities, emitting a dark light, and their scarlet eyes flash with bloodthirsty light, as if they are demons crawling out from the depths of hell. Sure Xiao Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted, and her cherry lips opened into an O shape, large enough to fit an egg. "What the hell is this?" she exclaimed, her voice full of disbelief. At the same time, the attribute panels of 3 shadow wolves appeared in front of Qinfeng. Name: Abyss Shadow Wolf Elite. Rank: Gold. Level: LV 15. HP: 9000/9000. MP: 3000/3000. Strength: 450. Agility: 350. Spirit: 250. Constitution: 300. Skills: Shadow Claw, Shadow Assault, Shadow Roar. Talent: Bloodthirsty Rage, Abyss Demon Armor, Shadow, Resurrection. Qinfeng looked at the attribute panel that appeared in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a satisfied smile. The gold-level monster's attributes are indeed powerful, especially the blood volume, which is as high as 9,000 points. You know, the health of an average gold-level monster is only around 5 or 6,000. These 3 shadow wolves are natural meat shields. Moreover, they possess 3 powerful skills and 3 talents, and their strength far exceeds that of ordinary gold-level monsters. This made Qinfeng full of confidence in the upcoming battle. Not bad. This attribute is much stronger than that of ordinary gold-level monsters. He muttered to himself, with a hint of excitement in his tone. Immediately afterwards, 2 red lights appeared on Qinfeng's staff again. Soul Resonance, activated instantly. Under his control, one of the Abyss Shadow Wolves let out a low roar, turned into a ball of shadow, and pounced towards Qinfeng. The shadow quickly spun in the air, and finally condensed into a pitch-black cloak, which was draped over Qinfeng's body. On the edge of the cloak, the shape of a wolf's head can be vaguely seen, and it looks lifelike, as if it will come alive at any time. Qinfeng only felt a powerful force surging into his body, and his whole body was filled with explosive power. He could clearly feel that each of his attributes had been greatly improved. Is this the fusion brought about by the resonance of souls? It feels pretty good. Qinfeng raised his eyebrows, feeling the changes in his body with some curiosity. He thought that after fusing with the shadow wolf, he would transform into a werewolf-like form. I didn't expect it to be attached to my body in this equipment-like form. However, this form seems to be more convenient and practical. Qinfeng rubbed his hands excitedly and looked at his character panel. Character: Qinfeng. Occupation: Healer. Level: LV 18. HP: 1850/1850. MP 100850/100850. Strength: 140 plus 270 plus 450. Agility: 75 plus 210 plus 350. Spirit: 430 plus 70 plus 150 plus 250. Constitution: 80 plus 20 plus 180 plus 300. Qinfeng took a breath and was stunned by the exaggerated attributes on his panel. Is this the bonus brought by blood connection combined with soul resonance? This attribute, isn't it too strong? It's so strong that it's absurd. He couldn't even help swallowing, and an indescribable excitement surged in his heart. With these attributes, let alone the Abyss Beastmaster in front of him, even if there are a few more advanced bosses, he has the confidence to kill them. Sure Xiao Xiao stared blankly at the changes happening in Qinfeng, and for a moment, she even forgot to speak. Her mind went blank, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before her eyes. A restoration warlock actually summoned 3 gold-level monsters? Moreover, it merged with one of them? Is this still the auxiliary profession she knows? This is even more outrageous than those combat-related professions. What kind of monster is this guy? Sure Xiao Xiao murmured to herself, her voice full of shock and confusion. She felt that the worldview she had built up over more than 10 years had completely collapsed at this moment. The boss Abyss Beastmaster, not far away, seemed to have sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Qinfeng. It suddenly let out a deafening roar, with a hint of anxiety and uneasiness in its voice. Following the roar, countless dark, purple magic circles appeared in front of it again, densely packed and layered, like strange nebulae, emitting heart-pounding magical fluctuations. However, just as these magic circles were about to take shape and release a devastating attack, Chun Feng did something that Shi Xiao could not understand at all. He actually picked up the star staff in his hand and smashed it hard on his head. Bang! With a muffled sound, a bright red damage number appeared above Chun Feng's head. At the same time, the two abyss shadow wolves beside him seemed to have received some kind of instructions. They opened their bloody mouths without hesitation and bit him fiercely. Ouch! There were two deep roars, and the same damage numbers appeared on the bodies of the two shadow wolves. Shi Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted, her brain was in a mess, and she had no idea what Chun Feng was doing. Self-harm? Is this guy crazy? Just when Shi Xiao was full of doubts, Chun Feng and the two abyss shadow wolves moved at the same time. They suddenly leaped up like three black lightning bolts, cutting through the air, and instantly appeared beside the abyss beastmaster. The speed was so fast that it was beyond the range of Shi Xiao's dynamic vision. How is this possible? Shi Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The speed she was so proud of seemed so vulnerable in front of Chun Feng. The next moment, 6 dazzling green lights suddenly lit up on the star staff in Chun Feng's hand. These lights were like 6 nimble snakes, rushing towards the bodies of Chun Feng and the two abyss shadow wolves respectively. At 16,000. At 16,000. At 16,000. In an instant, 6 breathtakingly huge reply numbers jumped out from above Chun Feng and the two shadow wolves' heads. This terrifying amount of healing completely overturned Shi Xiao's understanding of the profession of healer. Only then did she realize that Chun Feng's skills could only be used on targets that were losing blood. So he would first injure himself and then heal himself. This guy actually used the skill mechanism to this extent. Shi Xiao's heart was filled with turmoil, and she finally understood how foolish it was for her to look down on Chun Feng before. This seemingly harmless healing wizard is actually a meticulous and treacherous monster. But now it seems too late to understand. 6 green light waves, the moment they came into contact with Chun Feng and the two abyss shadow wolves, suddenly burst into dazzling light like 6 miniature suns. Immediately afterwards, these lights swept towards the abyss beastmaster at an incredible speed. -15,999. -15,999. -15,999. Another series of terrifying damage numbers jumped out wildly from the Abyss Beastmaster's head. Each number represents the rapid loss of the Abyss Beastmaster's health. With such horrific damage, let alone the Abyss Beastmaster, even if there were a few more bosses of the same level, they would probably be killed instantly. The corners of Chun Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. He really wanted to keep the Abyss Beastmaster for a little longer and use its health to trigger more skill effects. But Shi Xiao was standing next to him, watching him intently, and he didn't want this space assassin to snatch his final blow. After all, the reward for killing the boss is the most generous. The Abyss Beastmaster let out a shrill howl, its voice filled with pain and despair. It could never have imagined that it would die at the hands of a healing wizard. This is such a great shame. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge body of the Abyss Beastmaster fell to the ground and turned into a cold corpse. The magic circles around it that had not yet taken shape also dissipated and turned into starlight. Chun Feng slowly fell to the ground, his eyes calm and indifferent, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. Not far away, Shi Xiao's face was gloomy and her heart was filled with shock, confusion, and a trace of unwillingness. She had never expected that Chun Feng would be so powerful. A healing warlock actually possessed such terrifying output capabilities. This completely overturned her cognition. She originally thought that she disguised herself as an ordinary team member and followed Chun Feng just to prevent this nanny from interfering with her in grabbing the final knife. But now it seems that I am the one being used. This guy has been plotting against me since the beginning. Shi Xiao clenched her teeth, and a strong sense of frustration surged in her heart. She prided herself on being extremely smart, but she never expected that she would be fooled by a seemingly insignificant healing wizard. This feeling made her very uncomfortable, very unhappy. I didn't plot against you. I was just on guard against you, especially when you took out the alien crystal I guess that you were after this tail knife. Chun Feng's voice floated over. His tone was flat, but it was like a blow to Shi Xiaoxiao's heart, making her already unhappy mood even more irritable. This bastard had been on guard against me from the very beginning. Shi Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. A trace of anger flashed in her beautiful eyes. She prided herself on being smart, and she was always the one calculating others. When was it someone else's turn to calculate her? What's more, the one who plotted against her was a seemingly harmless healing wizard. Why are you saying this now? Are you trying to show off to me? There was a hint of suppressed anger in Shi Xiaoxiao's voice. She admitted that she had indeed been tricked by Chun Feng, but she didn't want to give in just like that. At least, we can't lose in momentum. Chun Feng chuckled, with a hint of disdain in his tone. Showing off? What's there to brag about? It's just a level 20 gold level boss. It's not something I can brag about. He tilted his head slightly and looked at Shi Xiaoxiao with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Since you contributed the alien crystal, you could take the dropped items first. This can be considered as compensation to you. Chun Feng's tone was very casual, as if he was giving alms. When Shi Xiaoxiao heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. This guy is so generous? You know, the items dropped by the alienated boss are extremely precious, especially the exclusive equipment, which is hard to come by. Chun Feng would actually give up on his own initiative? Aren't you afraid that I will give you the exclusive equipment dropped by the mutated boss? Shi Xiaoxiao asked tentatively. She wanted to see what Chun Feng was planning. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng shrugged his shoulders, looking indifferent. Are you not familiar with how exclusive equipment is dropped? This thing appeared directly in the killer's backpack. As he spoke, Chun Feng's mind moved, and he took out a scroll. The scroll is a light golden color with intricate patterns drawn on it, giving off a mysterious aura. It is the forging blueprint for creating exclusive equipment. Chapter 48, Shadow Commander. Gifted Crystal. Chun Feng played with the forging drawing in his hand, a faint smile on his lips, as if he had anticipated Shi Xiaoxiao's reaction. Besides, this is my exclusive equipment. It's useless even if you take it. He put the blueprint away and changed his tone, saying with a hint of joking, But do you not want the drops? If not, then I will. Shi Xiaoxiao was originally a little surprised by Chun Feng's generosity, but when she heard his deliberately prolonged ending tone, she immediately realized that this guy was clearly teasing her. Who said I don't want it anymore? Shi Xiaoxiao glared at Chun Feng fiercely, with a hint of annoyance in her tone. She walked quickly towards the corpse of the Abyss Beastmaster, and secretly swore in her heart that she must take away all the valuables and make this hateful guy regret it. Oof. I'm going to take all the dropped items right now. As Shi Xiaoxiao spoke, she quickened her pace, as if she was afraid that Chun Feng would go back on his word. Chun Feng looked at Shi Xiaoxiao's angry back and didn't say anything, but just shook his head slightly. With a thought, he entered the state of soul resonance. Soul resonance has been resolved. In an instant, Chun Feng felt as if his body had been drained. His originally powerful strength quickly faded away, and his attributes also dropped significantly. The feeling of falling from the clouds made Chun Feng frown slightly, but he quickly adapted to it. After all, this is his original state. Chun Feng's gaze fell on the corpse of the Abyss Beastmaster, and a hint of thought flashed in his eyes. Although the Abyss Beastmaster is dead, its huge body still exudes a powerful aura. Especially the shadow-like Abyss Wolf beside it made Chun Feng feel a little threatened. Some attributes of the shadowed Abyss Wolf surpass this boss. If this boss becomes a shadow, Chun Feng muttered to himself with a gleam in his eyes. I'm afraid this attribute will reach an even more astonishing value. He stroked his chin as if he had thought of something interesting. Chun Feng's gaze fell on a skill bar, and his eyes finally fixed on the skill Shadow Field. Shadow Field. The ability of shadow soldiers fighting within the caster shadow field will be increased by 30%. Lasts for 10 minutes. Consumption, 500 MP CD, 10 minutes. Chun Feng looked at the skill introduction and raised his brows slightly. It lasts for 10 minutes and the CD is only 10 minutes. It looks like it can be used without interruption. Let's see if it can be combined with the talent of Blood Connection. He muttered to himself, and with a thought, Shadow Field was activated instantly. Suddenly, a dark wave of light roared out from Chun Feng's body, instantly covering the 3 Abyss Shadow Wolves beside him. In an instant, the attributes of the 3 wolves suddenly increased. At the same time, Chen Feng felt that his attributes also increased a lot. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. It really works. Just as Chen Feng was excited, Shi Xiaoxiao slowly walked back. There's nothing good about it. The rest is yours. Shi Xiaoxiao said with an unhappy look on her face. So fast. Chen Feng glanced at Shi Xiaoxiao, who looked unhappy, then turned around and walked towards the boss's body. At this moment, Shi Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke. Hey, this time I've been tricked by you. Considering your profession is so special, are you interested in hanging out with me? Shi Xiaoxiao put her hands on her hips, raised her chin slightly, and said proudly, My strength is not as it seems, and our clan is also very powerful. She added, as if trying to increase her leverage. Chen Feng paused for a moment when he heard this, but he did not turn around. He just said calmly, Not interested. Are you kidding me, hanging out with her? I am a reborn person with memories and experiences from my past life. How could I possibly be inferior to others? What's more, Shi Xiaoxiao's purpose is unclear. Who knows if she has any conspiracy? Chen Feng doesn't want to cause trouble for himself. Hearing Chen Feng's decisive refusal, a barely perceptible hint of helplessness flashed across Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes. What's so great about that? She curled her lips, as if she had expected Chen Feng's reaction. After all, how could someone like Chen Feng, who had a special profession and great potential, be easily inferior to others? Shi Xiaoxiao knew very well that Chen Feng was definitely not the type of person who would be willing to be someone else's younger brother. I don't even like you, Shi Xiaoxiao muttered to herself in her heart, but pretended to be indifferent on the surface. She looked at Chen Feng's back as he walked quickly towards the corpse of the Abyss Beastmaster, and a playful smile suddenly appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chen Feng, we'll meet again. Shi Xiaoxiao's voice was very soft, so soft that only she could hear it. Before she finished her words, a silver ripple appeared in the space behind her, and then Shi Xiaoxiao's figure disappeared on the spot, as if she had never appeared. Only a little silver light was left, slowly dissipating in the air. Chen Feng seemed to have noticed something. He turned back suddenly, but only caught a glimpse of the fleeting silver light. Gone. Chen Feng frowned slightly. He could feel that Shi Xiaoxiao's way of leaving was very special, and it was definitely not through a normal portal. The team has been disbanded. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Chen Feng's ears, confirming that Shi Xiaoxiao had indeed left the team. How did she get out? Isn't the portal still open? Chen Feng muttered to himself, a hint of doubt flashing through his mind. However, he quickly put the matter behind him. Forget it, leave her alone. Chen Feng shook his head and turned his attention back to the body of the Abyss Beastmaster. For him, the most important thing at the moment is the body of this boss. Stand up. Chen Feng quickly walked to the body of the Abyss Beastmaster and pressed his palm on the cold corpse. His low voice echoed in the empty area. As soon as he finished speaking, wisps of black mist slowly rose from the body of the Abyss Beastmaster, lingering around the corpse as if it had life. Stand up. Chen Feng quickly walked to the body of the Abyss Beastmaster and pressed his palm on the cold corpse. His low voice echoed in the empty area. As soon as he finished speaking, wisps of black mist slowly rose from the body of the Abyss Beastmaster, lingering around the corpse as if it had life. Suddenly, the black fog shrank violently, as if it was grasped by an invisible giant hand, and all the black fog rushed madly towards the body of the Abyss Beastmaster. Immediately afterwards, a black light shot up into the sky, dyeing the entire area in an ink-black color. Shadow extraction successful. Name: Shadow Beast Tamer Boss. Rank: Gold. Level: LV20. HP: 25,000/25,000. Umipe: Chasse 0000. Chasse 0000. Strength: 600. Agility: 500. Spirit: 1,000. Physique: 800. Skills: Shadow Summoning, Grasp of the Abyss, Permanent Summoning, Soul Resonance, Shadow Shelter, Shadow Rebirth. Talents: Blood Connection, Control of Darkness, Power of Shadow, Absolute Loyalty. Looking at the attributes in front of him, Chen Feng's throat rolled unconsciously and his saliva was almost flowing out. This guy, after being strengthened by Shadow, has become incredibly powerful. What makes Chen Feng even more excited is that the Shadow Beastmaster actually also has the talent of Blood Connection. If I can get some summons and do some crazy nesting dolls, wouldn't I be invincible? It's exciting just thinking about it. The smile on Qin Feng's face grew brighter and brighter. He couldn't wait to bring this big guy under his command. Crack! Qin Feng directly disbanded a shadow soldier, leaving a shadow, saving slot vacant. He slowly walked up to the Shadow Beastmaster and placed his hands on its massive body. Ding! Shadow Commander has been saved. Shadow save level increased. Current number of saves, March 5th. The system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. Is the boss the commander? You said you wanted to upgrade the system a long time ago. He was a little annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have wasted the wolf. Forget it. I'll let this guy summon another one later, kill it, and extract another one. Qin Feng quickly adjusted his mentality. After all, upgrading is the most important thing. He collected all the shadows and then looked at the fallen objects on the ground. System prompt. Congratulations on killing the gold-level boss, Abyss Beast Tamer. You will receive the following rewards. Equipment. Abyss Summoner Set, gold level. Gift Crystal, absolute loyalty. Gold coins, 50,000. Skill points, 500 points. A series of system prompt sounds made Qin Feng feel even happier. Unfortunately, I can't use the summoner's suit. I can only sell it for money. Qin Feng shook his head with some regret. However, the talent crystal of absolute loyalty made his eyes light up. This is a good thing. It can make the summoned creature absolutely loyal to you and will not betray you. Qin Feng put all the spoils into his pocket and glanced around to make sure nothing was left out. As his mind moved, a portal emitting a faint blue light slowly emerged in front of him. This was his unique spatial ability. Qin Feng stepped forward without hesitation, and his figure and the portal disappeared into the air, as if they had never appeared. However, shortly after Qin Feng left, a silver light flashed again where he had originally stood. Shi Xiaoxiao's figure appeared out of nowhere, her bright eyes staring at the direction where Qin Feng disappeared. Can we even extract the boss's corpse? Shi Xiaoxiao whispered to herself, with a hint of surprise and curiosity in her tone. It's truly an extraordinary skill. She stretched out her slender hand with her palm facing up, and saw countless purple light points gathering from all directions, slowly condensing into a crystal-clear crystal in her hand. The alienated crystal that was previously used in this space crack returned to her hands again. Shi Xiaoxiao played with the crystal in her hand, a look of regret on her face. What a pity. I thought I could get a head start on this reopening, but I didn't expect Qin Feng to get the upper hand. She sighed softly, as if she regretted not being able to get there first. But who exactly is this Qin Feng? Shi Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Why didn't this person exist in the previous life? It's really strange. She muttered to herself, as if she was recalling something, but she had no clue. Shi Xiaoxiao's figure disappeared again, leaving only a faint silver light in the air to prove that she had been there. At this time, Qin Feng had returned to the place where he had entered the crack before. The sky was turning pale, and the faint morning light penetrated the thin clouds and sprinkled on the empty valley. Qin Feng casually found a relatively flat stone to sit down on. After fighting at a high intensity for a whole night, he felt a little tired both mentally and physically. He rubbed his eyebrows and prepared to take a short rest. Fortunately, my buddy has high mental strength, otherwise I really can't hold on. Qin Feng muttered to himself, with a hint of relief and a barely perceptible sense of pride in his tone. After all, his current occupation is a recovery wizard, and mental strength is a key attribute. He took out some dry food and a bottle of water from his backpack, and simply replenished his energy. The food tasted bland, but Qin Feng ate it with gusto. For him, just being able to fill his stomach is enough. Qin Feng looked at the gift crystal in his hand. This thing is not common. Like the alienated crystal, it is a rare resource, especially the gifted crystal, which is priceless. After all, the number of talents and abilities that each professional can awaken are limited and are affected by the rarity and strength of the profession. Talent crystals, on the other hand, can directly ignore occupational restrictions and gain talents from other occupations. This incredible effect is enough to drive any professional crazy. Qin Feng carefully raised the gift crystal in his hand to his eyes. The morning light shone through the crystal, refracting colorful rays of light, which was very beautiful. Qin Feng no longer hesitated, took a deep breath, and suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers. Crack! A crisp shattering sound was heard, and the gifted crystal in his hand instantly turned into starlight and dissipated into the air. At the same time, a warm energy flowed into his body along his fingertips and quickly spread throughout his body. Talent, absolute loyalty, has been obtained. Absolute loyalty. Your pets and summons will always be 100% loyal to you. I see. Chun Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. With a thought, he tried to summon the shadow soldiers he had extracted earlier. "Come out, my shadows," Chun Feng whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadows under his feet began to move, and 3 dark figures slowly stood up from the ground. They were the shadow soldiers and shadow commander he had extracted before. Very good. Chun Feng nodded with satisfaction and gave the first order to the 3 shadow soldiers. "You guys, go and keep watch on the surroundings to prevent other monsters from approaching." The shadow soldiers did not respond, but turned around silently, blended into the surrounding shadows, and disappeared. Chun Feng looked at the direction where they disappeared, and an unprecedented sense of security surged in his heart. He knew that from this moment on, these 3 shadow soldiers would become his most loyal guards and would never betray him. Having resolved his worries, Chun Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves finally relaxing. Chapter 49 returned to Yangsheng, Brother Zhang Kai. The sky was turning pale, and the morning light gently fell on his body, dispelling some of his fatigue, but could not completely eliminate Chun Feng's tiredness after fighting all night. He rubbed his sore temples and let out a long breath. Finally, back to Yangsheng. Chun Feng whispered to himself, with a hint of relief in his voice, as well as a hint of indescribable complex emotions. After all, this was his former home, a place that carries countless memories for him. Although he was exhausted, Chun Feng still forced himself to cheer up and went into Yangsheng from a remote path outside the city. The wilderness area was full of dangers, and he didn't want to encounter any unexpected events when he was exhausted. After returning to Yangsheng, Chun Feng's tense nerves relaxed a little. He needed to have a good rest, restore his spirit and physical strength, and dispose of last night's spoils. The day of the big exam is getting closer and closer, and he must seize the time to improve his strength. Although with his current strength, it is more than enough for him to become the top scholar in the province. Chun Feng's goal is far more than that. What he wants is to be number 1 in the country, to be at the top above everyone else. Chun Feng walked briskly and firmly towards his home. After crossing several familiar streets, Chun Feng finally returned to the simple but warm cottage. Call. He took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and slowly pushed open the slightly old wooden door. The moment Chun Feng pushed open the door, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure suddenly entered his sight. When he saw this man, Chun Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. "Fuck, you son of a bitch, you still remember to come back." The man cursed loudly in a loud voice with full of energy, making Chun Feng's eardrums buzz. "Your father is so worried about me, don't you know? Damn it, didn't we agree to come back to celebrate no matter what job we change to? Do you know how worried I am about you as a lifestyle professional?" The other party roared like a machine gun, and every word hit Chun Feng's heart like a hammer. Chun Feng's eyes instantly became moist, and tears flowed uncontrollably. He rushed forward and hugged the fat man in front of him who was a head taller than him, his body trembling slightly. "Fatty." Chun Feng's voice was choked with sobs and a strong nasal tone, and he could hardly utter a complete sentence. The fat man was stunned by the sudden hug. He stood there at a loss as to what to do. "Chun Feng, what's wrong with you? Did something happen?" The fat man came back to his senses, his tone full of concern and worry. "Don't feel bad. Tell me. Even if I'm just a life professional, I will definitely help you get revenge." The fat man patted Chun Feng on the back with a firm tone, as if as long as Chun Feng said a word, he would rush up without hesitation and fight for him. Listening to this familiar voice and feeling this familiar temperature, Chun Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and slowly raised his head. Yes, the world-destroying disaster hasn't started yet. How could I have forgotten that my best brother is still alive? The fat man in front of him is named Zhang Kai. He is Chun Feng's best friend who grew up with him and the person he trusts most in the world. Although Zhang Kai is just a life-oriented professional with no combat power, his brotherhood with Chun Feng is more sincere than anyone else's. In his previous life, When a world-destroying disaster struck, it was Zhang Kai who used his own life to buy a glimmer of hope for Chen Feng, allowing Chen Feng to survive and live a little longer. Now, seeing the living Zhang Kai again, the emotions in Chen Feng's heart surged out like a flood, difficult to suppress. Chen Feng quickly let go of Zhang Kai, forced a big smile on his face, and said with a grin, "It's okay, it's okay. I just had a nightmare when I was resting outside the city yesterday. I dreamed of you. You were dead." "Really?" Chen Feng added, with a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. Hearing this, Zhang Kai immediately looked unhappy and raised his hand to slap Chen Feng on the back of the head. "Fuck you. Can't you just hope your dad is okay?" Zhang Kai cursed and was obviously dissatisfied with Chen Feng's nightmare. Chen Feng laughed and rubbed the back of his head. "It's just a joke to liven up the atmosphere," he said with a grin, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Zhang Kai glared at Chen Feng speechlessly. Then he suppressed his anger and softened his tone. "You are so cool. You went straight to leveling up after changing your job. Tell me, what profession did you change to?" As Zhang Kai spoke, he looked Chen Feng up and down as if trying to find out something from him. Seeing Zhang Kai asking, Chen Feng didn't intend to hide it from him. After all, he was his best brother. "Repair warlock," he shrugged and said lightly. When Zhang Kai heard this profession, his eyes widened instantly and his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. "What the hell? Nanny profession?" he exclaimed, his voice breaking. "You are the person with the highest talent in the entire Yangcheng. How come you only change your job to a support job?" Zhang Kai's voice was full of disbelief and regret, as if Chen Feng's job change to a healing wizard was an incredible thing. Chen Feng spread his hands, a helpless expression on his face. "I can't help it. This is my fate." He spoke in a relaxed tone, as if he was not too dissatisfied with his career. Looking at Chen Feng's calm appearance, Zhang Kai also sighed, with disappointment evident on his face. "Hey, the healing system is also okay." He paused, as if trying to find words to comfort Chen Feng. "At least it's much better than me, a life professional who can go to the battlefield. I originally wanted you to protect me, but now it seems that we can only keep each other warm." There was a hint of self-mockery and helplessness in Zhang Kai's tone. Looking at Zhang Kai's expression, which seemed like he wanted to complain but was afraid of hurting his self-esteem, Chen Feng laughed. Zhang Kai saw this and asked anxiously, "What's wrong with you? Are you crazy?" He looked Chen Feng up and down, his eyes full of worry. Chen Feng rolled his eyes at him speechlessly. "You are crazy, can you speak?" Chen Feng retorted unhappily and slapped Zhang Kai on the back of the head, returning the slap Zhang Kai had given him earlier. Zhang Kai felt pain, covered his head, and glared at Chen Feng with bared teeth, but said nothing more. Chen Feng looked at Zhang Kai, who was angry but dared not speak, and the smile on his face became even bigger. He stretched out his hand, placed it on Zhang Kai's shoulder, patted him gently, and his tone became softer. "But to be honest, my job is really different from other wet nurses. They have combat capabilities, and their combat capabilities are not low." Chen Feng deliberately lowered his voice, with a hint of mystery in his tone. Zhang Kai's expression became a little strange when he heard this. "Battle nanny? Is there still such a profession?" He looked Chen Feng up and down, his eyes full of doubt, as if he was wondering if Chen Feng was really stimulated to the point of being stupid. After all, in his understanding, a nurse should be a supporting profession that hides behind the team and is responsible for adding blood. He had never heard of a wet nurse who could fight. Chen Feng looked at Zhang Kai's disbelieving expression, but he was not annoyed. He just smiled and said, "Certainly, my job as a healing wizard is a hidden profession." He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the 4 words hidden profession, with a hint of pride in his tone. "Hidden profession?" Zhang Kai exclaimed, his voice cracking. He certainly knew what it meant to have a hidden career. That is a rarer and more powerful existence than ordinary professions. In the entire Yangcheng, the number of people who have switched to hidden professions can be counted on one hand. Unexpectedly, my best brother also switched to a hidden profession. Zhang Kai thought about it for a while and felt that what Chen Feng said made sense. "That's right. Your talent value is a full 200 points. It's normal for you to switch to a hidden profession. Ordinary nurses seem to be called healers, but you are really different." He nodded, with a hint of sudden realization in his tone. "Okay, I won't say any more nonsense." Zhang Kai patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, and his tone became relaxed. Since you are okay, I am relieved. You must have spent the whole night killing monsters in preparation for the big exam 3 days later, right? He looked at Chun Feng with a hint of concern in his eyes. Take a good rest first. Your health is the most important thing. I'm going to work now. Please contact me if you need anything. After Zhang Kai finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Chen Feng looked at Zhang Kai's slightly fat back, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. This is my best brother. No matter what I become, he will support and care about me unconditionally. Itsitiha. Chen Feng suddenly called out to Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai stopped, turned around, and looked at Chen Feng in confusion. Anything else? There was a hint of inquiry in Zhang Kai's tone, but his eyes revealed an expression of, what tricks are you trying to do this time? Chen Feng looked at Zhang Kai's expression, his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a mysterious smile. He slowly walked to Zhang Kai, stretched out his hand, and gently placed it on his shoulder. This action made Zhang Kai even more confused. He frowned slightly and waited for Chun Feng's next words. Didn't we make an appointment before? Chun Feng spoke, with a hint of ridicule and a barely perceptible hint of pride in his tone. If I change my job to a combat profession, you'll be my logistics support. I have been killing monsters all night, and there are many things I need you to help me deal with. Chun Feng opened his backpack as he spoke. Clatter. There was a crisp sound, and countless equipment and materials poured out of Chun Feng's backpack like a tide, instantly filling the ground. Various lights intertwined and flickered, and one of them was a summoner's suit that was shining with dazzling golden light, which was particularly eye-catching and almost dazzled Zhang Kai's eyes. Oh my God! Zhang Kai exclaimed. His eyes widened and his mouth opened wide enough for an egg to fit in. He looked at the mountain of items in front of him and was completely stunned. Ew, did you rob a warehouse? Zhang Kai's speech was a little unclear, and he asked stutteringly. How come I got so many things in just one night? His voice was full of shock and disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible. Chen Feng looked at Zhang Kai's shocked expression and felt secretly proud. He chuckled, with a hint of pride in his tone. I have a very powerful hidden profession, so this is easy for me. He paused deliberately, then moved closer to Zhang Kai and spoke in a low voice. Okay, now I'll leave these to you. Since you're a blacksmith, if you think there are any materials that can be used, use them. If there are any that are useless, sell them. I'm going to rest first. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the bed, ready to have a good rest. After all, he had been killing monsters all night, and his body was already exhausted. Zhang Kai looked at Chun Feng's slightly tired back, and the shock in his heart was gradually replaced by worry. He hurriedly took a few steps forward, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to start. He opened his mouth, but in the end, no sound came out. He just looked at Chun Feng silently. Zhang Kai looked at the equipment and materials all over the floor, then looked at Chun Feng, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, and felt mixed emotions. He took a deep breath and began to tidy up the items on the ground. While sorting, I was calculating the value of these things in my mind. This number, is it too exaggerated? This is not an amount that can be earned in one night. Even if Chen Feng is a hidden profession, it can't be so exaggerated, right? Zhang Kai was full of doubts, but he did not ask Chen Feng. He knew that since Chen Feng did this, he must have his reasons. He just needs to do what he is supposed to do and support Chen Feng. Chapter 50 Trouble at the Door. After Chen Feng gave all the dropped items to Zhang Kai, he fell directly on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Kai looked at the mountain of equipment and materials in front of him, then looked at Chen Feng, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. He knew that this was Chun Feng's trust in him. In this doomsday world where the strong prey on the weak, this kind of absolute trust is extremely rare, which also makes Zhang Kai feel relieved. He has been changing jobs for more than a year. Although it is a life-related job, he has also seen the warmth and coldness of many people's hearts. There are very few people who can remain true to themselves after acquiring a powerful profession and who do not look down on their old friends who have switched to life-related professions. Although Zhang Kai was happy, he didn't know how rare this kind of absolute trust was for Chen Feng. After experiencing countless betrayals and deceptions in his previous life, he no longer trusts anyone easily. But even so, he could still trust Zhang Kai without reservation. This is undoubtedly Chun Feng's greatest respect for Zhang Kai and the best interpretation of their friendship. Time flew by rapidly while Chun Feng was sleeping. It seemed as if just a blink of an eye had passed for an entire morning. At this moment, A loud noise suddenly sounded outside the door, breaking the silence in the room. Although Chen Feng was still immersed in his sleep, he was always alert and opened his eyes at the first moment. There was a sharp light flashing in those deep eyes, as if they could see through everything. He listened carefully and heard the sound of Zhang Kai arguing with others outside the door. "What on earth are you going to do?" Zhang Kai's voice was filled with anger and confusion. "Since you're here to ask Xiaofeng to form a team, you should at least wait until he's free. He practiced leveling up until very late yesterday, and is still resting now." Zhang Kai tried hard to keep these people out of the door to protect Chunfeng's rest time. At this moment, a strange male voice sounded, his tone full of arrogance and disdain. "It's an honor for him that our young lady is willing to team up with him. How can he have the right to rest? Get out of the way now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude to you." These arrogant words made Zhang Kai even angrier. "Who are you going to be rude to?" At this tense moment, Chunfeng's voice suddenly rang out, as cold as ice, instantly solidifying the surrounding air. The door was opened at some point, and Chunfeng was leaning against the door frame, looking coldly at the people in front of him. There was a cold light flashing in his deep eyes, as if it could penetrate people's hearts. "Do you still dare to attack people in the life profession in the main city?" Although Chunfeng's voice was not loud, it was full of intimidation. "Are you tired of living?" At this time, outside the door, two men in heavy armor heard Chunfeng's cold and questioning words, and their faces suddenly became even uglier, as if they had been greatly insulted. One of them had his eyes wide open and his fists clenched, his joints making crackling sounds from the force, as if he was going to rush up and tear Chunfeng into pieces in the next second. "So what about the main city? You think we are afraid of you? Believe it or not, we..." The two men gritted their teeth, their voices low and hoarse, as if squeezed out from the depths of their throats, full of threats. However, before they could finish their words, they were interrupted by a clear female voice, as pleasant as a spring, but with unquestionable majesty. "Shut up. If you scare him away, I'll throw you out to feed the wild beasts." The sound exploded in the ears of the two men like thunder, making them wake up instantly. Their original arrogance was extinguished instantly, as if they were poured with a basin of cold water. The two men suddenly realized that the young man in front of them, who seemed to be leaning lazily against the doorframe, was the target of their trip. There was a flash of panic in their eyes, and they quickly suppressed the anger on their faces and replaced them with a stiff smile. But this smile looked uglier than crying. Zhang Kai stood aside, watching the dramatic scene in front of him, his heart filled with worry. He stared closely at the two heavily armored men, fearing that they would suddenly attack. "Crazy, be careful. I'm afraid these guys are here with bad intentions." Zhang Kai lowered his voice, his tone full of vigilance and worry. He knew that Chunfeng was very strong, but the other party was outnumbered after all, and none of them looked like good people. Chunfeng nodded slightly, signaling Zhang Kai to rest assured. A gleam of brilliance flashed in his deep eyes, as if he had already seen through everything. "Don't worry, I know what's going on." Chunfeng's voice was calm and indifferent, as if everything was under control, giving people an inexplicable sense of security. Then, Chunfeng's gaze fell on the girl who spoke out to stop the two of them. The girl stood behind the two men, wearing a lavender dress that outlined her graceful figure. Her long, shiny black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, making her skin look even whiter than snow. Her facial features are as delicate as a painting, with a hint of girlish cuteness between her eyebrows, but more of it is an innate nobility and pride, like a queen high above. The moment she saw Chunfeng, the girl's originally calm eyes suddenly burst into a dazzling light, like the brightest star in the night sky, bright and moving. It was an undisguised appreciation and interest, as if some rare treasure had been discovered. Chunfeng frowned slightly, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. He was sure that he did not know this girl, but the look in her eyes made him feel a little uncomfortable. That naked look seemed to see through him. He withdrew his gaze, his voice still cold, with a hint of questioning and impatience. "So, what's the matter with all the commotion? You couldn't have come here just to see me, could you?" There was a hint of sarcasm in Chunfeng's voice. He didn't believe that these people would come here for no reason and make such a big scene. The girl didn't get angry when she heard Chunfeng's question. Instead, she smiled slightly, with a hint of cunning and complacency in her smile. She walked slowly forward, came in front of Chun Feng, raised her head slightly, looked down at Chun Feng with a condescending attitude, with a hint of self-righteous arrogance in her tone. "Of course I came to see you. What else do you think?" The girl's voice was clear and pleasant, but the content of her words made Chun Feng frown even more tightly. He didn't like the feeling of being treated as a prey, and he hated the feeling of being controlled even more. "I should know you, right?" Chun Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of vigilance in his tone, and asked back, "I'm not a famous person. What do you want to see me for?" The corners of the girl's mouth rose slightly, as if she had anticipated Chun Feng's reaction. "You don't know me, but I know you." She walked forward slowly, and every step seemed to be stepping on Chun Feng's heartbeat. "And you're very famous. Not to mention that you and that guy named Su broke the record for clearing the Hell-level Novice Secret Realm. Just your 200-point talent value that broke the talent record of Jiangnan Province in the past 100 years is enough to attract a lot of attention." The girl's voice was clear and pleasant, but it carried an unquestionable sense of oppression, as if everything she said was a matter of course. Chun Feng frowned. This guy actually knew him well, but Chun Feng naturally would not admit it so easily. "I recognize the 200 talent points, but setting a new clearance record has nothing to do with me." Chun Feng spoke in a calm tone, as if he was stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. "Jeaner is an SS-level professional. She helped me refresh my chances. I'm just an ordinary nurse." Hearing Chun Feng's affectionate address to Su Jeaner, the girl's originally calm expression darkened slightly, seeming a little ugly. She snorted coldly, with a hint of disdain and jealousy in her tone. "Su Jeaner doesn't have that kind of strength. It's not like there haven't been Flame Soul warlocks before, but their strength can't be that exaggerated." The girl's words were full of doubts about Su Jeaner, and she didn't seem to believe that an SS-level professional could lead Chun Feng to break the record of the Hell-level Secret Realm. Listening to the girl's argument, Chun Feng became a little impatient for a moment. He was not interested in arguing about these meaningless things with a stranger here. "So who are you anyway?" Chun Feng interrupted the girl directly, with a hint of impatience and urging in his tone. "Can you please just say what you want to say? I don't have that much time to waste with you." Now he just wanted to know the girl's true purpose and what she wanted to do. Upon hearing this, the girl frowned slightly, obviously feeling extremely displeased with Chun Feng's ungrateful attitude. She snorted coldly, with a hint of oppression in her voice. "I am not like that loser Su Jeaner, who doesn't even know the special features of your profession. I know the special features of a healing wizard. Your little tricks may deceive others, but not me." The girl paused, a shrewd look in her eyes, and her tone was filled with confidence that she was in control of the overall situation. "I came to you in person for a reason. The purpose is to give you a chance to rise to prominence." As she spoke, the girl clapped her hands gently, signaling the guards beside her to come forward. The two guards beside her immediately understood. One of them took out a set of glittering equipment from his backpack, and the other took out a scroll emitting a faint glow. The entire piece of equipment is dazzling gold in color, with intricate patterns carved on it. It is obvious that it is not an ordinary item, and it faintly exudes powerful magical fluctuations. And that scroll exudes a mysterious aura that makes people want to find out more. This is a gold-grade healing warlock suit. Each piece has a powerful healing amplification effect. The girl pointed at the glittering golden equipment and said with a hint of boasting, "And this, an A-level skill scroll, Fountain of Life, can greatly improve your healing ability and also has a group healing effect." She paused, staring at Chun Feng, as if trying to see through his heart. "I know that the healing warlock has the ability to transform all auxiliary skills, and even has a chance to produce attack effects after transformation. However, as far as I know, besides the healing technique that he learned at the beginning, the healing wizard will not automatically learn any auxiliary skills in the later stages." There was a certainty in the girl's voice, as if she was extremely confident in the source of her information. She raised her chin slightly and looked down at Chun Feng in a condescending manner. "So, you have a strong talent, but no skills to match it. This is undoubtedly a huge waste. As long as you join my team now, you will never help Su Jeaner again and be my subordinate obediently." The girl's voice was filled with an unquestionable command. "I will provide you with countless auxiliary skills and equipment, and give you wealth and glory that you will never be able to earn in your entire life." She paused, a smug smile forming on her lips. "Oh, by the way, please introduce yourself. My name is Lenny Han, The Lin from the Lin family in Kyoto. Chapter 51. You, the nanny, want to challenge me in a one-on-one duel? Oh, by the way, please introduce yourself. My name is Lin Ihan, the Lin from the Lin family in Kyoto. Lin Ihan deliberately emphasized the four words Kyoto Lin family, with an unconcealable sense of superiority and arrogance in his tone. It seemed that just by saying this name, it would be enough to make everyone bow down to her. Kyoto Lin family? Chun Feng's eyebrows twitched slightly. This name was well known to him. The two most powerful families in the entire Dragon Kingdom, the Su family and the Lin family, stand side by side. However, the Su family has always been stronger than the Lin family, which has led the Lin family to do everything they can to surpass them. And Su Jin'er is the jewel in the crown of the Su family in Kyoto. Chun Feng's eyes fell on the arrogant girl in front of him, and he repeated softly, Lin Ihan from the Lin family in Kyoto. He had heard of this name in his previous life. However, unlike Su Jin'er, who reached the top of Blue Star, Lin Ihan, and even the entire Lin family, chose to betray when the world-destroying disaster came. They took refuge in another world, became the target of criticism from the humans of Blue Star, and were nailed to the pillar of shame. He never expected that after being reborn, the eldest daughter of the Lin family would come to him in person and even want to recruit him as her subordinate. It's such a huge joke. Whether it was Lin Ihan's condescending attitude or his deep-rooted hatred for the Lin family, it was destined that he would never become a running dog of the Lin family, let alone associate with them. Chun Feng looked at the confident Lin Ihan in front of him, but a sneer appeared in his heart. She might really know the peculiarities of the healing wizard, but she doesn't understand herself. Even if this profession cannot automatically learn skills, with his talent, it would be easy for him to copy other auxiliary skills. Why would he need others to help him? Excuse me. Chun Feng refused without even thinking about it. I'm not interested. Clean and quick, without any delay. Lin Ihan obviously didn't expect Chun Feng to reject her so straightforwardly. A flash of surprise flashed across her delicate face, and then it was replaced by anger. Her eyebrows were raised, and her eyes, which were originally a bit arrogant, were now sharper than a knife. Lin Ihan took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. She tried to make her voice sound calmer, but the slightly trembling ending still revealed her mood at the moment. You actually dare to reject me? Lin Ihan's voice was so sharp that it almost pierced her eardrums. She stared at Chun Feng, her delicate face twisted with anger, like an enraged lioness. In her opinion, no one in the entire Dragon Country dared to reject the kindness of her, the eldest lady of the Lin family. No one in Dragon Country dares to reject me. Lin Ihan gritted her teeth, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth with a bone-chilling chill. She waved her hands suddenly, pointed at the two heavily armored men beside her, and shouted, You two, teach this guy a lesson. Let him know what will happen if he disobeys the Lin family. Lin Ihan's voice echoed in the empty street, carrying an unquestionable majesty and cruelty. The two men in heavy armor stood behind Lin Ihan like two iron towers. They were tall and strong, with muscular bodies, and exuded a fierce aura. Upon hearing Lin Ihan's order, a trace of bloodthirsty light flashed in their eyes, and they responded in unison, Yes, miss. Before he finished speaking, the two rushed towards Chun Feng with heavy steps like two beasts out of a cage. Every step seemed to hit the ground, making a dull sound that shocked people. Zhang Kai, who was standing by, turned pale instantly when he saw this. He knew that although Chun Feng was gifted, he was only a healing sorcerer after all, so how could he be a match for such a battle-hardened, heavy-armored warrior? Three of you, we can discuss this. We can discuss this. Zhang Kai hurried forward, trying to dissuade them, his voice trembling. He stretched out his hands, trying to block the two heavily armored warriors, his face full of anxiety and worry. Don't hurt the harmony. However, the two heavily armored warriors ignored Zhang Kai's dissuasion. They only had eyes for Chun Feng, as if he was their prey. One of them was even more merciless, directly raising his big foot in heavy combat boots and kicking Zhang Kai fiercely. If this kick had hit Zhang Kai hard, given his small body, he would have been seriously injured if not killed. At this critical moment, Chun Feng's brows knitted tightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He flashed, and suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Kai as if he had teleported. Swish! Almost at the moment when the heavily armored warrior's foot was about to kick Zhang Kai, Chun Feng's hand had already firmly grasped the opponent's ankle. The heavily armored warrior felt a huge force coming, making him unable to move at all, as if he was firmly clamped by an iron clamp. His face changed, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. "What are you doing?" Chun Feng's voice was cold and deep, like the devil's voice from hell, which made people shudder. He raised his head, staring at the heavily armored warrior with a dagger-like gaze. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Chun Feng's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable deterrent force. The heavily armored warrior was frightened by Chun Feng's momentum and was speechless for a moment. He originally thought that Chun Feng was just a weak and vulnerable nurse, but he didn't expect that the other party was so tough. "Ew, you're a wet nurse. Are you not afraid?" The heavily armored warrior forced himself to remain calm, trying to use words to cover up his inner panic. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, with a hint of sarcasm and disdain in his smile. "Do you really think that just because the lady said you are special, you are invincible?" The heavily armored warrior said as he tried to break free from Chun Feng's restraints. However, the harder he tried, the more he felt Chun Feng's hands like iron hoops tightly locking his ankles, making him unable to move at all. Well, the heavily armored warrior's face gradually turned red. Veins popped on his forehead. He struggled desperately, but still couldn't get rid of Chun Feng's control. A sense of fear began to surge in his heart. He realized that this seemingly harmless nurse in front of him might not be as simple as he imagined. Chun Feng looked at the heavily armored warrior coldly, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. "We are still in Dragon Country, so it is best to abide by Dragon Country's rules." Chun Feng's voice was still cold, but there was a hint of playfulness in his tone. "Since you guys want to play, I'll play with you." As he said that, Chun Feng suddenly let go of his hand. The heavily armored warrior was caught off guard, lost his balance, fell backwards, and fell heavily to the ground. Bang! With a dull thud, the heavily armored warrior fell flat on his face, in a state of disgrace. He struggled to get up, but felt a sharp pain all over his body and was unable to move for a while. At the same time, Chun Feng's mind moved, and the system panel instantly appeared in front of him. He chose an option without hesitation, and the next moment, a battle invitation was sent out. Battle invitation sent. Please wait for the other party to confirm. This sudden scene stunned the three people present. An invitation to a fight? This is the only legal way to fight in the main city. Only when both parties agree can the fight take place. You can even set cruel rules that have no limits on life and death. The two heavily armored warriors looked at the battle invitation panel that suddenly appeared in front of them, were stunned at first, and then burst into thunderous laughter. Ha ha! Their laughter was full of sarcasm and disdain, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. "You, a wet nurse, actually want to challenge me in a one-on-one duel?" One of the heavily armored warriors laughed so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. He pointed at Chun Feng and laughed so hard that tears were about to flow out. "That's so funny. Ha ha ha." Another heavily armored warrior also bent over with laughter and slapped his thigh as if he had seen a huge joke. "You really don't know how to write the word death. Ha ha ha. As expected of a special class healing wizard, I'm so scared." "Oh, are you scared? You don't dare." Chun Feng asked with a sneer, a mocking arc on the corner of his mouth. "Who do you think doesn't dare? How dare a support class professional to be so arrogant to us warrior class professionals?" One of the heavily armored warriors roared, his spit almost spraying on Chun Feng's face. As he spoke, he was about to click to accept the battle invitation. However, his finger stopped just before touching the accept button. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the battle invitation panel in front of him, as if he had seen something incredible. The other heavily armored warrior also noticed something was wrong, leaned over to take a look, and was also stunned. Is this a team challenge?" The two heavily armored warriors exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with shock and confusion. The originally busy street became somewhat quiet because of this sudden scene. Even Sure Xiao Xiao, who was standing beside him, raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Chun Feng with interest. She wanted to see what this guy was up to. Seeing the three people's surprised expressions, Chun Feng slowly spoke with a hint of teasing in his tone. "It's too troublesome to fight one by one. I can guess that no matter who I beat, you won't accept it. Why don't you three fight together?" Chun Feng's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. These words are simply arrogant to the extreme. A nanny actually wanted to challenge 3 of them at once, and it was a team challenge. This is no longer a simple provocation. It is a naked humiliation. The 2 heavily armored warriors were so angry that they were shaking all over. Their teeth were chattering, and they wished they could just chop the guy in front of them into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Lin Han, in particular, was so angry that his face turned red and his chest heaved violently. She originally thought that Chen Feng was just a nanny with some special abilities and was not to be feared at all. But I didn't expect that the other party would be so arrogant and presumptuous. This is simply an insult to her and the entire Lin family. Good, good, good. Lin Han laughed out of anger and said, "Okay," 3 times in a row. Each word sounded like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. "Since you want to die, we will grant your wish." Lin Han's voice was cold and sharp, like a sharp knife, stabbing Chen Feng fiercely. "I will accept all of them. Beat them all up. Beat them to death." Lin Han shouted at the 2 heavily armored warriors, with a crazy light flashing in his eyes. She had been completely enraged by Chen Feng. At this moment, she just wanted to see Chen Feng being trampled underfoot and kneeling down to beg for mercy. Upon hearing this, the 2 heavily armored warriors immediately clicked the accept button without hesitation. Battle invitation confirmed. The battle is about to begin. The system prompt sounded in Chen Feng's mind. At the same time, a huge circular light curtain appeared in front of everyone, covering Chen Feng, Lin Han, and her 2 guards. This is a battle barrier. Within the barrier, both sides can fight to their heart's content without causing any impact on the outside world. "Boy, you will pay the price for your arrogance," a heavily armored warrior said with a grin, and he moved his wrists, making a series of cracking sounds. "I'll let you know what a real warrior is." Another heavily armored warrior also said viciously. He pulled out a huge battle axe from his back, the axe blade flashing with cold light. Chen Feng looked at the 2 aggressive, heavily armored warriors in front of him, but there was no fear on his face. He slowly raised his right hand, and the star staff in his hand emitted a faint starlight. "Come on, let me see what you can do." Chen Feng's voice was calm and indifferent, as if he was narrating a trivial matter. His eyes were deep and dark, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. But beneath this calm appearance, hidden is immense self-confidence and murderous intent. Chapter 52. You give your opponent shield. The 2 heavily armored warriors moved without any pause. The moment the battle barrier was formed, they rushed towards Chen Feng from the left and right like 2 angry rhinos. Boom! Boom! The heavy footsteps caused the ground to tremble slightly and stirred up clouds of dust. One of the heavily armored warriors jumped high, and the huge axe's hand chopped down on the head with a sharp sound, as if to split Chen Feng in 2. The other man waved his fist, which was wrapped in thick metal gloves, and rushed straight to Chen Feng's face with a sharp whistling sound. Lin Han stood at the edge of the barrier, a cruel sneer on his lips, his eyes full of pleasure. In her opinion, Chen Feng was dead. Faced with the attack from 2 heavily armored warriors, no nurse could survive. What's more, these 2 heavy armored warriors are masters carefully trained by the Lin family. They were specially sent to protect her and help him level up. Their levels are as high as level 15. Their strength and equipment are far superior to those of the same level and profession. "Die, you bastard!" Lin Han cursed fiercely in his heart. Faced with this fierce attack, Chen Feng's expression remained calm. He didn't even blink. Just when the huge axe was about to hit his head and the fist was about to hit his face, the dust and wind moved. He gently raised the star staff in his hand. The star staff waved gently, drawing an elegant arc in the air. There are no gorgeous light and shadow effects, nor deafening roars. But this seemingly casual swing blocked the heavy armored warrior's axe and fist with incredible precision. Clang! Clang! 2 crisp sounds of metal clashing echoed in the air like music. The 2 heavily armored warriors only felt a huge force coming from their weapons, which made their knuckles numb, their arms tremble, and their bodies involuntarily retreat backwards. Their eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? A nurse actually used a magic staff to block the full force attack of 2 heavily armored warriors. Moreover, he even pushed it back. This completely overturned their cognition. The smile on Lin Yihan's face froze. The curve of her mouth corners still remained upward, but her eyes became shocked and confused. What did she see? She saw the two heavily armored guards that she was so proud of being blocked by a useless nanny in her eyes with a magic wand. This is impossible, Lin Yihan murmured to himself, his voice full of doubt and confusion. She couldn't accept the fact before her. It was completely beyond her understanding. Chen Feng would not give them time to be shocked. The moment he blocked the attack, the star staff in Chen Feng's hand was like a spirit snake coming out of a cave, turning into a series of afterimages and smashing towards the two heavily armored warriors. No skills were used, just a pure physical attack. But this seemingly ordinary physical attack actually contains terrifying power. Bang! A muffled sound. The star staff smashed hard into the chest of a heavily armored warrior. Minus 1500. A bright red number floated above the heavily armored warrior's head. This injury is shocking. Fuck. What the hell? The commotion they made had already attracted a lot of attention. After all, PK within the city was too rare. Seeing this scene, the professionals from other departments who were watching were all dumbfounded. A nurse, using a staff to hit someone, dealt 1,500 points of damage. This is a heavily armored warrior. A heavily armored warrior with super high defense. This is even higher than the damage of their output professions. Is this fucking still a wet nurse? This is simply a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. The heavily armored soldier who was hit felt like he was struck by lightning. He felt as if his chest was hit by a speeding truck, and the pain was excruciating. He looked down and saw that the heavy armor on his chest had been dented, and his health bar dropped a lot in an instant. If he wasn't a heavily armored warrior with strong defense and health points, he would have been destroyed by this stick. How is this possible? The heavily armored warrior's voice was filled with fear and disbelief. He couldn't understand how a nanny could have such terrifying physical attack power. Another heavily armored warrior also reacted. He roared and swung his giant axe towards Chen Feng again. Go to hell. He poured all his strength into this axe, vowing to split Chen Feng in half. Chen Feng's eyes turned cold, and he waved the star staff in his hand again. Bang! There was another muffled sound. The star staff hit the side of the giant axe accurately, directly deviating the attack trajectory of the giant axe. The giant axe brushed past Chen Feng's body and chopped down, leaving a deep groove on the ground. At the same time, Chen Feng's star staff fell on another heavily armored warrior again. Minus 1400. Another bright, red number floated up. The health bar of this heavily armored warrior also dropped significantly in an instant. The two heavily armored warriors were completely stunned. The defense they were so proud of was like paper in front of Chen Feng's staff and was vulnerable to a single blow. They couldn't even touch the corner of Chen Feng's clothes. How can we fight this? Is this still a human being? The voice of a heavily armored warrior was filled with despair. He has completely lost the confidence to fight. Lin Yihan finally came back to her senses from her shock. Her face turned pale as she looked at the scene in front of her. She never expected that the two heavily armored warriors she brought with her would be suppressed and beaten by a nurse. This is even more painful than killing her. Chen Feng had completely ignored the two heavily armored warriors beside him who still had a trace of blood left. Holding the star staff in his hand and with a sharp gaze, he walked straight towards Lin Yihan. His steps were steady, and every step seemed to be stepping on Lin Yihan's heart. He did not use any skills. On the one hand, he did not want to expose his cards too early. On the other hand, in his opinion, these clowns in front of him were not worthy of him using his skills. You two losers. What are you doing? Looking at Chen Feng approaching step by step, Lin Yihan suddenly panicked. She screamed, her voice full of fear and anger, and her originally delicate makeup was distorted by extreme fear. Kill him now. Kill him. Don't let him get close to me. Lin Yihan no longer cared about her elegant demeanor. She hurriedly took out her longbow from behind, drew the bow, and put the arrow on it. Her movements were hasty and messy, and it was obvious that she had lost her composure. The longbow was emerald green all over, with exquisite patterns carved on it. It faintly emitted a faint magical fluctuation, and it was obvious at first glance that it was not an ordinary item. As the owner of an S-level professional elf hunter, Lin Yihan's archery skills are naturally excellent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows flew towards Chen Feng with sharp sounds of breaking through the air. However, Chun Feng just raised his eyebrows slightly, seeming to not care about Lin Yihan's attack at all. He didn't even pause for a moment. He just waved the star staff in his hand, and all the arrows were blocked by Chun Feng. At the same time, a dazzling light appeared on the staff. I forgot you're also an S-rank Pokemon hunter. Chun Feng's voice was still calm, but it contained a hint of sarcasm. The next moment, a stream of light shot out from the star staff, so fast that it was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Lin Yihan only felt a flash before her eyes, and the stream of light was already in front of her. Lin Yihan closed her eyes in horror. She was ready to endure the severe pain. However, the expected pain did not occur. She only felt a layer of faint gray light on her body, like a thin shield that protected her firmly. The noisy sounds around seemed to disappear, leaving only dead silence. What is this? Lin Yihan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the gray shield on his body with a confused look on his face. She was clearly an enemy, but Chun Feng gave her a shield? This operation is simply unbelievable. The onlookers around were all stunned. They had never seen such a strange way of fighting. This guy, is he out of his mind? Adding a shield to the enemy. What kind of operation is this? I don't understand it, but I am shocked. Could it be that he is actually afraid of the power of the Lin family, so he did this on purpose to show his goodwill? It's possible. After all, the Lin family is the overlord of our Qinyan city. Who dares to offend them easily? There's a lot of discussion among the crowd, with all kinds of speculations. But more people still think that Chun Feng's behavior is simply a case of his brain being messed up. At this moment, Chun Feng heard a series of system prompt sounds in his ears. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. Successfully copied the target's S-level talent. Archers, focus. Shooters, focus. All your attacks will receive a 100% distance bonus. If the distance is 0, you will receive a 10-meter attack distance, and will definitely hit. Ding! The healing hero is triggered. Agility value increased by 1. The system's voice was clear and pleasant, and Chun Feng's mood also became cheerful. With good luck, I hit the target with 1 shot and copied her S-level talent. Chun Feng looked at Lin Yihan, who was full of doubts, and quickly stepped forward again. Whoosh! Chun Feng's figure was as fast as lightning, and he approached Lin Yihan in almost the blink of an eye. Lin Yihan widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. Before she could even react to what was happening, she felt a huge force coming at her. Crack! That was the sound of bones breaking. The star staff, with tremendous force, smashed heavily on Lin Yihan without any mercy. Puff! Blood gushed out of Lin Yihan's mouth, and he flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Her body drew a sad arc in the air and finally fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The battle is over. You have left the battle space. The system prompt sounded, announcing the end of the battle. Lin Yihan's body was forcibly teleported out of the battle barrier. The other 2 heavily armored warriors were also eliminated at some point and sent out of the battle barrier together. Only Chun Feng was left, standing there quietly. There was silence all around, and everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Their mouths opened wide, their eyes widened. They couldn't believe what they saw. Is this the end? 1 stick? Just 1 stick? Am I seeing right? That's the eldest daughter of the Lin family. An S-class professional elf hunter. What kind of monster is this guy? The voices of the onlookers gradually changed from initial shock to exclamations of disbelief. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chun Feng, as if they wanted to see through him. They really couldn't understand how a seemingly ordinary auxiliary profession could have such terrifying combat power. This completely overturned their cognition. Could it be that he has hidden his strength? Impossible? There has to be a limit to hiding one's strength. This is simply a crushing defeat. This guy, could he be a genius secretly cultivated by some big family? Among the crowd, various speculations and discussions arose one after another. But no one can give a definite answer. Chun Feng's strength has exceeded their understanding. But at this moment, Chun Feng's mood was exceptionally calm. He slowly put away the star staff without any smug look on his face. To him, it was just a trivial battle. Done, call a day. After saying that, Chun Feng was about to turn around and leave, but the moment he turned around, accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, a sharp arrow suddenly flew straight towards Chun Feng. Chapter 53, The City Lord is Coming. Whoosh! The sharp sound of breaking through the air tore through the silence, and a sharp arrow, flashing with cold light, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, went straight to Chun Feng's back. Crazy beware. Not far away, Zhang Kai's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a terrified roar. He wanted to rush over to rescue, but as a life-related professional, how could he be so fast? Chun Feng snorted coldly, with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Guardian of the Wind. Almost at the moment when the arrow hit his body, a layer of green wind shield appeared out of thin air, covering Chun Feng's whole body. Crack! The arrow hit the wind shield hard, making a crisp cracking sound. The arrow broke into pieces, turned into powder, and dissipated into the air. Immediately afterwards, under the special effect of the Guardian of Wind, a visible air wave, with Chun Feng as the center, suddenly spread out in all directions. This wave of air was the damage rebounded by the Wind Guardian, and this rebounded wave of air whistled at a faster speed in the direction where the arrow came from, which was where Lin Yihan was. No! Lin Yihan, who had already fallen to the ground, suddenly had his pupils shrink and let out a shrill scream. She never expected that her sneak attack arrow would be bounced back. What made her even more desperate was that, because of the failure in the PK just now, her current condition was extremely bad. Her health points had not recovered much, and she could not withstand the rebounding attack at all. If this hits her, she will definitely die. Chun Feng, how dare you? I am the eldest daughter of the Lin family. If you dare to kill me, the entire Yangsheng will be buried with me. Lin Yihan's voice was sharp and distorted, carrying deep fear and threat. She tried to use the power of her family to intimidate Chun Feng and buy herself a chance of survival. However, Chun Feng's eyes did not fluctuate at all and were as cold as a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. He slowly raised his head and looked at the figure that was about to be swallowed by the airwave. At this critical moment, a black shadow flashed like a ghost and stood in front of Lin Yihan. The black shadow stretched out his hand, waved it lightly, and dispersed the surging airwave. Call! The air wave dissipated and the surroundings returned to calm, leaving only the sound of Lin Yihan's heavy breathing and the sound of people around him gasping for air. Miss, are you okay? A low and hoarse voice sounded, with a hint of concern. Lin Yihan raised his head in shock, and when he saw the person coming, a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his originally pale face. Uncle Wang, you are finally here. She seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, and her voice was filled with tears. The man called Uncle Wang was a middle-aged man dressed in black, tall and strong, with a stern face and eyes as sharp as an eagle. Nothing? How can it be okay? Uncle Wang, if you hadn't come, he would have beaten me to death. You must help me kill him. Let me vent my anger. Lin Yihan's voice was sharp and distorted, with a mixture of relief and resentment for having survived a catastrophe. She clung to Uncle Wang's clothes tightly, as if she was afraid that he would leave. The man called Uncle Wang patted Lin Yihan's head gently, his eyes full of doting. Okay, I'll help the young lady vent her anger right away. His tone was flat, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. The middle-aged man slowly stood up. His tall body was like an iron tower, giving people a strong sense of oppression. He turned around and faced Chun Feng, his eyes instantly becoming extremely cold, like a falcon staring at its prey. You have already met your death by attacking my eldest daughter of the Lin family. Pay the price for your recklessness. The middle-aged man's voice was low and hoarse, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his throat, carrying a strong, murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng's expression did not change at all. No matter how small Yangsheng is, it is still the main city of Dragon Country. It's fine if you just take action, but do you really dare to kill people? Chun Feng's expression was calm, and his tone was indifferent, as if he was stating a very simple fact. He slowly raised his head and glanced at the group of people in front of him. There was no fear in his eyes, only a kind of indifference that saw through everything. You are just an ant, so just kill you. Yangsheng will not offend our Lin family for an ant like you. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain and arrogance. His eyes were cold, as if he had already regarded Chun Feng as a dead man. In his opinion, Chun Feng's life or death was just a matter of his words and was not worth mentioning at all. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and depressing, making people feel breathless. The air around them seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes were focused on Chun Feng and the middle-aged man, waiting for the conflict to break out. At this moment, a powerful voice suddenly sounded, breaking the solemn atmosphere. "Wang Xing, don't you take yourself too seriously? You are just a dog of the Lin family." The voice was loud and majestic, carrying an unquestionable momentum. "Do you really think that there is no one in my Yangqing? Not to mention Qin Feng, even if it is an ant. You can't kill it just because you say so." Before he finished speaking, an old man in a tang suit, with a burly figure, a resolute face, and gray hair that was combed meticulously, came over like a dragon and a tiger. Every step he took seemed to be stepping on people's heartbeats, making people feel nervous involuntarily. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the originally tense atmosphere suddenly underwent a subtle change. Wang Xing, the middle-aged man in black tights, originally had eyes as sharp and murderous as an eagle's. But at this moment, it was as if a basin of cold water had extinguished the flame, and all the edge was instantly restrained. His tall body leaned forward slightly, and his originally upright posture like a javelin became a little hunched. "Meet City Lord Gu." Wang Xing bowed respectfully to the old man, his voice low and humble, completely different from his previous arrogance and disregard for human life. Although he was a master hired by the Lin family, he was considered to be domineering in Yangqing on weekdays, and no one dared to provoke him. But he knew in his heart that he was just a helper of the Lin family after all, or to put it bluntly, a dog. He can rely on the power of the Lin family to bully others. He could even ignore some small families in Yangqing, but in front of City Lord Gu, he had to bow his head, because City Lord Gu represents not only himself, but also the official power of the entire Yangqing and the embodiment of the national will. Not to mention that he is just a helper of the Lin family. Even if the head of the Lin family came in person, he would have to be respectful in front of City Lord Gu and would not dare to be presumptuous in the slightest. "Humph! Wang Xing, do you still have eyes for me, the City Lord?" City Lord Gu snorted coldly, his eyes like knives, staring directly at Wang Xing, his tone full of majesty and dissatisfaction. Although his hair was gray, he was vigorous, his eyes were sharp, and the aura he exuded was so great that people dared not look directly at him. Beads of sweat oozed out of Wang Xing's forehead. He knew that City Lord Gu was really angry. "City Lord Gu, calm down. I have no such intention. It's just that this kid attacked my Lin family's eldest daughter, and I was in a hurry, so Wang Xing hurriedly explained, trying to put the blame on Chun Feng. "In a hurry? I think you're used to bullying others by relying on the power of the Lin family. Do you really think you can cover the world with one hand?" City Lord Gu interrupted Wang Xing mercilessly, his tone becoming even harsher. "Don't even mention Chun Feng. Even if he's an ordinary person, you can't just kill him if you want to." City Lord Gu's voice was resounding, and every word was like a heavy hammer hitting Wang Xing's heart, making him feel suffocated. Yes, City Lord Gu is right. I know I am wrong." Wang Xing nodded repeatedly, his attitude extremely humble. He knew in his heart that if he could not give City Lord Gu a satisfactory explanation for what happened today, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed. "Admit your mistakes? It's good enough if you admit your mistakes." City Lord Gu's tone slowed down a bit, but his eyes were still sharp. He turned his head and looked at Chun Feng, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Chun Feng, right? You are quite good. Facing the powerful, you are neither humble nor overbearing. You have courage and spirit. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Gu." Chun Feng smiled slightly and spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. He looked calm and spoke indifferently, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. City Lord Gu, what do you mean by this? Are you going to become an enemy of my Lin family, just for an ant?" Lin Yihan, who had been left aside, finally couldn't bear it anymore. She screamed, her voice full of resentment and unwillingness. She originally thought that when Uncle Wang came, he would be able to avenge her and tear Chun Feng into pieces. But she didn't expect that City Lord Gu would appear out of nowhere and protect Chun Feng everywhere. How could she tolerate this? "Lin Yihan, watch your words." City Lord Gu frowned and looked at Lin Yihan with cold eyes. "I say it again, Yangqing is not a place where you Lin family can run wild. No one could be above the rules and laws. Don't say you're just a little girl from the Lin family. Even if the head of your Kyoto Lin family came in person, it wouldn't work." Lin Yihan was intimidated by City Lord Gu's aura and dared not speak anymore. He just stared at Chun Feng with resentful eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Seeing this, Wang Xing quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Lin Yihan. He knew that although Lin Yihan was the eldest daughter of the Lin family, she was young and hot-tempered after all and did not know how to endure. If she were allowed to continue talking, City Lord Gu would probably be completely enraged, and then things would be even more difficult to resolve. City Master Gu, the young lady is young and ignorant. Please don't bother with her. Wang Xing said humbly. Humph, young and ignorant? I think she is spoiled and really thinks she can do whatever she wants. City Lord Gu snorted coldly, obviously having a very bad impression of Lin Yihan. City Master Gu, we were wrong about what happened today. I apologize to you on behalf of the young lady. Wang Xing took a deep breath and bowed. However, it is also true that this boy injured the young lady. You see. What do you want? City Lord Gu asked calmly. This? Wang Xing was speechless for a moment. He originally wanted City Lord Gu to punish Chen Feng, but now it seems that this is obviously impossible. City Lord Gu, this kid not only injured me, but also spoke rudely and insulted my Lin family. You can't just let it go like this. Seeing that Wang Xing didn't say anything, Lin Yihan couldn't help but interrupt. Shut up. Wang Xing growled and glared at Lin Yihan fiercely. He really wanted to slap this idiot to death. Couldn't she see that City Lord Gu had no intention of holding Chen Feng accountable? City Master Gu, how about this? Let this boy apologize to the young lady and let this matter go. Wang Xing thought for a moment and proposed a compromise plan. Apologize? Chen Feng's voice was not loud, but it carried an indescribable contempt, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. If she wants to apologize, she should apologize to me, right? Let's put aside other things. It seems that she was the first to attack, right? I just used a shield skill on myself. What? When is it wrong to protect myself? Wang Xing's face froze. He didn't expect that Chen Feng would actually not give their Lin family any face at all. He didn't dare to act rashly in front of City Lord Gu, but he couldn't bow down to an ant. Chapter 54. Big Fuss, I'm not afraid. Chen Feng looked at the two and was too lazy to continue entangled with him. I'm not interested in your apology. An insincere apology is meaningless. Just don't bother me in the future. Chen Feng spoke calmly, without any emotion in his tone, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. He didn't even bother to look at Lin Yihan and Wang Xing. These clowns were not worth his time at all. Wang Xing finally relaxed his tense nerves after hearing this, feeling relieved. He was originally worried that Chen Feng would not give up, but now it seems that he was worrying too much. In that case, we'll take our leave now. Seeing that Lin Yihan was about to speak again, Wang Xing quickly interrupted her. City Lord Gu, we are leaving first, and we'll visit you again another day. After saying that, he didn't give Lin Yihan any chance to react. He just pulled her and left without looking back. That speed was even faster than running for life. Lin Yihan struggled all the way, but could not break free from Wang Xing's restraints. He could only let him drag him away, shouting sharply, but the sound became farther and farther away, and finally disappeared in the crowd. Chen Feng looked at the two people's backs as they fled in a panic, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Only then did he turn around and look at City Lord Gu, who had been standing silently beside him. He had to admit that City Lord Gu had a strong aura. Although he had a kind face, his every move exuded the majesty of a superior, which made people dare not underestimate him. Even though he was somewhat doubtful about City Lord Gu's offer of help, Chen Feng still expressed his gratitude. Thank you, City Lord Gu, for rescuing me. Chen Feng bowed slightly, speaking sincerely. No matter what City Lord Gu's purpose was, at least he did help him avoid trouble just now. Haha, it can't be considered a relief. These children from aristocratic families are really getting more and more presumptuous. We'll have to teach them a lesson someday. City Lord Gu waved his hand with a warm smile on his face. Chen Feng did not respond, but just listened quietly. He knew that City Lord Gu's words were not only for Lin Yihan, but also for rising stars like him. He turned his head and looked at Chen Feng with a hint of admiration in his eyes. But you, at such a young age, have such courage and spirit. It's not simple. Chen Feng scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Thank you for your compliment, City Lord. I'm just not afraid of my own flaws. May I ask what brings you here? He didn't think that a big shot like City Lord Gu would come to him for no reason. Of course I came to see you. City Lord Gu looked at Chen Feng with a smile, with a hint of kindness in his tone. You broke the record of our Yangqing Novice Secret Realm yesterday. I wanted to talk to you as soon as possible, but who knew you would leave the city as soon as possible? I heard that you were back, so I came here as soon as possible. Uh, City Lord Gu's words surprised Chun Feng a little. He didn't expect that breaking a record would alarm the top leader of Yang City. It's just a record. There's no need for you to come here in person, right? A trace of vigilance flashed across Chun Feng's eyes, although he didn't think that such a big shot could gain anything from him. But in this world where the strong prey on the weak, it is better to be careful in everything. The smile on City Lord Gu's face grew wider, with undisguised admiration revealed in his eyes. You made it through a hell-level dungeon, and you were ahead of the second place by nearly 30 minutes. What's more, you were a team of only 2 people. A gleam of brilliance flashed in City Lord Gu's eyes, and he continued. Don't try to use that girl Su Jiner as an excuse. I know how powerful the Flame Soul Warlock is. SS-level professions are indeed powerful, but even with the best equipment, it is impossible to pass through that secret realm in such a short time. Chun Feng was slightly stunned. He did not expect that City Lord Gu actually knew his situation so thoroughly. He originally wanted to use Su Jiner's strong strength to cover it up, but it seemed that he could not hide it from this shrewd City Lord. From this perspective, the only variable is you little guy. Although City Lord Gu's words were plain, they carried an unquestionable affirmation. Chun Feng's heart shuddered. He knew that this time he had really attracted the attention of the ruler of Yangcheng. You are too kind, City Lord. I am just luckier. Chun Feng responded modestly, while secretly observing City Lord Gu's reaction. He didn't want to bring himself unnecessary trouble because of his temporary popularity. Luck. City Lord Gu smiled meaningfully. Luck is also a part of strength, but more importantly, you have the potential hidden behind this luck. He paused, his tone becoming serious. Young man, I hope you can understand that in this world, talent and strength are important, but what is more important is how to use them. Chun Feng nodded in agreement. Lord Gu's words sounded like both a warning and an expectation. City Lord, I understand what you said, and I will keep it in mind. Chun Feng responded with a sincere attitude. City Lord Gu nodded with satisfaction, then changed the subject with a hint of consideration in his tone. It's just that the big exam will start tomorrow. Are you sure you can win the provincial championship? Chun Feng heard this, and although he was fully confident in his heart, he couldn't say it. He smiled innocently and scratched his head. City Lord, you are joking. I am just an auxiliary in the healing department. It is impossible for me to be the top scholar. Chun Feng's modesty made City Master Gu look even more satisfied. He stroked his beard, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. If the Lin family knows the special features of the healing wizard, how could an old man like me not know? City Lord Gu paused and stared at Chun Feng with sharp eyes. Moreover, your profession is probably even more special than those healing sorcerers mentioned in the records. Chun Feng was slightly startled. He didn't expect that City Lord Gu could see so much. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. I don't know what the City Lord means by this. City Lord Gu laughed loudly. His voice was so loud that Chun Feng's eardrums were slightly numb. Little guy, come with me. After City Lord Gu finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. His steps were steady, and he didn't look old at all. Chun Feng looked at City Lord Gu's back, his thoughts racing. What exactly does this top leader of Yangcheng want to do? Is it a blessing or a curse that he is looking for me this time? Questions swirled in Chun Feng's mind, but he still took a step forward and followed closely. Now I am at the mercy of others, and can only take one step at a time. Chun Feng took a deep breath, suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, and quickly followed. The two walked one after the other through several corridors and came to a spacious room. The room was simply furnished with a table, a few chairs, and a huge map of Yangcheng hanging on the wall. City Lord Gu walked to the table and motioned Chun Feng to sit down. Chun Feng sat down as he was told, but his eyes never left City Lord Gu. He wanted to see what the City Lord was up to. City Lord Gu poured 2 cups of tea and pushed one of them in front of Chun Feng. Try it. This is Yangcheng's specialty, Yunwu tea. It's refreshing. Chun Feng picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea was fragrant and slightly bitter at first, but sweet in the aftertaste. Spirit value +1. A prompt suddenly appeared in front of Chun Feng, and he was slightly stunned. This tea can actually enhance spiritual properties? Chun Feng was surprised in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. He put down the teacup, looked at City Lord Gu, and waited for his next words. City Lord Gu looked at Chun Feng with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Good tea. Chen Feng made a faint comment as a response. City Lord Gu smiled and did not continue to dwell on this topic. He changed the subject directly. Little guy, do you know that this year's exam is different from previous years? Different. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Of course he knew that this year's exam was different, because he was reborn from the future. But at this moment, he had to pretend he knew nothing. City Lord Gu nodded, and the smile on his face faded a little, replaced by solemnity. Yes, this year's exam is very different from previous years. He paused, as if organizing his words. I can't tell you exactly how it's different now. This is the rule. City Lord Gu's voice was low and a little mysterious. But what I can tell you is that this year's exam will be more brutal and more important. Chen Feng listened quietly without interrupting. He knew that since City Lord Gu had brought up the topic, he would definitely finish what he was saying. Sure enough, City Lord Gu took a deep breath and continued. This big test not only concerns your personal future, but also the future of our Yangsheng. His voice suddenly rose, carrying a hint of indescribable pressure. It even concerns the future of the entire dragon country. The future of Yangsheng? The future of Manhwa? Chen Feng muttered to himself, frowning, his eyes full of confusion and shock. He really couldn't connect a high school student's exam with the future of Yangsheng and even the entire dragon country. Isn't this too exaggerated? Why didn't I know this in my previous life? Was I too rubbish at that time, so I couldn't get in touch with it? City Lord Gu seemed to see Chen Feng's doubts. He did not explain directly, but continued, I know you have a lot of questions now, but there are some things that you're not suitable to know now. But I can assure you that everything I said is true. City Lord Gu's voice was deep and powerful, with unquestionable majesty. Chen Feng was silent. He knew that with City Lord Gu's identity and status, there was no need to deceive himself. But what secret is hidden behind this? Jiner is an SS-level professional. Isn't she considered a top talent? Chen Feng couldn't help but ask, trying to get more information from City Lord Gu. The Jiner he mentioned, whose full name is Su Jin, is the eldest daughter of the Su family, the most powerful family in Yangsheng, and is also recognized as the strongest genius of this generation in Yangsheng. When mentioning Su Jin, City Lord Gu showed a helpless smile on his face. The little girl from the Su family is indeed gifted. Given time, her achievements will be limitless. It's a pity. City Lord Gu shook his head and sighed. She is from the Su family in Kyoto, and not from our Yangsheng. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that although Su Jin grew up in Yangsheng, he was indeed a member of the main branch of the Su family in Kyoto. So I am worried, old man. City Lord Gu patted the table, his voice filled with anxiety. In this session of Yangsheng, apart from you, there is no one who can show off. So, would you like to help me? City Lord Gu stared at Chen Feng with burning eyes, his eyes full of anticipation. This help won't make any difference to you. You'll be doing your best to tackle the exam regardless of whether I ask for your help or not. But I still want to invest a little in you, a rising star. Chen Feng's thoughts raced. City Lord Gu's meaning was very clear. He hoped that Chen Feng could win glory for Yangsheng in this exam. His so-called investment was obviously a gesture of goodwill to Chen Feng and also a way to win him over. Investment. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, revealing a playful smile. You mean if I accept your investment, I have to join the Gu family? In Chen Feng's opinion, a big shot like City Lord Gu must have a huge family behind him. He proposed investment probably because he wanted to recruit Chen Feng to his side. Upon hearing this, City Lord Gu was stunned at first. Then he burst into laughter, his voice so loud that it made the whole room buzz. You kid, you don't know anything about our dragon country. City Lord Gu stopped laughing and looked at Chen Feng with a hint of admiration in his eyes. We city lords have no family or power. We represent only one country, the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 55. The team arranged by the City Lord? Chen Feng's pupils shrank slightly, and his gaze moved away from City Lord Gu's face with a faint smile and fell on the cup of tea in front of him that had already cooled slightly. On the surface of the tea, tiny ripples spread gently, just like the waves in his heart at the moment. Since you have no intention of recruiting me, what is the matter that brought you to me specifically? Chen Feng's voice was very soft, but every word he spoke seemed to be well thought out, with a calmness that was not in line with his age. What is this City Lord Gu up to? He is either a traitor or a thief if he's being nice to you without any reason. I've never heard of this before. Feng's thoughts raced as he tried to find clues from City Lord Gu's words. City Lord Gu did not answer immediately. Instead, he picked up the teacup and took a sip gently, as if he was savoring the aftertaste of the tea and considering his words. I just want to improve my political performance. Lord Gu put down his teacup, speaking in a casual tone as if he was talking about today's weather. But Feng knew that things were definitely not that simple. Improve your political performance? Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and repeated it, with a hint of doubt and inquiry in his tone. You mean the big exam? A light bulb went off in Feng's mind, and he instantly connected City Lord Gu's words with the previously mentioned future of Yangsheng and future of Manhwa. City Lord Gu chuckled and nodded, with a hint of bitterness that was hard to conceal in his smile. The results of each major city exam are linked to the city's resource allocation. You should know that, right? Feng nodded. He knew this. Dragon Country has limited resources. In order to stimulate the development of various cities, resources are allocated every year based on the results of major examinations. The better your grades, the more resources you will get, and vice versa. We in Yangsheng have been at the bottom of the list in the exams for several years in a row. There was a hint of helplessness and fatigue in City Lord Gu's voice. He spoke slowly, and every word was like a huge rock pressing on his heart. Resources are becoming less and less year by year, and talents are also declining year by year. He raised his head and looked at Feng, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. What's more, this year's exam is more important than any other year. Much more important. So, no matter what, I need a seed and a hope. City Lord Gu said this, looking towards Feng with eyes full of anticipation. After hearing this, Feng also understood why City Lord Gu wanted to find him. After thinking for a while, he asked again in doubt, but, City Lord, aren't you a little hasty to believe in my potential and talent, just because of the record breaking in the secret realm? The smile on City Lord Gu's face became even brighter, as if he had already anticipated Feng's question. He shook his head gently, with a hint of mystery in his tone. Then I naturally have other channels to confirm the news. As for the specifics, I'm sorry, I promised that person to keep it a secret, so I can't tell you for now. Feng frowned, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. This City Lord Gu always speaks half and leave the other half unsaid, which makes people feel itchy but helpless. If it's just this kind of thing, there's no need for City Lord Gu to come see me in person, right? What exactly do you want me to do? Feng lowered his head slightly, his fingers gently stroking the edge of the teacup, with a hint of helplessness and confusion in his tone. He still didn't understand what City Lord Gu was up to. Actually, you don't need to do anything. I just formed a team for you. City Lord Gu looked at Feng's thoughtful expression, and the smile on his face widened. He spoke slowly with a relaxed tone. Although they are not as good as you, they are still talented newcomers who could be considered as outstanding among the job changers in Yangsheng who changed their jobs at the same time as you this year. City Lord Gu paused, as if giving Feng time to digest. Since there is still one day left before the final exam, you can go and do some dungeon runners to get used to each other. As City Lord Gu spoke, he took out a scroll and a magic wand from the system backpack and gently placed them on the table. The scroll was golden in color, with intricate magical patterns drawn on it, emitting a faint glow. The staff was made of an unknown metal and inlaid with a dazzling gem. It shone brightly and was obviously not an ordinary item. This is a gold-level dungeon teleportation scroll. The level is around level 15 and can be used twice. City Lord Gu pointed at the scroll and introduced it, then pointed to the staff. And this is a gold-level staff for healing professions. It's my investment in you. What do you think? After City Lord Gu finished speaking, he picked up the teacup, took a sip gently, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes, and quietly waited for Feng's reaction. Feng's eyes swept across the scroll and the staff, and he calculated quickly in his mind. Gold-level copy scroll. This is a good thing. It cannot be bought on the market. Only the official one has it. The gold-level copy of around level 15 might be a little too low for him, but the benefits it brings are enough to make up for the gap. As for the golden staff, it would be a problem if you said you didn't want the gold-level equipment, especially for the nurse. What's more, this staff was given by City Lord Gu himself, so the significance of it is more than just a piece of equipment. This represents the importance that City Lord Gu places on it, and also represents the resources that Yangcheng is leaning towards. Chen Feng raised his head and looked at City Lord Gu, with a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. I appreciate City Lord Gu's kindness. But the members of this team, Chen Feng didn't finish his words, but his meaning was clear. He needs to know who his teammates are, how strong they are, and whether they're trustworthy. After all, things change rapidly in a dungeon, and an unreliable teammate could very likely kill everyone. Don't worry about that. Their strength will definitely not hold you back. City Lord Gu seemed to have expected Chen Feng to ask this question. He smiled slightly and spoke with confidence. Chen Feng frowned slightly. He did not doubt City Lord Gu's vision, but when it comes to forming a team, strength alone is not enough. The tacit understanding, cooperation, and even compatibility of personalities among teammates will directly affect the team's combat effectiveness. City Lord Gu, you also know that there are many dangers in the dungeon. If teammates cannot trust each other and cannot cooperate tacitly, it is easy to... Chen Feng paused and didn't say anything definite, but his worry was self-evident. City Lord Gu laughed, as if he had expected Chen Feng to ask this question. You can rest assured about this. The students I selected are not only strong, but also, well, how should I put it? They're all young people with strong personalities. When City Lord Gu said this, there was a hint of amusement in his tone. There may be some minor frictions and conflicts between them, but this can actually inspire their fighting spirit and make them grow faster. Chen Feng listened to City Lord Gu's words, but his heart was beating fast. Young people with personality? That sounds nice, but to put it bluntly, aren't they just a bunch of troublemakers? Ahem, City Lord Gu, the personality you mentioned specifically refers to... Chen Feng asked tentatively. He needed more specific information. City Lord Gu smiled mysteriously and slowly uttered a few names. Lin Yuan, Li Waner, Li Guang, and Su Muqing. When Chen Feng heard these names, his brows instantly frowned into the shape of the Chinese character Chan. Lin Yuan, Li Waner, Li Guang, Su Muqing. What kind of people are these? Lin Yuan, the son of Yangcheng Lin family, is talented, but his personality is extremely arrogant. He looks down on others and looks down on others. Li Waner and Li Guang are a pair of siblings from the Yangcheng Li family. Li Waner is extremely talented and is a rare ice mage, but her personality is extremely cold and strangers are not allowed to approach her. And Li Guang is the younger brother of the previous Li Guang. With what happened to Li Guang in this matter, he will definitely not like himself. As for Su Muqing, the eldest daughter of the Su family in Yangcheng, she has good talent and strength, but she is spoiled and appears very cowardly under the suppression of Su Jiner and cries at the slightest provocation. Chen Feng felt his temple throbbing. What kind of team did City Lord Gu form for him? Do you want him to go to the dungeon or be a babysitter? It's good enough if these people don't fight when they get together. City Lord Gu, are you sure that they can cooperate with me? Chen Feng's voice was a little dry. He really couldn't imagine himself going into a dungeon with these people. Aha, it's normal for young people to have some friction. I believe that with your strength and charm, you will be able to convince them. City Lord Gu said with a smile, seeming to be full of confidence in Chen Feng. Besides, don't we have a gold-level dungeon scroll here? With this, no matter how unwilling they are, they will have to listen to you. City Lord Gu pointed to the scroll on the table, with a hint of temptation in his tone. Chen Feng looked at the golden scroll and felt conflicted. The gold-level copy scroll is indeed very tempting. But go to dungeon with these problem teenagers. Chen Feng took a deep breath and suppressed the helplessness in his heart. City Lord Gu, can I meet them first? Chen Feng asked. He needed to see with his own eyes what these people looked like. Of course, they're waiting outside. City Lord Gu said this and clapped his hands. The door was pushed open and 4 figures walked in. The leader was a tall, stern-faced young man wearing a black wizard robe and with eyes as sharp as an eagle. It was Lin Yuan. Following closely behind was a young man and woman. The man was handsome, but there was a hint of impatience on his face, and the woman was wearing an ice-blue wizard robe. She had a delicate face, but a cold expression. They were Li Guang and Li Waner, brother and sister. Walking at the end was a petite, sweet-looking girl wearing a pink wizard robe. There was a hint of timidity in her eyes. It was Su Muqing. As the 4 people entered the room, their eyes all fell on Chen Feng. There was a hint of scrutiny and disdain in Lin Yuan's eyes. Li Guang's eyes were full of hostility and provocation. Li Wanner's eyes were still cold, as if she didn't care about anything. Su Muqing's eyes were a little evasive, and she didn't dare to look Chen Feng in the eye. Chen Feng looked at the reactions of these 4 people and felt even more helpless. This team can't really do it? Chen Feng, these are the teammates I selected for you. City Lord Gu introduced with a smile. You guys get to know each other, too. Lin Yuan spoke first, his voice low and cold. My name is Lin Yuan, and I'm a professional thunder swordsman. Li Wanner, Frost Walker. Li Wanner's voice was cold, and she was frugal with her words. Li Guang, the berserker. There was a hint of arrogance and disdain in Li Guang's voice. Su Muqing, elemental archer. Su Muqing's voice was as thin as a mosquito's. She lowered her head and hardly dared to look at anyone. Chen Feng looked at the self-introductions of these 4 people and felt powerless. This team is a disaster. Ahem, my name is Chen Feng, and my occupation is a healing wizard. Chen Feng said with a stiff upper lip that he had a premonition that the next dungeon journey would be a bloodbath. Repair warlock. When Li Guang heard Chen Feng's occupation, he immediately sneered. City Lord Gu, are you sure? Didn't I say I don't need any assistance? Isn't this holding us back? Li Guang's voice was full of doubt and dissatisfaction. Although Lin Yuan and Li Wanner did not speak, the expressions on their faces showed that they were not satisfied with Chen Feng's career. Su Muqing still kept her head down, not daring to express any opinions. Chen Feng looked at the reactions of these people and smiled bitterly in his heart. As expected, these people didn't take him, the assistant, seriously at all. Li Guang, don't be rude. City Lord Gu gave a light shout, stopping Li Guang's questioning. Chen Feng's strength is far beyond your imagination. There are only benefits and no disadvantages for you to team up with him. City Lord Gu's words made Li Guang's face even uglier. City Lord Gu, what you said, isn't it too exaggerated? It's just an auxiliary. How powerful can it be? Could it be possible that he is stronger than us combat professionals? Li Guang's voice was full of dissatisfaction. Is it stronger or not? You will know after trying it. Chen Feng snorted coldly. He was not a soft persimmon that could be bullied by anyone. Since these people look down on him, he will let them see that a support can also carry the whole game. Okay, let's give it a try. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Li Guang's eyes. He had long wanted to teach this ignorant guy a lesson. City Lord Gu, look. Li Guang looked at City Lord Gu and asked for his opinion. City Lord Gu smiled slightly and nodded. Since you all said so, then let's have a sparring match. But stop at a certain point and don't hurt the relationship. City Lord Gu's words made Li Guang even more proud. Don't worry, City Lord Gu. I will act with discretion. As Li Guang spoke, he took out a huge battle axe from the system backpack and walked towards Chen Feng. Boy, are you ready? I want to let you know what true power is. Li Guang's voice was full of provocation and threat. Chen Feng looked at Li Guang's arrogant appearance, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. I'm always at your service. Chen Feng said lightly, his voice calm and indifferent, as if he didn't take Li Guang seriously at all. Good. You have guts. Li Guang roared, waving his battle axe, and rushed towards Chen Feng. Chapter 56. The nurse crushes the warrior in close combat. Li Guang's huge body was like a small mountain, wrapped in strong wind. His battle axe cut through the air, making a sharp whistle, and fell straight on Chen Feng's head. Careful! City Lord Gu's voice sounded in the distance, with a hint of worry. No matter how powerful Chen Feng was, he was just a magic assistant. How could he possibly fight against a warrior? However, Chen Feng stood there, motionless, as if he was frightened. Li Wanner and Lin Yuan looked at each other and saw a hint of disdain in each other's eyes. Are you scared already? What a waste. Li Guang felt even more proud in his heart. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Chen Feng being chopped into 2 halves by his axe. Li Guang roared and put more strength into the battle axe in his hand. At this critical moment, the dust and wind moved. He slightly turned sideways and avoided Li Guang's powerful attack at an incredible angle. The battle axe brushed past the corner of Chen Feng's clothes and fell heavily to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, a big hole was smashed into the ground and gravel flew everywhere. Li Guang's attack missed, and he was shocked. He didn't expect Chen Feng to be able to dodge his attack. Interesting. Li Guang grinned and swung the battle axe again, sweeping towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng's steps changed, and his figure was like a ghost, shuttling between Li Guang's attacks, and he was able to avoid them narrowly every time. How is this possible? A hint of surprise flashed in Li Wanner's eyes. She didn't expect Chun Feng's body movements to be so exquisite. Lin Yuan also frowned slightly. He found that he seemed to underestimate this assistant. You can only hide if you have the guts. Come and fight me head on. Li Guangzhou was unable to defeat the enemy and became increasingly anxious. He roared and his attacks became more violent. Chun Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a hint of sneer. As you wish, Chun Feng said lightly, and gently waved the star staff in his hand. A white light flashed, and Chun Feng's figure disappeared on the spot. Li Guang was stunned. He had lost track of Chun Feng. The next moment, Chun Feng appeared behind Li Guang. The star staff smashed heavily on Li Guang's back with a sound of breaking through the air. Bang! With a dull thud, Li Guang's huge body staggered forward a few steps and almost fell. Li Guang turned around and looked at Chun Feng in shock. He didn't expect that Chun Feng could actually hit him. Chun Feng didn't say anything, and he waved the star staff in his hand again. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds were heard, and Li Guang was beaten back repeatedly, unable to fight back. Is this still an auxiliary? Su Muqing widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. Li Wanner and Lin Yuan were also completely shocked. They had never seen such violent assistance. City Lord Gu looked at the scene in front of him, a smile flashing in his eyes. I told you, Chun Feng's strength is far beyond your imagination. Li Guang was beaten black and blue, looking in a miserable state. The anger in his heart had burned to its peak. I'm going to kill you, Li Guang roared, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. Violent! Li Guang roared angrily. His body began to swell, his muscles became knotted, and his eyes turned red. Is this the berserker's violent skill? Li Wanner exclaimed. She didn't expect that Li Guang would be forced to this point. Li Guang's strength and speed will be greatly increased in his violent state. Chun Feng is in danger. Lin Yuan said in a deep voice, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Roar! Li Guang entered a violent state and roared like a beast. He waved his battle axe and rushed towards Chun Feng again. This time, he was faster, stronger, and more terrifying. Li Guang in a violent state was like a wild beast out of control, with his battle axe whistling towards him, accompanied by strong winds. Chun Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, showing no intention of retreating. He knew very well that facing an enemy in this state, simply dodging would only put him in a more passive situation. He gently turned the star staff in his hand, and the light on the staff became softer. Since you want to fight head-on, then come on. Chun Feng's voice was very soft, but it carried an unquestionable firmness. Li Guang was extremely fast and rushed in front of Chun Feng in almost the blink of an eye. The battle axe came down on his head with the power to split mountains and split rocks. Chun Feng did not dodge or evade, and gently raised the star staff upwards. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing was heard. To everyone's surprise, the star staff actually blocked Li Guang's battle axe. Moreover, Chun Feng's body did not move at all. There was a flash of astonishment in Li Guang's eyes, and he looked at the scene in disbelief. How is it possible? How could an assistant use a staff to block his full-strength attack in a violent state? Not only Li Guang, but even Li Wanner, Lin Yuan, and Su Muqing who were watching the game were all stunned. They were totally unable to comprehend what was happening before their eyes. A hint of admiration flashed in City Lord Gu's eyes, and he nodded slightly, as if he was not surprised by Chun Feng's performance. The power is good, but unfortunately, it's too slow. Chun Feng's faint voice sounded, interrupting Li Guang's thoughts. Li Guang came to his senses, and the shock in his heart was quickly replaced by anger. He couldn't accept that he was actually despised by an auxiliary. Roar! Li Guang roared again. The muscles in his arms bulged and veins popped out, and he poured all his strength into the battle axe. The light on the battle axe became brighter, and with an aura of destruction, it pressed down towards Chun Feng again. Too slow. Chun Feng's voice sounded again, still so calm and so disdainful. His figure swayed slightly, and the star staff drew a mysterious trajectory in the air. Bang! A muffled sound. Star staff hit Li Guang again, this time his chest. Li Guang's defense in the violent state was amazing, but he was still unable to withstand Chun Feng's attack. His huge body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Boom! Li Guang fell heavily to the ground, creating a big hole. Dust flew and gravel scattered everywhere. Ahem! Li Guang struggled to stand up, but couldn't help coughing a few times, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He looked up at Chun Feng, his eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of fear. You. Li Guang looked at you for a long time, but couldn't utter a complete sentence. He really couldn't understand. How could Chun Feng, an auxiliary, possess such terrifying power? Li Wanner and Lin Yuan looked at each other and saw deep shock in each other's eyes. They finally understood why City Lord Gu valued Chun Feng so much. This assistant is something they can't understand at all. Su Muqing opened her mouth wide, completely speechless. She felt like she was dreaming. City Lord Gu smiled slightly, stroked his beard, and had an expression that said, "Everything is as expected." Chun Feng ignored everyone's reactions. He slowly walked in front of Li Guang and looked down at him. "Do you want to continue?" Chun Feng asked calmly. No emotion could be heard in his tone. Li Guang looked at Chun Feng with flickering eyes. He wanted to continue fighting, but he no longer had the strength to fight. The time for the berserk state was almost up, and it didn't even touch the corner of Chun Feng's clothes. "If you continue, you will only bring shame upon yourself." "Aye." Li Guang opened his mouth, wanting to admit defeat, but his dignity prevented him from speaking. "Give up, Li Guang." At this moment, Li Wanner's voice suddenly rang out. "You've done your best. There's no need to keep going." Li Wanner looked at Li Guang with a hint of heartache in her tone. Lin Yuan also nodded and said, "If you have green mountains, you will never run out of firewood. If you lose this time, you can win it back next time." After hearing what Li Wanner and Lin Yuan said, the struggle in Li Guang's eyes became more intense. He took a deep breath and finally lowered his head. "I give up." The voice was low, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Chun Feng nodded and said nothing more. He turned around and walked towards City Lord Gu. Li Wanner hurried forward and helped Li Guang up. "Are you okay?" Li Wanner asked with concern, her eyes full of worry. Li Guang shook his head and said nothing. He looked at Chun Feng's departing back, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. There is reluctance, anger, and admiration. Lin Yuan walked to Li Guang, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. "Don't lose heart, Li Guang. That Chun Feng is indeed very strong. We all underestimated him." Li Guang nodded, still saying nothing. He knew that Lin Yuan was right. Chun Feng's strength has far exceeded their imagination. It's not unfair that I lost this time. Su Muqing looked at Chun Feng's back with a strange look in her eyes. She suddenly felt that she seemed to have discovered an incredible secret. City Lord Gu looked at Chun Feng with admiration in his eyes. "Chun Feng, you did a great job," City Lord Gu said with a smile, his tone full of relief. "Then, I'll leave it to you." Chun Feng nodded slightly to agree. Then, he turned to look at Lin Yuan and the others and said calmly, "In an hour, gather in the dungeon hall and prepare to set off." After saying that, he left the room without any hesitation. Lin Yuan and others looked at Chun Feng's departing back with different expressions. There was still a hint of resentment in Li Guang's eyes, but more of it was fear. Li Wanner's eyes were still cold, but if you looked closely, you could reveal a hint of hidden curiosity. Su Muqing looked at Chun Feng's back with admiration, little stars twinkling in her eyes. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Let's go too and go back to prepare." After saying that, he also left the room with a few people. City Lord Gu looked at the empty room, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. "Now, Yangqing finally has hope," he murmured, his voice full of anticipation. Chapter 57 Plans Against Chun Feng. The four of them walked out of the room slowly, but they did not disperse as usual to prepare for the next action. Instead, they all walked in the same direction without any prior agreement. That is the branch headquarters of the Lin family in Yangqing. Along the way, Li Guang was still immersed in the defeat just now, complaining constantly, as if he wanted to pour out all his resentment and anger. "Damn, that Chun Feng is simply a monster. I didn't even touch the corner of his clothes before I was knocked down. It's so frustrating. Support? Fuck the support. Which support could be so perverted?" Li Guang's voice was loud, his tone full of reluctance and anger, even mixed with a hint of fear. Li Wanner still looked cold as ice, but her pace unconsciously quickened. It seems that he also wants to reach the destination as soon as possible. Su Muqing, on the other hand, was filled with excitement. She followed closely at the back of the team, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and admiration. She felt like she had discovered a great secret and couldn't wait to verify it. Lin Yuan walked in front. He remained silent, his face looking terribly gloomy. He knew that this matter would definitely not end so easily. The appearance of Chun Feng has completely disrupted their plans, and they must come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible. Soon, several people arrived at the Lin family's residence. This is a very large manor with a simple and elegant architectural style, exuding a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Different from the simple and elegant Yangcheng City Lord's mansion, the Lin family's residence displays the heritage and luxury of a noble family everywhere. Several people walked through the courtyards and came to the hall of the Lin family. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn. Lin Yihan sat upright on the main seat, his face as gloomy as water, and his whole body exuded a cold aura that kept strangers away. Beside him, Li Wei sat quietly, his face also not looking good. Different from Li Guang's straightforwardness, Li Wei's mind is deeper and more sinister. Have you seen Chen Feng? How do you feel? Lin Yihan spoke. His voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. She slowly picked up the teacup and took a sip, but her eyes never left the four people who had just come in. Hearing Lin Yihan's question, Lin Yuan, Li Wanner, and Su Muqing all remained silent. Their eyes all fell on Li Guang at the same time. After all, among the people present, only Li Guang had actually fought with Chen Feng. Li Guang felt everyone's gazes and had to stand up. He lowered his head, not daring to look into Lin Yihan's eyes, and there was a hint of guilt and unwillingness in his voice. Miss, I challenged him in a one-on-one duel. In the end, I lost. And I lost miserably. Li Guang's voice became lower and lower, and at the end it was almost inaudible. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turned white from the force, and his body trembled slightly, as if he was still ashamed of his previous defeat. I was no match for him at all, and he even played me. Tricks on me, Li Guang added, his tone filled with frustration and a hint of imperceptible fear. He recalled Chun Feng's nonchalant attack and the staff that looked ordinary but contained terrifying power, and he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. After listening to Li Guang's narration, Lin Yihan did not react immediately. After all, she could not beat Chen Feng. She just put down the teacup quietly. Her eyes stayed on Li Guang for a moment, and then slowly turned to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, what do you think? Lin Yihan's voice was still cold, but there was a hint of inquiry in his tone. Miss, based on Li Guang's description and our observations on the scene, we can be sure that Chun Feng's strength is far beyond our expectations. He not only possesses powerful fighting skills, but also possesses an incredible fighting style. For a support profession to be able to exert such terrifying physical attack power, this is totally out of character. Lin Yuan's voice was low and powerful, and every word seemed to be spoken after careful consideration. He paused and continued. Besides, he seems to be hiding his strength. In the battle with Li Guang, he did not use any skills. He just relied on ordinary physical attacks to completely suppress Li Guang. This shows that his true strength may be even more terrifying. Lin Yuan's words caused everyone present to fall into silence. They all understood that Lin Yuan was right. Chen Feng's performance was completely beyond their understanding. Who is this Chen Feng? Lin Yihan's voice sounded again, with a hint of doubt and fear in his tone. She tapped the table lightly, making a rhythmic tapping sound, as if she was thinking about something. Miss, according to the information we have so far, Chen Feng is just an ordinary civilian. Lin Yuan replied, with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Lin Yihan sneered, his tone full of disdain. Do you think an ordinary civilian player can do these things? He either hid his identity or he got some special opportunity. No matter what, if he dares to refuse me, he will die. A cold light flashed in Lin Yihan's eyes, and his tone became even colder. Miss, then, what should we do? Li Wei couldn't help but ask, with a hint of urgency in his tone. Like Lin Yihan, he also hated Chen Feng extremely. What to do? Lin Yihan repeated Li Wei's question with a hint of amusement in his tone, as if to say, "Is there any need to ask this? Of course, try to kill him." She spoke slowly, her voice cold and resolute, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth, carrying a strong, murderous intent. There was a gleam of resentment in Lin Yihan's eyes. She could not forget the humiliation that Chen Feng had brought to her, and she could not tolerate that a waste in her eyes dared to be so arrogant. If one person can't defeat it, then the four of you can come together. Lin Yihan said it lightly, as if he was discussing a trivial matter. In her opinion, Chen Feng's life or death is not important at all. What is important is that Lin Yihan's dignity cannot be trampled upon by anyone. Didn't the Lord of Yangqing ask you to go to the dungeon with him? Lin Yihan's lips curled up in a cruel sneer, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. This is a God-given opportunity, she said slowly, her tone full of calculation and anticipation. In Lin Yihan's opinion, life and death are unpredictable in the copy. No matter how strong Chen Feng is, he is just one person, while they have four people. Moreover, they are four professionals with impressive strength. As long as they use a little bit of trickery, Chen Feng will definitely die. Lin Yihan's words made Li Wei's eyes flash with excitement. He has disliked Chen Feng for a long time, and now he finally has the chance to take revenge. Li Wei was rubbing his hands, eager to try, and he couldn't wait to rush into the copy and tear Chen Feng into pieces. Although Lin Yuan, Li Wan'er, and Su Muqing did not speak, there was a glimpse of strangeness in their eyes. Although they were wary of Chen Feng's strength, they believed that if the four of them joined forces, they could definitely kill Chen Feng. After all, two fists cannot beat four hands, and a hero cannot defeat a large number of people. What's more, none of the four of them are easy people. "Miss, you are wise," Li Wei complimented, his tone full of flattery. Lin Yihan ignored Li Wei's flattery. She slowly stood up, walked to the window, looked at the scenery outside, and a hint of viciousness flashed in her eyes. "Chen Feng, aren't you crazy? I want to see how long you can keep going wild." Lin Yihan sneered in his heart, his tone full of resentment and expectation. She seemed to have seen the scene where Chen Feng was besieged by the four of them in the copy and eventually died tragically on the spot. An hour passed by quietly like quicksand on the fingertips. Chen Feng stood quietly at the entrance of the dungeon hall. His mind had long been immersed in thinking about the upcoming copy challenge. Soon, four familiar figures appeared in Chen Feng's sight. They were the four people who had previously accepted the City Lord mission with him: Li Wei, Lin Yuan, Li Wan'er, and Su Muqing. The four of them walked side by side in unison, forming a subtle encirclement. Chen Feng frowned slightly. His keen intuition told him that something was wrong. The way these four people looked at him was completely different from before. It was a complex look that was a mixture of hostility, pity, and even a hint of expectation. It was as if they had already set a trap, waiting for the prey to fall into it. Have they arranged some plan to deal with me? Chen Feng pondered secretly in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. After he was reborn and experienced countless life and death experiences, he had already developed a cautious character. He will not take any possible threats lightly. Among this group of people, except for Li Wan'er and her siblings, who are related to Li Wei, it is impossible for the others to be hostile to me. Chen Feng quickly analyzed the backgrounds and possible motives of the four people. Could it be that Lin Yuan is from the Lin family? Is Su Muqing Su Mingyu's person? A thought flashed through Chen Feng's mind, making him feel a chill in his heart. If this is true, then this whole team would be composed entirely of our enemies, wouldn't it? Thinking of this, Chen Feng's eyes became sharper. He secretly circulated the magic power in his body and prepared himself to deal with any emergency at any time. Although he is not afraid of any challenge, he is not blindly arrogant. After all, two fists are no match for four hands, not to mention that these four people, none of them are easy to deal with. The four of them walked up to Chen Feng and stopped. Li Guang took the lead in extending his hand to Chen Feng and said, "I was wrong before. I apologize to you. I hope that we can get along harmoniously in the next copy."